There are usually two types of successful people: the naturally talented, those born from hard work. The warrior opponent was sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The armored warrior protagonist watched as his opponent crashed into the ground. The warrior opponent struggled to get back on his feet, but the armored warrior protagonist was already upon him. The dark armored antagonist watched the fight from afar, a glowing orb floating nearby. The dark armored antagonist unleashed a blast of energy. The blast struck the armored warrior protagonist and the warrior opponent, sending them both flying. Taehyun Kim gripped his sword tightly, preparing for the next attack. The teal-haired sorceress unleashed a barrage of magical energy. The dark armored antagonist prepared to counter the attack. The teal-haired sorceress was struck by a powerful blow. The teal-haired female thought about the items she had captured from previous jobs, including the rogue-only anti-Great Troll Aftermath beads and the paladin-only Silver Claymore. Taehyun Kim thought that for the sake of victory, it seemed she would do anything, even drive him, the #1 rank in Fantasy Online, this far in the finals of this competition. He was honestly impressed that someone with the job of blacksmith could make it this far. Taehyun Kim remained silent, his expression hidden behind his helmet as the teal-haired female questioned his motives. She wondered aloud why he would choose a difficult path, stating that it was a terrible job. The teal-haired female pressed him, asking why he picked it then. Taehyun Kim simply responded that he did it for fun, a statement that clearly surprised her. The teal-haired female found his reasoning crazy. Taehyun Kim explained that it was simple. He elaborated that people root for the underdog because of the excitement and satisfaction they feel when the weak overthrow the strong. He continued, saying that you feel a sense of accomplishment in seeing the impossible achieved right before your eyes. Taehyun Kim concluded that making the impossible possible is fun. The teal-haired female countered that picking an overpowered class, min-maxing it, and then showing off amazing skills to win is too boring. She argued that there's no point in playing a game if there's no challenge. She then asked if it wasn't obvious to select a good class. The teal-haired female thought Taehyun Kim was crazy. The teal-haired female stated that she vaguely understood what Taehyun Kim was saying, but to call his willingness to take the path of most resistance as fun was a little hard to swallow. She then declared that he was not sane. The teal-haired female accused Taehyun Kim of acting like he'd given up on the match to lower her defenses. Taehyun Kim fell backwards, as the teal-haired female stated that curses are unique because you have to use hand seals to cast your spells. Taehyun Kim noticed that the teal-haired female had been voice chatting to buy herself time. The teal-haired female declared that 2 seconds more was all she needed. The teal-haired female's attack landed. The teal-haired female's attack had clearly landed, as evidenced by the shattered remains of Taehyun Kim's helmet. Despite the damage, Taehyun Kim managed to stay on his feet, axe raised, ready to strike. The teal-haired female, though surprised, declared that she was not dead. Taehyun Kim, still reeling from the attack, was confused by her statement. He questioned why she was still alive after the attack. The teal-haired female prepared another attack, chanting the word Ouroboros. She unleashed a torrent of energy. The attack struck Taehyun Kim. Taehyun Kim cursed, realizing the severity of the situation. The force of the teal-haired female's attack sent Taehyun Kim flying. His axe clattered to the ground. The crowd reacted with shock and excitement. The crowd looked on, a mix of shock and excitement etched on their faces as the match concluded. The arena banners proclaimed the victor of the final PvP season of Fantasy Online. The announcement echoed. The Necromancer Guildmaster, Se-Yun Lee, had won. Se-Yun, still processing her victory, was overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Taehyun Kim lay defeated, reflecting on the match. He felt as though he had aged a decade. Taehyun certainly lived up to his name, pushing his skills to their absolute limit. Se-Yun's expression was one of intense focus and determination. She remarked that if Taehyun's last hammer attack had been a critical hit, the outcome might have been different. She told him that it was enough already. Taehyun, frustrated, thought that there was nothing wrong with his hammer. He had swung it millions of times with a 98% crit chance without issue. He lamented that he was long overdue for a critical miss. Taehyun continued, stating that as far as skill went, Se-Yun had beaten him fair and square, and that anyone who watched the match would agree. He suggested that if they asked the organizers, they might even be able to get a rematch. Se-Yun told him to stop. Se-Yun stood tall, stating that Taehyun didn't even have a good personality. Taehyun, still on the ground, exclaimed that it was just unfair and cursed the lucky base game. Se-Yun diman saident. Se-Yun wondered what Taehyun's plans were, and if he wanted a rematch. Taehyun Kim interacts with a holographic display. The teal-haired sorceress remembers that there exists a way to forcibly cultivate that emotion. Surprisingly, it's not some special training, but a common, everyday emotion that everyone has within. That emotion that natural talent and hard work cannot compare to is. With mere seconds remaining until the shutdown, the screen displayed the logo for Fantasy Online, accompanied by a farewell message. The end of the season for the globally successful Fantasy Online was at hand, and a new day would dawn. One player lamented that it had only been 2 days since they bought the sickle of the ancient ghost, which they paid for with their mom's credit card without her knowing. A question was posed. Who is your favorite player? 2 fans cheered for Se-Yun Lee, declaring her the best. The crowd was gathered at the Goodbye Champions, Goodbye Necromania event, with many holding signs professing their love for Se-Yun. A figure at a microphone announced that from now on, they would. Meanwhile, a skyscraper stood tall against a bright blue sky. Elsewhere, a man in a suit stood near a futuristic train, holding a tablet. 2 people discussed the finals, agreeing that they were amazing. One of them noted that Se-Yun Lee never disappoints, but because her opponent was Tae-Hyun Kim, the match was even more amazing. 2 girls discussed the game. One mentioned that there was only a month left of the open beta and considered trying to be a tailor. The other girl said she was going to play as a bard, asking her friend to craft her some cool clothes. A train sped along its tracks, the city skyline visible in the background. The students continued their discussion as they walked. One asked if the other had thought a name yet. Another student responded that he thought he had already registered and that TW**************** was the best. A third student remarked that she was the same age as their teacher, prompting another to tell them to stop chatting and get to class. Elsewhere, 2 employees discussed cash items, with one wondering if the other could afford them, considering they already spent 50% of their salary on other things. Suddenly, a notification appeared. 50%? The camera then panned to a large crowd gathered outside a stadium, where an announcement was being made on a large screen. The announcement stated that as they moved into the next season, several companies had shown great interest in the full-body immersive virtual reality technology employed by Fantasy Online. Meanwhile, a man with glasses and a purple hat explained that they had some preliminary estimates, but the traffic turned out to be much more than they had anticipated, requiring them to handle the popularity. It was also announced that new servers were being spun up to replace the old ones in Singapore. In other news, after celebrating victories over the past 3 seasons, world champion gamer and professional streamer Se-Yun Lee was mentioned. The announcement continued, stating that Se-Yun Lee had put Korea on the map as a gaming powerhouse. Elsewhere, Tae-Hyun Kim looked at his phone, a puzzled expression on his face. On the screen was a message from the Department of Admissions. Tae-Hyun Kim smirked, deciding he should get out of here. He figured that should be home by now. 6 months ago, the message on Tae-Hyun Kim's phone indicated that he had been selected as a scholarship recipient in literature and language studies. The man with the spiky hair continued his tirade, questioning if the other man thought he was some kind of author. He scoffed, pointing out that even AI could write novels these days. The younger man, with red hair, remained calm, but his father accused him of having his head in the clouds with his nonsense. He questioned what was so wrong with majoring in literature and language, especially if he wanted to study the language that pays off. His father scoffed, asking how that was proof of anything. The younger man then asked about all the hard times and stress his father had to deal with. The father retorted, asking if he was preaching to him about the voice of the people and spouting nonsense. He then questioned if he was such a scholar, how did he explain his sorry report cards and academic probation? He then asked if grades even mattered, to which the father responded by asking why he bothered to aim for Korea's top university. The father continued, asking where all that academic nonsense was now. He reminded his son that even after being discharged from the military, he just lazed about at home and played games all day. He insisted that people should learn to pull their weight and experience fending for themselves to become an upstanding man like his father. The son questioned where the hard work was in collecting rent from being the owner of a building while playing golf during the day and playing cards at night. The father, enraged, accused him of being a hypocrite. He claimed that he worked hard when he was his son's age and that the buildings he owned were the result of those efforts. The son retorted that his father kept talking about how hard he worked. He then asked why his father was trying to force such terrible experiences on him too, and if he didn't love him, Dad. The father, now furious, yelled that he didn't love him and ordered him to get out of his house. The son, seemingly defeated, agreed to go to his own house instead. As he walked away, he wondered if his father thought he wouldn't find out about the real estate he bought under his name. The father, enraged, grabbed his son and demanded he fork it over right now. He reminded him that since it was legally his, he could bulldoze it or burn it, and he'd do what he wanted. The son, in pain, exclaimed that his name was on the certificates. He then suggested that his father just sell it back to him. The father retorted that he'd rather just pay the back taxes and then disown an ungrateful brat like him. The son, now on the floor, was being approached by a woman. She asked if he was going to disown Tae-Hyun Kim. The father was shocked by the question. The woman clarified that that's not what she meant, honey. She admitted that Tae-Hyun Kim was lazy, but he didn't misbehave beyond that. She stated that she was against forcing him to work hard just to teach him a lesson, and that neither she nor her husband worked all their lives to make their children go through the same troubles they had gone through. She then realized she spoke too soon. She watched Tae-Hyun Kim from her chair, reminding him that there were limits to his laziness. His mother wasn't telling him to get a job, as they were fine even if he didn't, but she believed laziness bred useless people. She added that she and his mother would hate to see him become a useless individual. Meanwhile, Tae-Hyun Kim's father prepared fruit, asking how his plans for returning to school were coming along. He urged his son to live responsibly. The father grew agitated, telling Taehyun Kim not to act shamefully. He clarified that he meant for him to get better grades. The teal-haired female asked if that was what Taehyun Kim thought his father meant, clarifying that good grades were a way to show sincerity. She added that if he was serious about his major, becoming a respectable author was another option. His father chimed in, stating that as long as he showed his passion and produced results, they could be proud of him. Taehyun Kim stated that he was fine with anything. But the teal-haired female warned that if he continued to laze about like this, she stated that she could assume that he no longer respected his mother, asking if that was clear. Taehyun Kim thought to himself that nothing came to mind, and that if they just told him to produce results without telling him how, they were expecting the impossible. His father then suggested a marriage interview, mentioning that there were a few good candidates his mother had her eyes on. The teal-haired female asked which candidate Taehyun Kim would like to meet first. Taehyun Kim's father believed that getting married was the quickest way to learn responsibility, adding that in his great-grandmother's day, people got married even earlier. The teal-haired female stated that she would get a full ride to college. Elsewhere, Taehyun Kim stood before a large globe-like device. It appeared that the device had successfully completed its process. Remembering the promise he made to his mother, Taehyun Kim was welcomed to the full-body VR experience machine, the Sphere. Finally, the moment had arrived. The system began loading Fantasy Online 2. The loading screen pulsed with energy. The title Fantasy Online 2 appeared, along with a figure standing before a sword. The system prompted him to enter his character's name as it began scanning his biometric data. Taehyun Kim stated his name. Looking at an address chart, someone wondered if Taehyun was probably online. Someone, surprised to see Taehyun online, asked if he had finally gotten the full ride and was allowed to game. Someone else remarked that the former Rank 2 player could understand the significance of starting 3 months later than everyone else, hoping everything would work out if he just kept at it. Someone else stated that the game had a lot of new options and stuff starting out, and asked if he wanted a rundown. Taehyun told him to give him a second so he could head over there, stating there was no need for that. The voice on the other end of the line suggested that it was better to experience things properly and try things out alone with a new game. He was told to pick either the Kingdom of Dunglon or the Kingdom of Alliance to start, as all the top guide sites recommended those two as the best starting locations. The man then asked about the one kingdom to avoid. The response was simply, avoid? Even the developers agreed that the Kingdom of Jaws was the worst, even back in the beta. The man was warned that the whole place was just cancer central, that all the quests were awful, and the root city was terrible too. The voice stated that the place people avoid has to be the Kingdom of Jaws. The screen then displayed a message, character creation complete. Please select your starting location. The screen then showed the Kingdom of Jaws, indicating that it was now loading his starting location. The light was almost blinding. Shielding his eyes, Taehyun Kim peered through the dense foliage. The landscape seemed incredibly real to Taehyun Kim, who remarked that this was no joke. He realized that this must be the place. From his vantage point, Taehyun Kim could see the Hunter's Paradise, the capital of Jaws. Someone wondered if a trash-tier city could really have amazing places. The hooded figure seemed surprised. The hooded figure thought that the previous encounter was with a mob and decided to just unsub, lamenting his fate. Someone complained that making a new account takes like 6 months, and that they try to use their parents' IDs to make a new account, but you need the biometrics to match before you can. They decided to screw this game. It seemed like the rumors don't do this place justice. Someone noticed a new quest, which involved looking for August the Hunter, and wondered why there was a tutorial. Taehyun Kim examined his status window, noting that he was still without a job. He then considered his weapon options. He observed the jobless shabby sword, commenting on the low blow from the developers and their unrestrained shade. Suddenly, he was struck from behind. Now on the ground, Taehyun Kim wondered how he could spec himself to make everyone think he was insane. The scene shifted to a peaceful meadow where rabbits hopped about. Among the rabbits, Taehyun Kim was visible, much smaller now, as one of the rabbits ate a carrot. He questioned what this warm and fuzzy nonsense was, realizing that these creatures were his mobs. Taehyun Kim declared that if he started killing those furry animals, he wouldn't be called crazy, but a sociopath. He was then sent flying through the air. Taehyun Kim crashed into the ground. A close-up of a man's face revealed his shock and anger. His health points rapidly depleted. Taehyun Kim registered the damage and the fact that he was bleeding. Not only was he facing a rabbit that could throw a black belt roundhouse kick, but Taehyun Kim wondered if he was playing an action game at all. He watched as the rabbit approached. The rabbit struck him again. Taehyun Kim, now sporting a black eye, thought that if one throws a punch, they should expect one back, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Silhouetted against the landscape, Taehyun Kim declared that he didn't care if he was called a psychopath. He was going to murder that rabbit. Elsewhere, a hooded figure watched the scene unfold. Huffing and puffing, Taehyun Kim admitted that the rabbit was tougher than it looked. He thought it took the whole day just to hunt a single rabbit. Bruised and battered, Taehyun Kim was starting to understand why everyone hated this place. A notification appeared. He had leveled up. The system prompted him to distribute the bonus points using the status window. Taehyun Kim wondered what sort of mob gave this much experience. As he lay on the ground, Taehyun Kim saw a voice talk request. A message from Pro-C warned him not to hang up again. Pro-C threatened to block him. She noted that he really went with the Kingdom of Jaws and told him to open the link she just sent. Having leveled up, Taehyun Kim saw messages on the Kingdom of Jaws message board. Sang-yoon wondered what to do. He lay on the ground, staring up at the notifications. A pink-haired figure on one of the screens smirked, as if mocking him. Taehyun Kim retorted that the job had become popular because of her. He was told that he had bonus stats to allocate based on his job. A voice asked what jobs were considered good. The voice inquired which jobs were considered trash. It was then stated that the blacksmith job was out of the question. The pink-haired figure asked why that was. It seemed every guild was recruiting for them as soon as they job changed, making them no longer trash tier. She added that she had already come across 3 of his doppelgangers. Taehyun Kim realized that meant thanks to her. He was told that if he was still jobless, then that meant he hadn't gotten stat adjustments yet. He was informed that he had to pick a job before he could get an adjustment to his combat stats that matched his role. The voice continued, explaining that adjustments could be made to charisma or tactical sense for leading armies if he went combat class, or adjustments to magic defense for magicians, or bonuses against undead for priests. Taehyun Kim then wondered what the most useless stat was. The answer came, luck is the worst. It was thought that last attack would have been better if it was a critical. It was considered that maybe because it's a game, the stat applies to a lot of things, but most of them are worthless. Even with the advice to choose stats and a job that would provide a good growth rate, Taehyun Kim resigned himself to being jobless. The pink-haired figure on the screen seemed surprised by this decision, questioning his choice. The advice had helped him decide, Taehyun Kim stated. The pink-haired figure seemed incredulous, not believing he was serious. He recalled how he had been screwed over last season because of only a 2% difference. The pink-haired figure relented, telling him to do what he wanted. Even if she told him not to, he would still go for it anyway. Taehyun Kim thought that this way, maybe he would see some benefit. The pink-haired figure told him to call if he wanted to talk, wishing him good luck. The call disconnected. Taehyun Kim declared that he was fine with being jobless. His stats showed 10 for health, 10 for charisma, and 15, plus 5 for luck. He was on a bet all on luck, Taehyun Kim thought. The warrior fell back, landing hard on the ground. Suddenly, the warrior was surrounded by shadowy figures, their presence accompanied by eerie sounds. From the darkness, a menacing face emerged, its red eye gleaming with malice. The teal-haired sorceress, witnessing the scene, cried out in desperation, warning them not to come any closer. One of the shadowy figures mocked her warning, calling her an idiot urging to die. The red-eyed warrior, concerned for the sorceress's safety, urged her to run, promising to handle the situation. She questioned his decision to face the monsters alone, but he insisted that it didn't matter. The teal-haired sorceress reflected on her past, remembering how a shut-in like her, who only knew hate for the world, was changed by someone's smile. She realized that the reason she could laugh in Kingdom of Jaws, a place worse than reality, was all thanks to that smile. The red-eyed warrior, gritting his teeth, expressed his hatred for seeing the most precious person he had to protect getting hurt, even though this world wasn't real. Suddenly, a voice called out, labeling someone an idiot. The voice declared that they were the one who would become something, stating that it didn't matter and to just go. They added that they shouldn't think too much and that they could happily die together. The speaker, seemingly frustrated, exclaimed about flirting in a new game and being stuck in a virtual reality. He told himself to wait, stating that it wasn't important. He then lamented working hard to avoid begging to a mere rabbit, and how soloing 10 rabbits on a second day made him look like a game addict. The speaker continued to complain, expressing his frustration at how much he was getting mad because the others sucked at games. He then noticed that someone caught rabbits quite well. The man introduced himself as Hunter August, commenting that the other person looked like a new adventurer and questioning why they hadn't looked for him yet. The man in the helmet is surprised that the NPC spoke to him first. A system message then appears, indicating that the original quest has been altered to beginner quest change. Find Hunter August. The message explains that Hunter August is curious as to why a punk like the adventurer is hunting alone and wants to help his curiosity. Taehyun Kim is impressed, noting that August is an independent mutual NPC and wonders if there is no specific algorithm. August then asks if he wants to train as a scholar. August suggests that Taehyun Kim could learn the skills of a hunter under him. Taehyun Kim thinks to himself that the beginner quest doesn't look important and wonders if he should pass. He apologizes to August, saying that his skills are too poor. August hums, stating that he thought adventures these days were all stupid, but Taehyun Kim seems to be a right-minded one. A system message appears, indicating that August likes him and that their relation has increased. Taehyun Kim thinks to himself that he is trying to be as formal as he can, a posture not even shown to his father. Taehyun Kim is confused. August says that kind of mindset is good, and that even his basics look solid from the way he hunts rabbits. August says it has been a long time since he wanted this. He then asks Taehyun Kim how about it. August continues, asking if Taehyun Kim won't learn the skills of a hunter under him. Taehyun Kim tells himself to hold up, thinking that he just started playing and already has a rare job. He then remembers his former quest. Taehyun Kim appreciates August's offer, but refuses. August says it's unfortunate, but he has already decided to walk the road jobless. A quest appears, stating that Hunter August is a member of Tylum Hunters, and asks if he wants to accept. August laughs, saying that lacking is fine and everyone is the same at first. Taehyun Kim wonders why August is so clingy. Taehyun Kim accepts the quest, but thinks to himself that he can't be proud of himself, and wonders how he can call himself a man. August exclaims that he is right and that he is a real man. August says that right there is the soul of a Tylum Hunter. A system message appears, indicating that August is very happy. August says that he likes Taehyun Kim the more he looks at him. He adds that forcing someone isn't a hunter's nature, but if he wants to become a hunter, he can come visit anytime. Taehyun Kim thanks him so much. A system message appears, stating that an adventurer like Taehyun Kim will have trouble preparing or cleaning up a hunt. August's exchange market is then shown, indicating that if he comes to him, he can trade items at a good price. Another system message appears, stating that a whole level cheaper store owned by August is usable. Taehyun Kim thinks to himself that this guy has trade options. Taehyun Kim considered the item he had just received. He thought to himself that there wasn't any information about it on the forums. He thanked August for the item, wondering if it was a kind of amulet. August wondered if Taehyun Kim would use it right now. He then realized what the item was. Taehyun Kim was confused, wondering if the item was untradeable. August told him that it wasn't, and that he could buy it from him, but that he should keep it instead, as it was a token. Taehyun Kim looked at the rabbit's foot. August told him that new players like him would need it. August thought about how he had caught so many rabbits, but only one dropped the item. Taehyun Kim couldn't find anything special about the amulet. The hidden effect of the item was revealed upon usage. Taehyun Kim wondered if it was real. Upon usage, the item granted +5 luck. Taehyun Kim thought that it was real, but questioned the taste. Taehyun Kim was confused. August told him that he had to stew and eat it, wondering what he would do if he got food poisoning. Taehyun Kim screamed. The foot of the wolf creature slams down on the teal-haired female, sending her crashing to the ground. The wolf creature continues its assault, stomping on the downed sorceress. The system informs the teal-haired female that she is not moving forward to amazing skills. The system asks if she is ready, yet, as the wolf creature continues its assault, leaving her gasping for air. Taehyun Kim, with a disgusted look on his face, eats the rabbit's foot, thinking that even if he cooks it, it's still going to taste bad, calling himself a noob. The teal-haired female coughs, thinking that fighting one-on-one with a rabbit is something a solo player would do, and that she was looking. The wolf creature welcomes her, asking if a rabbit is just right, but then states that it was just a body failure, asking her to please get hit. The teal-haired female is seen with a pained expression. The teal-haired female is seen with a confused expression as Taehyun Kim calls her a dumbwit. The teal-haired female asks why he fights with his eyes closed, and then asks what he means. The wolf creature asks if the rabbit is scary, stating that the only difference is its size. The wolf creature slams the teal-haired female into the ground. Taehyun Kim ordered the rabbit to remain still. The rabbit remained silent. Taehyun Kim declared that the rabbit could not escape. The battle was set, beast versus human, man versus rabbit. The narrator, teal-haired female, observed that even a slight miss could be detrimental as Taehyun Kim lunged forward with his sword. Taehyun Kim struck the rabbit, sending it flying. The narrator, teal-haired female, thought it had been a good boxing match. Taehyun Kim told the narrator, teal-haired female, to stand up, calling her an underage kid, and stating that being pretty wasn't everything. The narrator, teal-haired female, questioned what he meant by underage kid. Taehyun Kim told her to shut up and listen, explaining that rabbits were annoying, and that if she closed her eyes, she wouldn't beat even the easier monsters. The narrator, teal-haired female, wondered why she was a kid. The narrator, teal-haired female, thought that they were scary when they attacked. Taehyun Kim asked what the narrator, teal-haired female, had just said. He observed that she looked like a high school student and asked if she went to an all-boys high school, wondering what an all-boys high school was in the first place. The narrator, teal-haired female, thought that engineering was at least better. Taehyun Kim stated that if she got scared by a mere rabbit, she was going to get bullied in the future, telling her to remember that. The teal-haired sorceress stares intently, finally recognizing the armored warrior. Taehyun Kim explains that he partied with other people and gained experience. He then wonders where his party members went, adding that he was such garbage that he got kicked from the party. He explains that he originally started with his friends. Taehyun Kim admits that he misunderstood the starting village, so only he ended up where he is now. He wanted to raise his level fast to move on. The teal-haired female tells Taehyun Kim that his luck is good. Taehyun Kim says that he usually laughs at clumsy people. He says that she looked pretty, so he didn't really want to, but she was complaining. Taehyun Kim then says that he'll make an exception by giving her a hand. He requests a party so he can get her to level 10, then she can take the carriage alone to another town. The teal-haired female asks if he's serious, and Taehyun Kim responds that he doesn't lie over things like this. He adds that there's no problem getting to level 10 fast. Taehyun Kim, the teal-haired sorceress, and a wolf creature are shown fighting a rabbit monster. Taehyun Kim tells her go and hit first, then fall back and come in for the last hit, asking if that's okay. The teal-haired sorceress agrees. The sword impaled Taehyun Kim, but he remained standing. The teal-haired sorceress looked up at Taehyun Kim, concerned. The wolf creature collapsed, defeated. The teal-haired sorceress exclaimed that she had done it, while Taehyun Kim seemed dazed. Taehyun Kim realized that they couldn't continue like this, as tanking and healing expenses were reducing his costs for farming preparations. He wondered what he could do, realizing that if he changed the skills cycle, blood would come from his nose. The teal-haired sorceress asked what he was talking about. Taehyun Kim declared that they would try another method. He then thanked the teal-haired sorceress for not getting mad. The wolf creature wondered what to do with this chaos. The wolf creature's paws were shown, and it was decided that they weren't compatible. Taehyun Kim suggested a creation job, noting that the service was amazing. He explained that if she leveled these up, everyone would go crazy to invite her in. The teal-haired sorceress asked if that wasn't hard to solo level. Taehyun Kim asked if she hadn't said she started off with her friends. The teal-haired sorceress stated that since they were separated, being together was fun, but she didn't like jobs that had to take hints. Taehyun Kim observed that she liked playing solo, adding that he honestly didn't want to play with his friends. The teal-haired sorceress thought that life was supposed to be walked alone. Taehyun Kim explained that even blacksmiths could play solo. He reminded her that the solo player had almost reached first place in the game prior to Fantasy Online. The teal-haired female was shocked, stating there was no way. Suddenly, the teal-haired sorceress exclaimed, asking if he was talking about Kim Taehyun. She declared herself his biggest fan. Taehyun Kim asked if she was a fan. Coming to think of it, he meant to say bro. He then accused her of copying his name, but she denied it. The teal-haired sorceress admitted that she had watched him. Taehyun Kim responded that she needed natural talent. She countered that even without talent, there was always a way. Taehyun Kim explained that she could pick ranged or support-type jobs, such as a ranger or magician. The teal-haired sorceress was surprised to learn that the Kingdom of Jaltz was a physical-type-focused region, so other than a ranger, she was unsure. She stated that she liked ranger. The teal-haired sorceress asked if that was really true. A new character appeared, wearing a green hat and mask. The new character asked if they could give him a bow. Taehyun Kim told him that he couldn't talk rudely like that, stating that he responds like a real person. The teal-haired sorceress asked why he was like this, and if he did something that would get him killed. The teal-haired sorceress stated that he's extremely picky, and even if you kneel and beg, he ignores you. Taehyun Kim added that when you greet him, he won't answer. The teal-haired sorceress exclaimed that she probably did something to offend him. The teal-haired sorceress greeted the new character, commenting on the nice weather and mentioning that she had caught a rabbit. She then asked where to sell the items, but the new character simply told her to go away. The new character found her annoying. Someone found the situation to be definitely hilarious. Meanwhile, someone acknowledged a request with confidence, stating that it was a necessity. The new character thought to themselves that Tylum needed that, and that they finally got it. Someone was going to do it. Someone asked why the other rejected something, but they responded that they did not want to do it. Elsewhere, someone noted that with that kind of formality, it must be a rare job. Another person agreed, but said that they liked it. Coming to think of it, Tylum Hunter was a ranger job. The teal-haired sorceress asked how about trying it. She thought to herself that August did have a dirty personality, but if you persistently cling to him, he'll eventually accept. She had the mindset of catching that. The teal-haired sorceress thought to herself that rabbit solo follows, and that it'll definitely be possible. She also thought that that person wasn't even a monster. The teal-haired sorceress was ready to shoot an arrow. If bro was saying that, the teal-haired sorceress declared that she would give it a try. Taehyun Kim responded indifferently, telling her to do as she wished. Meanwhile, the new character waved goodbye, mentioning that he was part of the archery club in school. Taehyun Kim seemed confused by this information. The archery targets stood in stark contrast to the one riddled with arrows. The archer, impressed by her own accuracy, was asked if she was part of the archery club. She admitted she was surprised by her own skill, finding it easier to shoot in this world than in real life. The man with the green hat questioned how she had gotten so close so quickly. She explained that she had forcefully gotten closer by committing rabbit genocide, but he told her that she didn't need to do that and should try raising her relationship through quests. The man with the green hat and the teal-haired sorceress stared intently. The man with the green hat explained that they were wondering if she needed any help, so he came to visit again. The teal-haired sorceress was excited by this timing. The wolves were on the prowl. The man with the green hat felt a disturbing feeling. The man with the green hat told her to wait and listen until the end, saying that she definitely had to become a Tylum hunter. He excused himself, and they went to catch some wolves. A system message appeared, indicating a quest to hunt wolves. August was trying to leave hunting the wolves to her. The teal-haired sorceress was disappointed. She wondered what kind of quest would have the reward as a question mark. The teal-haired sorceress considered the quest details. If she got too close to Taehyun Kim, would she be forced into a job promotion? Even if she had to wreak havoc to decrease their relationship, she couldn't bear the thought of seeing his blood spilled. According to the quest details, their relationship would increase. First, they needed to reach level 8, but wolves weren't easy opponents. If they caught wolves, they would reach level 10 and become a hunter class, and then they could leave. Taehyun Kim landed a critical double hit on a rabbit. He followed up with a critical triple hit. Taehyun Kim then landed a critical quad hit. He wondered if something was weird, since when did critical hits happen this often? Taehyun Kim was sent flying by an unseen force. A system message appeared, indicating that Sir Taehyun Kim was wildly flying around. Taehyun Kim thought that while he was carrying him, he was eating all the rabbit feet. But would raising a little bit of luck make critical chances occur this often? He wondered if he should catch other rabbits. If he killed everything in one hit, then Jisoo couldn't take the experience. The teal-haired sorceress aimed her bow, thinking that to this extent, it almost looked like a Wi-Fi signal. She focused intently. The arrow shot forward. The rabbits scattered, evading the unseen threat. A critical back attack landed, sending one of the rabbits flying. Taehyun Kim and the teal-haired sorceress looked on, surprised by the sudden turn of events. Taehyun Kim questioned why the sorceress was staring at him. She apologized, saying that her archery skills were so impressive that it didn't feel real. The teal-haired sorceress wondered if Taehyun Kim was an archery prodigy in reality. Taehyun Kim remarked that for an underage kid, she had quite the skill. The teal-haired sorceress denied it, claiming it was nothing. Taehyun Kim wondered what was wrong with being popular, even if it was only in a game. He then considered that with this opportunity, wouldn't being handsome be better? The teal-haired sorceress's player stats were displayed. The full moon shone brightly in the night sky. A wolf howled at the moon. The wolf creature made a noise. The wolf's howl still echoed as the teal-haired female asked Taehyun Kim what he was so surprised about, and if he wasn't scared. Taehyun Kim responded that if she died, she could just restart, and that this was just a mirror. Suddenly, the wolf creature launched a back attack, but Taehyun Kim managed to dodge it. He wondered where the wolf had come from. The teal-haired female nimbly dodged the wolf's attack. The wolf creature's claws struck Taehyun Kim, drawing blood. A system message appeared, indicating that Taehyun Kim had obtained the skill elaborate shooting, and that the wolf's movements had been slowed. The teal-haired female complimented Taehyun Kim on a job well done. The teal-haired female fired an arrow at the wolf creature, felling it. Taehyun Kim realized that the wolf creature had erased his presence and launched a sneak attack. He then realized that the wolf had concealing skills. Taehyun Kim exclaimed that they had to catch 20 of these guys. He then noticed that wolves were gathering around. Taehyun Kim reassured the teal-haired female not to worry, as they wouldn't come close. He reasoned that their levels weren't that high, so it must simply be some prowling intelligence. The teal-haired female asked if it was finished. More wolves appeared, and they couldn't leave their assigned area. They were disregarding the wolf they killed, and if they had to increase the amount, there would be 2 or 3 wolves. Surrounded, the teal-haired female questioned what they should do as a pack of wolves approached. Meanwhile, another figure screamed for help as they were chased by the wolves. Elsewhere, a man wondered why someone was so fast, lamenting that he had not put any skill levels into agility. He then yelled at Jisoo to go together. The man from before was shocked. He wondered what was happening. A system message appeared, indicating that they had entered Tylem's Front Mountain's basement cave dungeon. It restricted logging out and warned of penalties for doing so. The pair plummeted downwards into the darkness. After a rough landing, the teal-haired sorceress questioned what had just happened. Her companion noted that the hole must have been the entrance to the dungeon, wondering how the difficulty was chosen. The man with the golden hair remarked that those in charge either had hatred or no interest towards Tylem. He then questioned what kind of balance this dungeon had, as the sorceress stated that dungeons were the kind of place where monsters randomly appeared. The sorceress wondered if it was probable that they had fallen into a trap, but the man stated that it might be dangerous, but it was their opportunity. He continued, stating that secret dungeons were harder to find and that they had to complete some quests and fool around. The man asked if they had come in the right way, stating that if they looked at it on a positive note, they had good luck. The sorceress questioned if it was all right to go in, as they didn't prepare for a single thing. The man stated that truthfully, that was the problem, but they should be optimistic. He then asked whether they died or she died. They didn't have death penalties, right? The sorceress questioned if that wasn't too optimistic. It would be good if they knew what kind of monster came out, the sorceress thought. The sorceress pointed out that something was there. The man questioned how she knew that. A sign read that goblins live there. The man stated that if there were goblins, then there should be traps, and this would be painful. He then questioned if both of them weren't in a jobless state, stating that they weren't a class with scan or search skill, so there was a limit even if they were being cautious. The sorceress warned that goblins come out cautious, stating that if the difficulty was just a bit higher, then they couldn't find it, so be careful below their feet. The teal-haired sorceress and Taehyun Kim continued deeper into the dungeon. Suddenly, the sorceress gasped, realizing something. Taehyun Kim fired arrows, but they missed their mark. The arrows continued to miss. The sorceress apologized profusely, stating that she was getting more and more old. Taehyun Kim's arrows continued to miss their targets. The pair continued to move forward. The sorceress continued to apologize, while Taehyun Kim thought to himself that if he got hit by even one, it would be instant death. Taehyun Kim heard goblin sounds and wondered who was there. He asked who was there. The sorceress asked who she should shoot first, and Taehyun Kim told her to calm down. Taehyun Kim thought that if they calmly faced them, they could easily. Taehyun Kim clashes with a goblin, the force of the blow staggering him. He is shocked that he is losing in strength to a goblin, even though he didn't put any points in strength. The goblin seems equally surprised that it is winning in strength against Taehyun Kim. Meanwhile, more goblins descend from above. Taehyun Kim manages to kill the goblin. He levels up. Taehyun Kim learns the skill Lux Blow and is confused. The skill Lux Blow is represented by a golden coin with a 4-leaf clover. The system message indicates that heads was flipped, increasing attack X2 for 15 seconds and refreshing the skill cooltime. The system message indicates that heads came out again, increasing attack X4 for 15 seconds and refreshing the skill cooltime. Taehyun Kim wonders what kind of skill Lux Blow is, as the system message indicates that he is re-rolling for the 3rd time. The system message indicates that heads came out again as the goblins charge. For 15 seconds, Taehyun Kim's attack was increased 8-fold, and his skill cooldown was refreshed. Annoyed, Taehyun Kim expressed his disbelief at the situation. The goblins were confused by the sudden turn of events, wondering what was happening. Meanwhile, the teal-haired sorceress watched with wide eyes, surprised by the turn of events. Taehyun Kim's expression shifted from surprise to determination. The goblins wondered what Taehyun Kim had done, as they continued to miss their attacks. The system indicated that Taehyun Kim had an insane dodge rate. The goblins, frustrated, yelled for each other to kill the human, as the system indicated that Taehyun Kim had an overpowered critical hit. Taehyun Kim realized that his points had been spent on luck. One of the goblins exclaimed that something was wrong, as their attacks kept missing. Taehyun Kim smiled, thinking that if the goblins were angry, they would be even more so in their next lives. The system prompted him to pick luck. Taehyun Kim had discovered a new skill. Taehyun Kim stood over the goblins, ready to strike. The goblin, defeated, cursed the name of Tylum Hunter. Elsewhere, the mention of Tylum Hunter seemed to resonate with Taehyun Kim. Ultra-leveling continued, and the teal-haired female wondered if Taehyun Kim could reach 500 points in luck. Taehyun Kim reminded her that he was still only level 17. Taehyun Kim decided to put all his points into luck this time as well. The teal-haired female noticed a treasure chest. The pair stared at the treasure chest, both aware that it likely concealed a trap. The teal-haired female seemed hesitant, but Taehyun Kim declared that he would open it. Taehyun Kim wondered if there were any traps. He recalled that before entering the dungeon, one would typically receive a key by completing a quest line. The teal-haired female produced a steel nail, stating that she had seen it used in movies. She added that she had just happened to step on it and picked it up. Taehyun Kim told her to fall back. He wondered if Jisoo could open it with a nail, and what thief users would earn a living from if it worked. Picking up anything from the ground, Taehyun Kim tried to open the chest. The teal-haired female suggested opening it with a steel nail. It opened. A system message appeared, indicating that Taehyun Kim had found Tylum Ranger's blade, which had 45-45 stamina and 40 attack. Another message indicated that he had found Tylum Ranger's leather armor, which had 60-60th stamina and 25 defense. Taehyun Kim discovered the Tylum Ranger's dagger, a weapon boasting 30 stamina and 20 attack points. Meanwhile, the teal-haired female declared that she would only take the sword, offering Taehyun Kim the clothes and dagger. A system message appeared, indicating that upon equipping the items, the citizens of Tylum would welcome him. Taehyun Kim's companion noted that it was something he needed. Elsewhere, a lone figure sat upon a throne, bathed in the eerie glow of torches. The hobgoblin seemed to be deep in thought. Meanwhile, Taehyun Kim and the teal-haired female observed the hobgoblin from a distance. The teal-haired female identified it as a hobgoblin. The teal-haired female wondered what they should do, noting the absence of the servant goblins. Taehyun Kim paused, lost in thought. Taehyun Kim announced that he would go out and attack, instructing the teal-haired female to wait there. He reasoned that either the battle would start, or the servants would emerge from the tunnel when the boss's face changed. Taehyun Kim wondered if he could end this in one hit, without making a hassle. Taehyun Kim activated his Lux Blow skill, but the system message indicated that Tails has landed. The system message declared that the result was unlucky. Taehyun Kim activated Lux Blow again, and this time, the system message indicated that Heads has landed. Taehyun Kim prepared to use the skill again, as the teal-haired female questioned what he was doing. The system message declared that Heads has landed. For 15 seconds, attack is increased by 16,384 times, and the skill cooldown time has been refreshed. Having successfully activated his Lux Below skill 14 times in a row, Taehyun Kim felt confident that it would be enough. Meanwhile, the teal-haired female remarked that Taehyun Kim looked like a new part-timer serving ramen. Annoyed, Taehyun Kim told her to be quiet. The hobgoblin, confused by the exchange, could only utter a confused huh. The hobgoblin demanded to know what Taehyun Kim was. Taehyun Kim's attack landed squarely on the hobgoblin. The force of the blow created a massive explosion. The teal-haired female screamed as the attack connected. The hobgoblin was sent flying through the air. A system message appeared, announcing that Taehyun Kim had defeated the dungeon boss. Another message indicated that goblins preparing an ambush were now retreating. The teal-haired female exclaimed how amazing Lux Blow was as a new system message appeared. Dane's Testament. Elsewhere, a figure chained to a wall cursed their situation. The chained figure lamented that they were dying like this, an extraordinary Tylum hunter and the honorable Tylum Ranger Zaire. The chained figure, now only a skeleton draped in tattered clothing, reflected on his past. He had underestimated the goblins, but hoped his comrades would avenge him. He thought of his wife, Sophia, and worried about her future without him. He longed for one last taste of the soup she used to make. The system message spoke of the person who found and avenged him, suggesting they possessed the qualifications of a Tylum Ranger. Another notification popped up, this one a hero job promotion quest. The message explained that among Tylum Rangers, only the best, through tradition, could pass on this honorable job. It continued, stating that Danes had died in an unfortunate accident and decided to choose his heir to the one who avenged him. The system then asked if the user wished to promote to Tylum Ranger, offering a reward of promotion to Tylum Ranger. The teal-haired female was shocked as the text appeared. The teal-haired female and Taehyun Kim were together when the notification appeared. Taehyun Kim remarked that just the day before, she was getting beaten by a rabbit, and now she was a hero. The teal-haired female, looking at the notification, thought to herself that it had nothing to do with her. Taehyun Kim asked if she wasn't going to promote this time either. The teal-haired female responded that being associated with Tylum wasn't her type. Taehyun Kim asked why not, suggesting they do it together, calling it a hero job, and asking if she thought it was a waste. She replied that it wasn't a waste. Taehyun Kim stated that even if he got the chance to choose a legendary job, it had no meaning to him. He mused that performing with insane class with that job would only be claimed as an overpowered job by others, and wondered if that was really the only reason. The teal-haired female thought to herself that it was a joke, but Taehyun Kim stated that this was a game. The system congratulated the Tylum Ranger on clearing the dungeon. The teal-haired female considered that relatable realities and content were a major success element, but that a jungle-like realities capitalist would only be unsatisfied in the perspective as a user. She realized that even in the game, level and item would enslave them. The teal-haired female continued to think to herself that a game was there to be fun, right? It was there to relieve the stress from real life. Even in this world, following footsteps made by others, there was no reason to walk that path while gaining more stress. The important thing was to act like yourself, only a method she could enjoy, probably. The teal-haired female thought that was how she thought. Taehyun Kim was thinking about this person. Taehyun Kim thought that forcing a standardized lifestyle was enough in real life. Unlike his personality, the respectable side of him was a little. He told the teal-haired female that she must promote with this. He knew that if she soloed with another job, it was 100% going to fail. He added that close combat was really an impossible option for her. Taehyun Kim declared that he would proceed with the promotion alone, warning the teal-haired female not to regret her decision later. She seemed to disagree with his assessment. Despite his frustration, Taehyun Kim found a sliver of respect for her. Meanwhile, August watched from afar, his expression unreadable. Barely having arrived, Taehyun Kim pointed out the teal-haired female's new outfit. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to glow, and the teal-haired female wondered what was happening. The system notified them of completed quests, and August sent his regards. The system then announced that they had been accepted as the Tylum Hunter's friend, making it possible to party and share quests. August seemed confused by this. Then, a system message appeared, offering the teal-haired female a Tylum Hunter promotion quest, which caused her to exclaim in shock. Elsewhere, a girl spaced out while looking at her tablet, prompting her friend to ask why she was spacing out. Her friend, Jisoo, asked if she was still in Jalt's kingdom, reminding her that she had promised to come to Elang's kingdom when the group of students were surprised to hear that one of their classmates had reached level 10. One of the students wondered why she couldn't reach level 10 yet, and the girl with the teal hair responded that there were some quests left. Meanwhile, the teal-haired girl who had been offered the Tylum Hunter promotion quest stated that it was nothing and that she would be going soon. She then asked what the others were doing, before explaining that she was promoted to a magician and cleared the magic tower. So, she was looking around the city. Elsewhere, another girl mentioned that she went into a tailor's guild to learn tailoring skills, stating that it was fun, she guessed. She then told the others to come to Elang's kingdom fast, and that they should go together. She then said that her driver came, so she would go first before saying goodbye. Back with the group of students, one of them asked what quest it was. One of the students thought it was weird, and the other asked what it was. As the girl who was going to Elang's kingdom drove away, it seemed like her mood got better all of a sudden. Not too long ago, she was constantly depressed for picking jolts. The sun shone brightly as Taehyun Kim ran down the street. His feet pounded the pavement. Sweat dripped from Taehyun Kim's brow as he continued his run. He ran alongside a tall wall. Taehyun Kim then began doing sit-ups. He counted each repetition. Taehyun Kim pushed himself to 100. He paused, catching his breath. The city skyline loomed in the distance. Taehyun Kim approached the restaurant, a greeting echoing from within. Inside, the cook greeted Taehyun Kim warmly, noting it had been a while. He apologized for his absence, then requested a bowl of blood sausage soup. The cook presented the soup, explaining that he had added plenty of lung and liver, just as Taehyun Kim liked it. Taehyun Kim thanked him for the meal, already savoring the first bite. Meanwhile, a news report discussed the dangers of landlords abusing their power, highlighting the difficulty of life with skyrocketing rental fees. The report continued, showing the cook and Taehyun Kim in the background. The cook remarked that the landlord was the complete opposite of those in the news, known for his generosity. He added that the landlord had a son. The cook continued, noting that the restaurant was doing well. He recalled the landlord recently grumbling for over an hour about his son, who had gotten into some strange college, leaving him unsure of what to do. Taehyun Kim considered that parents were weak when it came to their children. He wondered if the landlord might kick them out to start a new restaurant business for his son, but quickly dismissed the idea. The cook explained that the landlord's son went to high school with him, describing him as diligent and having a great personality, though perhaps a little ugly. He emphasized that he was enthusiastic and an academic nerd who even got into the University of Korea, so he doesn't know a thing about cooking. The cook assured Taehyun Kim that he didn't have to worry, questioning why the landlord would call it a strange college, since the University of Korea was the most prestigious in the nation. Another person, overhearing the conversation, chimed in, saying they lived in the same town and had heard rumors that the landlord had a strange drinking habit where he persistently talked badly about his own son. The conversation Taehyun Kim overheard continued, with one man suggesting that the landlord might have an inferiority complex because he started as a small physical laborer before succeeding in the construction industry. The man then compared the landlord to parents obsessed with their children's education, referencing a recent TV show. He elaborated, saying that some parents feel accomplished by forcing their own dreams onto their children, and that it wasn't right to continue such corrupt education in today's society. Meanwhile, the man with the red wristbands seemed surprised by the conversation, commenting that the landlord's love for his son seemed a bit excessive. The scene shifted to a close-up of a bowl of food. The woman in the kitchen told the man with the red wristbands that it was great to hear that he had resolved his issue. The woman then wondered what was wrong with Hyunyoung. She continued, noting that for such a young girl, Hyunyoung refused to go outside and insisted on working indoors as if she was obsessed with it. The man with the red wristbands admitted that he was getting worried, unsure if Hyunyoung could even get married at this rate. The woman countered, saying it was fine if Hyunyoung didn't want to go outside, and that it was good that such a young person was dedicated to her work. She explained that even though she told Hyunyoung that she would do the work and that Hyunyoung should go have fun, Hyunyoung just came back in and did more work, adding that it looked like there was a reason why everyone had been saying the food had gotten better lately. The man then asked the woman what her hobby was, to which she responded with confusion. She seemed confused by the question about her hobbies. Meanwhile, a man stood outside a building, remarking that it was gaming. He wondered what kind of games were being played. Elsewhere, Taehyun Kim examined a flyer titled Fantasy Online Mania, which advertised the auction gallery's top news. The flyer highlighted a lightweight and sharp dagger, a rare item created by someone with the ID K********************. Just as Taehyun Kim suspected, everyone was in an uproar. He reflected on how his first experimentally created weapon had become an overpowered item, all thanks to his luck. This had occurred 3 days prior. In another location, someone asked if Dane's body had been found. Sophia thanked someone for avenging her husband, stating that he would finally be able to rest in peace now. She confirmed that her husband was killed by a hobgoblin. The system notified that Sophia was happy and that fame had increased, suggesting popularity would increase over time. Someone stated that it wasn't a lot of money, but they didn't come here to get money. Someone questioned what was happening. It was explained that Sophia always provides food for hunters and is the best cook in Thailand. The person then realized they needed her recipe. The system notified that cooking skills had increased and that the recipe for Sophia's meat soup had been acquired. The system explained that this recipe was learned from Sophia's grandmother. She wouldn't normally share it with anyone else, but since someone found her husband's body, they were able to learn it. Someone seemed impressed. The two men dug into the soup. One of them exclaimed at how good it was, comparing it favorably to Sophia's. The man felt an inexplicable energy coming from the soup. A system message appeared, indicating that after consumption, his health and strength had temporarily increased by 5%. He declared that this was exactly what he wanted. With increased stats from food buffs and his luck, he believed he should be able to quit his job and counteract the stat penalty. He thought everything seemed good to go, and that he would reach 1,000 luck soon. He realized that rabbits were everywhere, and by using rabbit feet and his cooking skills, he could enter an infinite cycle of leveling up. He called it killing 2 birds with 1 stone, encouraging everyone to eat his food and level up. One of the men questioned if they were only going to be given rabbit stew for 4 days. The other pleaded for Sophia to save them, claiming the man was trying to kill them by stuffing them with food. The screen displayed Taehyun Kim's player name and class as unemployed. His level was 24, with 477,400 EXP. His defense was 20/20ths, HP/HP was 330, and MP/MP was 330. His strength, intelligence, wisdom, and agility were all 10, with extra points at 0. Taehyun Kim thought everything seemed good to go. It looked like he would reach 1,000 luck soon, and then someone called out to Miss Sophia. A white cloth hung on a line. An old man warned someone to get lost before he sprayed them with salt. The old man told an attorney that they would dare not touch the kindling. The person said they would do anything asked, begging for a quest. The old man with the green hat accused a newcomer of cursing him out for 3 hours at the village gates after he reached level 10. He couldn't believe the man thought he wouldn't remember. The newcomer, flustered, exclaimed that he must have been crazy then. He realized he didn't recognize Girindel, the greatest master blacksmith, and that he had committed a grave sin. Meanwhile, Girindel wondered why an attorney would be begging a blacksmith. He questioned if there was some secret quest he didn't know about, as he began to recognize the man. The man, confused, was asked if he wasn't the famous companion of the hunters and what he was doing there. Girindel invited him in, asking if he needed something and offering a cup of tea. The old man also told the newcomer to let go, asking if he wanted to get beat up again. The newcomer hesitantly agreed. The man was surprised to hear that he was famous, wondering what he did to become so highly regarded. Girindel demanded to know what in the damn hell he was still doing there. Suddenly, someone shouted an apology. A plume of smoke billows from a tall brick chimney, rising high into the sky. The sound of hammer against metal rings out as the blacksmith works. Inside the forge, the blacksmith hammers a piece of metal on an anvil, while the older man sits nearby, observing. The older man, pipe in mouth, asks if the blacksmith truly has no desire to work for him. The blacksmith apologizes, a look of regret on his face. The blacksmith explains that he only asked the master because he had no choice. The older man thinks to himself that the blacksmith has clearly been blessed by the gods, and he doubts he will ever meet someone this talented again. The older man states that if the blacksmith has no wish to become a blacksmith, then this is all he can teach him, and suggests they stop there. The older man offers the blacksmith a chest, telling him to take it. The blacksmith is surprised. The older man's words echo in the blacksmith's mind about giving the chest because of his intelligence and personality. The older man reminds the blacksmith to not forget him and to come by every so often. A small building stands nestled amongst trees and tall grass. The red-haired man examined a document, his expression hardening as he took in the details. He muttered about idiots as he looked over the document. The conversation turned to the item's creation. Someone wondered if it was merely a synthesis, while another insisted it was crafted, marveling at how someone could even do that. The discussion then shifted to its potential value, with estimates ranging from 1 to 10 million. The man fixated on the item's high attack power and lack of level or stat requirements, wondering how it was made. He considered the possibility of selling it for a fair price, given that it was made with just steel. Suddenly, someone fell through the doorway. The blonde-haired man lay sprawled on the floor, tears streaming down his face as a ghostly figure hovered nearby. Elsewhere, a cup of tea sat steaming. The red-haired man sat at a table with the blonde-haired man, who lamented his failure to obtain the Sword of Cold Tears. He explained that it felt like users and NPCs were the same there. The blonde-haired man grew agitated, questioning the style and role of the rabbit slayer and the village janitor, finding it all especially weird. He complained that the villagers didn't give enough praise, even with Count Fallon and the orc skull grinder. The red-haired man, drinking from a cup, wondered if the item was a hero-class item. The tale was told of Fallon, the Count of Madness, who had supposedly slain countless orcs, becoming a hero of Tylum. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired man was reminded that he needed to complete the Tylum Ranger quest to obtain something. He wondered if the red-haired man was a hunter instead of a blacksmith, but something seemed off. Elsewhere, a man lamented that his stats were too low to lift something. He considered selling it to get some money. The blonde-haired man continued to complain about August, the rabbit slayer, who had killed all the rabbits in the region, making it impossible to complete the rabbit hunting atonement quest. The red-haired man remarked that the blonde-haired man had really suffered. He then asked about what the blacksmith had said. The blonde-haired man questioned what the red-haired man meant by helping him whack his sword with a hammer. The blonde-haired man explained that the blacksmith had said he needed to raise his blacksmithing skill and that he would pay him back because he needed to borrow his weapons. The red-haired man stated that they were bound to have been broken. The red-haired man recalled that the blacksmith had said that even at the very least, the crimson Iteron would go for 300 or 400. The blonde-haired man then asked Phil if he could fix something up for him. Phil responded that he didn't think it was something he could do anything about with his level. He then said, well, of course. Someone ordered for that person to be brought to their guild immediately, leaving Phil confused. The man with the red hair examined the crimson Iteron, noting its impressive stat boosts, a 50% attack increase, 10% critical chance, and 35% luck enhancement. He couldn't believe a hunter was making such improvements, especially if he was just a beginner. His companion confirmed that he wasn't lying. The man with the red hair was in disbelief, stating that this was impossible. Someone observed that the person in question had definitely switched from being a ranger to a blacksmith. Using his buff skills, he had given that equipment hero-level stats, surpassing even a rare-level blacksmith. The observer mused that he might even be the first hero-level blacksmith from Fantasy Online 2. Elsewhere, someone declared that they had to bring him there at all costs. They offered the guild's safe key if money was needed. The man in the green hat asked if something was wrong. The other man responded by asking if he actually liked those demons, noting that they were at least worth good meat to a lot of people. He admitted that it did feel a little empty if you put it like that, but what was really a loss was the rabbit's feet, as that odd odor was a little addictive. The man in the green hat wondered if he could get more rabbit feet. The other man asked what he had said. The man in the green hat stood triumphantly in the doorway, arms raised in victory. Suddenly, he was startled by the sight of countless rabbit feet hanging above him. The shopkeeper explained that he had been storing all the rabbit feet that adventurers had brought him in the warehouse. The shopkeeper noted that one could use their merit points from hunting quests to demand items, and that he currently had 1,207 points. The man in the green hat demanded all of the rabbit feet. The teal-haired female corrected herself, calling him Hyung. The teal-haired female and Taehyun Kim had not added each other as friends. The teal-haired female asked if they could be friends. Taehyun Kim asked if she was saying that she didn't want to be friends with him, but she denied it. The teal-haired female insisted that they were friends. Taehyun Kim thought that the teal-haired female had said that he'd go on a quest, but to come back and ask to be friends. She wondered if he was in a guise or something, and then stated that she was his first friend. Taehyun Kim stated that he already had a friend. The teal-haired female asked if she wasn't his first friend, and then stated that she could have friends too, real-life friends outside the game, and asked if he was ignoring her. Under the light of the moon, Taehyun Kim asked if the teal-haired female was going to hunt rabbits. She responded that the rabbits hadn't been appearing lately. Taehyun Kim wondered why. She explained that she had hunted too many. The teal-haired female then asked Taehyun Kim if he wanted to come with her. Taehyun Kim, surprised, thought to himself that she didn't want to be with him. The teal-haired female clarified that it wasn't that, but she was asking if it was a quest. The teal-haired female held up a scroll, revealing the details of the quest. The scroll displayed a system message, announcing a rare quest to subjugate the orcs. The message explained that the Jaddal's kingdom, though small, was a powerful nation experiencing trouble from wandering orcs appearing near Fort Arden. Taehyun Kim realized it was a hero-level job quest, and it would probably be better than waiting around pointlessly for the rabbits. He then asked if they should go. The teal-haired female confirmed that it was a Tylum Ranger quest, and agreed that they should go. Fort Arden was strategically positioned at the center of their plans, a fortress defending the southern border of the Jalt's kingdom. The kingdom, though small, was known as an impregnable fortress, with Jalt's kingdom to the west and overlooking the plains of the Austin kingdom. It was in these dangerous lands that the orc tribe subjugation event had suddenly occurred. The users in these three kingdoms were no doubt gathering there, betting on the profits they could rake in. At the gates of Fort Arden, the party was met by guards. Se-Yun Lee knew that in order to strengthen their guild, they couldn't lose this chance. The guards denied them entry. Se-Yun Lee was shocked by the rejection. The guard, though he had addressed them all, questioned if they did not understand, stating that he could not offer such a position and ordered them to scram. Se-Yun Lee declared that as the embers of discourse were burning, it was unavoidable that they join forces as allies. Following her declaration, the group insisted that they were there to help. They demanded to be let in. The guard seemed confused by the suggestion of an alliance. One of the guards expressed his disbelief at the situation. Another guard questioned whether they had even considered an alliance from the start, especially since they had slandered the Jalt's kingdom. The guards declared that they didn't need help from aristocrats who were raised with a silver spoon to protect their fort, ordering them to leave immediately. However, the guards made an exception for two individuals. One of the guards told the other to move over a bit. As the party moved to leave, one of them wondered why it was so crowded and if there was some kind of market. Another guard questioned why they let those two in, noting that they looked like Tylum's hunters. One of the party members observed that they were only letting Jalt's kingdom users in, declaring that it wasn't fair. Someone shouted for them to hold on. Under the light of the full moon, a guard stood watch on the wall. Se-Jeon-le looked displacé. The teal-haired female questioned why he would help them, wondering if it was because the guild master was pretty. Again, the young man was working on repairing some equipment. He explained that even with his hero-rank job and her support, it would be impossible for the two of them to clear a legitimate quest like this. A diagram showed the party's composition, noting that they were a normal but stable group. It was important to learn basic party tactics if they wanted to survive a large-scale event. The young man was also raising his smithing skill with their items. He was asked if this had been his plan from the start. Se-Yun Lee thought to herself that she hadn't been able to offer her greetings earlier. Se-Yun Lee stated that they were able to enter the fort thanks to him, referring to the goddess Demir from the Arance kingdom. The teal-haired female thanked him, and the young man said that since they were helping each other out, there was no need to worry about paying each other back. He added that they received the quest from the Centurion and were planning to go out for the midnight patrol soon. The teal-haired female stated that if that was the case, they would go with them. Taehyun Kim seemed surprised by this. The young man agreed, asking to join the midnight patrol as well. Taehyun Kim wondered if that was what they wanted. Suddenly, the young man was notified that a secret quest was being issued. The armored warrior received a system message, declaring a rare quest to annihilate the orc tribe. The Centurion, it seemed, had faith in his skills, believing he could eradicate the orcs on his own. The message warned that betraying this faith would disappoint the people at the fort. Frustrated, the warrior cursed at the system message. The warrior opponent recalled the Centurion's words, the Centurion stating that he believed in the heroes of Tylum. The warrior questioned if the Centurion wanted them to annihilate the orcs. The warrior opponent interrupted, stating that he didn't say he would. With one more orc defeated, the warrior opponent urged the party to finish up and move to the next area. The teal-haired sorceress questioned why the Jalt's kingdom needed the orc heads, while the blue creature thought the situation was getting weirder, noting that this was the 8th one already. The mustache man wondered how they were supposed to take the orcs' heads, since they couldn't cut them off. He noted that the heads should be a drop item, but there hadn't been a single drop yet. The teal-haired sorceress expressed her frustration with the system. The blue creature excitedly announced that they got 3 heads this time. The warrior opponent told the party to pick up the items, while complaining that it was such a pain. The warrior opponent thought to himself that tribe annihilation was already on the scale of starting small war, and questioned if the system was telling him to go die when it wanted him to do that with 2 people. The teal-haired female excitedly announced that 5 heads came out this time. The blue creature questioned how 5 heads came out of 1 orc. Se-Yun Lee looked on, confused by the situation. Se-Yun Lee requested that they share the orc heads, explaining that they needed them for the quest and would compensate them properly. The teal-haired sorceress told her to take as many as she wanted, as it didn't have anything to do with their quest line anyway. Elsewhere, a blacksmith who hacks apart and slaughters orcs caught someone's attention, and they wondered who he was. Meanwhile, the party continued their descent. The armored warrior landed on the ground. Dust and debris exploded around them. The dark armored antagonist descended from above, shrouded in light. The dark armored antagonist struck down at the blue-clad warrior. The warrior opponent screamed in pain. The female, mage ally, was struck down as well. The teal-haired female called out to Sungjun, wondering what was happening. The new character screamed in terror as someone approached with an axe. The man in the green hat grinned, pleased with himself. One less opponent to worry about. Meanwhile, another figure demanded the orc heads be handed over, or else. He stood ready, a massive blade held loosely in his hand. The demand was directed at Taehyun Kim, who stood silently, his back to the aggressor. Suddenly, the axe swung down, aimed directly at the back of Taehyun's head. Elsewhere, the warrior with a hammer vowed to kill Taehyun as well. The teal-haired female observed the scene, noting that Sungjun was a thief with a high-level detection skill, and that Taehyun had killed him with a single skill. She realized that Taehyun was a skilled, high-level player. Her eyes widened as she realized Taehyun was a player-killer. The man with the red coat demanded that Taehyun hurry up and hand over the orc heads, and insulted him for not knowing Korean. The teal-haired female was shocked by this revelation. She realized that Taehyun was a PK, a player-killer. The situation brought back memories. The teal-haired sorceress demanded to know the identity of her attacker. Taehyun Kim, face obscured, prepared to strike. He shouted for her to get away from him as he unleashed a flurry of attacks. The teal-haired sorceress dodged the incoming strikes. The warrior opponent activated his axe-throwing skill, a blunt weapon technique with range, guided targeting, area destruction, and bleeding effects. The axe hurtled toward the teal-haired sorceress. The teal-haired sorceress cursed Taehyun Kim's luck. The teal-haired sorceress launched another attack. Taehyun Kim realized the danger, but the attack missed. The teal-haired sorceress was shocked that the armored warrior protagonist dodged a guided skill. The teal-haired sorceress questioned if the armored warrior protagonist was experiencing lag, or if it was a bug as her attacks missed. Meanwhile, Taehyun Kim declared that she had chosen the wrong person to fight. Taehyun Kim prepared to demonstrate how skills were used. The skill Stubborn was activated, re-rolling the coin flip. The skill The Punch of Luck was activated, succeeding in 12 iterations, removing the skill cooldown time. The armored warrior protagonist admitted he didn't know what that was, but sounded powerful. The teal-haired sorceress activated the skill Steel Resolution. The skill The Punch of Luck flipped a Steel Resolution, a level 54 super defensive armor. It was characterized as being unable to move after activation for 5 seconds. Defense increased by 100%, health increased by 5%, dodge increased by 10%, and provoked all skill use within 50 units surrounding the user. The armored warrior protagonist was engulfed in a powerful aura. The teal-haired sorceress looked on. The warrior opponent is struck by a devastating blow, losing 4,096 health points and dropping to 50% health. He seems confused by the sudden turn of events. The warrior struggles to comprehend what is happening to him. Suddenly, a system message appears, warning that the warrior opponent has gained the status effects bleeding, dying, and critically wounded. The warrior opponent cries out in disbelief as a message declares that his player has died. The screen confirms the warrior opponent's demise. You are dead. Your player has died. Nearby, new_character_1 asks if Lee is the one who won the fight. Lee, eyes wide with alarm, shouts a warning. An explosion erupts near the fallen warrior opponent. The warrior opponent is engulfed in flames. As he burns, the warrior opponent realizes he was too careless and should have known that his opponent couldn't have pulled off the attack alone. Lee looks on in shock, questioning what is happening. The source of the explosion is revealed to be the teal_haired_sorceress, who is casting a fireball. New_character_1 muttered to himself, frustrated that he had warned the warrior opponent not to get cocky. Now, he seemed determined to act. The teal-haired sorceress, having defeated the strongest opponent, was suddenly struck by an unseen force. She cried out in pain as the attack landed. The sorceress was sent flying through the air, crashing into the ground. The armored warrior protagonist stood ready with his bow drawn, having been the one to strike the teal-haired sorceress. New_character_1 gasped, realizing the armored warrior protagonist was responsible. The armored warrior protagonist questioned how new_character_1 had dodged the fireball. New_character_1 responded that he simply had a lot of luck on his side. The armored warrior protagonist held up a small, glowing shard, asking what level the friend he had just killed was. The armored warrior protagonist demanded that new_character_1 tell him, promising to let him live if he did. He warned that if new_character_1 didn't tell him, he wouldn't be able to stop his party members from doing whatever they wanted to him. New_character_1 gasped again, realizing the gravity of the situation. Elsewhere, two figures discussed the recent battle. One, wielding a sword, stated that his axe stat was 54, while his companion's was 56. The armored figure was shocked to learn that the teal-haired female was level 56. He wondered what level the blacksmith was. He realized that meant she was 30 levels higher than him. If her axe or fireball had actually hit him, he would have died. Meanwhile, new_character_1 thanked his luck for having taken the luck tech. He wondered if making up for that much of a level difference with just one stat meant there was a problem with the video game. Taehyun Kim told new_character_1 that he understood he was trying to run away, but he should at least make sure to see where he was going or he would fall. Taehyun Kim then said goodbye. New_character_1 realized he had been tricked. He yelled at Taehyun Kim, reminding him that he had said he would let him live. Taehyun Kim wondered how new_character_1 was able to play or kill for so long while being so naive. Taehyun Kim declared that new_character_1 and his kind had no talent for player killing in the first place, and told him to stop getting cocky and just make a new character. Taehyun Kim told new_character_1 to make a new character and asked if he heard him. New_character_1 stared up at the screen as the words, "Level up," flashed before him, a look of mild surprise on his face. Suddenly, a notification appeared, showing that his luck stat had finally reached 2,500. New_character_1 touched the screen, thinking he had finally achieved his goal, and seeing the perfectly rounded number put his mind at ease. But then, the screen's colors shifted, prompting him to exclaim in confusion. New_character_1 wondered what was up with the color and if his graphic card was broken. A new notification appeared, declaring a legendary job title, Archaisis Incarnate, and announcing that his job change would now commence. New_character_1, bathed in a blue light, questioned if this was a legendary job. The screen displayed the name Archaisis, stating that he is the progenitor of luck, the god of gamblers. The screen continued, explaining that whenever one needs luck, every person on Earth searches for Archaisis, but unlike other gods, he does not respond to the pleas and requests of his followers. It was further explained that with no temple or priests, some even suspect if god Archaisis even exists. But now, that myth becomes fact. The screen declared that new_character_1 has extremely strong luck that no mere mortal man should be able to withstand, and that he could be nothing less but the human incarnation of Archaisis himself. The voice declared that it may not be an exaggeration to call new_character_1 Archises himself. The proclamation left him in utter disbelief. The voice continued, stating that he shall ascend to the throne and take the name Archises for himself. The system demanded that he consent to his fate. New_character_1 wondered if the system had gone crazy, questioning what kind of job change event this was. He acknowledged that it was a legendary job title, but protested that the system was trying to force it on him. New_character_1 desperately tried to cancel the change, furiously tapping the cancel button. However, the system message indicated that it didn't work. The system refused to let him cancel, stating that his job would now change to Archises incarnate. New_character_1 was in disbelief, wondering why he couldn't decline. Elsewhere, someone called out to Tan_Hyun Kim, urging him to wake up. The speaker asked Tan_Hyun Kim what had happened, noting that he had suddenly lost consciousness. Tan_Hyun Kim remained unconscious as someone declared they were quitting. The teal-haired female asked what they were quitting. They clarified that they were quitting the game. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed in surprise, questioning the suddenness of the announcement. The one quitting explained that it was because they were no longer an ET. The text warned of a rant ahead, stating that the person now had a job as a legend. Se-Hyun Lee questioned what Taehyun Kim meant by saying he would quit. Taehyun Kim wondered if quitting would be a waste of his effort, especially since he was about to get a legendary job. He angrily stated that he never asked for a job in the first place. Taehyun Kim expressed his frustration with people who were gifted and stepped over weaker people. He thought that if a game only allowed one to get stronger using trash methods, how was it any different from reality? The teal-haired sorceress bid farewell to the others, wishing them good luck. Taehyun Kim called out to her to wait. Kim Taehyun logged out. The scene shifted to Taehyun Kim lying in his bed. Taehyun Kim was startled awake. Taehyun Kim thought that rage quitting might have been a bit much. He considered the time and effort he had spent on the game, including redoing the bioconfirmation and leveling a new character. Suddenly, Taehyun Kim's father burst into the room, demanding to know what he wanted. His father asked if Taehyun Kim had gone to Kang's restaurant earlier and what he was rambling on about. Taehyun Kim claimed he didn't really say anything. His father noted that he quietly ate and left. Taehyun Kim's father apologized for interrupting his son's free time. From inside the room, Taehyun Kim heard his father's words. He wondered if he had really been caught and why his father wasn't saying anything. It was his mother. She asked if she could come in. Taehyun Kim and his mother sat on the edge of his bed. His mother reminded him that he had said he would try something out with his games. Taehyun Kim was confused. His mother told him there was no point in hiding it, as she had heard it from his father. She admitted she didn't really know, but it seemed nice, as it was difficult to find success in just a single field these days. She asked if there was a special reason he liked it so much, suggesting that if it could become a career, it wouldn't be all bad. Taehyun Kim wondered what his father had said to his mother. He told her it wasn't that serious and that he just wanted to play. His mother responded that if he was just playing around, he should limit the time he spent on it. She continued, saying that if that wasn't the case and he didn't like it that much, then so be it. However, if it was really something he enjoyed, he should explore his talents in that area. His mother suggested he either become a pro gamer or a famous streamer. If not that, his mother told him to quit gaming and go make some money. Taehyun Kim was frustrated. Taehyun Kim pressed a button, and his gaming setup whirred to life. Meanwhile, his mother urged him to seek success and promised her support if he showed progress. She warned, however, that there would be consequences if he showed no results. Frustrated, Taehyun Kim realized that no matter what he chose, he would still be told to do some work. His father chimed in, saying that he wouldn't be able to relax if his games became work. The man continued, suggesting that Taehyun Kim was better off in the army and that they lived in a society. He offered to grab a cold one if Taehyun Kim started streaming. Taehyun Kim's younger brother told him that he should have known not to mess with him, asking if he thought he could play with him. Taehyun Kim declared that he would play the game they set up for him, resolving that if he set his mind to being a ranker, a pro gamer, or a streamer, he could do it. Elsewhere, the teal-haired female thought about it a lot. She admitted that it was too much of a pain to care about her job, or whatever, and she felt a little guilty for just leaving her clumsy self behind. Her companion asked if she was leaving after spouting all that nonsense, and questioned if she was not quitting. The teal-haired female, clinging to Taehyun Kim, declared that she couldn't trust him, questioning when he might just leave. Demanding his number or even his kakao talk, Taehyun Kim insisted that he had someone important waiting for him and asked to be put down. Kim Taehyun questioned who could be so important, and Taehyun Kim responded that it was just a friend. He reminded Taehyun that he claimed to be a solo player and that his only in-game friend was him. Kim Taehyun called out to Taehyun Kim. Elsewhere, a woman stated that she had been waiting forever and questioned if she was being made to wait. The woman questioned where her decency was. Kim Taehyun, surprised, asked who she was. The woman asked if they were talking about her. Kim Taehyun exclaimed that it was a friend with benefits, like the things you see on TV. Taehyun Kim, annoyed, told him to let go already and questioned what he was saying. The teal-haired female stated that he liked to travel, right? Taehyun Kim responded that he wasn't currently traveling and was only enjoying that in-game. The teal-haired female declared herself a pretty girl, one who gets asked out often. Taehyun Kim, seemingly distracted, simply responded with an aha when she asked for his opinion on her looks. The girl with teal hair then insulted Taehyun Kim, saying that his personality was why guys didn't like girls like her, adding that he was wasting his looks. He seemed confused by her statement. Taehyun Kim's companion observed his expression, wondering what he was doing. She then questioned why she wasn't telling the truth, before asking if he wanted to see something. The teal-haired female made a noise as the girl with teal hair showed Taehyun Kim something. The girl with teal hair explained that point distribution was random and required massive amounts of experience, making leveling a pain. She added that the balance was trash and questioned if it was really a legendary job. Taehyun Kim stated that it was because of the handicap he got and that she knew his style. He added that he was never telling anyone that he came back because his mom made him. The girl with teal hair stated that after the subjugation mission came the high-difficulty siege mission of tribal annihilation. The girl with teal hair continued, saying that even as a top ranker, there was no way she could do this even with another person. A map showed the kingdom of Ostern in a civil war, having abandoned their border guards. It was noted that they were using that to cross the border and tear apart the players around Fort Dawn. It was stated that they may not be top rankers, but their numbers couldn't be ignored as a logo with a skull and the letter Z was shown. It was explained that because of the orc subjugation, they were dragging in a bunch of smaller mercenaries to increase their numbers. Taehyun Kim remarked that he thought all she did was practice pole dancing, but she was actually smart. The girl with teal hair responded that great people all control information, and that she was a pretty famous walkthrough streamer. The teal-haired female exclaimed that the girl with teal hair was super popular. Taehyun Kim seemed surprised. Taehyun Kim wondered what this was, stating that there were streams for everything. He noticed a foreigner doing a legendary job challenge ranked second, and that he was working hard. The girl with teal hair asked if he was right. Taehyun Kim scrolled through the various streams, finding the idea of making money while playing games unappealing. He quickly corrected himself, thinking that he was simply studying and could test himself. He then saw an advertisement claiming that with the information provided, anyone could become a data manager like Lee Sayan, and that a broadcast was being prepared. The teal-haired female was surprised, admitting that she had thought the job was a complete waste. But she insisted that his legend may have been forgotten, but his skills as a second-rank blacksmith were still amazing. She added that he could even open a shop and use his popularity. The man with the orange skin promised to bring her some customers, assuring her that she would earn lots. The teal-haired female asked if that was the only reason she was called over. The man with the orange skin joked that the quality of the equipment actually loses quality over time because it was simply a buff he was giving to her equipment. He added that in order to learn higher crafting skills than this, he would have to acquire a new job. But he admitted that he didn't want to transition into even more jobs. The man with the orange skin wondered what the object was. It was revealed that the blacksmith in the starting village owed him and decided to give him this box, and this is what was inside. The teal-haired female demanded the strengthening stone. The man with the orange skin asked what she meant. The man with the orange skin realized that this was the only skill that had potential for growth still. Of basic skills, he simply put trust into his experience and patience, and gambled. Strengthening skill. It was revealed that the strengthening skill was successful. It had changed to Ancient Hammer, +1. His strengthening skill had increased. The man with the orange skin stated that numbers do not lie. Whether that's the number of times tried, or the number of stat on the equipment created, but if you fail. The live stream, titled First 7-Star Strengthening, was being broadcast to thousands of viewers. Taehyun Kim addressed his audience, telling them not to miss this moment as he attempted the legendary strengthening procedure. He thanked the Guild Hapaido's members and his audience for providing him with the strengthening stones. Kim explained that strengthening stones increased the probability of success. He added that while the gods might not roll dice, strengthening was the exception. He noted the low success rates for higher-level enhancements. Kim thanked the users participating in the gamble, specifically mentioning Tommy, Jund, and Kixanikimal. He expressed gratitude for the audience's endless support, which allowed him to continue without giving up. Kim chuckled, thinking it was too easy. He mused that using his brand and marketing to level up was his own little tech as well, and that he didn't need to spend any time or money going through all that effort. Kim declared that from this day forward, he would ascend above being the icon of fantasy online and become the new symbol of blacksmiths, leaving a note in history. The strengthening was successful. The cheap leather shoe +6 had turned into a cheap leather shoe +7. Kim exclaimed that it was a success. The live chat was shown, with viewers commenting on the strengthening. Kim wondered why there was no event happening. A sword was shown, glowing with power. The system notified Taehyun Kim that the strengthening was successful, turning the item into an Ancient Hammer +7 and increasing his strengthening skill. Another notification chimed, informing him that he received the title accomplished 7+ strengthener for achieving 7 consecutive successes. As the first title holder on the server, each of his stats increased by 25. Taehyun, however, was confused. A series of golden emblems appeared, along with a notification that to successfully complete a 7+ strengthening, it must have required a huge amount of patience and strengthening items, as well as luck. The system then informed him that his strengthening skill level increased, and when strengthening an item, luck increased by 25%. Taehyun exclaimed that he succeeded in strengthening to +7 and got a title. The teal-haired female was shocked that he really succeeded in making +7 strengthening just by hammering it 7 times in a row. She realized that he got a title, meaning he was the server's first. Taehyun asked for more stones so he could strengthen it to +8. The teal-haired female responded that he was crazy, as he had already used over 100. She added that he just got lucky and should finish it there, asking what he would do if it failed. Taehyun stated that it was fine, as the object had the cannot be destroyed by ordinary means status on it. The teal-haired female asked if he was actually strengthening it because of that. Taehyun responded that if he failed, it would get destroyed like any other item. Taehyun asked for more stones, while the teal-haired female stated that even gods were gambling their luck when they strengthened, and he should be more mindful. The teal-haired female asked if that was so, stating that the status had been patched, so it was gone in the sequel game. A warrior in yellow armor is shown being attacked by multiple weapons. Far below, the Red Zone forces advanced upon the Orc tribe's village, their numbers overwhelming the defenders. Above the battlefield, the group watched the events unfold. One of them noted that the Red Zone had made their move first, and they were barely able to save themselves and hide. The group continued to watch the battle from their vantage point. Below, the battle raged on, with warriors clashing amidst the chaos. From their high vantage point, one of the group members observed that it seemed like Red Zone would be the first to be able to complete the subjugation of the Orc tribe, and he wondered what they would do. One of the warriors declared that he had an idea. Suddenly, a figure descended from above, crashing into the battlefield. The warrior landed with a thud, causing the other warriors to exclaim in surprise, noting that he was different than the others. The warrior roared, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. The force of the warrior's roar was immense. The warrior continued to battle. Elsewhere, one of the warriors noted that, thanks to the tribe leader's call, the front line had stabilized, and that he had finally appeared. The armored warrior, standing tall, confirmed that the broadcast was indeed running smoothly to Kane. As expected, the subjugation phase had changed. From above, the sounds of the audience increasing could be heard, and the figure suggested they do some proper advertising. The figure watched the battle unfold. The soldiers knew they were getting paid for this, but this was too much. Arrows rained down on them, and they decided they should at least save their lives. Chaos erupted on the battlefield. The soldiers questioned why the Red Zone ranged archers were firing, as their allies were still in the area. The arrows struck their targets. System messages appeared, warning that notoriety was increasing, affinity with the mercenary group, 3 horses was falling, and that attacks by mercenaries may now occur. The figure stated that in the end, broadcasts are all about making news and amusement. He planned to use this Orc subjugation as a jump-off point to climb into even higher ranks. Orc leader Kazak let out a war cry. More system messages appeared, warning that affinity with the mercenary group Keltaz was falling substantially, reputation was decreasing, and that the status paralysis was gained. All the Orcs' morale went up, and a small amount of health was restored for all Orcs. The blue-haired man shouts to cast the spell on the chieftain, who is now standing in the front line. A magical circle appears, surrounding the chieftain. The chieftain is now surrounded by glowing green aura. The skills Bind of Darkness and Chant of Bone Weakness are activated. The skills Mana Curse and Mind Torture are also activated. The dark armored antagonist stands atop a cliff, overlooking the scene. The blue-haired man points and exclaims that it's that guy, that one. The blue-haired man is reminded that the armored warrior is the mean thief who stole all his money. The armored warrior declares that the chieftain is his. The blue-haired man questions if what the armored warrior is saying is true. The blue-haired man recalls that the armored warrior is the guy that harassed him. I'm destined for greatness. Chapter 15. The man lamented that he had been robbed of all his items and forced to sign a contract forfeiting all his earnings. He continued, saying that the man had insulted the Zalt's kingdom, claiming only barbarians lived there, and that Tyrum hunters were just posers who couldn't even shoot their bows properly. He demanded to know who the man thought he was, threatening to tear him to pieces. The man questioned if they were seriously believing what he was saying. A system message appeared, indicating that the character's infamy had risen for extorting money from people around the Fortress Aiden. The commanding officer in the nearby fortress had ordered his arrest, and he was advised to persuade his way out of it. The teal-haired female was shocked by the turn of events. She thought to herself that the man was actually much smarter than they thought. Another system message appeared, indicating a persuasion failure. The onlookers commented that he had been arrested and that he totally deserved it for acting like he owned the place. One of the characters told the other to watch their back as promised, reminding them that it had been a long time since they fought together like this. The onlookers wondered why Sayu was there and who that ugly guy next to him was. The teal-haired female remarked that the man really was a tricky guy. Se-Yun Lee watched as a drone approached. The screen displayed a message. I'm going to be the one. Elsewhere, the warrior opponent's face contorted in anger, his eyes narrowed with fury. Meanwhile, the helmeted warrior and the teal-haired sorceress faced their opponent, who declared that he would not be taken lightly, boasting of his superior senses. The helmeted warrior roared, charging forward with his axe. The warrior opponent, however, was confident that he could not be fooled. The teal-haired sorceress scolded the helmeted warrior for engaging in unnecessary fights, but he retorted that their opponent had struck first. The warrior opponent blocked the helmeted warrior's attack, musing that it felt as though he had barely touched a single leaf on a tree. The helmeted warrior, surprised, realized that his attack had been dodged. The warrior opponent questioned if only the helmeted warrior thought he could do that. The helmeted warrior was finding it hard to dodge the warrior opponent's attacks, who noted that this did not look good for him. The warrior opponent told the helmeted warrior to try and dodge again, commenting on his strange skills, but the helmeted warrior decided to move and instead. The warrior opponent prepared to strike, confident that his armor would withstand any attack. The teal-haired sorceress watched with a mixture of surprise and concern. The warrior opponent boasted that no one could pierce his armor. The helmeted warrior, however, seemed unfazed, noting that his opponent had good equipment. The helmeted warrior decided to use some of his own good stuff. With a cry, the helmeted warrior prepared to strike. He unleashed his lucky strike, 5th iteration, a technique he believed would be different. The axe connected with the armor. The warrior opponent, stunned, questioned what the helmeted warrior was planning to do with the toy. He was shocked to see his axe shattered. A system message appeared, indicating that the helmeted warrior had earned the title of Equipment Destroyer. The warrior opponent lamented the loss of his treasured armor, crafted from meteorites and passed down through generations, while the helmeted warrior considered his opponent's weapon extremely simple and prepared to finish the fight. The helmeted warrior moved in for the final blow, leaving the warrior opponent confused. The ancient hammer could not harm a living being, according to the system message. The helmeted warrior was shocked by this revelation. Elsewhere, a man with orange hair wondered why it was so hard to find a single normal thing in this game. He noticed someone coming his way. Suddenly, Taehyun Kim shouted for someone to move. The armored figure was trying to escape arrest. The orc launched a blood and anger rush attack. The armored figure declared that this one was theirs and that they were the one who was going to take him. The orange-haired man asked if it was theirs, pointing out that he never said it was theirs. He accused the other of planning to get in his way to the end, but the armored figure retorted that he was the one getting in the way, as he was the one who put all the effort into subjugating him. The orange-haired man expressed disbelief that they were trying to steal the glory after he was the one who put in all the effort for the war. He added that they couldn't even let him have a little bit and that they were in trouble because they were so greedy. He then asked why the armored figure was even here, wondering if they weren't captured by the Zalts. Kane scoffed, asking if they thought that would be enough to capture him. He then accused the orange-haired man of putting false accusations on him. Kane declared that today would be the last day both this orc and the orange-haired man would be alive. The orc threatened to kill the human. The system announced that the orc subjugation quest was in Phase 03. The warrior was struck, the force of the blow sending him crashing to the ground. The massive orc loomed over him, bellowing in rage. The warrior, struggling to rise, cursed his predicament, realizing he might die. The orc chieftain roared that the warrior would repent with his death. Suddenly, Taehyun Kim appeared, striking the orc. The system notified Taehyun Kim that he had subjugated Kazak, the son of the great orc tribe leader. The system informed Taehyun Kim that his level had increased, and he received the village map of the orc tribe, broken fragments of armor, and a mid-sized orc combat axe. The system then notified him that his relationship with the great orc tribe had turned into hostile, and that he received the title nemesis of the orcs. The system warned of the wrath of the great orc tribe leader, Karag, who was the head of the biggest orc tribe and the father of Kazak, and that those related to Kazak's death should be prepared for what's to come. Another warrior called Taehyun Kim a little thief, saying that he should have gotten all the glory. Taehyun Kim was thanked for carrying the warrior. The warrior wondered who was looking for his spirit and who caused this to happen. The warrior was surprised that Taehyun Kim was the one who did it, and that he was even standing over their leader. He told the others to wait because he just stood up and then said whatever. The fallen orcs lay scattered across the ground, defeated. One of the surviving orcs acknowledged that Taehyun Kim was responsible for their current predicament, while another agreed, but with a hint of uncertainty. The larger orc urged his companion not to believe Taehyun Kim's lies, reminding him of the tribe's suffering and the destruction of their village. The larger orc declared that Taehyun Kim would soon feel the wrath of the orcs. The smaller orc seemed surprised when Taehyun Kim told him that he didn't need to thank him. Taehyun Kim stated that he wouldn't forgive even if they boasted that they killed the orc tribe leader somewhere else. The smaller orc realized that Taehyun Kim was more dangerous than an orc. Suddenly, the smaller orc shouted a warning to Kane, telling him to look behind him. Kane was surprised that his dodge skill didn't activate, and that he even lost some of his HP. The dark armored antagonist activated a skill called Blood Wave, which was described as an invincible move that cannot be blocked, incapacitating everyone around the user while using 10% of their own health. The dark armored antagonist thought that Taehyun Kim was more dangerous than an orc. Kane shouted to look behind him. The smaller orc wondered what was behind Kane again. The smaller orc thought that Taehyun Kim had brought a companion with him. He wondered if they were really going to attack him. The teal-haired sorceress told everyone to follow her. The teal-haired sorceress told the reader to make sure they press the like and follow button. The smaller orc realized he had been fooled again. The smaller orc was dead. The subjugation of the orc's quest had been completed. The walls of the fortress stood tall. The teal-haired female waved goodbye, telling them to meet again next time. The teal-haired female was gone. The warrior opponent wondered if he should go back to grinding rabbits. The warrior opponent lay in the grass. As he lay there, the warrior opponent thought to himself that the rabbits weren't popping up. He wondered where they were hiding. The warrior opponent sat up, telling the other person that he didn't know them and wasn't going to give them any money. The other person responded that they weren't asking for money and felt that they had met somewhere in the past. The warrior opponent wondered if it was Archisis himself. He then exclaimed, wondering who the hell the other person was and where they were. A system message appeared, stating that Gambler Felmas was someone who believed in Archisis all his life, and that Archisis was a god with no priests or temples, so you do not receive any boons for believing in him. The system message continued, stating that Felmas still believed in Archisis and gradually made other people into believers of Archisis as well, and that you should follow him and meet the devotees. The warrior opponent realized that this was a quest for his legendary job. The other person asked if he was correct. The warrior opponent responded that he was kind of correct. The other person then began to cry, stating that they had been wandering around all their life searching for him. The teal-haired female returned, announcing that she was back. She recalled how much she had received as a reward for the quest, remembering how happy Mr. August had been that she took care of things he didn't even order her to do, and how much he complimented her. She thought that people who didn't know them would think Jisoo was the legendary figure instead of her, a mere follower. Taehyun Kim then introduced himself as the NPC who came to give her a quest, mentioning Archisis. Kim Taehyun offered to guide her to the location. He revealed that the place was located at the Adalai Kingdom. She wondered if it was a different location than where her quest was headed. She stated that it was fine, even if all she got was a beggar as a reward. Taehyun Kim asked why she was trying to follow him, and if she shouldn't focus on completing her job quest. She explained that she had nothing else to do at that time, so she helped him out. Kim Taehyun confirmed that she had her quest, and that she finally got the hero job she wanted, so she should do her best for it. She said that they could meet up again next time. Kim Taehyun told her not to say it like that, as this was all a video game, and they could always get in contact wherever. She bid him farewell, implying she was a female player. The journey continued, the landscape a mix of mountains and sparse vegetation. A system message warned of potential dangers ahead. The old man sat patiently in the back of the cart, seemingly unconcerned by the warning. Felmas assured Hyun Kim that he would guide them safely to the Adalai Kingdom, so there was no need to worry. Hyun Kim seemed confident, but he thought he should still be careful. As the cart rattled along, the old man wondered if it was rickety. A system message then warned that the left wheel was about to break down and needed repair. The system also warned that the cart may still move even if the wheel is broken, but an accident may occur. Hyun Kim yelled for the cart to stop, as the wheel was acting strange. Felmas questioned what was wrong, but Hyun Kim insisted that it was not fine at all. Felmas was being overly cautious. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound echoed through the air. Hyun Kim asked what that was. Felmas noted that there seemed to be monsters in the area, likely the black-striped wolf. He estimated that one shot would be all it takes to deal with them. Felmas grinned, stating that it would take more than a wolf to take him down. Hyun Kim was thrown from the cart. A system message appeared, indicating that the cart wheel was being repaired with a crack in it. As Hyun Kim lay on the ground, he noticed a system message appearing before him, informing him that his outstanding luck guided his hand. Another message then appeared, indicating that through Archisis' skill, God's foresight, it would show him the way. Looking at the display, Hyun Kim observed that it seemed to be showing him places he should be mending and places he shouldn't. He thought to himself that this was a pretty useful skill to have. He wondered what would happen if he were to knock the white area. The system then notified Hyun Kim that he had gained the skill mechanical engineering. Another system message appeared, stating that he had repaired all the cart's wheels, the cracked walls of the cart interior, and the floor of the cart interior. His skill in repairing and blacksmithing had increased. Felmas approached Hyun Kim, seemingly impressed. To hear such good news out of nowhere, Hyun Kim thought that mechanical engineering would be useful at a time like this. Felmas then asked Hyun Kim if something was the matter, but he dismissed it as nothing, saying he just remembered something from the past. Felmas then asked what kind of people were the believers that he had gathered. He wondered what Felmas meant. Felmas clarified that he was talking about their jobs, asking if they were warriors, thieves, archers, or mages. Hyun Kim thought to himself that he was an elite from the government, guessing he was from the royal guard of some kingdom. Felma stated that right now, he was retired. Felma's continued, saying that even if he was retired, he probably still had a high level of skill. Hyun Kim wondered what his level of skill was, putting aside that he hadn't been training since he retired. Felma's told him not to worry, as he wasn't the only believer in him that he had gathered. Hyun Kim asked who else was there, and Felma's responded that there was a criminal. Hyun Kim asked what the fuck he said and how he knew that. Felma's revealed that there was someone called Nekton, who used to be infamous for stealing the kingdom's treasure, which angered the king greatly. Though he was captured, he was able to escape after several months of constant chase. The teal-haired female recalled that the man had escaped by severing both of his arms. She then considered that he was fine now, having changed his face and identity to escape his pursuers. She assumed he was gambling his life away, but also realized that without arms, some things were impossible. She thought that it would be safe to assume he was at least better than the lowest of mages, wondering if a tome of magic written down by someone who just worked for a mage would still have an effect. Meanwhile, Hyun Kim observed the cart and the mages, wondering if there was no mage among them, but someone similar to one. The narrative shifted to a close-up of hands, followed by a book of magics that the mages possessed. It was said that he was the person who copied it all down onto the book, and according to him, he had written down all sorts of books over the years. The scene transitioned to a landscape at sunset. Under the light of the full moon, a group of people sat around a fire. Felmas was told to get up, and he questioned what was happening. He then heard a sound and assumed it was probably wolves. Felmas was confused, as he thought that only wolves appeared around this area. The other man confirmed that was what he said, wondering what was wrong. But that was... A figure on horseback appeared in the distance, prompting one of the men to question what it was. It was an undead knight riding on a ghost horse, which was a surprisingly high-level summon for an area like this. The warrior opponent wondered if he could take on his foe at his current level, while the dark-armored antagonist considered if he had to fight him. Suddenly, a voice commanded them to stop. The teal-haired sorceress was speaking to someone hiding behind a cart. The sorceress questioned what they were trying to do, reminding them that she had sent them to hunt wolves. She demanded to know why they were just standing there. She assured the two hiding behind the cart that it was safe to come out. The warrior opponent realized that the person was one of the top-ranked necromancers. The teal-haired sorceress asked who it was. The warrior opponent looked on in shock. It was Lee Se-yun. She wondered if her Death Knight had attacked them in any way. Lee Se-yun's companion asked if his Death Knight had caused her any harm. She noted that his voice sounded strange. The man in the green hat questioned why Hyun Kim was acting so strange all of a sudden, adding that he was usually a grumpy and merciless man. Hyun Kim begged for forgiveness, exclaiming that he did not want to die. He thought to himself that if it wasn't for the quest, he would have seriously thrown her to the wolves. The teal-haired sorceress apologized, asking if he was a blacksmith. Hyun Kim confirmed that he was. Hyun Kim, visibly nervous, denied that he was nervous at all. The sorceress asked if he recognized her from somewhere, but he stated that he didn't know who she was. The sorceress asked if he was feeling alone. Hyun Kim confirmed that he was. She remarked that he must find her uncomfortable, but he denied this. She then asked why he wasn't in a guild yet, since he was not a low level. Hyun Kim explained that he found playing solo comfortable. The teal-haired sorceress was thankful that Hyun Kim had taken care of the wolves in the area, but she started to think that he reminded her of someone. She recalled that his name was Kim Taehyun. The sorceress excused herself, stating that she wasn't going to attack him or anything, so he didn't need to be so nervous. She thought to herself that he really was amazing. The teal-haired sorceress thought to herself that she was the one who won. She then confirmed this out loud. The sorceress recalled that she had heard him once already. She thought to herself that it was important, so she always said it twice whenever she talked about this. She remembered that it was a really hard-fought victory, and she was actually close to losing the battle. She thought back to what Taehyun Kim had said, musing that he sounded like someone she used to know. He had told her a story, but in the end, only one person won. Kim responded that she was wrong, declaring that he would definitely fight him again. When he did, he would make sure to completely surrender to her. The teal-haired sorceress fumed, wondering how he dared ignore her and disappear like that. She swore that if she found him in this game as well, she would put him in her guild. Kim thought to himself that he wasn't sure why, but she really hated him. But since he didn't play Fantasy Online 2, it didn't really bother him. It seemed that way, and he was sure that he was scared of her powerful presence, so he wouldn't even play this season. The sorceress asked him not to assume things about a person he didn't even know. Kim apologized, explaining that he just had that feeling about him, that he wasn't someone that would give up that easily. He thought that he was someone that loved gaming that much. The teal-haired sorceress thought that he had a high chance of coming back. She wondered how she knew, swearing that if he were to play this game, she would do it with her own hands. The teal-haired sorceress imagined herself saying that she would kill him and destroy him, making sure that he would give up playing this game. Kim realized that he hadn't even asked her name yet. He introduced himself as Kim. The teal-haired sorceress realized that Kim's name was similar to Kim Dae-hyun's. The sorceress stated that if he were to watch her stream, she asked that he talk to her in chat. Then, she would be going. Kim thought that he had spent too much time talking about himself to a complete stranger. He sighed, thinking that at least Lee Se-hyun would be the one that wouldn't have a grudge against him. Kim resolved to make sure to hide from her as much as he could. The journey continued, passing through varied landscapes. They traveled through a canyon, then through a rainstorm, and finally arrived at their destination. Taehyun Kim's companion remarked that the trip was fun, though Taehyun Kim seemed less enthusiastic. He acknowledged that they had arrived at the place he promised. Taehyun Kim wiped sweat from his brow as he gazed upon the city of Sonoma. The city bustled with activity. Merchants advertised their wares, offering silk clothes and craftsman-created sculptures. Others sought companions for quests. A hacksmith offered to check adventurers' equipment before they headed out to the fields. Taehyun Kim observed that this was the city he knew. An old woman called out to him, asking him to come her way. He approached the building. Taehyun Kim questioned if he was being told to go inside, but the old woman denied it and told him to come this way. Taehyun Kim thought to himself that it was just as he thought. The old woman opened the door and told him to come in. Inside, a man named Felmas expressed his surprise at seeing Taehyun Kim, saying he hadn't seen him in several days. Felmas had thought Taehyun Kim had died somewhere they didn't know. He assured Taehyun Kim that he was completely fine and asked him to welcome the person inside, saying that he was the being they had all been searching for their whole lives. Felmas hoped the place wouldn't fall apart right now. Another man, Nekton, introduced himself as part of the royal guard and expressed his honor to meet Taehyun Kim, who he addressed as Archaisis. Taehyun Kim sits, casually remarking that he needs to figure out what he should do. The man with the beard responds that just because he is the incarnate doesn't mean everything is solved for him. He continues, stating that Taehyun Kim has to gain power as a god, receiving the power of Archaisis. Taehyun Kim questions if it is all right for him to build a religion by his name and lead the believers, but quickly dismisses the idea. The man with the beard explains that if they're going to set up a religion and a pope, he just wanted to pick someone that's more sane and fitting for the job. The man calls out to Taehyun Kim, explaining that if it were so much easier, it wouldn't be the real world, and that he should have put in even more work. The man with the gray hair told Taehyun Kim to stop whining and decide the outcome for this problem. He explained that if Taehyun Kim were to act as a different person to become the pope, then his believers would have to accept that. Nekton was surprised to hear this. The man with the gray hair said that he would think about who to make pope later, but before that, there were other problems that had higher priority. The man with the pink hair stated that they had a religion, but the temple was religious on the money. The man with the gray hair asked how many there were, even more than 10? He laughed, saying that numbers weren't that important. The man with the pink hair said that even just looking at the religious body of Damer nearby, they employed many holy knights and priests, as well as having temples located in every nation. Taehyun Kim wondered if someone who was born as incarnate of Archaisis also existed in the past. Long time ago, there were records showing that there used to be a religious body that believed in Archaisis. There were also records of an incarnate like Taehyun Kim. In their ancient writings, he and Felmas discovered a prophecy that they wrote. The writing stated that if you don't have money, then gamble and spend it all. That far into the future, the incarnate of Archaisis will grace upon the world, meaning incarnate of Archaisis will grace upon this world again and create a new religious body along with his new believers. The man with the pink hair said that authority may be similar to having skills when you have money. The man with the gray hair asked if that was so. He continued that in any case, they have been gathering old writings while waiting for the incarnate of Archaisis. Among them was a document that detailed authority powers that Archaisis used to incarnate himself. Now that Taehyun Kim has come to them, he must acquire the authority that was recorded in those old writings. Of course, it will be a long and difficult road, but they shall help him as much as they can. Taehyun Kim completed the job quest. Taehyun Kim's divinity rises by 50, and his positive relation with believers of Archaisis rises to maximum. He received the title Founder of Religious Body, and each of his stats rises by 10. Because of his divinity, other people in different religion will recognize him and his religion. The man with the pink hair asked if they had ever been tricked into a pyramid scheme or anything. He recognized Taehyun Kim, which sounded a bit worrying. The man with the pink hair asked where the ancient writings were right now. The man with the gray hair said that it's all been scattered, and there's one very nearby right now. He revealed that it was at the casino next to them, which surprised the man with the pink hair. The man with the orange skin continued to explain that they had bet the ancient document as their stake and lost it at a casino. The group stood before a large building with the words "Do Done" emblazoned above the entrance. A sign declared, "I'm destined for greatness." Elsewhere, a hooded figure observed Taehyun Kim and his companion, noting that the people entering the building appeared to be either rich or nobles. The hooded figure wondered why there were more guards than the palace itself. Meanwhile, inside the building, a bald man with a scar on his head told Taehyun Kim and his companion that no matter how much they begged, they would not give the ancient document back and demanded they leave. The man with the blonde hair retorted, asking who said they were there to beg and plead, declaring that he was there to ruin them all instead. The bald man questioned who the blond man was. The blond man attacked the bald man. The bald man recognized the blond man as a veteran warrior. The blond man asked Taehyun Kim to follow him, stating that there was someone that wished to meet him. Taehyun Kim followed the blond man. They arrived at a building with an artifact that was said to detect special people with powerful luck. The artifact, a peculiar object, was used to select people to work at the casino or to find particular customers to watch out for. However, this was the first time the stone not only shined, but also became blood red. It was true. The blond man introduced himself as Makrini, stating that Taehyun Kim was the incarnate. Makrini identified himself as the top merchant of the city, Zenoma, and someone who would have the whole continent within his grasp in the future. He confirmed that Taehyun Kim was the person he was searching for. Makrini addressed Taehyun Kim, stating that they now had undeniable proof of his existence. He suggested that it would be better for Taehyun Kim to ally with him instead of those fools, as he had more power and assets to help. Makrini questionou como Taehyun Kim poderia sequer acreditar nas bobagens que aqueles dois estavam dizendo. Ele revelou que não estava acreditando naqueles dois tolos, mas sim nas escrituras antigas que eles roubaram deles enquanto apostavam, o que o intrigou. Além disso, estava lhe dando uma chance também. Makrini considered it a chance. In this nation, the church exudes strong influence over it, meaning that they always give chances for success and blessings to only those that are loyal to them. However, the merchant guild reached the limit to what the market in the city could offer to them. Makrini stated that they needed strong trade to keep up their status quo. But because of the church getting in their way, even though the town is perfect for commerce and trading, they can only just sit by and watch. While wondering what to do, those idiots gave him a chance of a lifetime. After reading that document, he was convinced that Taehyun Kim's new religion could help them grow their business to new heights. Makrini thought that those essences were nothing but primal instincts. It didn't matter what type of religion it is, people survive off money in society, but Taehyun Kim's religion is different, a god of gambling and luck, someone that controls it. Makrini thought about it, wondering if Taehyun Kim thought there's a place in the world that would decline their message. Along with their religion and his money, their future could be amazing together, or so he thought. Makrini sure loved to prattle on, or so Taehyun Kim thought. He wondered if there was no skip button on job quests. So, in short, he will create his church. Taehyun Kim was told that he would change so that he would be able to continue trading without being bothered by the nobles. Makrini then asked what was in it for him. Makrini stated that he only needed Taehyun Kim to help create his church, which was why he had come to him. He then asked what Taehyun Kim would do if he didn't make a church. Taehyun Kim asked if Makrini was joking. He stated that since he was the incarnate, it was his choice whether or not to create the churches. Makrini asked who Taehyun Kim was to tell him what to do. Makrini asked what Taehyun Kim wished for, what he needed. Taehyun Kim was told that he was searching for this document. Wasn't he? He would gain authorized power through it and rebuild his religious body by using his powers. Taehyun Kim realized that was the document. He thought to himself that he was just someone that came to gamble. It would be good for him if he acquired the document, but it didn't matter if he didn't. Makrini stated that instead of working with someone as manipulative as Taehyun Kim, working with those two idiots sounded more fun. He added that at least those idiots didn't have the ability to swindle him even just a little bit. Makrini apologized for wasting Taehyun Kim's time and told him to have a good life. He then told Taehyun Kim to wait. Makrini thought that Taehyun Kim looked like he was finally willing to talk. He stated that they should help each other out, but only modestly. He added that support and cooperation were all fine and good, but only moderately. Makrini said that he was just saying this because all Taehyun Kim was saying was, take my money, take the document. He stated that Taehyun Kim kept just giving him stuff instead of making a fair trade. Makrini stated that what he wanted was just a fair trade. That's all. He added that that was the relationship he wanted to make between them and asked if Taehyun Kim was fine with that. He told Taehyun Kim that if he did, then they could cooperate. Makrini stated, all right then. A system message appeared, stating that Taehyun Kim had now become allies with Merchant Guild leader Makrini. His fame had increased by 100. He could request things from his allies as much as he contributed to them. If he requested anything excessive, a reverse effect would occur. If he broke the alliance, then he may receive a penalty. Makrini stated, all right, let's see what authority power is all about then. A system message appeared, indicating a new job quest, to become the true incarnate of Archaisis. To do so, one must locate the Cartelan pirates. The message detailed that to gain all the power Archaisis could use, one must follow the incarnate's whereabouts and find the access to his power. The reward, the power of Archaisis. Elsewhere, a location was pinpointed on a map, identified as an island. The man observing the map questioned if it was just any island, as another voice mentioned the Cartelan island. It was said that even though the kingdom ordered multiple times for the subjugation of the pirates, they still all failed. The pirates from Cartelan were truly infamous. The speaker continued, saying that even sailors from the cartel would struggle to subjugate them. The island itself was basically shaped like a fortress, making it too difficult with rocky cliffs all around and no entrance. Inside a building, a man in a blue hat was welcomed to the establishment. He stated that Mr. McCreany had sent him and asked what they required from him. The man in the blue hat stated that he came to learn how to tailor and make clothes from beginning to end, and that he could learn everything. McCreany was told that to celebrate this wonderful day of becoming allies, he would need some help. Someone wondered who the man in the blue hat was, and why the Guildmaster of Tailors was bringing him here, questioning if this was a new event. Someone else noted that the man looked like he just started out, so they wondered why he was getting such good treatment. Another person thought they had seen him on TV before. He realized his face was too recognizable due to his subjugation of the orcs, and that he should be careful. A system message then appeared, indicating that he began to tailor a robe for an apprentice mage. Another system message appeared, noting that he received an additional bonus due to his high luck, the foresight of gods being activated, and an additional bonus due to the skilled tailor being next to him. The system then informed him that he had created a very high-quality robe for apprentice mages. A figure in a hooded robe was impressed by the tailoring. The teal-haired female then asked if he had any interest in tailoring and if he would consider changing his profession to tailoring. Christopher declined. The teal-haired female then asked if he could tell her more places where they make different kinds of clothes. Christopher said that was fun. Elsewhere, Lupo asked if the other man had finished what he planned to do. Lupo then asked who was the best chef in all of Sonoma City. The other man told him to come on, all in due time. The chef asked if he wanted to learn cooking. The other man asked if he thought running a restaurant was a joke or something. The chef stated that he was the only chef to receive a 3-star rating from the kingdom. He then exclaimed that it felt like the fish was alive. The other man said that he could taste the spirit of the sea in his mouth. The chef said of course he could. He didn't even start cooking it yet. He then asked who he learned from. The chef said that he just learned here and there while hanging out with hunters. The other man said that he was saying he was this good even though he didn't have teachers, implying he got the skills from the hands of gods or something. The chef asked if it was delicious. The other man said that it really made him fired up and that he would make sure to teach him everything he knew. The chef told him to wait a minute, as he had to go capture the pirates and learn everything. A system message then appeared, indicating that he was entering the palace as a palace chef, and that Chef Christopher was a very ambitious chef working in the marketplace of Sonoma. Sonoma City was where Christopher had always dreamed of working as the head chef for the king. If he wasn't able to, then perhaps his student would, and if that student couldn't, maybe that student's student may. Christopher has been judged to have the potential to become the head chef of the palace, and he has been given the title of palace chef. Meanwhile, Maxwell asked if he was seriously thinking of doing it. He questioned why palace chef was such a prestigious title and told him to get his priorities straight. Elsewhere, Taehyun Kim walked down a set of stairs. Maxwell asked if that was a problem and told Taehyun Kim that if he felt that way, he could just go back right away. He said that Taehyun Kim was a very famous mechanic, so why was he living in this kind of place? Maxwell explained that it was because he caused an incident in the past. He recalled that it was because a gift that he was planning to give exploded, and so he paid the hefty price for all the damages. Afterwards, no one gave Maxwell jobs anymore as well. Maxwell asked what if a bomb should explode to be a proper bomb, right? He asked if Taehyun Kim was being serious right now. Suddenly, a door was kicked open. Maxwell called out to see who it was. The person who kicked the door open told them to stop bothering him. He said that he had no plan to teach mechanical engineering to a human. The person told him to stop bothering him and just get out. It was raining money. The person said that he would like to say that it was too much money to say so and asked them to ask him whatever they wished to know. He asked if they had no dignity at all. Maxwell told Lupo that there was something much more important than money in this world. He asked what that would be, and Lupo responded that it was a lot more money. The orange-skinned man explained that if money wasn't enough, sincerity could be shown by giving them even more money. The teal-haired female responded that they were destined to be won over. If you give them that much, the man thought, then they simply don't have enough. Suddenly, a notification appeared. A cast-iron bomb had been created. The system message explained that the bomb was created by inserting gunpowder inside. Though it is made with simple technology, the destructibility is plenty enough, but warned that there was a 10% chance of exploding. Another system message appeared, stating that the flower of mechanical engineering was bombs. As much as there is danger in using them, if you use them properly, it could be a very powerful weapon. Taehyun Kim asked the orange-skinned man to stop doing that with the stabilizers. The orange-skinned man wondered what about those that don't accept even that. A system message appeared, stating that with his high luck, the chance of explosion goes down. With his probability control skill, the chance of explosion goes down. With his foresight of gods, the chance of explosion goes down. Another item was created, a black iron bomb, but warned that there was a 0.0001% chance of exploding. The orange-skinned man stated that it's pretty good now. He then asked how Taehyun Kim did that. Taehyun Kim responded that if he wanted to earn more, then come to the McCreany shop. The orange-skinned man stated that since he'll be able to see him if he goes there, and that's all, right? No more detours? Taehyun Kim stated that there is only one left. The orange-skinned man said that it's his items, and asked if Taehyun Kim was seriously telling him to fight against the pirates with this apprentice clothing. Item stats appeared for Wanderer's jacket, +4, Wanderer's belt, +4. Item stats appeared for Wanderer's glove, +4, Wanderer's boots, +4. Taehyun Kim thought that after upgrading them a bit, they finally became somewhat useful. The orange-skinned man stated that if he had something like this in the first place, he should have given it to him already. A system message appeared, stating that he equipped all of Wanderer's set. The system notified Taehyun Kim that he received additional bonus stats. A thought occurred to him. Not only did he pick the most expensive heroic outfit from the top-level storage, but he even improved it further. The system message displayed Taehyun Kim's status. Level 27, job as Incarnate of Archisis, and various stats boosted by 35 points each. The message also indicated that he had 0 bonus stats. Taehyun Kim declared that he was going to add the finishing touch. An incarnate that has cooking, tailoring, and mechanical engineering as a hobby. Taehyun Kim was indeed a strange yet powerful person. Taehyun Kim thought that what he was doing should be enough, and now no one would recognize him. He pulled a black silk mask over his face. Taehyun Kim asked how he looked, if he looked cool. The orange-skinned man responded that he just looked like a robber. Taehyun Kim stated that the preparation was complete and that they should go gather some people. The orange-skinned man asked what he meant by that. Taehyun Kim told him not to ask and just follow him. An item description appeared, describing a well-made black silk mask with 40-40 durability and 10 defense, giving the wearer disguise and threatened skills. It was described as a mask created by a young and talented tailor, looking simple but with signs of master craftsmanship. The town square bustled with activity, adventurers seeking quests and merchants hawking their wares. A priest advertised their services for clearing graveyards, while a blacksmith sought a dungeon party. The blacksmith boasted of their level 34 status and ability to repair even heavy armor. Catching his breath, Taehyun Kim wondered why they were being brought to the point. The speaker greeted everyone. He declared it a beautiful morning. The crowd murmured, wondering if this was a sudden new quest. The speaker addressed the crowd, assuming they were wondering why he was doing all this. He then revealed that he was there to give them all good news. The man in the green hat questioned if it was a wonderful quest for them. One of the crowd considered that if he had a good quest, he wouldn't go around telling everyone. Another agreed that he was right. The speaker clarified that it would only take 1 gold. He asked what kind of quest it was if it only took 1 gold. The speaker explained that their trusty guy from the McCreany Guild was there to announce that the quest involved going to an island on a boat with friends. He added that they would all show off their skills and specialties to the NPCs of that island to their content. The man in the green hat declared that it was real and easy. He then stated that blacksmiths, chefs, artists, and guards were all welcome, and that anyone who didn't have anything to start with wouldn't have to worry about taking from this quest. Nearby, a man with a red scarf asked what they were doing, wondering if they were trying to solve the pirate problem. Another man responded that they were going to help the pirates on the island make their fort even stronger. The man with the red scarf questioned if that was the case, but the other man said it was kind of like that, but not to think about it too much. He explained that all these people were pretty low level, so they wouldn't help very much and would run away. The man with the red scarf asked if they could just enter into the basement of the island, where they had the authority to. The other man suggested filling up the boat with enough bribes, as well as alcohol and delicious food, which would also help. He then stated that afterwards, they would release all those people in there and make them work. The man with the red scarf asked the other to wait a minute, questioning if they were going to help the pirates on the island make their fort even stronger. The other man responded that it was kind of like that, but not to think about it too much. He explained that all these people were pretty low level, so they wouldn't help very much. The man with the red scarf asked why they couldn't help. The other man responded, because they're pirates? He then stated that they were a merchant guild, and if the customer pays, it doesn't matter. The man with the red scarf asked if it mattered, even if they were pirates. The other man responded that they don't do that. He then stated that they have to be true with their words. He then asked to imagine if the pirates came as customers in the future, if they could honestly say they would never trade with pirates. The man with the red scarf stated that that's it. He then stated that he would be the one who handles all the negotiation, so they should just prepare for contacting with pirates, and that he promised to support him. It was announced that they were now going to accept participants for this quest, and to please line up in a single file. A man stated that he was James, and asked to please write down his name for 1 gold. Another man stated that he was Tanaka, and asked to write down his name as well. The man in the green hat thought that they were dealing with the McCreany Merchant Guild people, and that they wouldn't scam them. He had been too doubtful, the man thought, and felt sorry for it. With that, the ship set off. The ship sailed on. In the distance, the island grew closer. Below deck, one of the men asked when they were planning to tell the others that they were heading towards a pirate's cove. He was told they would know when they arrived. The ship continued its journey. On the ship, a message was being sent ahead by pigeon mail. The ship cut through the water. In the distance, a large ship could be seen. One of the men on deck remarked on it. The flag of the ship was looking pretty scary, they thought. A voice called out for them to stop right there. The pirates ordered the men to climb up. The pirates stood on the deck. One of the men greeted the pirates, saying that they were there to help them make their fortress more alive and elegant. The man with the green hat and feather was met with skepticism. One of the men questioned their motives, wondering why they should believe the pirates had no hidden intentions. Another man, with a stern expression, wondered why the Macrini Merchant Guild would bother doing anything for them. The pirate captain explained that merchants were willing to do anything for money, regardless of legality. He added that the pirates had plenty of treasures and valuables. The pirate captain, Danielson, was pleased that the Macrini Merchant Guild wanted to ally with them. Nearby, one of the pirates whispered that Danielson was the captain of the cartel and pirates. Another pirate commented on Danielson's appearance, calling him handsome, which surprised the first pirate. The first pirate, flustered, asked why the other was staring at him like that, insisting he was just saying Danielson was handsome. Danielson remarked that it was unexpected to see their people willing to ally with them, considering they were shaking in their boots from fear in the past. He added that conditions always change, and they were living in the present. One of the pirates confided that their owner had lost quite a bit of money from gambling. Another pirate commented that she lost her money from gambling too much, calling her pathetic. He then declared that he would allow the alliance, but he would be keeping an eye on how it goes at all times. A system message appeared, stating that Danielson, captain of the cartel and pirates, accepted their offer. One of the pirates wondered if that went well. He thought if things went well like this, he wouldn't have any problem with it, though he still had concerns. Elsewhere, Se-Yun Lee was painting a picture of the sky and sea. Se-Yun Lee paused in her painting, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Meanwhile, out at sea, a lookout spotted something unusual. It was a pirate ship. Panic erupted among the crew as they realized the ship approaching was their escort. One of them questioned what was happening. The pirate flag was raised high, confirming their worst fears. The pirate ship was larger and equipped with magic cannons, a clear sign of the danger to come. On the shore, the pirates began issuing orders, directing the chefs and blacksmiths. They wondered who else was present. One of the fishermen was told to go to the cliff and get some fish for the pirates. He wondered about the pirate flag. One of the men recalled that this was supposed to be a good quest. Lightning flashed as he realized they had been sold off to the pirates instead. The sound of metal striking metal echoed. Someone was hard at work. Elsewhere, a figure labored over a forge, sweat dripping from their brow. Far above, two figures peered out from a high vantage point, observing the activity below. Below them, a man in a long coat watched people toiling away. He mused that every time he saw people sweating through labor, he got the sense of fulfillment. Nearby, another man asked if the person he was speaking to was a merchant or something. The other man responded that he didn't think they noticed who they were. Someone stated that they had looked around the whole island. Another voice added that seeing that both connected from the ground level of the island was that underground prison entry. One of the men stated that the security was pretty tight. He asked Lupo if he thought he could sneak in there. Lupo responded by asking if there was no sneaky thief they could use from one of their guys. The first man responded that they were a merchant guild and shouldn't go chasing after things that don't exist within their group. Someone wondered if there was any way they could do this. The sound of a heavy object falling echoed. Someone asked if they hadn't finished repairing the armor yet, telling the others to hurry up. They demanded to know why they were all so damn slow. Someone noted that those damn pirates were the reason they had to suffer so much, as another man collapsed, stating that they could finally rest. Two figures covered in grime sat exhausted. One, wearing a green hat, could barely remember anything beyond hammering for hours. The other, sporting a gray cap, noted how much their skill had increased. The figure in the gray cap wondered if the pirates' equipment was the reason their training skill increased so quickly. The figure in the green hat agreed, stating that if they kept this up, they would be up in the ranks in no time. He paused, then admitted that the quest was pretty good overall. The figure in the green hat asked what the other was saying, wondering if the long hours of hammering had broken his mind. The figure in the gray cap countered that it was already difficult enough in reality, so why should they have to suffer in the game as well? He then urged the figure in the green hat to think of it as a unique opportunity. The figure in the gray cap agreed that whether it was for pirates or not, the experience points going up fast was good, but he still wanted to think positive. He encouraged the figure in the green hat to have a good mindset. Suddenly, a voice declared that they had heard everything. The voice continued, saying that they should properly enjoy the game. The figure in the green hat wondered what that meant, stating that they hadn't said anything. The voice told him not to be so modest. The figure offered them a special deal. He stated that they wouldn't lose anything from this deal, so they should look forward to it. The figures questioned the deal, asking if they had been tricked and if they were supposed to believe him. The figure repeated that they wouldn't lose anything from this deal, so they should look forward to it. The figures were then seen standing in front of a large gate. A new figure excused themselves, stating that they were new and had arrived recently. One of the figures asked who they were. One of the figures stated that they were hoping to properly use some of their equipment. The other figure asked what he meant by their equipment. They seemed like kind folks, but the group remained wary. One of them noted that they saw some potential in the newcomers, while another said that if they wanted to be professional, they had to be work-minded. The man with the red suit reminded them that they had to be work-minded if they wished to be professional at their work. He then asked if the thief from before was 100% the real deal. Elsewhere, Tanner Hyun Kim continued his descent. A figure ran down a tunnel, screaming to be let go home. Someone begged not to be hurt, but a shadowy figure told them to shut up. O homem de terno vermelho perguntou se eles queriam jantar ou não. Uma das figuras afirmou que era porque eles não faziam o suficiente para que tivessem que terceirizar o trabalho. Outra figura percebeu que era por isso que a troca tinha corrido tão bem para eles. Hyun Kim guessed that since the manpower of the prisoners they had wasn't enough, they needed their help as well. He then wondered if there was another stair going downwards, deeper below. Someone wondered just how long they had to go down. Hyun Kim wondered what this place was. Hyun Kim wondered why there was such an extravagant place under the prison floor. The man in the red suit asked who was there. He said that he had told them not to make any footstep sounds when he was having his afternoon nap. The man in the red suit wondered who it was. The man in the red suit wondered if he was hearing things. He then wondered what he should drink this time, only to find that all the drinks were empty. He thought he should request more, but then he told himself to be quiet. The masked man stated that if the Count understood what he said, he should wink his eyes once. A system message then appeared, indicating that he had succeeded in threatening with strength and gained the skill, threaten. Count Marcel winked. Count Marcel stated that he had written the letter and didn't leave this place at all, and that he was not a pirate. The masked man questioned what he meant by not being a pirate. Marcel then wondered if the masked man was someone sent from the kingdom. The masked man confirmed that it was true that he came from the kingdom, and Marcel asked who he actually was. Count Marcel introduced himself. The masked man stated that it was because Marcel didn't look like someone that was kidnapped. Marcel stated that he may have been kidnapped, but he was a noble after all, and of course he wouldn't be treated terribly. The masked man thought that this meant they'll treat the precious hostages nicely since they could fetch a high price. Marcel told the masked man to let them be on their way, and that he came just in time. He added that he was about to get bored since the drinks those idiots make are just terrible. A system message appeared, stating that Count Marcel, the hostage of the Cardaland pirates, is incorrectly assuming that the masked man is there to rescue him. But this could also be an opportunity. If he successfully rescues him and returns him to the kingdom, he may be able to receive a reward. The masked man wondered what Marcel was doing. Marcel asked why the masked man was doing this to him, stating that he was 100% sure that he'd done everything he'd asked for. He then asked what he said, and how dare he act so rude to him. The man in the green hat listened as the other man threatened to call the guards. He thought to himself that the man was misunderstanding the situation he was in. If the man tried to call for them, the masked man thought he should make sure that the man's naughty tongue didn't move anymore. The man in the green hat grabbed the other man's throat. A system message appeared, stating that he received an additional bonus due to being an incarnate of Archisis, and his chance of successful threatening increased. The system then informed him that he had successfully threatened Count Marcel. He acquired the skill, Intimidate. Count Marcel stated that it wouldn't be guards, but rather pirates. Marcel said that he understood, and asked the man to please leave him alone. The man in the green hat thought to himself that he was already up to his shoulders in things he had to consider, so he shouldn't intentionally make his quest harder. Besides that, the man in the green hat didn't think there was anywhere else he could go aside from forward. A system message appeared, stating that the lock was protected by extremely strong magic. The man thought that if Marcel ever said something weird to anyone, like mentioning he was there, he would write a letter to the pirates saying that Marcel asked him to rescue him from them, so he should keep that in mind. Another system message appeared, stating that it felt like he couldn't pick this lock through ordinary means. The system indicated that the key did not match the lock, nor could it be picked. The man in the mask wondered if they had created the lock to only accept a specific key, or perhaps they had cast magic on it to prevent a fake key from working. Frustrated, he thought that if his mechanical engineering skill was a bit higher, maybe it would have accepted a copy key. With nothing else to do, he resolved to find the real key. Elsewhere, one of the men questioned where the other had learned to hammer like that, wondering if he was just a thief. The other man confidently stated that he was ready. The man hammered with great force, seemingly surprised by the result. One of the men asked if the other was originally a blacksmith, but he responded that while it was a bit similar, it was not quite the same. The man wondered if perhaps he had the rare job profession, blacksmith of the Demon Tower. He was praised for having already done so much. The men begged for their lives, pleading with someone to become their instructor. They were wasting time, however, as Danielson was searching for them. Now was not the time for such things, one of the men thought, as Danielson was searching for them. A man arrived, seemingly out of breath. He was asked if he had arrived. Someone watched the man's arrival, wondering what was happening. He recalled being summoned. The bald man asked if the other was impressed, but the other man said that he had an amazing form, though. The bald man asked what he meant, and the other man said that he lacked knowledge about martial arts, and that it was much more different once one had a higher understanding. Even though it looked like he had a lot safe in him, it was actually complete. The man was amazing. It seemed there was nothing he couldn't do. One of the men ended up quite late, but as a merchant's promise was more precious than gold. That's right, it was a unique sense of responsibility. A system message appeared, stating that Captain Danielson of the Cardaland Pirates had given allowance for the entry and exit of the Merchant Guild. Another system message appeared, stating that the quest was completed and that the reputation among the pirates had risen. The man thanked them for the allowance of entry and exit, saying that he would keep putting an effort to enhance mutual trust between them. He told them not to worry because he wouldn't dare to defy like that, and asked them to please not worry. Then, they would take their leave now. Someone told them to wait a minute. Someone said that they really liked their responsibility, and that if they were responsible, they heard that their cooking skills were quite good as well. The contents of the pot bubbled ominously. Meanwhile, the cooking competition continued. One of the judges exclaimed, accusing the chefs of planning to give him muscle definition losses by daring to call the lump of carbohydrates food. Another judge declared that the chicken was far too undercooked, adding that a priest could probably revive it. Another judge called the meat salad a hamburger, and then demanded that everyone get out of there. Elsewhere, someone asked for help from that man but was cut off. It was Zenoma's king of Cheps, the only disciple that Christopher approved of. The man wondered how they knew of that. Then, he heard someone talking about him. A food connoisseur declared that it wasn't enough for food to just be tasty, adding that meals should be accompanied by class and beauty. The man asked if they would try satisfying his tongue. The words "attempt the impossible" appeared above two men. One asked what kind of quest this was, assuming that the other would decline. The other man declared that he would do it. He was told not to worry about it, and that not everything is about skill in cooking. True cooking is done by the heart, and from the beginning, he had a different mindset than those rubbish chefs before. Someone declared that they would clash their passion with their tongue to see who wins. Another man was annoyed that there was one more crazy idiot. A system message appeared, stating that Captain Danielson of the Carterland Pirates is infamous for his easily irritable personality and high standards. Making a dish that would satisfy his appetite would be no easy task, but if they were to succeed, Danielson is sure to provide a reward fitting of the task. This is definitely a chance no chef would pass by. Someone asked why another was there if they weren't even going to help with the cooking, adding that they looked like a cooked egg over there. The man declared that he was his assistant, and that he should go, and, from that many. The assistant confirmed that the only hobby he has is cooking, but someone questioned if that was really true. The chef, with practiced speed, rapidly chops ingredients. His companion wonders what he's preparing. A system message alerts the chef that he has received an additional bonus for expertly chopping the ingredients. He declares that they will now make a soup that will send someone to heaven. The other chef questions if he intends to put poison in the soup, worrying about the consequences if he gets caught. He retorts that cooking is made from the heart. Meanwhile, the teal-haired female thinks it is disgraceful to put poison into what they are cooking. She decides to put sleeping pills in instead. Elsewhere, Se-Yun Lee wonders why sleeping pills are being used. She thinks about the door on the second underground level and who might hold the key to that door. The chef states that he only put in ingredients that make one feel comfortable and relaxed when eaten. He adds that if they mix in the addictive ahark root extract as well, then a system message appears, announcing that the soup that will send one to heavens has been perfectly made. The teal-haired female wonders where he got all of this stuff, and he replies that Christopher had a lot of it. As the soup is poured, someone questions if borrowed means stolen. Se-Yun Lee thinks to herself that the whole meal is just to get to that door. Someone asks to have a taste, promising they won't regret it. After tasting the soup, their eyes widen in shock. The scene shifts to Christopher, who is surrounded by various ingredients. The orange-skinned man thinks that the meal was pretty good, and he and the other chef are told that they may both leave now. One of the chefs questioned if their attempt had failed, but the other told him to wait a minute. The chef wondered why they were both sent out. He thought that if the man truly had a snobbish personality, he wouldn't have been able to keep up his dignity while they were in front of him. Above, the soup continued to cook. Below, the teal-haired female ran with the pot of soup. Meanwhile, T_Hyun Kim crept along a wall. He spotted the map of the island and thought he should memo it and write it down. T_Hyun Kim attempted to transcribe the map, but a system message appeared, stating that his skills were insufficient and the quality of the map was going down. Despite this, T_Hyun Kim thought it was better than not having one. New_character_2 declared that he couldn't endure it anymore. The man's eyes snapped open, wide with alarm. Below, Taehyun Kim continued to sleep soundly, snoring softly. The man watching over Taehyun thought that even his sleeping habits were unique. He mused that it was the first time he'd ever seen someone sleep with their eyes open since he came out of the army. Elsewhere, a warrior stood in a stone corridor. Nearby, another man told him to quiet down, warning that they'd be heard. He then asked how it went. The warrior held up a golden key. Another man held up a map, explaining that it detailed where things were placed, as well as showing hidden routes, and that it showed everything. He admitted that he copied it in a hurry, so it could be a bit wrong, but that they now had two main plans in motion. One plan involved him and the warrior going down into the basement. The other involved preparing a bait so that they wouldn't have to sneak around in the basement. He reminded the warrior that they now had the freedom to go in and out, so they would just say they were leaving to the main ship. The warrior asked what they were going back for. The man explained that they would then infiltrate back into the place from underwater. He asked if the warrior really thought that the pirates would just let them go when they were still suspicious, saying that they'd probably say one of them should stay behind or something. He then asked what they should do. The man considered the possibility of hostages, realizing there were plenty to be found. He then thought of the pigeon pirates, and ordered them to round up all the troops and send them to the island. Meanwhile, another man reacted with shock, his face contorted in disbelief. The man questioned if those people would be against the idea. Another man responded that they just needed to do it without telling people. He then wondered if they were planning to go against the pirates in the first place. One of the men wondered if Taehyun Kim was an incarnate of the devil instead of luck. Another man asked why he was looking at him like that. He responded that it was nothing, and that he was just a bit tired. The man hoped to not have to end this in bloodshed, but after seeing their size and fortress defense, he simply thought that was not possible. Another man stated that they didn't have 100% certainty that they'll be able to succeed in this plan so that he can gain access to acquiring Archaisis' power. That's why this is to make sure they get some chance of escaping with their lives somehow. The man continued, stating that if the Navy attacks the island, they will hit them from behind. In this state of chaos, they'd be somewhat like the wooden hot horse of Troy in this fight. If that happens, he'll be able to acquire the power, as well as subjugate the pirates. It will be killing two birds with one stone. A system message appeared, stating that the user acquired the skill tactics. The message continued, explaining that the user will receive additional bonuses when ordering troops, and both honor and infamy affect the tactic skill. One of the men thought that Taehyun Kim wasn't an incarnate of a devil, nor an incarnate of luck. Another man exclaimed that Taehyun Kim is the devil himself. He then apologized for doubting him the whole time. One of the men stated that he wasn't sure about the other things, but from now on he believes in Taehyun Kim's ability. He continued, saying that as an incarnate of Archaisis, he fits the title perfectly. Another man asked what he said Taehyun Kim was the incarnate of, and then told him to keep moving forward. The helmeted warrior lay resting, his arms behind his head, as two figures worked nearby. They were busy melting down metal, the sparks flying as they hammered away. Suddenly, one of the figures was sent flying backwards, crashing into the water. The other figure shouted in surprise, asking Kim Tae-san why he was there, also offering to be his personal bodyguard. The figure in the water questioned what the other was doing in the water. The other figure reminded him of when he had talked to the pirates before, saying he would like it if he could do it again for him. The figure in the water stated that not only did he do maintenance for their island, but he also provided great food and drinks, saying that he was really liking this Makrini guild. He added that they would especially make far at this rate. Nearby, two figures discussed Kim Tae-san, wondering who he was. One of them stated that they kept asking his name, so he just made up something. Two large mugs were raised in a toast. The group continued to enjoy the food and drink. One of them said that they were just happy to have the honor of serving him. Oh, great pirates. One of the pirates told the others to have one more glass. Another pirate asked how long the effect of the medicine inside the drinks and food would last. He was told it would last around half or a full day, so he shouldn't worry about it. The helmeted warrior was seen breaking into a cell. The warrior asked if that person was Count Marcel, asking if the other knew him. The other figure was seen relaxing in a bathtub, stating that he couldn't go around Zenoma without knowing his name. A man with a mustache and beard was seen in a bubble bath. The warrior was seen standing outside the room, as the man stated that he disappeared around the south coast, so he was captured by the pirates after all. The warrior asked Taehyun Kim if he wasn't going to rescue him, but Taehyun Kim simply said no. The warrior exclaimed in surprise. Taehyun Kim told him to rescue them if he wanted, adding that if he felt confident enough to kill all the pirates above by himself, he could. He watched as the lock clicked open, revealing the contents of the cell. Taehyun Kim had made it clear that rescuing Count Marcel was not his priority. Meanwhile, Taehyun Kim dismissed the idea of rescuing those he deemed annoying. He considered them not worth the effort. He was then called an asshole. A beam of light shone down from above. Someone groaned in pain. The two discussed whether they should take some of the loot for themselves. Taehyun Kim remarked that now they were talking. The warrior considered that the first thing to do was find the exit. A system message appeared, indicating that his searching skill was too low to find anything. Another system message appeared, indicating that his God's Foresight skill was activated. A further message indicated that he had succeeded in searching and located his target. Someone called out in surprise. Someone called out to Taehyun Kim. Someone declared that this was the entrance. A system message appeared, indicating that they had entered the Cartaland Island underground temple dungeon. It warned that logging out was limited for a period of time and would result in penalties. Far below the surface, a single point of light shimmered in the darkness. As they waded through the water, the bald warrior noticed the light. His companion confirmed it was magic. The bald warrior questioned if he knew how to use magic. The bald warrior demanded that the other warrior let him use the magic as well. The warrior with the gray hair found it hard to believe that there was a man-made structure like this under the island. Suddenly, a massive foot descended, the sound echoing through the cavern. The two warriors were shocked by the sudden appearance. The gray-haired warrior asked if they were sure they had come to the right place. The bald warrior responded with uncertainty. A voice boomed, declaring the area as sacred grounds and warning that if they delved deeper, they would not leave with their lives. The gray-haired warrior wondered where the sound was coming from. The voice declared that they were not intruders and that they had the successor of the incarnate right there. The gray-haired warrior questioned why the bald warrior was telling them that information. The voice asked if they had said incarnate of Archisis. The bald warrior was dismissed as crazy and just saying random things. The voice then declared that if they were truly the incarnate of Archisis, they should pass through there. The voice commanded them to be gone, declaring them intruders, or to go back where they came from. The gray-haired warrior asked if they were not going to go through there, but the bald warrior pointed out that it was clearly a trap. The helmeted warrior declared that if a trap appeared, he would make sure someone paid the price. Suddenly, a barrage of projectiles rained down upon them. The female mage called out to Kim, but it was too late. A voice echoed through the cavern, marveling at the appearance of another incarnate of Archisis. The voice pondered why Kim seemed so weak, finding it interesting. Kim knew that the previous incarnate must have been much more powerful. He was sure he was the only person to ever hit legendary job status without even reaching level 30. The voice declared that the incarnate in front of them was the godly power that the previous incarnate had left behind. The voice commanded them to take it if they had the qualification. The warrior opponent questioned how Kim could be fine after taking all those arrows to his body. Kim insisted that he didn't get hit at all because he was an incarnate. Kim stated that he had already shown his powers and questioned why they were still testing his qualification, demanding that they just give it to him already. Suddenly, the warrior opponent struck Kim with a powerful blow. The female mage asked if Kim was alright. Kim insisted that he would have been fine because he was an incarnate. The warrior opponent remarked that there were arrows coming, and Kim had to avoid them at least. Kim retorted that he would be fine, and it was the warrior opponent who needed to dodge them. Kim noticed that the arrow had poison on it, and declared that there was no time to dawdle. As Kim and the female mage are struck by poisoned arrows, the warrior opponent explains that the pirates will die from the poison before they can even give chase. The warrior opponent confirms that the poison is quite powerful as he prepares the arrows. A system message appears, indicating that they have received wolfsbane poison, a substance derived from wolfsbane flower powder, known for its lasting potency. Suddenly, the female mage yells for Kim to watch out. The warrior opponent realizes that Kim is the one he should be watching out for, and wonders if he overreacted. The warrior opponent appears to be in shock. A dark armored antagonist commands them to leave this place. The dark armored antagonist declares that they are intruders. Kim declares that he is the incarnate of Archisis. The warrior opponent urges Kim to watch out, stating that the dark armored antagonist seems powerful, but the female mage notes that words don't work on him. Kim acknowledges that it has come to this, and decides to test the sword fighting skills he learned before coming down to the dungeon on the dark armored antagonist. The sword fighting skill that Kim is about to learn is called Gatakwa sword fighting. It was explained that it's not a skill anyone can learn, and it's an honor to be taught it. Gatakwa sword fighting was described as deeper and more profound than any other sword fighting technique, requiring endless amounts of training. Kim told his instructor to stop blabbering and just teach him already. A system message appeared, stating that Kim's sword fighting skills were too low to completely learn the Gatakwa sword fighting skill. The system then stated that Kim received an additional bonus in acquiring the skill, as the teacher was skilled at making him learn the techniques. The instructor asked if Kim's posture was correct, but it was not. The system stated that to be artistically beautiful, Kim currently did not possess enough understanding, but he received a bonus for learning from a skilled teacher. The instructor told Kim to strike the enemy with the circle as his base. Kim attempted to strike. A message appeared, indicating lucky strike. 5th iteration. The narrator explains that Gatakwa's sword fighting is one of the long-standing historic sword fighting skills practiced in Adalai Kingdom, a technique where one combines both offense and defense as one with just one sword, and it is known. The strike lands with immense force. The force of the blow creates a swirling vortex of energy. The energy explodes outward. The force of the attack sends Kim flying backwards. Kim is sent hurtling backwards from the force of the blow. The instructor expresses his pride in teaching Kim the skill. The instructor continues his demonstration. The technique is called the cold wave of death. Meanwhile, the warrior with the axe shouts for someone to get behind him. The warrior prepares to strike. The narrator explains that this skill is useful when facing multiple enemies, or when facing an ambush or attacks from multiple directions. The warrior with the axe says to use this to immediately deal with it. The narrator explains that you draw a circle with yourself as the base. The narrator continues, stating that you must conquer your area. The warrior with the axe prepares to strike. The warrior with the axe remarks that it was nothing, but then complains that it is cold, while the narrator states that the intruder is arrogant. The warrior with the axe noted that Kim's attack wasn't as powerful as he had anticipated. He realized that the opponent was a much stronger foe than he initially thought. He told Kim to cover him while he focused on attacking. Meanwhile, the teal-haired sorceress dismissed the need for assistance. She claimed to know exactly how to deal with the opponent. Lupo questioned what she was doing, noting that the opponent didn't seem alive. The warrior with the axe raised his weapon, preparing to strike. Suddenly, the dark-armored antagonist unleashed a powerful attack. Kim questioned what the attack was. A new character appeared, beckoning someone to come over and promising to teach them. The dark-armored antagonist stood tall, surrounded by a swirling vortex of dark energy. A man with short, gray hair held a glowing weapon, asking if someone was curious. The figure stood amidst a swirl of energy, a blade crackling with power held aloft. Meanwhile, the battle raged on, the air thick with magical energy. Below, the clash of steel echoed through the ruins. One warrior expressed his amazement at the other's ability to eliminate the evil spirit with a single strike. The other warrior responded that he knew his hunch was correct. One of the warriors stated that getting the power would just be a matter of time. The other warrior asked if he was joking. With a shout, the warrior unleashed a circle of dashing whirlwind. The other warrior stated that it was easy peasy. The warrior realized there were too many to handle. He asked Kim if there was any way they could get through this. Another warrior asked if Kim wasn't supposed to be the one protecting him. The warrior grunted as he was struck by an unseen force. The teal-haired sorceress is struck by a barrage of dark energy, causing her to cry out in pain. Below, the dark-armored antagonist declares that the sorceress is only good at dodging. But now, the dark-armored antagonist believes things will be different. The teal-haired sorceress is hit by an evil spirit's curse, which prevents her from dodging. The system warns that her magic defense is decreased and she will receive poison damage, but the poison damage is reduced due to her holy authority. Enraged, the teal-haired sorceress declares that she is being pissed off. Meanwhile, the armored warrior protagonist calls for someone to come his way. He wonders what they are. The armored warrior protagonist is seen holding a glowing orb. The orb emits a bright light. One of the warriors asks if the other is crazy, warning that the whole place may collapse if he does that. The warrior opponent states that he can dodge it, after all. The system indicates that the warrior opponent used the skill hide. The warrior opponent screams. The system warns the warrior opponent to escape and stay at the hallway they came in from, stating that since they are made to protect this place, they wouldn't follow him that far. The warrior opponent is told that this is all for his sake, and he is asked if he understands. The warrior opponent continued to scream, the curse taking hold. The unseen assailant vowed to curse him further. But in any case, Kim continued onward. The warrior wondered what Kim was planning to do alone in that place. Fantasy Online Seoul headquarters loomed in the distance. Someone was happy their meal was finally here, commenting that ramen for nighttime meals was the best and smelled amazing. The team leader thanked them for the meal, saying they would put the kimchi in first. He then received a message from someone asking if he could hear them and telling him that he should come to the operation room now. The team leader replied that he had told them to call whenever there was any problem, even if it wasn't important. Kim Tae-hyun was currently progressing through Cardaland Island's legendary quest. Someone was surprised that Kim Tae-hyun was already beating it, thinking he was too low-leveled to even begin to try it. The man resolved that Kim Tae-hyun wasn't going to move an inch. Someone was running. Someone was saying that Kim Tae-hyun was here much earlier than they thought, wondering how he came all the way in here already. They also said that it looked like he used trading as bait to trick the pirates, wondering how they figured that out. Someone was watching a stream and was surprised to see it. The comments were full of people complaining about being tricked into manual labor by someone named Kim Tae-san. Someone asked who Kim Tae-san was. Another person thought it was just a fake name that Kim Tae-hyun made up to have the guys trick hunters into doing his bidding. They thought it was really brave to make such a plan. Someone else was praising Kim Tae-hyun over and over team. The team leader was told that he overestimated Hyun Kim, who they thought was just a crazy guy who only dumped stats on luck and rabbit's feet. The maintenance AI, however, predicted a deflation and was not letting provision be released. Oh yeah, by the looks of it, something going to be generated. Even though Hyun Kim has great items and near cheat-level luck, since he doesn't have any party members, he'll have to stop at this point. Someone is breaking logic and prejudice about players. Kim Tae-hyun's weapon ID was revealed as 4444. One of the team members exclaimed that the weapon was dropped because of luck as well. It was the item you get for an achievement in a hidden chamber event. An evil spirit warrior dropped it, an item that they didn't test yet since they didn't update the game with the proper scenario. They were told to check the log right away. The team leader exclaimed that this was dropped because of luck as well. Someone wondered what. An evil spirit warrior's sword was dropped. The item was identified as an evil spirit warrior's sword, a cursed, ghostly sword used by evil spirit warriors. Even though it is a powerful sword, it is way too dangerous for a living person to wield. You take cursed damage with every attack and will gain notoriety with continuous equip. At equip, luck decreases by 100. Someone wondered what penalty this weapon had. In any case, when your luck goes below 0, you just fall over while you're walking and break your neck. What? Huh. Someone thought that although it won't affect him much, it does give him a bad feeling. Elsewhere, the warrior with the helmet detected a new presence. He noted that this one felt different from the others he had faced. Suddenly, the golem's attack landed, triggering a system message. It was a lucky strike, 7th iteration. The warrior realized that he had to move. He prepared to give it even more. The golem's attack connected, but the warrior seemed unfazed. He wondered aloud what was happening. The golem, surprised that there was no damage, finally revealed its face, taunting the warrior for being undead and mocking him. The warrior stood his ground, unfazed by the golem's words. A dark, ominous energy descended upon the warrior. The system warned that his movement speed was lowered and his health points were being stolen due to the curse of the cursed flesh golem. The system then announced that the effect of the curse was weakened due to God's power, but the golem screamed for the warrior to die. The golem, an alive one, unleashed an attack that seemed impossible to dodge. As the golem prepared to strike, Taehyun Kim realized he had underestimated his opponent. He thought the golem would be a melee type, but he was mistaken. He decided to try out his new skill. Taehyun Kim unleashed his new skill, a circle of counterattack. The golem's eye widened as the attack approached. The circle of counterattack connected. Taehyun Kim was impressed with the skill. He wondered why Lupo hadn't used this awesome skill on others. Taehyun Kim realized something. So what he's saying is that circle of counterattack have extremely low chance of success, which is its weak point, and the golem attacked again. Taehyun Kim prepared to make a home run this time. Suddenly, Taehyun Kim was blocked. He activated his circle of defense. Taehyun Kim realized that he could only counter one attack every time he used circle of counterattack. He realized that he couldn't rely on his high luck to win against his enemies. That's a great lesson for him. Taehyun Kim wondered where his opponent was running. The golem was struck by an explosion. From below, the Necromancer Guild Master questioned what he was doing. The golem was proving too tough to fight. The teal-haired sorceress decided to leave Taehyun Kim behind. The golem demanded that she return, but Se-Yun Lee wondered if he really thought she would. Below, Taehyun Kim wondered what was happening. The warrior opponent cursed, noting that she looked like a dumb pile of flesh, but that she had lots of tricks up her sleeve. The golem's foot stomped down. Taehyun Kim successfully dodged the attack by using Shadow Leap. He continued to fall. Taehyun Kim grunted as he fell. Se-Yun Lee declared that she wouldn't let him go. Taehyun Kim successfully dodged the attack, activating a skill called Perfect Escape. Suddenly, the wolf creature roared, demanding that they come back. The wolf creature stood before a large, ornate doorway. A voice echoed, warning that if they were not of proper air, they should leave immediately. The group stood before a massive pyramid-like structure. Taehyun Kim thought that it looked like this was the end of the dungeon, but there didn't seem to be anything dangerous. The voice boomed, asking who dared set foot on this holy place. The voice continued, stating that if they did not wish to comply, then they would receive a proper test to see if they were entitled. Taehyun Kim responded that this was fine. Taehyun Kim thought that they were all saying, test this, test that, and that it was annoying. He also thought that it would be weirder if he went back after coming all the way here. Taehyun Kim was sure that touching it would trigger some sort of explosion. The voice declared that they were speaking for their sake. The voice stated that it would be an eye for an eye, an explosion for an explosion. Taehyun Kim realized that he needed to make some escape holes just in case another big monster like that appeared again. Taehyun Kim obtained Archaisis' authority, increasing his divinity by 150 and all his stats by 5. He also completed his job quest, ensuring his name will be known on each of the shrines. His divine authority skill level increased, as did his divine dignity skill level, and he received the job skill Summon Good Fortune. By acquiring the authority, he was now recognized as the one and only incarnate of Archaisis. However, a system warning alerted them that an ancient god's evil spirit was awakened. The area around Taehyun Kim began to shake violently. The warrior opponent looked up, surprised by the sudden tremors. A voice echoed, declaring that the heir of the incarnate had finally arrived and that it had been waiting for him. The voice continued, unable to hold back its joy from seeing the true heir rightfully obtaining the divine authority. Taehyun Kim seemed confused by the pronouncements. The warrior opponent declared that he would be on his way now. But the voice responded, stating that even if he acquired the authority, he was not allowed to escape the test. The voice declared that, as it had vowed to Archaisis to be entrusted by him, it would now ask for his qualification. The voice spoke of being the incarnate. A dark void emanates within it, the words, defeat me. If he truly was the descendant of Archaisis incarnate, he would have to prove it. The disembodied voice challenged him to try and defeat it. Below, Taehyun Kim prepared to face his opponent. A surge of energy erupted. The force of the blast sent Taehyun Kim flying backwards. The monster was surprised to see Taehyun Kim alive. The monster lunged forward, ready to attack. The monster commanded Taehyun Kim to stop right there. The battle continued to rage on. Someone shouted for Taehyun Kim, relieved that he was safe. Someone yelled for them to run. The warrior opponent demanded that they return, but it was too late. Taehyun Kim had already unleashed his power. The warriors continued to flee, begging for their comrades to wait for them. The warrior opponent wondered what that thing was. The warriors continued to run away from Taehyun Kim. The warrior opponent swung his hammer, thinking that he was being swindled. The warrior opponent ordered his subordinates to get those thieves immediately. One of the subordinates complained that this was all because of the noble's fault. The warriors were still running away from Taehyun Kim. One of them wondered how Taehyun Kim was following them all the way here. The warrior opponent was shocked at what he was seeing. Taehyun Kim unleashed a powerful attack. Taehyun Kim's close call had him reflecting on how he could have been buried alive. One of the warriors noticed him behind them. Meanwhile, the man with the eye patch observed that it looked like Danielson, but he also seemed very angry. The man in black agreed. Elsewhere, two men were calling for help, hoping someone was out there. One of the men was relieved to have escaped the jail. The other man suggested that if they killed him, the mainland would think the pirates did it. The first man asked to be taken with them, but the other man thought that was too far, as he believed he would screw them over later if they kept him alive. Someone was surrendering completely, explaining that they only ended up like this because the two threatened them. They also noted that one of them was changing sides faster than light. As the warriors ran, the man in black wondered if they were ignoring him. One of the men urged the other to pierce through the enemies that surrounded them and call for the kingdom's navy. He then asked where the signal flare was. The other man responded that it was in the merchant ship's gunpowder storage. He was sure the pirates had taken over them by now, and wondered where that merchant ship was. Someone ordered them to drop their weapons immediately and surrender, calling them damn swindlers. They wondered if they would be let live if they surrendered. Two men wondered if they would be kept alive. One of them said that they promised they would have a clean death. The man wondered what the difference was if they didn't surrender. The arrows continued to rain down as the warriors sought cover. Amidst the chaos, two figures emerged, waving white cloths and shouting their surrender to the pirates. One of the pirates observed that they were dodging the arrows faster than he had anticipated. Another pirate, however, stated that they couldn't stay there for too long. He suggested they charge through the arrows, but another pirate questioned if there was another way. One of the pirates asked about Archaisus's power, wondering if they had found it. Another pirate admitted that he had forgotten about it, and asked them to move a bit. The pirates stared at the man who was coughing. One of the pirates told Count Marcel that it was good timing and to take a look at something. Marcel questioned what it was. Marcel began to write down everything the pirate told him to, promising to pay back the debt of Kim Taehyun, saving his life. He questioned why he should write such a thing, wondering if he should not pay back the debt and be total trash with no honor at all. Marcel coughed violently. Marcel struggled as he was forced to write the debt, begging to be let down and saved. Marcel sobbed, calling them evil bastards. One of the pirates stated that he would make sure to empty out Marcel's coffers just as much as they ruined their plans. One of the pirates ordered the others to get down there and arrest them all. The other pirates agreed. The dark-armored antagonist declared that he had come for the damned runaways. The warriors were caught off guard by the sudden appearance. One of them questioned what was happening, surprised by the turn of events. The men cheered, expressing their unwavering belief in the evil spirit. Meanwhile, a figure warned someone not to lose to the others. A system message then appeared, indicating that they had succeeded in making enemies fight each other, increasing their skill in the art of conversation, and granting them the skill turn enemies against each other. Someone asked what was said. Mages prepared to attack, determined to eliminate all the demons in the underground. The mages aimed their magic at the dark-armored antagonist, who was labeled as an evil spirit. The dark-armored antagonist wondered why they were worrying about him. Someone declared that they were his true opponent after all. The dark-armored antagonist found their attack thoughtful, stating that he would gladly make sure that was the case. One of the pirates was struck by an attack. He realized that if things were going to be like this, he had no other choice. The pirate prepared to unleash the sword of the turbulent seas. Taehyun Kim expressed his annoyance with the ghosts, ordering them to return to hell. The dark-armored antagonist questioned how they dared anger him like this, especially on his own island. Two figures observed the events, one commenting that people would think the dark-armored antagonist was the main hero of the story at this point. The other offered him some cola. The warrior opponent's eye twitched with fury. A surge of dark energy erupted around him. The energy coalesced into sharp, menacing shapes surrounding the warrior opponent. The dark energy continued to intensify, swirling around him. The warrior opponent launched himself forward, propelled by the dark energy. The dark energy continued to surge, leaving trails in its wake. The warrior opponent slammed into the ground, the impact creating shockwave. Dust and debris billowed outwards from the point of impact. The warrior opponent unleashed a powerful attack, the energy crackling around him. Taehyun Kim watched the display of power with a grim expression. The warrior opponent, now towering over Taehyun Kim, sneered, calling him a little insect human. The warrior opponent stood firm, declaring that no one should meddle between him and the incarnate. In response to the warrior opponent's command, his warriors rose to fight. The other warriors shouted to protect their captain as the warrior opponent's army advanced. A declaration echoed. He was destined for greatness. Elsewhere, someone shouted that they were going to get caught, and another cried out in pain. It was announced that their tactic skill had increased, and they acquired the skill Harsh Whipping. The system notified them that the Harsh Whipping skill decreased the target's HP and MP while increasing their stats. Someone remarked that it was pretty good, while another begged to stop and promised to put more effort into it. Someone worried about Taehyun Kim, wondering what would happen if he collapsed. Another voice declared that if Taehyun Kim collapsed, they would just say the pirates killed him. A ship sailed on. On the ship, someone ordered everyone to be quiet, threatening death if anyone moved. On the ship, one of the men tied up asks what happened to Taehyun Kim and Lupo. Meanwhile, another man exclaims that they are in big trouble, informing Saber that the captain is currently fighting a demon. Elsewhere, Taehyun Kim delivers a crushing blow to one of his opponents. One of the men is shocked by Taehyun Kim's power. The men are relieved to see Taehyun Kim and Lupo are safe. One of the men calls them little thieves, questioning how they were able to get through the army completely surrounding them. Taehyun Kim executes a circle of counterattack. One of the men cries out in pain. The men are repeatedly struck with the words, "Lucky Strike," appearing around them. A system message appears, indicating that Taehyun Kim's horror stat has increased, granting him a bonus in the threatened skill and the new skill, Overpower. Taehyun Kim thinks that he will make anyone that goes against him look like that. The men are terrified. The system message explains that the skill Overpower cuts the enemy's morale and horrifies them, and at a certain level of feeling overpowered, the enemies run away. Desperate cries for help rang out as figures plunged into the water. Those still aboard the ship accused the one responsible for their plight of being a demon, a claim met with immediate denial. Suddenly, a projectile shot through the sky. Danielson remarked that others likely saw the projectile as well. Another man agreed, suggesting they raise anchor and leave, as Taehyun Kim was likely furious. Someone realized that their horror stat was about to be tested. The idea of raising anchor immediately was met with enthusiasm, as they planned to use the pirates' confusion to their advantage. One of the pirates, however, was not confused. He urged his comrades to stop the fleeing humans, declaring they would all die together rather than let them escape. Another pirate, in response, kicked a rope. Another man called out to Taehyun Kim, telling him to look over there. Taehyun Kim responded with a confused, "Huh?" The ship began to move. The first pirate continued to shout at the fleeing humans, calling them cowardly and demanding they stop. Danielson, visibly annoyed, questioned why they had to involve themselves in others' problems, suggesting they should have solved them quietly. Someone declared they didn't care anymore, admitting they hadn't wanted to open it until they left the island, but the scroll was activated, with the words "do or die." The warrior opponent declared that they would go all out. Suddenly, a system message appeared, announcing that a divine beast had been summoned. He thought it was going to be something epic. The system prompted for how much luck to use, stating the rule of permanent consumption of luck. He groaned, realizing he had to use his luck to summon it, as expected of Archaisis' power. He decided to use 1105. He calculated that if he used that much, the remainder would be 1500. He thought his dodge skills were amazing even at 1500, so he should be fine. A beam of light shot down from the sky, piercing the clouds and reaching the ship below. A summoning circle appeared, crackling with energy. Danielson was sent flying as someone called out his name. Someone yelled for others to hold on tight. The ship rocked violently. A figure descended from the sky, surrounded by a bright light. From the deck, someone exclaimed that it was Lupo. A man looked on in shock, exclaiming, "What?" The men holding Kim struggle to keep him steady as he seems to lose control. Suddenly, a massive dragon descends from the sky, causing a wave of shock and alarm. The dragon, golden in hue, lets out a low growl. The men on the ship exclaim in disbelief at the sight of the golden dragon. The dragon's massive form approaches the ship, dwarfing it in size. One of the men asks Kim if that is his dragon. The man urges Kim to call out the dragon's name. Kim, eyes wide with shock, stares ahead. The system prompted the user to choose a name for their divine beast. The figure wondered if it was a random draw this time. The figure questioned the point of it all, observing that one option was big but unstable. Another option appeared to be small but stable. The figure relented, stating that if they were gambling, being adventurous was a given. The system requested that they name the divine beast, prompting the figure to consider names. The figure recalled a name they had wanted to use for a long time, Kinga Dempermages. The system displayed the name L33T420BLA, accompanied by a notification sound. The figure stated they were joking about the name, as the system warned that the friendship level with the divine beast might change based on the name given. Annoyed, the figure decided to just do random, stating they were too lazy to think about it. The system prompted them to name the divine beast, displaying the word random upside down, accompanied by a notification sound. A system message indicated that it was identifying the best divine name, accompanied by a notification sound. The system declared that the divine beast's name was being chosen. Taehyun Kim reasoned that if he chose a random name, the system would select from its usual options, ensuring there wouldn't be a bad one, at least. The system message then revealed the chosen name, Draggy. Taehyun Kim was taken aback. He questioned why it had to be such a childish name, stating he wouldn't even name his next-door neighbor's cat that way. Suddenly, an alert sounded as the system announced that he would return to the original world in 5 seconds. Taehyun Kim realized that wasn't right. As the system continued to count down, 5, 4, 3, he wondered if he could start from the beginning. He questioned again why the system named it Draggy. As the system continued the countdown, 2, 1, the name echoed in his mind, Draggy. Taehyun Kim thought that there was a limit to how careless a name could be, wondering why it had to be Draggy of all things. Taehyun Kim was informed that to call the rarest and most holy being in the whole world Draggy was a bit much. Taehyun Kim realized that it was a gold dragon. The others felt the emotional attachment from it, considering it a marvelous name. One of them wondered if that was so. Taehyun Kim thought it was a shame. If he liked any name at all, he would have gone with L33T 420 Blazite. One of the others wondered if he was really going to do that, concluding that he probably would have. The warriors surrounding Taehyun Kim were initially fearful of the dragon's appearance, but one of them tried to reassure the others that it was merely an illusion. Another warrior agreed, stating that no one in this world could summon a dragon. One of the warriors questioned if it was an illusion. Hearing this, the other warriors agreed that it was probably an illusion and charged forward. The dragon roared. The warriors were engulfed by the dragon's roar. The dragon continued to roar. The dragon's eye narrowed. The dragon thought there were many of them. The dragon remarked that they were pitiful beings. The warriors screamed. The dragon prepared to unleash its breath. The warriors screamed as they were engulfed in the dragon's breath. The warriors were incinerated by the dragon's breath. The dragon's fiery breath engulfed the warriors, leaving nothing but scorched earth in its wake. Nearby, others watched in awe. One man, seemingly a merchant, expressed his amazement at Taehyun Kim's power and offered to buy the dragon at any price. The dragon, however, seemed annoyed by the interruption, demanding that they leave. The dragon coughed, seemingly exhausted. The dragon's master dismissed the coughing fit as mere imagination. Regardless, the master commanded the dragon not to attack the people on the opposite side of the island, assuring him that he didn't need to worry. Elsewhere, others fled in terror. One of the onlookers exclaimed in disbelief at the sight of a dragon. The event was even being live-streamed, with viewers commenting in disbelief. Meanwhile, a group of people found themselves trapped, held captive by pirates, and unable to move. One of the captives lamented that they had been tricked by the mercantile guys and were now all hostages. The captives discussed their options, debating whether to fight or try to escape, but one pointed out that no one there was suited for fighting. Whispers spread among the group, the name of Kim Tae-san Nim on everyone's lips, as they hoped for a savior to arrive. The crowd wondered who this Kim Tae-san Nim was, as others expressed their belief that he would come and save them all. The mention of Kim Tae-san Nim's name triggered laughter from some, who found the idea of rescue absurd. One of the men questioned why they were laughing, as another man sarcastically remarked that the one who tricked them was going to save them all, calling it a good joke. The man, serious, asked if they meant it as a joke and proposed a bet. He suggested that the loser would have to swim all the way back to the mainland Zanoma, making it clear that he was sure Tae-san Nim would come. Far away, a ship sailed through the water, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. The man gritted his teeth, his face contorted in anger. Elsewhere, Taehyun Kim stood on a sandy landscape, watching the fiery figure approach. The people wondered how he survived after getting hit by that, questioning if he was a monster or something, while the snake wondered about that as well. The man demanded to know just who the hell the approaching figure was. The armored warrior protagonist wondered if his opponent was able to summon forth a dragon. Meanwhile, the crowd wondered if it was Taehyun Kim. One of the onlookers thought that Taehyun Kim was crazy and that if he were to fight now, he would lose. With a determined look, Taehyun Kim declared that he would definitely win. The warrior opponent and the onlooker watched with anticipation. Taehyun Kim and the warrior opponent clashed. The crowd cheered loudly, though some struggled to see clearly. The warrior opponent and Taehyun Kim continued their battle. The warrior opponent was hit. Taehyun Kim continued to attack the warrior opponent. The warrior opponent screamed in pain. The warrior opponent, in a fit of rage, vowed to make sure that Taehyun Kim would die along with him. The warrior opponent declared that Taehyun Kim would accompany him on his travel to hell. A system message alerted Taehyun Kim that the Captain Danielson of the pirates was using Curse of the Pirates. Another message indicated that this was an undodgeable curse, and he had failed at dodging. The warrior opponent wondered if it was a curse, hoping it wasn't something like, "If I die, you die too." System messages confirmed that the warrior opponent successfully dodged and that a critical hit had occurred. Se-Yun Lee observed that Taehyun Kim was using a strange sword on top of already strange skills. The warrior opponent yelled for Se-Yun Lee to stop it as he was struck. The warrior opponent launched a multi-chain attack. Taehyun Kim declared that the attack wouldn't work on him, initiating a circle of counterattack. The warrior opponent wondered if it was a multi-attack as a system message indicated that Taehyun Kim was hit by savage current wound. Taehyun Kim looked at his status screen with a concerned expression. A system message indicated that Taehyun Kim endured his health continually decreasing, but his health and endurance increased by 1. Taehyun Kim was surprised to see that he barely avoided a fatal attack, and his dexterity increased by 1. Taehyun Kim observed his stats increasing as he dodged the attacks. He noted that his HP was slowly recovering. Meanwhile, the warrior opponent, breathing heavily, unleashed a maniacal laugh as he prepared another attack, shouting that Taehyun Kim would die. The warrior opponent's attack landed, and he cried out in pain. Staggering backward from the blow, the warrior opponent realized he was losing at this rate. He cried out for help. The warrior opponent continued to stumble backward. The dark armored antagonist watched the fight, realizing that the warrior opponent had been pretending to be hurt the entire time. He acknowledged that the warrior opponent had gained a ton of stats thanks to the descendant. The dark armored antagonist declared that the warrior opponent had made a stranger involved in their fight. Taehyun Kim, surprised to see the warrior opponent still alive, realized that the warrior opponent had gone underground to avoid the attack. The dark armored antagonist expressed his annoyance with both of them. The dark armored antagonist stated that he had made his decision, adding that someone as sneaky and underhanded had no right to be called the descendant of the incarnate. The dark armored antagonist vowed to end the warrior opponent's life with his own hands. The warrior opponent questioned the dark armored antagonist's right to make decisions, suggesting he eat something instead. The dark armored antagonist retorted that he didn't want to do this in the first place, but he was forced this way, and that no one gave the warrior opponent the right to decide that. He then commanded Draghi to shoot his breath once more. Taehyun Kim calls out for Draghi, as he is warned to look above him. Taehyun Kim calls out to Draghi again, as others warn him to look above. Taehyun Kim looks up and wonders what is happening. Taehyun Kim is confused by what he sees. Taehyun Kim looks down at the small creature in his hands. Taehyun Kim wonders what this small and cute thing is. Draghi admits that he thinks he used up too much of his power. He asks if he's really that small now. Draghi confirms that is right, and asks when he is going to return to his original form. Taehyun Kim demands to know what Draghi is doing, and admits he is unsure as well, and wonders if it is not forever. Draghi apologizes, saying he is not sure either. Taehyun Kim tells him that good fortune doesn't come to you by waiting anyway, and asks what he is doing. Taehyun Kim tells Draghi to just hold on tight. A system message appears, indicating that the divine beast's loyalty has increased. It seems that Taehyun Kim is no longer able to borrow that dragon's power anymore. The dark figure declared that the end was near. He gloated, saying that his opponent was getting what he deserved for acting so tough, and that he was about to be properly beaten down. The warrior opponent's face contorted in a mix of shock and pain. The dark armored antagonist unleashed a flurry of attacks. A system message appeared, indicating that a critical hit had occurred. The warrior opponent coughed up blood, realizing that the evil spirit might be tough, but he was nothing compared to the dark armored antagonist. The warrior opponent thought back to when he was going easy on Taehyun Kim, and how Taehyun Kim dared to look down on him. He realized that Taehyun Kim wasn't even his target in the first place. The warrior opponent refused to die like this. A system message appeared, announcing that Taehyun Kim had vanquished the infamous Cartelan pirate captain, Danielson. The crowd cheered. Another system message appeared, stating that Taehyun Kim's fame increased by 250, and that the attitude of the NPCs related to the Cartelan pirates would change towards him. Another system message appeared, informing Taehyun Kim that he had received the title, the Bringer of Order of the Cartelan Sea. Taehyun Kim unleashed a powerful attack. The warrior opponent asked if they could talk this out like civilized human beings. The dark figure responded that Taehyun Kim was a descendant, and that he was too lax. The dark figure declared that he was not a human, and told Taehyun Kim to go back where he came from, spirit. Taehyun Kim was greeted by an ally, who offered to assist him in the fight. Taehyun's ally insisted that he would follow Taehyun's orders. The warrior opponent asked Taehyun to buy him some time before running away. He told Taehyun that if they just bought enough time, the Royal Navy would arrive. The warrior opponent told Taehyun that he was going to leave it to him, claiming he had somewhere else to be. He told Taehyun to come back. The dark armored antagonist watched the warrior opponent flee. He mocked the warrior opponent, saying that he looked like he had been betrayed by the humans he trusted, calling him foolish and stating that he was just doing a tactical retreat. The dark armored antagonist told the warrior opponent to shut up. He stated that the warrior opponent was getting angry because he had nothing to say, and that humans were pitiful. The dark armored antagonist told the warrior opponent not to be disheartened because his master had left him behind, stating that everything would no longer matter. The warrior opponent wondered what was happening. The warrior opponent was being consumed. A system message appeared, stating that the ancient god's evil spirit was spreading its domain across the entirety of the island. Taehyun Kim wondered what the fog was. Civilians noticed a quest screen had appeared. The system message stated that an unforeseen quest had been generated. United Quest, clear the ancient god's dungeon. The message continued, explaining that Cateland Island had been changed due to the ancient god's evil spirit rising up from its dungeon, and that they must destroy the subordinates that the ancient god's evil spirit controls and let the spirit go back to eternal rest, where the island would forever be left as a dungeon. The reward was unknown. A character wondered if the quest meant they had to combine strength with all these idiots, stating that there was no way they would. A sharp blow lands, the sound echoing in the chamber. The pirate prisoner guard cries out as he falls. Another guard wonders what has happened. The guards realize that someone has arrived. The prisoners recognize Taehyun Kim. The prisoners are relieved, believing that Taehyun Kim has come to save them. A system message appears, describing the Great Escape, Save the People quest. It explains that the Makrini Merchant Guild members have been captured by pirates and urges the player not to leave them behind. The system message continues, stating that if the player succeeds, their name will be remembered for their noble-mindedness. The reward will be an increase in holy power, fame, and the influence of the Archisis religion, based on the number of people rescued. The prisoners express their belief in Taehyun Kim. Taehyun Kim admits to himself that he came to save them because of the quest, and now he feels guilty. With the immediate danger averted, the group expressed their relief, hoping for a safe escape. One of them thanked Kim Taehyun for his help. Kim Taehyun dismissed their gratitude, telling them not to worry about compliments. The constant praise began to irritate Taehyun, as it reminded him of the compliments his father received. The crowd around Taehyun expressed their faith in him, noting that the quests on the island were difficult but rewarding. One of the crowd reminded the others about the blacksmith who had bet he would swim to the island if he lost. She then accused those who had spoken ill of Kim Taehyun of being hypocrites. A man looked up, wondering what was happening. Below, a horde of shadowy figures approached. Someone speculated that the approaching horde was the result of the ancient god's dungeon being opened, but questioned how so many evil spirits could emerge. Someone shouted orders, directing the blacksmiths to the outside and the artists and fishermen to the inside. Musicians stood among the crowd. The order continued, instructing those with even a single attack skill to move to the outside, readying every skill they could use. Chefs were told to prepare food, and blacksmiths to check their equipment. The man with the green hat shouts encouragement, telling the others not to whine and cry if they can't fight well, and to attack with anything they can. Suddenly, a system message appears, indicating that Taehyun Kim's combat skill has increased. Another system message appears, confirming that he acquired the skill Cold-Blooded Commander. The system message explains that the Cold-Blooded Commander skill allows him to order people around him maximize their efficiency, thereby increasing their stats. The current players in the area have their stats increased temporarily. The warriors charge forward, urging each other not to fall behind. Meanwhile, someone shouts for Lupo, stating that as soon as Taehyun Kim comes back, they'll escape this place together with him and ordering to raise the anchor. Another person questions the order, correcting themselves and referring to Tae-san-nim. The warriors continue to fight the shadowy figures, who are sticking to them like shadows. They shout at Tae-san-nim to get away from them and curse the evil spirits. Someone calls out for Lupo again. A ship sails on the water. The shadowy figures remain on the island, unable to move beyond its borders. Someone expresses relief that they aren't able to move beyond the island. The two survivors waited anxiously. One asked if the Navy still hadn't arrived. The other confirmed that a message had been received, stating they were on their way. Suddenly, a ship was seen sailing back towards the island. The pair wondered why the boat was returning to the island. One of them realized that the direction of the waves and wind had changed. It seemed a magic boundary had been erected, preventing them from leaving so easily. One of the survivors suggested they first inform the Navy of the situation and then ask for help. The other survivor questioned why they shouldn't explain why they couldn't leave the island. The first survivor insisted that if they explained the situation, they would get help. The survivor realized that the Navy might give up on rescuing them. The group of onlookers realized that the boat couldn't leave the island. The man in the ornate uniform questioned why he hadn't been told of this in the first place. The people around him whispered that they hadn't told him. The man in the ornate uniform wondered who that person was. The man was told that he was speaking to Captain Bransong, who commands the invincible 3-ship armada that boasts the strongest firepower in all of the Adalai Kingdom. He was shocked to learn that the NPC was the famous Bransong. The soldiers wondered if they were even allowed to talk to him. They noted that the soldiers next to Bransong looked to be of a higher level than them, and that they would probably die if their spear even scratches him. Bransong considered the situation, finding it interesting. Bransong mused that Cartelan Island, once known as the Spiked Fortress, had been reduced to rubble. He then wondered how Danielson had been defeated and what method was used to achieve it. The men looked on, wondering what method was used to achieve such a feat. One of the men in the front stated that everything was thanks to the man standing before them. Meanwhile, one of the men asked if he had single-handedly cleared up all the pirates, stating that it was quite amazing. He then noticed Count Marcel and was relieved to see that he was safe after hearing that he had been captured by the pirates. Marcel retorted, asking why they didn't come to save him if they knew he was in danger. One of the men explained that the situation wasn't good for them to do so, but they were all very glad to see him survive and come out of it fine. Captain Bransong thanked the man again, stating that he had made an absolutely important contribution for the country and that it must have been extremely difficult to save Marcel's life in that kind of situation. He added that there was nothing more important than saving a life. The man responded that he was in danger doing that, but he simply couldn't let someone in danger like that stay there and not rescue them. The crowd applauded the magnificent hero. A system message appeared, indicating that Bransong had given him high praise and approval, increasing his fame by 50. Another message stated that Bransong respects those who are talented and strong, and he is now able to introduce himself while referring to Bransong's name in the Adalai Kingdom. Another system message appeared, stating that his name is now known throughout the Adalai Kingdom. Marcel wondered if he should just sue the devilish guy, regretting that he signed that contract. Bransong stated that if he had any interest in becoming a navy, he should join. The man responded that he had already been through the army. Cannons were being prepared. The man with the mustache and beard declared that they were ready, stating that the targets were those evil spirits at the edge of the beach. The order to fire was given. The cannons fired. The cannons continued to fire, barraging the beach with explosive force. The bombardment intensified, each blast tearing through the sand and any spirits caught in the crossfire. One of the men in the green hat, excited by the firepower, exclaimed that bringing the navy was the right choice. Another man hushed him, warning that they would be heard. Meanwhile, a soldier saluted his captain, reporting that the preparations were complete. The captain ordered the platoon securing the beach position to be sent first. Small boats, each bearing a flag, advanced through the water towards the beach. Elsewhere, a man noticed a sudden quest notification. It detailed the Cartellan Island purge operation, where the Adalai Kingdom's navy planned to purge and occupy the island, promising a reward for those who aided the soldiers battling the undead. The man's companions debated whether to accept the quest. One argued against it, stating that it would be a waste if they died, as they had barely escaped the last time. Another asked what they would do, and the first responded that they would be crazy to go back in there. Inside a tent, a figure expressed their desire to ask how they should plan on battling the evil spirits. Another figure stated that the ancient god's evil spirit had returned to the underground temple, likely to restore its power after casting a powerful curse on the island. One of the figures suggested going right into the temple without wasting any time if they were planning to attack. Another figure asked if they should go right into it. The first figure responded that they should pick out some of their best men for a punitive expedition, while having their other men follow them inside, as time was not on their side. A system message appeared, announcing an unforeseen quest had been generated. Astel was ordered to round up the healers and mages to establish the punitive expedition team. Taehyun Kim was asked what was wrong. He admitted he was touched because, for the first time, he was able to work with a properly set-up party to conquer a dungeon. One of his companions asked what kind of people he had worked with until then. The student began to speak, but paused, as if unsure how to phrase her thoughts. Nearby, another student scratched at their ear, seemingly bothered by an itch. Elsewhere, armored soldiers advanced, their movements precise and coordinated. One of the men watched the soldiers, impressed. He wondered just how high their levels were. One of the soldiers asked why the man and his companion had followed them. The man chuckled, stating that they would do their best to help out. The soldier stated that the kingdom's navy would take care of the enemies, and all they needed to do was help them out a bit. He then asked if they wanted their weapons sharpened. A man off-panel demanded to know why someone was so slow, urging them to move faster. The skill harsh whipping was used. One of the men wondered why someone was there, while the other exclaimed that he had come to finish his quest. Nearby, the chef wondered why she had been followed. The chef wondered if she was not allowed to follow. One of the men wondered if he had met the chef somewhere before, but she dismissed the idea, stating that she had only started the game a week ago. She explained that she didn't know how to fight, but she thought she could help out by cooking for everyone. The man replied that it was good for raising EXP and skill levels. The man questioned if she had come just because she wanted to help out. She confirmed, but the man was surprised, noting that the other 3 people had ulterior motives for being there, implying that she shouldn't be there. The chef stated that just because those people had ulterior motives, it didn't mean she did as well. She added that if her cooking skill could be of use to people, then she was fine with that. It was hard to believe that such a kind and diligent person existed. The wizard was asked why they were using light-emitting magic. They responded that they were just checking up on the equipment. The group continued to move forward. The chef carried a massive bag on her back. Someone remarked that it was nice of her to help out. She responded that it felt very nice. The warrior noted that the pieces of the evil spirit warrior's destroyed armor should be kept as well, wondering how they would be used. The chef thought that even leftovers like this could be of help one day, and that they should be kept anyway. She believed that all resources should always be respected. System message: the bag is too heavy. System message: your movement speed. Warriors were spotted, and the order was given to maintain formation. The warriors were blessed with overflowing vigor. From a distance, the chef observed the battle, impressed by their skill. However, the chef found that the scene also had a relaxing effect. He steeled himself, declaring that the undead fiends should move aside. Someone nearby insisted that no one lay hands on their precious hero. They were assured that they wouldn't need to dirty their hands. The group continued to move forward through the dungeon. Someone mentioned that Danielson had praised the chef's cooking skills highly and asked if he was a chef. The chef denied it. He clarified that his occupation was chef, which was amazing. He explained that he was a soup specialty chef, a rare job. He had been cooking inside the city when he got a job quest and ended up changing his job. The chef didn't mind either way. He had thought it would be fine if he just had fun with cooking and did his best. The NPC who gave him the job quest was also a kind person, which made him like this job even more. The chef's companion noted that there's no fun if you have a good job. Only with a bad job can you have fun with it. The chef admitted that he didn't choose this job because it's a bad one, though. The chef had no complaints because it's been really fun. In any case, the companion told the chef that he was really great at cooking. The chef thanked him, adding that his real-life occupation was cooking as well. The teal-haired female continued to express her love for cooking, despite her family's belief that it must be boring, even within games. The system then notified everyone that the cooking of the meal was complete and that it received a bonus due to the chef's cooking skills. The system also indicated that if the instant fish soup received a high evaluation, they would receive additional experience points. The chef thanked everyone for fighting hard and encouraged them to eat as much as they wanted. One of the armored warriors thanked him in return. The system then announced that their approval had increased amongst the Kingdom Navy's Invincible 3 Armada, and that the soldiers would gain even better stats when commanded. The system confirmed that the soldiers were very satisfied with the meal, and that their cooking skill increased highly. The system then notified Taehyun Kim that he had completed cooking by cooperating with someone for the first time, and that he would receive a bonus. Taehyun Kim seemed surprised by this. The system explained that the current disciples he could take in were players who learned in art, cooking, blacksmithing, and mechanical engineering. It further explained that disciples have their skill levels increase faster than others in comparison, and that he would receive a bonus according to his disciple level. Taehyun Kim realized that he was able to take in a disciple. The chef asked Taehyun Kim if it was all right with him if she became his disciple. Taehyun Kim seemed surprised by this. Taehyun Kim thought to himself that since she has an honest and diligent personality, she won't try to backstab him and would just keep raising her level. Taehyun Kim continued to think to himself that she would give him a bonus for his cooking skill, which is lacking right now. The chef seemed confused by this. The chef looked at Taehyun Kim with a confused expression. The teal-haired female considered the offer, her mind racing with possibilities. She wondered why Taehyun Kim was using a fake name, and if accepting his offer would lead to unwanted attention. She knew that people who live-streamed themselves playing games worked hard to achieve something, but she had already accomplished so much. She didn't really have plans to stream, so she didn't care about her popularity. It wasn't like being popular would feed her every day, and in the end, what mattered was her skill and willpower. In any case, it was her skill that brought all these people here. The chef was thankful to Taehyun Kim, especially considering he fought against all the pirates and evil spirit warriors by himself when they were escaping. As the incarnate of Archisis, she received additional compensation through her job title and luck. If she were to teach cooking to a disciple, she could use 2 types of skills to teach them. The chef wondered if she really needed poison when she was doing cooking, considering there were a lot of cooking ingredients in real life that had poison, like the pufferfish. Lucky cooking was a skill that differed according to how much luck the user had. When the chef threw in ingredients however they liked and still created a wonderful dish, that was the true testament to a chef's skill. The chef wondered if the luck stat was really that useful, as everyone said that it wasn't really good. Perhaps. The others were upset, reminding her that she promised to teach them her skill first before anyone else. One of the men told the chef to pick up that soup ladle. She agreed, saying she would right away. The teal-haired female clarified that she meant blacksmithing skills, not cooking skills. However, the chef explained that both of them already knew all the blacksmithing skills that he knew, so he didn't have much to teach them. The others were shocked, questioning if Taehyun Kim was discriminating by gender, as they had been waiting so long. He insisted that wasn't the case, stating he really didn't have anything to teach. The teal-haired female stated the way she saw it. She thought it just looked like Taehyun Kim simply didn't want to teach either of them. Elsewhere, a soldier joked that if he kept blabbing even in the boat, they should toss him into the sea. He quickly clarified that he was joking. Someone commented that it was really nice now that the noisy idiot was gone, wasn't it? A group of soldiers marched forward. When the soldiers fell, a dark figure appeared. The figure stated that the descendant had finally returned, and that they had been waiting for them. One of the soldiers lamented that because of those Navy soldiers, he couldn't even swing around his sword even once. The dark figure laughed. The teal-haired female interrupted, questioning if there was any real need to listen to what he was saying. The chef suggested they simply let him continue talking. While he was distracted, he thought it would be best for the priests and mages to attack him together. Nearby, the armored warrior and his companions seemed confused by the unfolding events. From the shadows, a voice declared the plan to be a cold-blooded tactic and very good. The voice continued, stating that the underhanded tactic of beating up the character in the middle of transforming was perfectly their style. The teal-haired female smiled, agreeing with the sentiment. The voice from the shadows considered the situation, realizing that they didn't mean to intend that kind of tactic. From within the swirling chaos, the dark armored antagonist declared that the descendant should behold his power. The antagonist then declared that from that moment forward, no one would be allowed to leave or enter that sea. The dark armored antagonist stated that he wouldn't need to lift a finger, and then unleashed a holy explosion. The warrior opponent yelled for a manifold, and then unleashed a leaping flameball. The dark armored antagonist accused the descendant of bringing outsiders into their duel. The warrior opponent retorted, questioning what he was talking about, reminding him that he had said that he didn't have the right to be one anymore. The warrior opponent insisted that it was still a cowardly act, but the dark armored antagonist told him to shut up. The dark armored antagonist questioned whether the warrior opponent was sure he could say that, considering he sent his subordinates to fight instead of him, while he was hiding in the underground of the island. He then declared that it wasn't being cowardly, but just his power. The warrior opponent screamed that he would not let him live. The warrior opponent was sent flying backwards. Elsewhere, Taehyun Kim and Se-Yun Lee were caught in the blast. The teal-haired female screamed. The dark armored antagonist's attack landed with devastating force. A system message confirmed the critical strike. The force of the blow sent the armored warrior protagonist flying. The teal-haired female watched in disbelief. The warrior opponent, still standing, was surprised that the attack only did 1% damage. He questioned if the descendant was afraid. Nearby, the small dragon called out to his master, but the man with the gray hair told him to hide. The dragon protested, but the man told him that he was busy and to talk to him later. The dragon scoffed, saying that the man was just a dragon that became tiny after shooting his breath a few times. The dragon then exclaimed that the weakness of the evil spirit master was more important. He explained that the evil spirit was hiding its true form somewhere else, and that they had to strike that instead. The dark armored antagonist declared how weak the invaders were, stating that it was their fault for overestimating themselves and trying to defeat him. The group of warriors cast a high-rank mana boundary. The warriors reorganized their formation and charged forward. The dark armored antagonist declared that they would never reach his source. Taehyun Kim's eyes narrowed. Draghi explained that the source was the weakness he had been talking about, confident that Taehyun Kim will be able to find it using his god's foresight skill. Taehyun Kim acknowledged Draghi's statement, amused by the dragon's confidence. Taehyun Kim declared that it was time to go. Taehyun Kim activated the skill, God's Foresight. The attempt failed. A system message indicated that the target's level was too high, and that Taehyun Kim had failed to identify its weakness. As a penalty, his MP usage was increased. Draghi encouraged Taehyun Kim to keep trying, assuring him that he still had plenty of MP. Another attempt to use God's Foresight failed. The soldiers holding the line against the dark-armored antagonist knew their shield would soon fail. Meanwhile, the teal-haired sorceress continued her assault, lightning crackling around her. Taehyun Kim activated his God's Foresight skill. A system message appeared, indicating that Taehyun Kim's God's Foresight skill level had increased. He had found something. A surge of energy emanated from an unseen source. The teal-haired sorceress realized that the source of the energy was inside the altar. Suddenly, the dark-armored antagonist screamed in pain, realizing that the evil spirit was sitting on something. The dark-armored antagonist commanded his evil spirits to awaken. The spirits emerged, ready to finish off their opponents. One of the soldiers urged his comrades to fight in the name of the kingdom's navy, vowing to never surrender. Another soldier declared that it was becoming too dangerous and urged anyone who wasn't a combatant to escape. One of the men agreed, realizing he was right. But one of the soldiers seemed to hesitate. One of the soldiers questioned why the teal-haired female wasn't running away. She responded that she believed the food she was making would help them. Nearby, Taehyun Kim wondered what she was making. Taehyun Kim realized what she was doing. Two soldiers were told to cancel the escape. The teal-haired female told the soldiers to put down their baggage and protect her until she finished cooking, urging them to protect Taehyun Kim. The system informed the user that they turned the Cartelian pirates' swords into fragments. The system informed the user that they inserted poison inside of the object. The system also informed the user that they had insufficient gunpowder in their inventory and asked if they would like to craft it even with penalty. The teal-haired female responded that there was no time. The system described the item as a dangerous fragment bomb made by a slightly insane engineer. It was described as a bomb made by combining all sorts of junk. As there was little amount of gunpowder and crafted in a different method, it was unstable and dangerous. The system stated that the person who crafted this would definitely not use this themselves. Taehyun Kim stated that he was going to ace it. The teal-haired female announced that it was finished. The man with the helmet commanded that the meal be given to all the soldiers. Meanwhile, another man ordered the mages to use all their mana to attack magics at the evil spirit. He chanted, calling upon great flames that burned like the destructive pits of hell, and great thunder that struck with a brilliant flash of light. The attack exploded with immense power. Someone exclaimed Tae San Nim's name. A A system message appeared, stating that fame increased with an astonishing brave act. The warrior continued his assault. Another system message appeared, declaring that he had earned the title, One Who Knows No Fear. The enemy called him a damn little worm. The enemy questioned if he dared run at him like that. The warrior charged forward, surrounded by a swirling aura. He unleashed a powerful attack. The warrior grunts as the attack lands. The dark-armored figure declares that the warrior will die. Meanwhile, Taehyun Kim is being called. The warrior continued his assault, a whirlwind of motion and steel. He realized it wasn't a curse, but a physical attack. Yet, he wasn't able to dodge it. The warrior was struck once more. He knew that if he got hit once more, he would die. From now on, he resolved that if he didn't dodge, it was game over. The warrior thought to himself that this was just like back then. He coughed, wondering if this was for real. Whether he was the incarnate of fortune or whatever, he knew the probability was exactly half. The teal-haired female watched with a worried expression. The warrior landed a lucky strike. The warrior opponent is struck by a rainbow-colored beam, the force of which sends him flying backwards. He realizes that this is the 20th time he has been hit by this attack. Meanwhile, the dark-armored antagonist observes the scene. He thinks to himself that the more the warrior struggles, the sweeter it will be to see his ultimate demise. He also notes that the warrior is struggling like a true descendant. The rainbow beam continues to strike the warrior opponent. The beam explodes on impact, sending shockwaves through the area. The dark-armored antagonist wonders what is happening. The warrior opponent wonders what is happening. The warrior opponent is encased in a sphere of rainbow light. He wonders what this hammer is used for. Energy crackles around the warrior opponent. The dark-armored antagonist laughs as the warrior opponent is transformed. The warrior opponent is now encased in a dark aura. Taehyun Kim, seeing this, accuses the opponent of cheating and declares that he will use his hammer. The dark-armored antagonist declares that Taehyun Kim will not get it. Taehyun Kim wonders what is happening. The teal-haired female says psych. As the teal-haired female watched, a figure leaped from the shadows. Below, a dark presence loomed. The warrior opponent, perched atop a stone structure, seemed surprised by the sudden turn of events. Taehyun Kim, having dropped his hammer, explained that he had done so to make his opponent move. Below, the dark presence seemed to be angered by Taehyun Kim's actions. The warrior opponent realized something was happening. The dark presence unleashed a burst of energy. The dark presence questioned where the warrior opponent had acquired such a grotesque thing, but determined that it was of no use. The teal-haired female seemed to be reacting to the dark presence. Taehyun Kim declared that he was sure he could block all of the dark presence's attacks. The dark presence continued its assault, but Taehyun Kim seemed determined to stop it. Despite the dark presence's confidence, Taehyun Kim was able to block the attack. The dark presence declared that its opponent would not survive the blast, demanding that Taehyun Kim not get in its way. The dark presence stated that everything was going to explode. The warrior opponent stated that he was fine. He was confident that he could dodge it all. The dark presence screamed as the warrior opponent approached. The warrior opponent yelled for the bomb to explode. A system message appeared, stating that because of the unstable crafting process, the bomb did not explode. The dark presence questioned what had happened and why it didn't explode. The warrior opponent stated that he just made it so it explodes later. The dark presence asked if he was sure it wasn't a dud and if it should check. The warrior opponent told it to go ahead then. The warrior opponent's eyes widened in surprise. A massive explosion erupted. Other warriors reacted in shock, exclaiming that the warrior opponent was crazy and questioning if it really exploded. The warrior opponent looked shocked. A system message appeared, stating that because of the unstable crafting process, the power of the explosion had increased exponentially. The dark presence screamed as a system message appeared, stating that because of the unstable crafting process, the radius of the explosion was limited. The explosion ripped through the area, the dark presence screaming in pain as the bomb moved to a random location due to the unstable crafting process. Nearby, Taehyun Kim looked on in shock. He wondered if the bomb could go to the soldiers and explode on them as well. The warrior opponent cursed, realizing that if he was unlucky, he would end up team-killing everyone. He was struck by the explosion. Taehyun Kim was relieved. The soldiers also expressed their relief. The warrior opponent cursed the descendant. The dark presence was engulfed in flames. He vowed that he would never. The dark presence told him to say whatever he liked, and to not think he could get away that easily. The warrior opponent declared that he would end the tedious fight now anyway. The dark armored antagonist lunges forward, a dark aura surrounding them, as they are told to go ahead. With a burst of speed, the warrior opponent dashes forward to meet the dark armored antagonist. The warrior opponent declares that they will have a fair exchange of sword fight as their final clash. The two clash, their weapons meeting with tremendous force. The clash of unseen forces ripped through the air. A dark figure emerged from the chaos. The warrior opponent's face contorted in anger. The warrior opponent and Tander-Hyun Kim collided, their weapons meeting in a burst of energy. The dark figure declared that even though they may be an existence that belongs in darkness, they had never seen such evil and underhandedness. However, Tae_Hyun Kim remained focused on his opponent. The warrior opponent vowed to never be defeated by the likes of Tae_Hyun Kim. The battle continued to escalate. Tae_Hyun Kim told the warrior opponent to just shut up already, questioning how he could call him evil while looking the way he did. The intensity of the fight reached a fever pitch. The clash culminated in a blinding explosion of power. The warrior opponent was sent flying backwards from the force of the explosion. Tae_Hyun Kim, amidst the fiery blast, cried out in pain. The force of the blast sent Tae_Hyun Kim hurtling through the air. As Tae_Hyun Kim fell, he cursed the situation. The dark armored antagonist moved with incredible speed. The warrior opponent grimaced, realizing the direness of his situation. He thought he had made a perfect escape. Tae_Hyun Kim, still falling, yelled out. The dark armored antagonist continued his relentless pursuit. The warrior opponent was shocked by the sudden appearance of the dark armored antagonist. The warrior opponent realized that his power was limited because Tae_Hyun Kim had damaged his source, but he declared that he was once a god. The warrior opponent declared that he would turn his opponent into nothing but a fistful of something, blaming his ignorance and impudence as a human. Meanwhile, Tae_Hyun Kim was being healed by priests, and he thanked them for the fat heals. He promised to give them a thumbs up on reviews later, before telling them to stop and fight fairly. The priests were shocked that someone dared to interfere in the holy duel, and demanded that they apologize with their death. The priests prepared to attack. The onlookers were surprised by the turn of events. The dark armored antagonist continued to move. The dark armored antagonist wondered what had been done to him. The dark armored antagonist screamed in pain. Tae_Hyun Kim declared that he wasn't done yet. The dark armored antagonist screamed again. Tae_Hyun Kim thought he had a hunch, but it looked like it was extremely effective. The warrior opponent wondered why Tae_Hyun Kim was using holy water and asked what he had said. The priests discussed their strategy, one noting that it was hard to imagine the dark_antagonist being affected by a level 1 holy water. However, they believed that because he was an ancient god, he may not have built up resistance to potions developed in recent times. They were disappointed that their idea was so effective. Meanwhile, Tae_Hyun Kim shouted at the dark_armored_antagonist, while another priest offered to help. The dark_armored_antagonist demanded that they stay away. The priests continued to spray holy water at the dark_armored_antagonist, who screamed in pain. The dark_armored_antagonist, now in the form of a large bat-like creature, wondered how the humans dared to attack him. The holy water continued to burn the dark_armored_antagonist, who was clearly in pain and confused. The dark_armored_antagonist told them to stop running away and come down for a duel, but also stated that he would not fall for their tricky tongue again. The dark_armored_antagonist declared that the priests had made a mistake and that he would make sure they would never be able to leave the island. The dark_armored_antagonist vowed to never accept the protagonist as a descendant of Archaisis, believing that he would bring ruin to the world. He declared that the foolish humans would regret their choice of helping that man. The dark_armored_antagonist stated that the priests were making him their enemy and that they would never be able to set foot on the continent again. He added that their souls would end up as his loyal slaves. The priests looked on in despair as the dark_armored_antagonist laughed, stating that their faces of despair brought him joy and that this retribution was a natural result of their actions. The dark_armored_antagonist reiterated that he would make sure that they would never be able to leave the island, laughing maniacally. The holy water continued to burn the dark_armored_antagonist, who was now glowing with a bright light. The dark armored antagonist wonders what is happening. Suddenly, Draghi is seen attacking the dark armored antagonist. The dark armored antagonist is taking the brunt of the attack. Draghi proclaims that he is the holy gold dragon and complains that he is being ordered to do trivial tasks. Draghi is told that he is being too mean. Draghi is told not to let the dark armored antagonist escape. The dark armored antagonist exclaims that his strength is leaking due to the holy water. The dark armored antagonist is seen falling. He continues to fall. Meanwhile, Tae_Hyun Kim is seen with a sword. Tae_Hyun Kim is ready to attack. Tae_Hyun Kim hopes that someone will reach. A surge of energy erupted, accompanied by a declaration of nirvana. Then, a voice echoed, proclaiming descendant. A blinding flash filled the area. The intensity of the battle was etched on his face. With a final surge of power, Tae_Hyun Kim unleashed a devastating attack. A desperate cry echoed in the void. The defeated entity declared that there was no way it could lose. Its essence began to dissipate. Tae_Hyun Kim breathed a sigh of relief, believing the battle was finally over. Nearby, a woman looked on in shock. Tae_Hyun Kim gritted his teeth, bracing himself. A system message appeared, confirming that Tae_Hyun Kim had defeated the ancient god's evil spirit. The warriors around him cheered. Elsewhere, A voice declared that everything heard from the soldiers was truly spectacular. Meanwhile, an individual asked if the person they were speaking with had any thoughts of joining the Navy, offering a title as their adjutant. Nearby, a man laughed, thanking Taehyun Kim, but stating he would continue on his own path. Another man sobbed, expressing how glad he was to have served Taehyun Nim, prompting someone to tell him to stop crying. Kim Taehyun breathed a sigh of relief. Taehyun Kim resolved to get on with his next task. Elsewhere, a voice bid farewell to the heroes that brought peace to the seas. A group saluted, while others cheered from bridge. Someone exclaimed that they were finally free. Another was impressed that the NPCs were treating them so nicely, noting it was the first time. Another stated that it was the right choice to do that quest after all. Kim Tae-sin was called out by name. Someone wondered if Kim Tae-sin was really just leaving them like that, and that he should at least say goodbye before leaving. Another thought he was being too mean, as they did their best to finish the quest. Kim Tae-san thought to himself that it felt like he had done all the work, yet someone else got all the credit. He resolved to get out of there before someone found out his identity. Someone asked why they were complaining so much, as Kim Tae-san gave them all this amazing quest completely for free and had helped them all the way since the beginning without sneaking out in the middle. Another thought that Kim Tae-san may just have problems in expressing his emotions, but that he may act like that, but he has a big heart inside of him. The man tapped at a screen displaying a chat room, where speculation ran rampant about a dragon appearing on the island and whether a certain player was a top ranker. The chat room buzzed with theories, some dismissing the dragon sighting as a hoax, while others pointed out the presence of numerous players at the scene. The debate centered on whether the player in question was a ranker, with some questioning his mage-like appearance and mask. The man paused, considering the chatter. Some in the chat wondered who would wear a mask like that in the top ranks, throwing out names like Kim Han, Sue, or Paul. Meanwhile, someone monitored the situation from a control room, observing the ongoing discussions and data streams. The chat room continued to debate the player's rank, with some refusing to believe he could be a top ranker. The chat room participants argued about whether the player had defeated the Cartellan pirates, killed the boss, and summoned a dragon, yet remained unranked. The situation was described as a mess, with a legendary class quest that Smith streamed live holding the #1 spot. The real-time search numbers had been taken over by the dragon, and the man holding the tablet knew it was hard to hide the talent that he had. Amidst the chaos, some individuals sought to capitalize on the situation, with one user announcing plans to create a pro-gamer team for the newly released Fantasy Online 2, seeking talented yet unknown players. Another offered to feature streams during live broadcasts, hoping to attract attention. Reporter John Gunn, the program director of the latest in Fantasy Online 2, was also looking to capitalize on the situation, hoping to find new talent. It was becoming clear that even TV networks would start to move. Two figures observed the unfolding events, noting how seriously the networks were taking the situation. They speculated that the networks might be anxious to secure Kim Tae-hyun first. The pair discussed the possibility of SBC Broadcast Company launching a video game-only channel and a certain enterprise overseas pouring money into the investment. There was even a rumor of them making a game this season as well. Meanwhile, two figures walked down a path in what appeared to be a town. One of them called out, asking someone to wait. The warrior thanked the person before him for everything they had done. The masked man responded that it wasn't like he was the only one who benefited from their arrangement. The woman in white stated that she had received so much more. She explained that he had registered her as his pupil, and she had also learned new cooking skills. Taehyun Kim thought that he should at least thank him personally. The masked man replied simply, fine. He added that he would try his best to increase the levels of the cooking skills that Taehyun Kim had taught him. The masked man stated that it wouldn't be worth anything at all if he didn't have luck. The woman in white responded that she would just increase her luck. Taehyun Kim agreed that was a useful skill and wished her good luck with that. The woman bid farewell. As she walked away, the masked man thought that he swore he had seen her somewhere before, wondering why she felt so familiar. The masked man recalled that he was worried about how she would deal with the consequences of being brought along by force. But in the end, he was amazed by her skills, knowing how to take care of them. The masked man thought that if he couldn't get anyone, he would just give up the plan. That was why he was using a mask and ended up lucky in getting people. A voice called out for someone to come in. Someone commented that it looked like the masked man picked the right person after all, but then questioned about a dragon and what just happened back there. The masked man held up a small, yellow creature, as someone else commented on how cute it was, stating that it was the first time they were seeing a species like this and asking where he bought it. Someone asked what they were saying, stating that this was the dragon. They thought that the one that destroyed the whole island looked much smaller than they thought, extremely so, in fact. The small, yellow dragon considered the situation. If he were in his original form, he knew the city would fall into panic. He marveled at the fact that he, an actual dragon, could be controlled by an incarnate. However, he knew that his master couldn't control him completely, and there were many restrictions. Suddenly, the dragon was startled by the change in scenery. He questioned where he was, and who the person standing before him was. The teal-haired female explained that they were in a city called Zenoma, and the man with the strange eyes was the owner of the mercantile guild. She admitted that she particularly disliked him, especially his eyes. The woman with the teal hair noted that his eyes were shining weirdly. She figured that as a merchant, he probably wanted to sell them off or something. She then demanded that the man never touch her master. The woman with the teal hair grew irritated and told the dragon that she understood. She reminded him that he wasn't 100% subservient to her, and if he got angry, he might unleash his wrath. The small, yellow dragon simply scoffed. Meanwhile, Taehyun Kim was greeted with relief by another person, who exclaimed that they thought he had left them behind. The man who greeted Taehyun Kim was being restrained by the Mercantile Guild's owner, who threatened to turn him into fish food if he didn't get off of him. The owner insisted that there was no way that could be true. The Mercantile Guild's owner congratulated someone, saying that he had heard that they were able to gain the power of Archaisis. He added that even though it was a lot of work to do so, he wondered if they knew the locations of other powers of Archaisis as well. The Mercantile Guild's owner stated that of course Taehyun Kim knew him after all. He then thought to himself that the person was just garbage. The Mercantile Guild's owner revealed that one of his companions was already heading towards that location, which caused Taehyun Kim to wonder what he meant. Elsewhere, two figures stood on a blue-tiled floor. One of them stated that they would contact the other as soon as they received good news about their. The man looked around, confused by the question. Elsewhere, another figure demanded to know where it was. The figure repeated their question, growing more impatient. The figure shouted, demanding an answer. A voice responded hesitantly. The voice revealed that it was located in the city of Mora, the capital of the nation. Far away, a figure stood atop a tower under a starry sky. The tower overlooked a landscape shrouded in mist. A surge of power emanated from an unseen source. A monstrous figure loomed, silhouetted against the light. The monstrous figure stood in the darkness. A towering structure stood against the bright sky. Elsewhere, the man with the helmet wondered where the next power of Archaisis was located, recalling that he had heard it was a secret. The man thought there was no real need for him to tell Makrini anything anyway. A system message appeared, directing him to head to Adalai Kingdom's palace to have an audience with the king himself, noting that Admiral Brandsong of the Adalai Kingdom's third fleets was amazed by his skill in subjugating the cartel and pirates. The message continued, explaining that after the island had turned into a dungeon, he had stepped up to resolve the situation, and his bravery had inspired Brandsong himself. It added that the Branson household was honorable and never tried to take other people's achievements for themselves, relaying his bravery to the king of the Adalai Kingdom himself. The message concluded that the king wished to see him as well, and he must head to the capital of Adalai Kingdom as soon as he could to attend the audience. The man wondered if he could do this later. He then realized that the bastard who went off to steal his next power of Archaisis ended up at the same location as his next quest. He groaned, saying his head hurt so much, and he would just concentrate on his work first, since tomorrow he would have to leave with Brandsong. The helmeted warrior asked if this was the place. The warrior continued walking. The warrior observed that they had quite a big scale of operation, when suddenly someone shouted that no one except affiliates were allowed in this place. The man addressing Hyun Kim assured him that they had already received the message. He introduced himself as Kim Hyun, stating that he had been granted usage of the blast furnace from Makrini. Two other men introduced themselves as Right and Left. Hyun Kim confirmed that they were blacksmiths and that they had been called to help him. Kim explained that he had called for help because he needed some hands. The blacksmiths told him to just tell them what he needed made, whether it was a long sword or armor. Hyun Kim, annoyed, asked if they could speak one at a time. He thanked them for their offer, but said he preferred making his own things, asking them to wait a moment. The blacksmiths were shocked that Hyun Kim had made something with just one hand and his eyes closed. The blacksmiths believed that Hyun Kim was good enough to be on their level. Hyun Kim told them to get straight to the point. The blacksmiths were surprised by the blood vein stone. They were also surprised by the black iron. Hyun Kim explained that he got these items after he won against the orcs. He added that these items are something that only high-level orcs get to have. One of the blacksmiths wondered if the orcs would try to get these weapons back. Hyun Kim responded that it didn't matter, as they just didn't need to get caught, and that it wouldn't matter after they melted it all down anyway. The blacksmith appreciated Hyun Kim's attitude, noting that it wouldn't matter if he didn't get caught. He confirmed that the weapons and armor, though wrecked, still contained powerful materials. The narrator explained that the blood vein stone was a very precious, or, if blood was used to feed the item, it would increase the user's attack power, and the orcs treated it as a holy item. It was then stated that the black iron was actually more rare and precious than the blood vein stone. Blood vein stones could be acquired from orc mines, but there were no mines for black iron. The blacksmiths added that no one really knew where to acquire them. They were sometimes found mixed together in materials for extremely rare equipment and items. Because of this, even the orcs must have had a hard time finding it, so they would definitely try to take it back. Hyun Kim was already extremely worried because of the Kazakh he killed in the continent-wide quest that had been activated because of that. He knew he should try to be more careful, but there was one more problem. The blacksmiths asked what the problem was. They explained that the resulting metal that would come out would be very little. 4 blood vein, ores, and black irons. Once they went through refining and then into manufacturing, a lot of the material was lost. The blacksmith stated that they would need to mix it with other metals as well, and they only used expensive ones, the most expensive ones possible at the highest level storage room. They asked if that was really okay. True silver, a rare metal that was called the purest of silver metals, was shown. A high-quality steel ingot from Iran was shown. It was an ingot smelted from iron ore that was acquired from Iran mines. It had the extra effect of changing to reflect physical attack damage, limited to weapons made of Iran steel. The blacksmiths then asked how they would melt black iron. The blacksmiths explained that first they would operate the smelting pot to the highest degree, then put in a few ingredients that were their secret. Then they would put in black iron afterwards, making it melt. The blacksmiths asked what Tender Score Kim wanted to do after they melted it. They would put in the other ores that they brought to melt together that they used to make an armor. They asked if he had any particular armor shape that he wanted, but Tender Score Kim stated that he didn't need a whole body armor like a full plate. A system message appeared, stating that he started the crafting process of Zanoma armor made using a variety of metal ores. The blacksmiths then asked if he was ready for this. Tender Score Kim, determined, steels himself for the next step in crafting the Zanoma armor. The system indicates that his dwarven-style bellowing skill increases the fire's temperature with wind. The black iron melts, slowly separating. With the black iron nearing completion, Tender Score Kim is instructed to insert the true silvers. The system indicates that completely different metals are being mixed in, increasing his blacksmithing skills. His blacksmith skill is now an intermediate level. The system informs Tender Score Kim that the Dwarven Master Craftsman skill is too high for him to completely learn. The black iron continues to melt and separate, now at 99% completion. The system announces that the separation is complete. Tender Score Kim is instructed to pour the molten metal into the mold. He begins to cool the mold, knowing that the shape may break if he doesn't act quickly. With a clang, he continues to work. Left warns Tender Score Kim to be careful, explaining that a mistake here will break the shape in the end. Tender Score Kim acknowledges this. The system indicates that a blacksmith with high blacksmithing skills is next to him, granting him an additional bonus in crafting. He also receives a bonus to his crafting due to his high bonus, and his holy power gives him an additional bonus. Tender Score Kim continues hammering away at the metal. The system announces that the Zanoma armor, crafted using many different metals, has been completed. The system indicates that due to the high-quality crafting of the equipment, the craftsmen can name the equipment themselves. Tender Score Kim declares that it is finally done. The newly crafted armor shimmered with power, its creation complete. Tender Score Kim declared its name would be Steel Wall. The armor stats were then displayed. Near-perfect durability, high defense and magic defense, and the ability to use skills like physical damage absorption and mana absorption. It boosted maximum HP and regeneration, magic resistance, and even holy power, all while weighing nothing. However, the level and stat requirements were extremely high. A system message confirmed that the Steel Wall was a masterpiece, crafted by master blacksmith dwarves and a talented young blacksmith. It was capable of blocking most physical and magical attacks simply by being worn. However, the message warned that the origins of the materials used could cause a problem. Another message indicated that due to level and stat requirements, it was impossible to equip. Another system message then appeared, stating that as the main crafter of the equipment, Tender Score Kim was able to equip it, but would receive a penalty in its specs. The dwarves cheered, excited by the result. One of the dwarves declared that it was time to make a weapon. The other dwarf seemed confused, but was reminded that he had to keep helping until the smelter's fire went out. The dwarves affirmed that they would keep working with Tender Score Kim, as smoke billowed from a forge. The smoke rose high above the building. The smoke could be seen from a distance, rising into the sky. Elsewhere, a figure lay prone on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Suddenly, McCreany, in a fit of rage, demanded to know what all the smoke was. Another character, seemingly unconcerned, greeted McCreany with a casual good morning. McCreany sarcastically remarked that it was hardly a good morning, and demanded to know if all the true silver in the storage had been used. McCreany expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that she had been supported and allowed to use the true silver. But thanks to that, the sword was finally complete. Tender Score Kim declared that he was able to make this masterpiece. A system message appeared, indicating that a Zanoma longsword had been crafted using a variety of metals, achieving a heroic item rank. The system further noted that due to the high quality of the equipment, the craftsmen could name the equipment themselves. The sword was named Shooting Star. McCreany, however, was furious, exclaiming that all of the true silver they had gathered patiently for many years had been used in just one day. The sword stats were then displayed. 330/330 durability, 175 attack power, and 125 magic power. It was able to use skills like block magic, fury, strong attack, multi-attack, and vital point attack. Its attack power and speed were increased by 10% when equipped, and it could invest holy power at attack, potentially absorbing HP with each attack. The level requirement was 150, with 300 strength and health requirements. Hyun Kim observed that the sword stood out more than he thought, and asked if there was anything he could paint on top of the sword to hide the colors. McCreany retorted that she didn't care about shooting stars or anything else. McCreany stated that if Hyun Kim met the king and didn't gain the rights for her mercantile to trade overseas, she would make sure he paid for every last one of it. McCreany reluctantly agreed, stating that she would make sure that it happened. Someone declared that they would go to the city as soon as Lupo arrived. Someone warned Hyun Kim not to touch anything that was in the storage from now on. Hyun Kim seemed to be in agreement. The individual smiled sinisterly. Hyun Kim is questioned about whether he just said that someone could have just a little more. The steel wall item is strengthened. He declares that he has done it. McKinney shouts in anger, revealing that Hyun Kim used all of her enhancement stones as well, and he apologizes. A game message appears, indicating that he succeeded in strengthening, and his strengthening and blacksmithing skills have increased. The steel wall item is displayed, now at level +5. Meanwhile, Lupo asks what Hyun Kim has been doing, adding that Mr. McCreany is extremely angry right now. He thinks to himself that Hyun Kim is really cheapskate for a merchant, and that he should have the heart to let him use this much at least. In any case, someone says that they should get ready to leave starting now, and they agree. Hyun Kim, now adorned in the Adeline noble's uniform, smirked confidently. The uniform, tailored to perfection, accentuated his stature. The description of the Adeline noble's uniform detailed its impressive stats: 99 durability, 10 defense, and 100 magic defense. It was a uniform that nobles of Adeline Kingdom enjoyed wearing, ensuring the wearer would be treated well by those who recognized it. The text indicated that when dealing with nobles, friendship levels would rise. Hyun Kim, now in disguise, grinned, thinking he could go around acting like one of the nobles. He mused about the possibilities the uniform afforded him, thinking he could do this and that, and even an advisor remarked that Hyun Kim should wear the uniform until after he had met with the king. The advisor admitted he almost couldn't recognize Hyun Kim, adding that he looked several hundred times more handsome than usual. Hyun Kim curtly told him to shut up. Nearby, new_character_1 gushed over Hyun Kim, exclaiming that he looked like a completely different person and looked really amazing. Hyun Kim, his face contorted in anger, threatened to kill someone. He wondered why he was the only one being targeted. Another man announced that they were heading off. Then, the group began their journey, departing from a coastal city. The newly uniformed Hyun Kim rode ahead, his escort following behind. Meanwhile, Gold DRA called out to Hyun Kim, asking what was wrong. Gold DRA announced that there was an enemy far away, prompting Hyun Kim to question how they knew. Gold DRA explained that they were fighting over the mountain, which prompted Hyun Kim to ask how they knew that. Gold DRA asked if Hyun Kim didn't remember who they were, reminding him that they were the great Gold DRA. Hyun Kim acknowledged this, but pressed them to explain how they knew about the fighting. Suddenly, the horse reared up, startling the guards. One of the guards called out to Hyun Kim, asking where he was going. Gold DRA explained that they knew people were there because of the sounds, and that they knew they were enemies because everyone in the world was either their subordinate or their enemy. Hyun Kim stated that Gold DRA's standard was to report to him if they were friendlies or enemies first, and that they couldn't just label everyone as an enemy like that. Gold DRA retorted, asking what Hyun Kim was saying, and reiterating that if they weren't his subordinates, then they were all his enemies. Gold DRA then thought to themselves that they were happy to oblige Hyun Kim's commands. Hyun Kim asked how Gold DRA would regain their full strength again. Gold DRA declared that they just needed to defeat a strong enemy and absorb their power. Hyun Kim rode onward, his companions seemingly unwilling to share the spoils of their journey. The Red Zone Guild was no more. The guild members had been arrested by the Zalt's kingdom and locked up in the Aiden fortress, unable to escape. It was said that the guild master had died, and half of the members faced severe penalties. Now was the chance, while they were completely weak, they would give back to them as much as they had suffered, and try to take tax from them now. Instead of being treated badly for being in the same guild, they would go to the Adeline Kingdom. One man felt terrible for what he did with his comrades, hoping they would never meet again. He bet that Red Zone would soon completely disband. It was a wonderful case to show that one shouldn't be more greedy than their ability allows. This was all because of that bastard. One wondered why the Adeline Kingdom. They knew that there were quite a lot of players that were heading to the Adeline Kingdom, so they would go there. The Adeline Kingdom was the destination because of the incident at the Cartel Ant Island. If that was the case, then they wouldn't have their identity revealed even if they traveled alongside them. The distance was quite long as well. The more players there were, the warrior declared that the more chances they had, the better, as he prepared to unleash his blood and fury rush. The attack erupted in a burst of red energy. The warrior opponent smirked, asking how the attack was. The warrior opponent questioned if Taehyun Kim had just made a noise at him, his superior, before declaring that it was not it. Taehyun Kim pointed in a direction, telling someone to go over there. The warrior opponent looked on with a serious expression. Someone wondered what was happening and who it was, as another person noted that the face looked quite familiar. Another person wondered what was happening, before realizing it was that bastard. It was the hunter of Zalt's kingdom. Someone yelled to kill him, as another person yelled to chase the mighty fireball. Someone yelled to keep evading them. Someone declared, of course, master. The warrior opponent unleashes a circle of counterattack. The attack surprises the teal-haired female, who wonders how he is reflecting magic, since he is not a mage. The warrior opponent shouts to just block it, as it is coming for her. She casts an instant mana shield. The teal-haired female grunts as she uses Shadow Dive. The orange-skinned man is surprised by the attack. The dark-armored antagonist appears from above, surprising the warrior opponent, who wonders where he came from. The teal-haired female notes that the dark-armored antagonist jumped out of Maynard's shadow itself. The dark-armored antagonist attacks. The orange-skinned man screams as he is attacked. A hooded figure yells at the dark-armored antagonist, asking how he dared kill Maynard. The warrior opponent says he will kill the dark-armored antagonist. The dark-armored antagonist continues his attack. The hooded figure is attacked by the dark-armored antagonist. The warrior opponent roared in pain. The warrior opponent, sweating, commanded everyone to stand back. Meanwhile, the man with the green hat remarked that it had been a while. The warrior opponent questioned why the man with the green hat was stealing for people and why he had left his fortress to come all the way here, further asking if his guild didn't fall to ruin after he messed them all up. The warrior opponent told the man with the green hat to stand back. The man with the green hat told him not to attack until he said so, adding that the warrior opponent used some weird skill and he would be able to dodge whatever they threw at him, so they couldn't attack him head-on. The shadow figures surrounding the man with the green hat stated that they were the ones surrounding him, and if they all attacked at once after blocking him in, he would eventually fall. The man with the green hat asked if the warrior opponent knew something. The man with the green hat thought that everyone had some idea they cooked up to deal with situations that seemed to make sense. The man with the green hat stared intensely. The man with the green hat thought that he would beat them up completely. The clash of blades echoed through the battlefield. Below, the warrior with the helmet considered his options. The enemy commander urged his forces to press the attack, determined to prevent any escape. A system message then appeared, indicating success in dodging. The warrior continued to evade the relentless assault. Another system message confirmed his continued success in dodging. His opponent mocked him, questioning how long he could keep it up. The helmeted warrior steeled himself, resolving to face the challenge head-on. He knew he had to leave this place. The enemy commander declared that he would never let him go freely. He vowed to find a place where the warrior would respawn and kill him over and over again. The helmeted warrior, surrounded, wondered who cared about that. The warrior was shocked by the sudden appearance of new figures. The warrior wondered why the soldiers of the Adalai kingdom would be here. The enemy commander asked if he finally realized that this was the reality after that. The teal-haired female thanked the newcomers for arriving quickly. One of the soldiers asked __Kim who these people were. __Kim explained that they were a group of bandits targeting travelers to the capital, and that they shouldn't go easy on them. An enemy soldier called the helmeted warrior a little bastard and ordered the others to stop him from escaping. The warrior was holding a small, dark orb. The warrior was given a warning. When dealing with a player who has mechanical engineering skill, one should be careful. He could only exclaim in surprise as the trap was sprung. The trap detonated in a massive explosion. A system message appeared, warning that he had fallen into a stun status and could not move until healed. The explosion left him coughing, a dark silhouette against the light. His opponents seized the opportunity, declaring that the ugly one was the leader and should be attacked. The soldiers of the Holy Kingdom, surrounding him with spears, demanded how he dared attack and loot others in their kingdom, promising to make mincemeat out of him. The screen declared, "You are dead. A player has died." The guildmaster's spirit floated upwards, accompanied by the spirits of his fallen comrades. The remaining members of the guild discussed the situation. One noted that he seemed like a powerful player, no matter how one looked at it. Another suggested capturing and stealing from others first to build up funds before attacking him again. A third member questioned letting him go, fearing he would escape if they wasted any more time. The spirits of the fallen continued to debate. One insisted they had to chase after and capture him, especially since there were no guards. Another doubted they could win, even if they caught him. A third asked if they should really keep believing in him. Far away, on a distant ridge, two figures on horseback observed the unfolding events. Far in the distance, the main capital of the Adalai kingdom came into view. The city of Mora stood proudly. The number of players coming and going was more than expected. It was all because of the festival being held. In the capital, preparations were underway for a festival to celebrate _Hyun Kim's achievements. Because there was now a festival celebrating his achievements. All the players now had a quest related to Tae-hyun. He felt like he'd become an NPC. Tae-hyun Kim was shown to his bedroom. He inquired when he was to meet with the king. He was informed that he would be visiting him tomorrow morning during the festival. There was one more thing. Tae-hyun was asked if he remembered the friend named Eden. He recalled that Eden was once a great thief. He was told that he might be hearing rumors about Eden from time to time, but that Eden had nothing to do with them. So even if he heard rumors about him, he shouldn't pay it any mind. Tae-hyun guessed he was hiding something. Tae-hyun agreed, though he thought that Eden could be pretty ruthless sometimes. A system message then alerted him that the item he'd put up on the auction house had been sold. Tae-hyun had forgotten about that. The system message detailed the value he received for the payment for the item sold, which would be given to him from the registered virtual bank account after the commission fee and tax had been taken off. Tae-hyun was shocked that the very light and high-quality dagger sold for 42 million won, even though it did have an epic status. Tae-hyun wondered how much the pirate captain's well-crafted dagger sold for, the one he made by melting down all the items he got from Danielson. Tae-hyun Kim considered if he should just sell daggers instead. Suddenly, he received a message from a buyer. The message was from Bae Jang-dok, a director in charge of planning and management at the MBS broadcast channel. Bae Jang-dok explained that he contacted Tae-hyun Kim because he believed he was the one who led the charge in the Cartelian Island quest and wanted to meet him. Tae-hyun Kim wondered where he had heard the name Bae Jang-dok before. Another message from Long_Bae at fantasyonline.com stated that Bae Jang-dok worked at MBS Broadcast Company and was running a special show about Fantasy Online, inviting Tae-hyun Kim to contact them. Tae-hyun Kim deleted the message. The news reported that Tae-hyun Kim was the winner who had defeated the prince of PvP, the Dongsu, in the quarterfinals. MBS planned in-depth coverage of Tae-hyun Kim as he evolved into a top-rank hunter. Another message from Long_Bae at fantasyonline.com stated that they were planning a 3-part special based on Tae-hyun Kim's exploits and wanted to know how he made his character and his strategies. Tae-hyun Kim realized that Bae Jang-dok was the guy who kept sending him requests to feature him on broadcast TV. Broadcast TV reported that the top story last week was that rank number 1 Smith had advanced into legendary Holy Knight class. As the season of Fantasy Online 2 passed its halfway mark, there was finally someone that could stand on the same level as Se-Yun Lee. But there was a new, unprecedented event. The news reported that the Southern Ocean part of the Adalai Kingdom buried all the other news. Someone had taken out the outlaws of the Cartelian Island that no one dared lay their hands on in the past. The broadcast reported on a mysterious player who, for the first time in the game, controlled an actual dragon as its servant. They would try to analyze the identity of this mysterious player when they got to reporter Kim Hana's corner, right after the ads. Someone asked Director Joe where he was. They had gotten in contact with someone who accepted the interview. The document detailed the terms and conditions, emphasizing the importance of choosing the right time and place. The city skyline rose majestically, its modern architecture piercing the sky. The building's sleek design reflected the ambition within, while the view from above offered a glimpse of the sprawling metropolis. Inside a meeting room, tensions simmered as the conversation grew heated. One man accused the other of neglecting his duties, pointing out that no profit was being made from the empty lands. He reminded him that he was told to work hard with his own hands. The other man retorted that he had earned his own money and built the house they were in with his own sweat and labor. A woman interjected, telling them to stop. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun Kim's mother expressed her happiness that he had shown good results as he promised. Tae-hyun thanked her. Another woman scoffed, saying that she could earn 100 million won just by sitting around. She reminded the other that the semester was starting soon, yet he wanted to have a break. The man wondered if she had some plan in place. Elsewhere, the warehouse of the palace came into view. It would be harder than he thought. There were 4 rotations of guards as well as a magic alarm, and it didn't seem like there was a gap to get inside. Behind the warehouse was the palace. A figure moved stealthily through the shadows, their mission clear. They decided to be content with simply finding out the location for now. Continuing their infiltration, they climbed higher. From behind a dark covering, Tae-hyun Kim peered out, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he muttered to himself. Below, the wolf_creature stood ready. Below, a figure plummets through the night sky. Crashing down, the figure lands with a burst of speed. The figure's eyes are visible behind a mask. Another figure watches from above. The masked figure lands heavily, creating a small crater. Nearby, the masked figure hears a noise and wonders what it could be. The cloaked figure denies hearing anything. The masked figure suggests that since they seem to be in the same line of work, they should pretend they didn't see each other and pass on by. The cloaked figure agrees that it is a good idea, but states that he needs to bash him up a bit before that. The masked figure is confused, asking who the cloaked figure is talking about and mentioning the name Eden. The cloaked figure asks if Felma's talked about him. The masked figure realizes that the cloaked figure is the incarnate of Archaisis, Kim Tae-hyun. Under the light of a full moon, a figure cautioned another to be quiet, lest they reveal their location to unwanted ears. Meanwhile, Taehyun Kim admitted that he still hadn't found the power of Archisis. Below, the masked figure acknowledged that it had taken several days to reach their current location due to the palace's strong security. The teal-haired female responded, saying that it was a good job. The masked figure stated that it was good that the teal-haired female didn't cause any trouble before they arrived as an important guest. She retorted that if that was the case, there was no need for her to go through all this trouble to get there. The masked figure questioned who told her to do whatever she wanted without first hearing his orders. Below, the teal-haired female stated that Taehyun Kim was trying to move ahead without much confirmation. The masked figure responded that the fact that she went ahead and progressed this much meant that she was sure that the lead to the power of Archisis was in there. She stated that it was only because of the sentence. One of the Archisis's power is inside the deepest area of Adalai Kingdom, she read. The teal-haired female responded that it was a real good job. She added that if she went ahead just believing in that and got caught in the end, she was sure she would have happily confessed everything she knew about him. Taehyun Kim denied this, saying that he simply wished to lessen her burdens. The masked figure retorted that he didn't even have actual arms and doubted he could rely on him for sneaking in and stealing it. Taehyun Kim responded not to worry, as long as he had this arm that was made by a goblin. The teal-haired female responded that it was right, yeah, real cool. She then stated that in any case, he shouldn't move on his own anymore. From now on, he'll have to be her entourage, change his clothes and come. She added that Felma's also came. The teal-haired female's companion seemed surprised. He wondered aloud if they had come along with Felma's, and noted that they were here as well. The reason for their gathering was about to be revealed. The assembled blacksmiths waited in anticipation. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, demanding silence. The speaker, a figure draped in white robes and gold ornamentation, welcomed all the blacksmiths gathered in that place. The blacksmiths listened intently as the reason for the gathering was about to be revealed. One of the blacksmiths yawned, wondering what this quest was all about and why the introduction was taking so long. The figure in white robes decreed that everyone must dedicate an item to celebrate this joyous day. The blacksmiths were confused by the announcement. They questioned what the speaker had said and what item he was referring to. A system message appeared, clarifying that this was a blacksmithing job quest to satisfy the king's request. The message explained that the Cartellan pirates, who had troubled the Adalai Kingdom, had finally disappeared, and the king was celebrating by requesting a glorious item to be presented to the hero who eliminated them. A blacksmith declared that they couldn't afford to lose. The blacksmiths discussed who the hero might be and what kind of item he would like. One blacksmith thought it was Branson and considered enchanting a saber and putting a jewel on it before handing it in. One of the blacksmiths mused that Kim Tae-san likely already had armor, suggesting they create something else for him instead. The others seemed to agree. The other blacksmiths expressed disbelief that Kim Tae-san would be the recipient of their work, wondering if they were thinking the same thing. The man with the black hair questioned if it was Kim Tae-san or if it was Branson. Though not entirely sure, one of the blacksmiths admitted that it was certainly a possibility, as Kim Tae-san had achieved many great things. The blacksmiths agreed that if Kim Tae-san was the one receiving the item, they would have the upper hand since they were acquainted with him. One of them realized that this meant they would be rich, but another urged him to think again. One of the blacksmiths wondered what kind of person Kim Tae-san was to do something like that. The leader of the blacksmiths addressed the musicians, instructing them to play something that would brighten up the day. The leader stated that everyone must have heard about the quest. The blacksmith leader told his subordinates to make sure they didn't lose to the other blacksmiths, declaring that Peng Rim Hwa-san would definitely be the one to complete the quest. The leader addressed the chefs who had gathered, while instructing Baldwin to go around and figure out what was happening. The leader told one of his subordinates to go ahead and prepare the temporary smelting furnace, asking if he could rely on him to make it. One of the blacksmiths declared that he would make a ring that had his heart and soul poured into it. He declared that whatever he created would be far superior to anything his rivals could produce. If it was a quest like this, he mused, there was no need to compete with each other. The best thing to do was to win without fighting. Someone ordered the cooks to head to the market immediately and buy up all the ingredients possible, ensuring no one else could buy even a single piece of bread. The cooks were instructed to buy all the meat and fish available, even if it wasn't fresh, and to bring out everything in stock. The cooks realized that the restaurant guild had already swept up all the ingredients again, leaving them wondering how they would manage. The cooks questioned how they were supposed to make food without any ingredients. Hyun Kim was asked to look over at the crowd. He was asked if he wasn't happy, and it was explained that all those people were making items all for him. Someone stated that they would be picking which one to take as well. Then, Hyun Kim was asked if he was ready to have an audience with the king. He was then asked to follow. 2 guards stood on either side of the king, who sat upon his throne. King Damiano II sat upon his throne, a regal figure observing the proceedings. Before him, Hyun Kim knelt, offering greetings to the glorious son of the Adalai Kingdom. 2 guards announced their greetings to the Adalai Kingdom and its great monarch, King Damiano II. The king addressed the room. Damiano, too, instructed everyone to raise their heads. A system message appeared, indicating that due to his title, one who knows no fear, he would not fall into fear status. Someone observed the amazing power Damiano too possessed, realizing he was the king of the Adalai kingdom. The king inquired if Branson was the adventurer who had eliminated the pirates on Cartland Island. Branson confirmed that it was indeed him. Damiano too praised the feat of eliminating the pirates who had troubled the kingdom for so long. He then asked Branson if he had properly praised this hero for his deed, to which Branson apologized, stating he had not yet done so. The king remarked that this was not good, expressing that even though he had brought many people to celebrate this joyous occasion, something still felt unsatisfactory. Damiano too then asked Hyun Kim if he had any reward he desired, urging him not to hesitate to ask for anything. Hyun Kim was surprised by the offer. Hyun Kim responded that he was honored. Hyun Kim remained kneeling, awaiting the king's next words. The king pressed him, asking if he had reached a decision. One of the guards affirmed the king's authority. Kim pleaded silently. He requested a chance to enter the palace warehouse. Hyun Kim questioned the mention of the warehouse. Hyun Kim explained that he had already checked the warehouse the night he met the teal-haired female. Hyun Kim paused, then asked who she was and why she looked so normal now. The teal-haired female asked if Hyun Kim recognized her skills, adding that if he had already entered and exited the warehouse, he should have told her. A voice apologized, stating that it could not fulfill that wish, as tradition dictated that only those of the royal family could enter. Hyun Kim noted that since he couldn't get permission to enter or exit, it was good that the power wasn't inside the warehouse. Hyun Kim believed there didn't seem to be any place inside that would likely be keeping the power of Archaisis. The teal-haired female asked where Hyun Kim thought it actually was. She declared that it was in the king's abode. The teal-haired female continued to point upwards. The teal-haired female stated that if Hyun Kim wanted to die, then he should go die. The title card is displayed. Elsewhere, a warrior prepares for battle. Meanwhile, someone thinks that Stephen will be doing it himself. Elsewhere, a group cheers. Someone wonders how anyone else can hope to win at this rate. The crowd cheers. Two men discuss the situation, one pitying those with lots of money and people. Well, for them, the most important thing is whether they win or lose, after all. One of the men wonders about something. Someone asks if that is Kim Tae-san. It seems right between that mask and his sharp, aggressive eyes. Someone wonders why Kim Tae-san is here. They then realize that Kim Tae-san was the one who took the cartel in quest. Then it's not Branson, but Kim Tae-san instead? Someone asks what is going on, while another says to please have a look. The man in the green hat was still trying to make sense of the situation. It seemed that the judge was not an NPC, but a player. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-san was approached by two individuals. They claimed to have gone through tears and laughter together on Cartelan Island, hoping he would recognize them. Elsewhere, a group of people wondered what the judge needed and offered to talk to him. They asked how much he wanted. Kim Tae-san, in disguise, was asked if he was trying to bribe the judge, and he wondered how much he wanted. The judge stated that he didn't need any money. He told them that if they wanted to win, they needed to make a proper item. The crowd was told to focus up as they were making the ring. One of the onlookers commented that this was the attitude one must have. Someone agreed with the statement. Kim Tae-san wondered what kind of amazing item he would make. A cooking contest was announced. Someone asked if they were saying that they didn't have any ingredients. It was explained that because of those restaurant guild members buying up all the ingredients, they couldn't buy anything but low-quality vegetables. It was also mentioned that the blacksmith skills were amazing and that they had high-quality metals, ingots, and even rare jewels. The other contestants protested, demanding that the organizers either provide ingredients or share some from the royal palace. They insisted that this would make the competition fair for everyone. Nearby, Taehyun Kim watched the commotion, questioning why they were making such a fuss. The man beside the warrior seemed confused by the sudden outburst. Suddenly, one of the chefs slipped, sending his ingredients flying across the contest area. The chef insisted that it was an accident, but another contestant accused him of still holding his ingredients properly. Another chef warned that if one's hand slipped, things like this would happen. Another chef angrily demanded to know what they were doing to his pot. The teal-haired sorceress declared that it didn't matter if they were disqualified from messing with the holy contest area, as they had aimed to be disqualified anyway. The other chefs scattered. Seyun Lee glared at the other contestants. One of the chefs called them cowardly bastards, accusing them of going to the market first. Another chef pointed out that they had bought up everything and were now calling them cowardly. One of the chefs challenged them, asking what they were going to do and if they wanted to fight. He accused them of thinking they could mess with cooking like that and get away with it. The cooking contestants argued amongst themselves, their voices rising in anger. They accused each other of sabotage, claiming that the unfair tactics were a direct result of someone interfering with their ingredients and recipes. Meanwhile, the masked man considered a drastic solution. He wondered aloud if it would be acceptable to simply remove all the other contestants from the competition. The masked figure lamented that they had no other choice. Back in the kitchen, the masked man decided to take action. He resolved to sabotage the other contestants' cooking. The two men looked on with concern. The masked man explained that since the others had strategically disrupted their cooking, they should do the same. The masked man asked if the other could handle it if the others looked smug after winning the competition. The other man stuttered, saying that there was no way to. The masked man asked if he really needed to explain the methods. He then ordered for the chefs to be brought to him. The man with the blue hair was sure there were plenty of chefs who hated the restaurant guild. The blue-haired man didn't think they should go that far. That far? The blue-haired man didn't want to use such methods. But he changed his mind, deciding to screw it. He thought it was good thinking. The man in the black and yellow robe ordered someone to go ahead and round up the chefs. The man in the black and yellow robe wanted to make sure every single one of them got disqualified. The judges prepared to rate the food. The event was called Festina e Anchelin. Meanwhile, the teal-haired female demanded that the food be brought to her quickly, adding that she would see if it could ever hope to satisfy her tongue. Elsewhere, the man in the black and yellow robe stood next to the gray-haired man. The teal-haired female observed that one of the judges was the connoisseur, Baldrez. Baldrez wondered why he was there. One of the chefs presented his secret dish, prawn and pork xiao long bao. The dish was brought to the judges. The gray-haired man prepared to taste the dish. The man in the green hat's eyes widened. He thought that it was delicious. A system message appeared, stating that he had eaten a dish cooked by an experienced chef and that his cooking skill had increased. Another system message appeared, stating that due to his intermediate-level cooking skills, he was able to understand the recipe and that he had received the recipe. The man in the green hat received a system message indicating that his health and maximum HP had increased after eating the dish. The man with the gray hair was being told to do something. The teal-haired female told him to take it back, but the man with the gray hair thought it was pretty good and that the man in the green hat had a snob palate. She then commented that the meat was prepared using too much spice. The man with the gray hair thought it was such a horrible dish that he almost felt sorry for the ingredients. The chef was working hard. Zhu Hyunyang was presenting a dish. Someone was going to try using the lucky cooking that they were taught. The teal-haired female reminded the man with the gray hair that he taught her. He was sure that because of those restaurant guild bastards, she wasn't able to easily acquire something. This was happening. A potage was presented. The man in the green had declared that the ingredients were the same ones used to make potato soup consumed by peasants. Suddenly, an explosion erupted near the arena. The crowd wondered what had happened. The competitors noticed the enemy attack. The order was given to evacuate to a safe area. Taehyun Kim questioned the enemy attack. The man in the green hat realized something. The potage was delicious. The arena was under attack. The attack continued. The enemy advanced. He declared that they would all meet their demise by his sword. The scene erupted in flames as a voice cackled with glee, declaring that everything was burning nicely. Amidst the chaos, the armored warrior stood triumphant over a fallen foe. A sinister grin spread across the warrior's face, his eyes gleaming with malice. The warrior declared that they would all die, demanding that someone go die themselves. The warrior continued their assault, their movements a blur of destructive force. The impact of the blows reverberated through the surroundings. Someone cried out in pain as they were struck. From the sidelines, someone called out to Taehyun Kim. Someone questioned what was wrong, while another declared that it was a chance. Another figure demanded to know what was happening. Taehyun Kim's eyes narrowed, his expression a mix of determination and concern. The kingdom was in chaos, and the opportunity to infiltrate was ripe. Amidst the chaos, a woman screamed for others to run away, while another questioned if someone intentionally caused the chaos. Nearby, the teal-haired female wondered if she really had the ability to make things right, admitting she wasn't sure who the enemy was. Elsewhere, Taehyun Kim observed the unfolding events, noting that others were helping, before finding a scroll titled Sudden Quest. He wondered aloud what it was. A system message appeared, announcing a surprise assault on the kingdom, and urging adventurers to survive, fight back, and earn rewards. It stated that no one could have predicted enemies attacking the capital, and that the choice to gain honor and prestige, or escape and survive, was up to the adventurer. The teal-haired female realized that she would gain honor and prestige, but if the system was telling her to escape, it must be really dangerous. She then considered that the enemy must be quite powerful if they were attacking the capital in such a way. The capital burned. Suddenly, the armored warrior protagonist exclaimed in surprise, and the red-clad figure asked what was wrong. The helmeted warrior looked enraged. He demanded to be let go, declaring that he was going to kill them all. Amidst the chaos, one figure insists that they must escape to safety first. Elsewhere, the invaders are commanded to kill all those present. The armored figure smirks, thinking that things are going well. A voice declares that they are the order that serves the god Sadik, the god of flames and destruction. Someone chuckles, as a narrator describes the group as a secret society that is difficult for anyone to join. The armored figure reflects on their past, recalling that before becoming the Holy Knight, they fulfilled countless numbers of terrible quests. Now, they're getting the fruit of that labor. The figure boasts that they are now able to assault the capital, which is filled with gold and valuables. A figure laughs maniacally. The figure is now getting the fruit to use in making their equipment. Someone wonders just what those dwarves were making. A surge of energy erupts, the force of it causing the ground to tremble. Meanwhile, the dark armored antagonist demands to know why someone is wasting time. He orders Buford to move and find the king as quickly as possible. The dark armored antagonist's feet are shown as he walks. Elsewhere, a man's eyes dart around nervously. Suddenly, the man cries out in pain. The dark armored antagonist stands over the man, his hand outstretched. Someone observes that the dark armored antagonist is saddened by the tragedy around him and filled with a sense of justice. Another person remarks that he is a hero. A voice echoes with rage, fixated on a single, burning desire to reclaim what was lost. My item, the voice booms, a promise of retribution hanging in the air. Below, Taehyun Kim's companions realize the urgency of their situation. One of them urgently says that they won't get another chance if they don't act now, while another calls out to Taehyun Kim. Meanwhile, someone else is furious, demanding to know who is responsible for an unseen act. A figure vows to catch and kill every one of those responsible. Another person recalls hearing that someone called Buford took it. A call connects, and a voice simply asks, "What?" Someone schemes over the information, revealing that the Sodic Order is helping the king's uncle stage a coup and complete the quest of assassinating the king, and that Buford is helping him out. It is also revealed that this is being live-streamed right now. The person realizes that Sodic isn't an NPC or a random enemy force that came out of nowhere, but actual players. It's warned that one has to be careful, as the Sodic Order are pretty seriously powerful people. They caused a huge incident in the past, which made the religious orders form an alliance to defeat them, making them disappear into the shadows. In any case, it is said that they are prone to using wicked methods to get what they want, and all the players are pikers. The person on the call realizes that it was Buford who stole their ring, and confirms that this is correct. The group made their way through a long corridor, the walls lined with alternating bands of light and dark stone. Taehyun Kim asked how Eden knew that so well. Eden retorted, asking Taehyun Kim who he thought he was. Eden declared that he was the great thief, Eden, after all. The pair arrived at a set of ornate, golden doors. Eden began to pick the lock. Inside, the king's chambers were lavishly decorated with golden chandeliers and purple furniture. Taehyun Kim urged Eden to quickly loot and get out of there. Eden began to pilfer the room, grabbing a robe, a crown, and a green bottle. Taehyun Kim, sitting on a bench, noticed a letter. Taehyun Kim reached out, his hand outstretched as if sensing something. Suddenly, a system message appeared, informing them that they had found the ancient cloth inscribed with the power of Archisis. Another system message appeared, but this time it stated that they had insufficient holy power. The system then presented Taehyun Kim with the incarnate of Archisis job quest, tasking him with absorbing the power of Archisis. It explained that the Order of Archisis had disappeared long ago after suffering a massive attack, and to become the true incarnate, he had to gather the scattered power of Archisis and regain the power of the god. Taehyun Kim was surprised by this turn of events. He wondered why they had secured the cloth so terribly, if it was just a cloth that covered a table. The system message reappeared, reiterating that he had insufficient holy power. Taehyun Kim realized it was the tablecloth. He thought that people too focused on thinking it would be something valuable would miss it, calling it an ingenious method. Eden, however, didn't think they did it for that reason. Taehyun Kim knew he had 760 holy power right now, so it was not that far off, but Eden was surprised. The teal-haired female's gaze remained fixed, her expression unreadable as events unfolded elsewhere. Suddenly, a figure appeared before a set of golden doors, his voice booming with authority. The figure demanded to know why they were there. Another voice, filled with fear, stammered an apology. Elsewhere, Taehyun Kim's name was spoken. The figure in red stated that there was no need to speak anymore. The apologetic figure, Akin, continued to express his remorse. A voice declared that they had been found. The figure grunted in response. The unseen figure declared that this was the end, demanding surrender. A group of armored figures threatened to end their lives quickly if they complied. The chapter opens with a close-up of a character's face, bathed in light. The dark armored antagonist declared that the protagonist had decided to escape not out of the palace, but rather inside, and that he had dug his own grave by trying to outsmart them. The dark armored antagonist offered a swift and painless death if they surrendered. From a distance, Taehyun Kim and Se-Yun Lee watched the scene unfold. Taehyun Kim wondered aloud who the dark armored antagonist was, while Se-Yun Lee scoffed at them, calling them idiots. Se-Yun Lee revealed that she had been reading their thoughts from the very beginning, and that she had predicted they would chase after the king all the way there. The man wearing a mask stated that he had been waiting for them. The dark armored antagonist and Taehyun Kim were both surprised by this revelation. The masked man questioned why they were making up such nonsense. The masked man yelled at them to shut up. The dark armored antagonist reacted with anger. A system message appeared, outlining a heroic quest to eliminate the Sodic Order, who serve the god of flames and destruction. The message explained that the Sodic Order had garnered hatred from the people of the continent due to the destruction they caused, but their continued presence proved their power. The quest was initiated when they protected King Damiano II from an assassination attempt. The masked man stated that all that was left was whether they or the Sodic Order would be eliminated, and that the goal was to destroy the Sodic Order. Taehyun Kim realized that he had to fight until either side was completely destroyed, feeling like he had put himself in a big mess. Taehyun Kim and Se-Yun Lee were confronted by the Sodic Order. One of the members of the order commanded his subordinates not to be shaken, as there were only 2 opponents to deal with, and they needed to be eliminated. Suddenly, Se-Yun Lee recognized the voice. It was Uncle Antonio. Antonio questioned how he could do something like this. The masked man responded with a chuckle, implying that Antonio truly didn't understand the situation. The masked man called Antonio a stupid nephew, revealing that the title of king was supposed to be his. He clarified that this was a fight to claim the throne. Antonio's group seemed to agree with the masked man's assessment. The masked man's forces charged forward. One of the holy knights intercepted the masked man's attack. The masked man remarked on the knight's trivial-looking sword, noting that Antonio had sounded confident, yet this was the level of skill he possessed. The masked man questioned if that was the level of skill Antonio had, implying that he seemed weak after all. The masked man noticed a holy power shield and acknowledged it as a problem, stating that this was why he... The masked man expressed his dislike for dealing with holy knights, noting that, on top of everything, this one was at a high level, but despite the masked man's earlier acknowledgement of the holy power shield, he declared that it didn't mean he couldn't fight back. Suddenly, the masked man was struck by a powerful blow. Eden was instructed to protect the king and get him to safety if things worsened. However, Taehyun Kim refused to imagine leaving Eden behind, prompting Eden to tell him to stop saying such stupid lies. The dark armored antagonist affirmed that he would follow orders. He then questioned if the others truly believed they had a chance to escape. The masked man, reeling from the attack, wondered if it was a hammer and if the attacker was still alive. He braced himself for another attack. The force of the blow sent the masked man flying. The warrior opponent exclaimed that the masked man was a fool. The warrior opponent declared that the great shield of Sodic was invincible. The masked man was sent crashing through the shield. The dark armored antagonist fell to the ground, defeated. The holy power shield shattered into pieces. The warrior opponent cries out as he is sent flying. He crashes through the air. Nearby, the teal-haired sorceress is shocked by what she has just witnessed, wondering what kind of hammer could have broken the great god, Sodica's shield. The sorceress repeats her question, incredulous that the shield has been broken. A royal guard exclaims that unidentified assailants have invaded the palace, ordering the other guards to make sure the king is safe and to save him from the assailants. The royal guards rush to the king's aid. Meanwhile, Taehyun Kim stands his ground. System message. Taehyun Kim successfully dodges an attack. System message. Taehyun Kim thinks that all he needs to do is survive until the guards get there. Taehyun Kim successfully dodges another attack. Taehyun Kim was surprised that he dodged every attack. He realized that he was not facing a normal opponent. The armored figures prepared to unleash black magic flames. Taehyun Kim continued to evade the attacks. He realized that he was facing an undodgeable attack skill and that continuously dodging would be detrimental. Taehyun Kim prepared to unleash his fury. He knew he had plenty of HP and could dodge the physical attacks, only receiving burn damage from the magic. Taehyun Kim decided that if he used the Holy Power Authority to reduce the damage, he could hold on until the guards arrived. Taehyun Kim resolved to give them an inch and take a mile. It seemed like it would be a fight to buy time. Taehyun Kim thought that the best thing to do was reduce their numbers as much as he could. He launched a weakness attack. Taehyun Kim prepared a circle of attack. One of the armored figures cried out for help as Taehyun Kim landed a critical hit. The armored figure reels from the blow, crying out as the system message confirms the critical hit. An energy blast is launched in retaliation. The blast hurtles toward the ground. The energy sphere impacts the floor, causing Taehyun Kim to cry out. Dust and debris fill the air. One of the armored figures commands the others to sacrifice themselves and hold Taehyun Kim's feet down. Taehyun Kim realizes he must escape immediately. One of the armored figures declares that there is no escape. The armored figures advance. Suddenly, a small dragon cries out, offering to help its master. The dragon flies toward Taehyun Kim. The armored figures are surprised by the appearance of what seems to be a pet. Taehyun Kim heard the dragon's voice, reassuring him that it was very powerful and he shouldn't worry. A system message appeared. The dragon's attack stunned the enemy, causing them to cry out in pain. Someone exclaimed that the dragon was not a normal pet. Another voice shouted for the others to stop the enemies casting magic in the back. The dragon, perched on someone's shoulder, declared that he would take care of it. The dragon's eyes glowed with power. The dragon unleashed a powerful attack. The dragon's attack struck one of the cloaked figures. Another cloaked figure was struck by the dragon's attack. The dragon's attack continued, striking another figure. The dragon unleashed another blast of energy. The small dragon stands tall, crackling with energy. Below, the dark-armored antagonist watches the dragon. The dragon declares the armored warrior an insignificant beast. Enraged, the armored warrior retorts, calling the dragon an insignificant human and questioning its audacity. The wolf creature watches the exchange. The dragon continues to battle the armored warrior. Elsewhere, Taehyun Kim calls out to his master for help. The dragon grimaces, realizing his strength has not fully recovered. He thinks that his transformation will be over soon. Taehyun Kim is shocked that he wasn't told this sooner. The dark-armored antagonist casts a circle of defense. The circle of defense surrounds the dark-armored antagonist and two other figures. The dark-armored antagonist unleashed a torrent of power, declaring it the fury of a lunatic god, flames of purification, and an undodgeable curse of destruction. The energy crackled around him, a visible manifestation of the curse. The blast radiated outward, engulfing everything in its path. The force of the impact was immense, a wave of pure energy. Elsewhere, Taehyun Kim grimaced, feeling the effects of the attack. He cursed under his breath. The teal-haired sorceress warned him to keep his distance, recognizing the danger of the curse. The dark-armored antagonist declared that curses were effective against Taehyun Kim. As the curse took hold, Taehyun Kim felt everything growing dark. He collapsed to the ground, his body feeling numb. A flicker of wonder crossed Taehyun Kim's face. A faint smirk played on his lips. Taehyun Kim wondered how long it had been since he last felt like this. Taehyun Kim found himself in a precarious situation. Suddenly, the dark-armored antagonist lunged forward, his sword aimed directly at Taehyun. One of the onlookers wondered if the dark-armored antagonist was a demon, realizing that Taehyun would die. Someone shouted for Taehyun to be stabbed. Taehyun's eyes narrowed. He knew that if he backed off now, he would die. He prepared to unleash a circle of counterattack. The sudden shout startled the fleeing warrior. Another warrior commanded his men to protect the king. The armored warrior stood his ground, ready to defend against any threat. The order was given to prevent the invaders from escaping. One of the warriors lamented that there were too many of them, calling out to Antonio Nim. Antonio Nim cursed, declaring that they were leaving and demanding protection while they escaped. The order was given to retreat. The battle continued to rage, the sounds of clashing steel and magical energy filling the air. Suddenly, a voice echoed out, warning that they'd best be careful. The figure swore on the name of Sadik that he would definitely kill them. Another voice responded, telling him to go ahead and try, and to be careful on his way back. The clash of weapons continued. Someone shouted for them to just wait. A figure asked the Majesty if they were all right. The Majesty thought they were going to die. It was the first time they had their HP go below 20%, and they resolved to be more careful around high-level holy knights. The Majesty thanked the adventurer. The Majesty declared that the adventurer had truly saved their life, to which the adventurer replied that the honor was theirs and that they had simply done what was needed. A warning from the system declared that the user had become an enemy of the Sodic Order, and that they would be chased and killed wherever they went. Se-Yun Lee tilted her head, a confused expression on her face as she looked at the wolf creature. The wolf creature wondered aloud why this always happened to them, recalling that this situation had also occurred when they subjugated the orcs. The dark-armored antagonist landed a powerful blow. The dark-armored antagonist continued their assault. The dark-armored antagonist declared that, on top of everything else, Antonio, the greatest holy knight of the order, had been defeated. A voice from the live chat declared that there were no NPCs that could stand up to an elite assassin team, meaning it must have been a player, and a high-ranking one at that. Other voices in the chat expressed their frustration that the quest to assassinate the king had failed, especially after all the damage they had inflicted. One participant in the contest angrily declared that they had died because of Buford. Buford thought to himself that the assassination attempt was a failure, and lamented that his first live stream had gone to crap. He then declared that this was just a taste of what was to come, like a declaration of war, and that Buford's adventures were just beginning. Buford asked viewers to keep looking forward to many more adventures. The live chat welcomed Buford. The masked streamer raged, realizing he had lost his audience and income stream. With his broadcast now ended, he vowed to read all the feedback and comments later. The city was in ruins. Amidst the destruction, Tae_Hyun Kim continued his advance. He knew he had to follow the Holy Knights as they left. The Knights marched forward, their mission clear. A system message appeared, announcing a group quest to restore the destroyed palace. King Damiano II wished to restore the palace to its former glory before retaliating. promising a great reward for those who could restore the destroyed buildings and craft replacements for lost works of art. One of the workers remarked that he thought the contest didn't matter since you don't get anything unless you're number one. His companion countered that they could profit from this amazing quest instead. One of the workers felt like he should actually thank those Sodic people. The other questioned what he was saying. The second worker stated that this happened because of the people's incompetence and lack of security. The man with the orange skin questioned why he had to suffer because of their mistakes. The man with the orange skin was being told to calm his anger, as the other victims could hear him. He was informed, for the last time, that he would not be compensated for his loss. Enraged, he exclaimed that he had invested everything the guild had into creating that masterpiece. Another man pointed out that although the king wished for such a splendid item, he never ordered them to spend so much money on it. The man with the orange skin, now out of view, yelled for them to wait. Meanwhile, a group of people were seen walking through a destroyed area. One of the men commented on how they ended up. Another man agreed, saying that they should get something out of this situation. Another man suggested that they probably wouldn't sit idly by and let this happen and could become allies with those Sodic people for this. The man with the glasses replied that they were just blacksmiths. Someone wondered if fighting would be a bit too much. A woman stated that the blacksmith guild had a lot of manpower and probably had hidden assets as well. Another man commented that the world was crazy sometimes, adding that they've already established some connections in other places. One of the men asked if they were really going to attack this place just because they asked for help. Another man replied that that's probably not the only reason. It was explained that the Sodic Order has become the main enemy of the Adalai Kingdom because of the assassination attempt. Furthermore, they're already at war with other religious orders throughout the continent, meaning that if the Sodic are victorious, they would reap in so much money and rewards. Someone stated that that's why it makes sense for the Sodic to help out the Blacksmith Guild. Another man agreed, saying that with a battle of this scale, there's bound to be many large guilds and high-ranking players that would be interested in participating. One of the men thought it was strange. He wondered what good assassinating the king would do. The man in the cap explained that the uncle committed treason in broad daylight. Even if he succeeded in killing the king and tried to take the throne, the military and religious organizations would never allow it. He continued, stating that the religious bodies would not simply allow that to happen. He then questioned why the Sodic people would cause such a huge incident without someone backing them up. The other man admitted that he had a point. The little dragon was asked if it gained experience by eating cake, to which it replied that it gained just a little bit. The dragon explained that every time it used its power, its recovery rate slowed down. It continued, saying that when it made its body big and used magic, its power rapidly drained. The dragon was told that in order to restore its full power, it had to make sure not to use any of its power. The dragon confirmed that this was correct, addressing the man as master. The dragon realized that this meant it couldn't do anything until its power was fully restored, which it considered pain. A small figure exclaims that Taehyun Kim is amazing. Eden expresses his astonishment at Taehyun's ability to manipulate the king's suspicion, making himself look like a hero despite being a thief. The little dragon asks if Taehyun has absorbed the power of Archaisis yet. Taehyun responds that he hasn't, stating that he still doesn't have enough holy power. The little dragon tells Taehyun not to worry, as it has come up with a plan. The dragon looks at Taehyun expectantly. The dragon insists that just because it is a thief doesn't mean it can't give good advice, claiming to have loyally followed the Archaisis religion and dedicated its whole life to it. The dragon clenches its fist, emphasizing its dedication. Taehyun thinks it's sad that all the dragon's passion to serve the Archaisis religion ended up not helping at all. Taehyun reveals that his plan is to go and destroy the members of the Sodic Order. A voice explains that if Taehyun helps defeat an invading religious order, it will raise his holy power. The dragon asks Taehyun what he thinks about its idea, asking if it isn't perfect. The man in the green hat acknowledged the point made. He had already made them his sworn enemy because of what had happened. Suddenly, the man with the red hair looked shocked. The man in black demanded to know what had just been said, referring to the sworn enemy comment. The man with the red hair asked if he had already forgotten what Antonio had said as he left. The man in black remained silent. The man with the red hair was grabbed, and he yelled for them to let him go. The captor refused, saying that the man with the red hair didn't help at all during the fight, which he considered unfair. He continued, stating that they were partners, and if he had a sworn enemy, then the other should have one too. Elsewhere, someone announced that Taehyun Kim had been found. Two figures stood in a doorway, looking in the direction of Taehyun. Someone grabbed Taehyun by the neck. A voice declared that the king was looking for Taehyun Kim. Taehyun looked up, asking what was happening. The hooded figure questioned if it was a continent quest, to which another responded that it was against the Sodic Order, so it was bound to be a continent-wide quest. Another figure suggested that they should participate and get some rewards, betting that it would be much more rewarding than some random dungeon. One of the figures wondered if they would be able to beat it. Another figure responded that there would probably be a lot of people joining besides them, so it should be fine, adding that they would get rewards just from participating. One of the figures stated that it was not just them that he called for. Another figure responded that of course it was not just them, because to go against the Sodic Order, the king was gathering all the men that he could. Adventurers. Two armored guards stood on either side of a man in white robes, who thanked the crowd for coming. From the high pulpit, a figure addressed the assembled crowd. He began by stating that everyone surely knew of the tragedy that had occurred the previous day. The speaker declared that the Sadic Order, a group of devil worshippers, had recently resurfaced and dared to bare its fangs towards their holy kingdom. With an evil, underhanded, and violent tactic, he continued, they could not allow those wicked people to get away with committing this heinous crime. He insisted that they could not allow those wicked people to simply get away with committing this heinous crime. The speaker declared that they must all walk the path of the church. That was why, he explained, Damiano II, who represents the great sun, bestows upon them a holy order. That order, destroy the Sadic Order. The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices echoing through the hall. The fervor of the moment was palpable. The title page displays the words, I'm destined for greatness, chapter 46. A system message appeared, stating that the quest was to eliminate the Sadic Order, which had always been a force that ate away at the peace of the continent, even though they had disappeared after the alliance. The message continued, explaining that the Sadic Order had risen again after gathering their strength in the underworld. The uncle of the Adalai Kingdom's monarch, along with men who followed him, had attempted to murder the king but failed. Damiano II now wished to retaliate by issuing an order of elimination. All forces that considered the Sadic Order as enemies would join the fight, and adventurers joining this quest would be rewarded based on their contribution by the king himself. The continent quest was to eliminate the Sadic Order, which had always been a force that ate away at the peace of the continent. Although they disappeared after the alliance of religious orders defeated them in the past, by gathering their strength in the underworld after all these years, they've risen once again. The uncle of the Adalai Kingdom's monarch, along with men who followed him, attempted to murder the king but failed, and now Damiano II wishes to retaliate by issuing an order of elimination. All forces that consider the Sadic Order as enemies will join the fight, and adventurers joining this quest will be rewarded based on their contribution by the king himself. Elsewhere, a mage was looking for people to party up with. Mages preferred. A potential party member asked if there were any healers. Another member guaranteed that a pro-level tanker would protect them. Another person asked if they could join the party, stating that they were a shield knight. The party leader apologized, stating that the tanker position was already filled. A level 70 Lancer stated that they were a level 70 Lancer, but the party leader responded that they already had plenty of damage dealers. Taehyun Kim received a system message to eliminate the Sadic Order. The system message stated that his contribution points for the quest were 5,800. Taehyun Kim wondered about the points. Another person stated that they had 0 contribution points and were at 17. The man in the helmet was asked why he started at 17. He figured it was because he dealt some damage with his bow when the knights invaded the palace. Another man questioned if that wasn't cheating. The first man responded that it probably bounced off the armor anyway, and if the other man was jealous, he should have shot them when he had the chance. The helmeted warrior considered the information. He realized his contribution points included everything that happened inside the palace. Someone noticed another person and wondered if he was also joining the quest to eliminate the Sadic Order. It seems so. 2 people wondered if they should ask him to join their party. One of them scoffed, doubting he would join. One of the 2 people insisted they were just asking, and it wouldn't hurt to give it a go. The other asked if the man would like to join their party. Someone shouted that Lee Yun, I was here. Someone else exclaimed that Lee Yun, I was here as the famous streamer. A fan told Lee Yun that they were her biggest fan and asked her to take a photo with them. Lee Yun thanked them but declined. Someone exclaimed that it was Lee Yun and asked her to wait a moment. They wanted to invite her to their party first. Se-Yun Lee declared that she didn't want to join any party. The man with the covered face questioned if she had just declined. He then remarked that her party looked like it had some problems. The armored warrior asked what he was saying and what kind of problem he was talking about. Another man questioned if they were talking about their party. The man with the covered face observed that they looked like a main tank and a healer, but he doubted they had been together for very long. He continued, stating that if they were going to make a party, they should do it with people who get along, and to stop wasting people's time and effort. The armored warrior exclaimed, asking what gave him the right to say that about them when he didn't even know who they were. The teal-haired sorceress, in a flashback, was told to stop crying and just tank those monsters properly, and to heal properly. Se-Yun Lee thought to herself that she never planned to party up with anyone, and that she was going with the king's army anyway. The man with the covered face asked if she was going with the king's army, and if she had a special quest or something. He then said he was curious and would tell her what the quest was. He then said that it wasn't something he'd tell her, and told her to go away. Se-Yun Lee realized that he knew something. The man with the covered face then told the others to go, calling them idiots. One of the men in the room declared that he was not an idiot. The man in the center, adorned in gold, told him to say that after being useful. In the distance, a castle stood tall against a bright sky. Back inside the castle, the man in gold asked if the other man wanted to borrow his men. The man in black responded affirmatively, addressing him as Your Majesty. The man in gold seemed to be in thought. The man in gold stated that he was sure he could entrust them to an adventurer like him, and ordered him to bring the heads of those evil men. The man in black thanked the man in gold, addressing him as Your Majesty. Elsewhere, the bald-headed warrior seemed to be in shock, stuttering that he was seeing something. The teal-haired female stated that they were the ones working directly under Damiano II, and wondered just how many of them there were. A large group of armored knights were revealed to be the palace knights. One of the men asked him how he managed to convince all these knights to come with him. The man in black explained that the king had allowed him to borrow the palace knights after he asked. He added that the king had gladly given them to him. The man in the red shirt exclaimed in surprise, while the man in black continued, stating that he had once said he would use them to eliminate the Sodic Order. Elsewhere, Kim was asked if he was confident that he would be able to handle the palace knights. He responded, questioning what they meant by handle them. The armored warrior asked if Kim was sure about bringing all of the palace knights with him. One of the palace knights stated that Kim's personality was terrible, clarifying that not everyone could handle it. Kim asked if they were about to say that his personality was terrible. He then asked what they meant as they were about to say that his personality was... One of the palace knights finished the sentence, stating that Kim's personality was terribly nice. The scene shifted to a distant location. Winged creatures flew through a fiery landscape. The winged creatures continued to fly. Someone was asked if they had failed. A figure responded that they had disgraced the speaker. The man in black sat upon the stone floor, reflecting on the recent events. He hoped that the other man had learned that excessive greed leads to failure. Meanwhile, a hooded figure dismissed the previous statement, declaring that it didn't matter. The hooded figure continued, stating that trying to expand their influence by using the throne was a foolish plan anyway, and they hadn't expected anything. Elsewhere, a figure addressed the archpriest, stating that they must have already realized the revival of their order and that they would be coming soon. The figure then asked if they should start preparing. The archpriest stood among several figures, listening intently. Below, a man with a mustache declared that there was no need to prepare. A hand gripped a staff tightly. Energy crackled around the staff. The energy intensified, forming a destructive force. The destructive force tore through the surroundings. The hooded figure stood in the midst of the destruction, staff in hand. The hooded figure looked ahead, their expression unreadable. The hooded figure declared that the evil being that once covered the continent with flames of destruction would soon be revived. Anyone who tried to disrupt this place, it was warned, would end up burning like insects when the apocalypse began. The warning echoed across the desolate landscape, a promise of fiery destruction. Meanwhile, elsewhere, warriors faced a monstrous beast. One of the warriors exclaimed that it was crazy that there were boss-grade monsters at the entrance of the dungeon. Another warrior observed that those Sodic bastards must be really powerful. A goddess, Demir's courage, was invoked to protect the lands, and an intermediate mana shield was cast. One of the warriors was told to make sure to pull aggro. Another warrior declared that he would go first. As the battle intensified, a warrior commanded that shields be raised. The warrior opponent is struck from above, the attacker shouting a warning. Covertly, the attacker descends, blade at the ready. The attacker identifies a weak point, confirming a sneak attack with a poison blade. The poison blade strikes its mark. The warrior opponent roars in pain. The poison begins to take effect. The warrior opponent cries out in agony as the poison spreads. The armored warrior protagonist expresses disbelief at the turn of events. The armored warrior protagonist demands to know what is happening, ordering his companions to protect the mage and the healer. Far off in the distance, two figures stand silhouetted against a beam of light. A voice declares that there are many weaklings. Two figures in dark armor express outrage that anyone would dare oppose the great demon of the Sodic Order. The figures discuss the demons protecting the gateway to Sodic, each one powerful enough to overwhelm their knights. They continued, noting that even if the knights somehow defeated the monsters, they would still have to traverse the valley of despair and sadness, a hellish maze from which no one had ever returned. Only members of their order had memorized its layout. The dark-armored antagonist scoffed, asking if his companion didn't think they were a bunch of fools. The other figure nervously agreed, stammering out a confirmation. The dark-armored antagonist questioned why they were only trying to go through the plains, when they could easily reach the shrine by going around the rim of the mountain without entering the maze. The dark-armored antagonist laughed, telling Buford not to worry. It was noted that no one had tried to cross that treacherous mountain filled with monsters in the last 100 years. Sodic declared that they would climb over the mountain to reach their destination directly. Sodic continued, noting that the other parties were planning to go the long way around, a decision that made no sense to him. He emphasized the need to travel swiftly and lightly, carrying only essential luggage. Elsewhere, a group of armored knights stood in formation. One of the knights questioned whether moving quickly with only the bare necessities was befitting behavior for a knight. Another knight asked what he meant. The first knight declared that the most important thing for a knight was confidence. He continued, stating that there was no dignity in scurrying about in a hurry, as that was what little rats did. He added that when marching anywhere, they had to make sure they held their flag up high and blew their horns. The knight asked if that was right as they moved forward. A system message appeared, stating that the knights would not follow their orders. The knight whispered, asking if the other understood what he meant now. The scene opens with a stylized title card. Following the title, another stylized graphic appears. The knight with the horned helmet observed the players struggling against a black horn demon. He remarked on their inability to defeat even a single monster guarding the entrance, attributing it to their lack of understanding. The knight then identified the monster as the black horn demon, noting that it was the most tamed and calmest of all the monsters they controlled. The knight, seemingly recording his observations, believed that although most of the weaker players would be killed by the demons guarding the entrance, the power they were witnessing would make it impossible for them to win. He was sure they would never be able to survive in the valley of despair and sadness. The knight, startled by something, questioned his position. He then boasted about his high rank within the order, asserting that even those knights would fall in line as soon as he gave one order. He then declared that he and Buford were going to support the attack. Another knight responded enthusiastically, confirming that he was coming. The first knight vowed to show them all next time, explaining that if he fooled around during a quest like this, his relationship with the order would worsen, so he didn't have much choice. The knight charged forward, emitting a battle cry. He cursed, seemingly encountering an unexpected obstacle. Even though they had nearly defeated the demon, the knight ordered a retreat. In response, the dark armored figure commanded his forces to give chase. The dark armored figure made sure they couldn't escape. He commanded them to not let anyone live, and the sounds of battle echoed. One of the warriors yelled at the Sodic bastards to fight them one at a time. Another warrior questioned why the others were leaving them behind, lamenting that they were all going to leave them there. Others apologized, saying they would wait for them in the respawn area. It was said that a powerful monster appeared at the entrance of the dungeon, and the Sodic Order Knights would come out and attack the monster once its health was low. Someone commented that they were much tougher than they thought. Another person noted that the entrance to the dungeon was tougher than usual. Someone noted that half a day had already passed since the quest started, questioning if they were way too late. It seemed that attacking at the earliest opportunity wasn't advantageous, so they would have to reassess the situation first. They reasoned that if they combined their forces, the difficulty would go down significantly, and there would be no need to have losses by advancing before anyone else and losing. They agreed to wait, reasoning that when it was daytime, the king's army and the religious orders would combine their forces. The landscape stretched out, a vista of red rock formations under a sky tinged with the colors of sunset. Suddenly, Taehyun Kim's name echoed through the air. High above, Taehyun Kim stood atop a rocky precipice, silent and observant. Meanwhile, below, the armored warrior protagonist considered their path. One of his companions, Lupo, insisted that there was no such thing as an incorrect path in this world, only different ones. Nearby, another warrior snapped at someone to be quiet, clearly annoyed. Elsewhere, a winged creature realized it had been going the wrong way the entire time. It screeched. Taehyun Kim noticed the winged creatures and identified them as ash-feathered harpies. Below, the wolf creature urged caution. An armored figure, standing ready, declared that the monsters were arrogant. The armored figure glared menacingly. The armored figure threatened to make an example of someone. A surge of energy erupted as the winged creature was struck. The armored warrior stood firm, unfazed by the approaching threat. Suddenly, a soldier cried out, praising a well-aimed shot as the harpy screeched. Another soldier scoffed, declaring the attack to be nothing. The soldiers were shocked by the sudden appearance of so many harpies. One of the soldiers questioned where they were coming from. An order was given to not falter. One of the soldiers expressed confusion. Another soldier asked where the others were going. The soldier reasoned that if the leader was leaving, they should follow, but another insisted that they could not show their backs to the enemies. The soldier declared that they would eliminate the enemies and then move on, as that was the duty of a knight. The harpies descended upon the soldiers, screeching their battle cries and eager to tear them apart. Meanwhile, a massive, reptilian eye observed the unfolding chaos. A system message appeared, indicating experience had been gained. Another system message confirmed that more experience had been gained. Elsewhere, the bald warrior's strength was returning to him. He urged Draggy to eat up and grow. One of the cloaked figures noted that the soldiers seemed to be handling the harpies without issue, questioning if they should intervene. One of the soldiers confirmed to _Kim that they had eliminated the harpies. _Kim smirked, commenting on how tired they looked after dealing with such weak monsters. One of the soldiers questioned when Kim had told them to retreat. The soldier was shocked. Another soldier stated that they heard Kim say to move forward. Another soldier confirmed that they also heard him say that. The man with the green hat watched the battle unfold. He questioned why they hadn't heard the enemies approaching, expressing his disappointment in the knights for ignoring orders during such a critical situation. The man with the green hat continued, stating that showing their backs and running away when enemies appeared was humiliating and disgraceful for a knight. One of the knights agreed, stating that running away was shameful. The man with the green hat asked if they were saying that they would definitely fight no matter what when an enemy appeared, adding that it was all their honor and duty. He declared that he would make sure they respected it. Knights and wolf creatures engaged in battle. A stone golem emerged. The man with the green hat observed that they were pretty good fighters, as expected of knights of the Adalai kingdom. He wondered if they should at least help a little, then questioned why he would interfere with the honorable fight that the knights were having with the monsters. The man with the green hat stated that they would all just get annoyed if they helped, agreeing that he was definitely right. The man with the green hat thought that those knights looked down on everyone and only followed their duty and code, so even if he raised his friendship level with them, they wouldn't easily follow his orders. He then told them that they were all slow, which was why he told them to go with light equipment. The knights stood guard, their armor gleaming dully in the dim light. A message appeared, indicating that the man with the green hat's cold-hearted leadership skill had increased. He intended to decrease their morale and stress them out. He mused that knights wouldn't eat unless it was a proper meal with forks and knives. He planned to make them all think they would die unless they followed that adventurer's orders because of their broken morale. The knights continued their march, silhouetted against a fiery sky. The man with the green hat questioned if they were truly knights, wondering why they were already so tired. Another system message appeared, indicating that his harsh whipping skill level had increased. A further system message appeared, indicating that his strategy skill level had increased. Taehyun Kim was told that he should rest now. The man with the green hat considered that if the knights revolted against them and caused a massive problem, their merchant guild would be in trouble. A system message warned that if any of the knights perished, their relationship level with the royal family would decrease. Another message indicated that if the knights returned to the palace, showing some growth, they would receive additional rewards. The man with the green hat mused that although the knights were fussy, there was one useful thing about them. He believed they would never revolt because of their so-called honor. One of the knights questioned what he called this food. The knights were being told to eat the food. One of the knights asked why they shouldn't eat it, since the man with the green hat was eating it too. Another knight responded that it was completely different, stating that this was not food for humans, but food for pigs. The knight was shocked, exclaiming in disbelief at the sight of the food. A voice declared that the food was for those who ignored the generosity of another, and that if they didn't like it, they shouldn't eat it. Elsewhere, the man with the green hat kicked a pot of food away from one of the knights. Another knight wondered aloud if they must suffer such humiliation. The knights continued to battle monsters, one of them shouting for the monsters to die. A menacing voice threatened to chew on their hearts and tear them to pieces. In the distance, the man with the green hat stood with other figures, remarking that they called this get stressed at work and de-stress at pubs. A voice announced that it was time for a 5-minute break. The helmeted warrior and other knights sat exhausted on the ground, lamenting their hunger and inability to continue. One of the knights realized what was happening. A delicious smell wafted from a bowl being offered to one of the knights. The man with the green hat praised the knights for their great work. The man in the green hat ordered the knights to stop being stubborn and to follow his orders from now on. He thought to himself that he would show them. The knights, meanwhile, sobbed and cried out to Taehyun Kim, seemingly in distress. A sinister smile spread across the face of the man in the green hat as he thought about what would happen if they didn't. One of the knights remembered that they wouldn't even get a single drop of water. A system message appeared, indicating that the level of obedience of the knights had been raised to the maximum. The system message identified the man in the green hat as a cold-hearted leader who controlled his subordinates with fear and intimidation, leaving them no choice but to follow out of fear. It also noted that his strategy skill would incur a penalty to morale when leading armies, but that his subordinates would not revolt. The infamy of the man in the green hat increased. The knights stood silently. In the distance, a lone figure stood on a precipice overlooking a seemingly endless drop. Below, a regiment of armored soldiers marched in lockstep, their destination unknown. Suddenly, Taehyun Kim heard his name being called. He turned to see another player approaching through the haze, who believed there was someone up ahead. Taehyun wondered why anyone would be in such a place, as he noticed someone was indeed there. The other player questioned who else would be crazy enough to venture into this godforsaken place. The teal-haired sorceress wondered if there was some quest to be found, as a desperate cry for help echoed through the area. A man, only partially clothed, pleaded for assistance. The other player questioned why he was naked. The desperate man continued to beg for help as Taehyun Kim looked on. The teal-haired sorceress offered to help the man. The other player realized that the man was Red Zone's guildmaster. Taehyun Kim and the guildmaster stared at each other in disbelief. The guildmaster's shock was evident. The guildmaster exclaimed, questioning Taehyun Kim's presence. Taehyun Kim retorted, suggesting the guildmaster had hit rock bottom and was now reduced to banditry. Taehyun Kim's expression hardened. The guildmaster questioned how Taehyun Kim had arrived there. Taehyun Kim responded that it was a small world. Taehyun Kim remarked that he never imagined the guildmaster would be robbing people. The guildmaster retorted that he wasn't trying to rob anyone and told Taehyun Kim to take his act elsewhere. The guildmaster insisted that he was the one who had been robbed. Several days prior, K-Nim was being advised to forget about getting revenge. One of K-Nim's subordinates called the guildmaster's group stupid fools. Another subordinate warned that thinking like that would cause them to lose to him again, and ordered the others to shut up and follow his orders. One of K-Nim's subordinates exclaimed, calling for the guildmaster and presenting a document. He told the others to take a look at it. Another figure asked for an order. He believed a lot of players were going to. The man with the green hat was being pressured to take part in a robbery, with his companion suggesting their targets would be easy to rob. The companion declared that now was the time to throw away any regrets. The companion continued, stating that the game had plenty of players and they should target the weak. He then added that revenge should come first, before telling the man with the green hat to stop chattering and move. Meanwhile, the armored figure with the red cape was walking through a stone archway. One of the figures following the armored man expressed concern that they would be self-destructing alongside him at this rate. He then asked what they were going to do. The other figure responded that they had no choice, as the armored man had brought this upon himself. The armored figure was then informed that the guildmaster had discovered where that bastard went. The armored figure exclaimed in surprise, asking if that was true. One of the figures from before stated that it was something he had heard from a friend, adding that the person in question had apparently gone to the Jur Mountains. Elsewhere, a system message appeared, indicating that Jace had requested a private conversation. The man with the green hat wondered what the other person was thinking and what they would do if things went poorly. The other person responded that it would be okay and that Jace wouldn't find out they were lying. They then considered trying to surround a city or one of the nearby fields. The man with the green hat was concerned that Jace might be able to get away, which would spell trouble for all of them. The other person agreed, comparing Jace to a cockroach and stating that if they screwed up, there was no doubt that he would come after them. The man with the green hat's associates chose this location, deep within the mountains, to launch a coordinated attack. Their plan was to overwhelm their target and seize all of his possessions before departing. The group advanced along the mountain path, their footsteps echoing against the rocky terrain. Suddenly, the warrior opponent swung his axe. Taehyun Kim grunted as he was struck. His eyes widened in surprise. The warrior opponent's axe connected with Taehyun Kim, the force of the blow sending him reeling. A system message appeared, warning that a critical hit had been received and vision was diminished. Another system message warned that vision loss would be prolonged without action. Taehyun Kim, recovering from the blow, questioned what they thought they were doing. The warrior opponent stated that Taehyun Kim should have listened. One of the men questioned if Taehyun Kim thought they were following him because they liked him or something. He continued, stating that Taehyun Kim was barely keeping them in line when they were robbing newbie players, but then he started obsessing about revenge. The warrior opponent stated that this was why Taehyun Kim was in this situation. The warrior opponent, enraged, hurled insults at his attacker, calling him bottom-feeding trash. The attacker's equipment was cursed with a tracking spell. The curse made contact, causing the warrior opponent to recoil in pain. He realized it was a curse that attached to player equipment in order to track their location. He cursed them, realizing they had planned this from the start. From the shadows, one of the ambushers told him to just give up and die. The warrior opponent refused to be led like a lamb to the slaughter. He realized what was happening. The warrior opponent cursed, realizing the place was too narrow for a great sword and nothing was going his way. He was surprised by something. The warrior opponent was running away. The ambushers shouted after him. The warrior opponent curses, realizing the curse is affecting everything. Looking at the map, he sees the curse's influence spreading. If he can't lift the curse, he realizes running is pointless. He wonders if running is a waste of time. The warrior opponent grits his teeth, determined. He thinks that if it's like this, a system message appears, indicating his equipment has been destroyed. The warrior opponent is engulfed in a burst of energy. The energy surges around him. The energy continues to emanate from him. The warrior opponent grits his teeth and vows that they will regret crossing him. He promises to make them regret the day they crossed him. The warrior opponent groveled, tears streaming down his face. The warrior opponent continued to weep, begging for mercy. Taehyun Kim remarked that it was quite a sad story. Kim scoffed, saying that the warrior opponent thought he had it so tough. Now that he had spoken his last words, Kim assumed he was ready to die. The warrior opponent frantically begged Kim to wait a second, saying that even if he had to eat a crow to survive, he would. Desperation etched itself onto the warrior opponent's face. He insisted that he didn't care, he couldn't die yet, and apologized for everything up until now. The warrior opponent pleaded with Kim to spare him. The warrior opponent continued, saying that he had given everything up. His guild, his items, everything was lost. He asked how someone in his situation could even think of trying to kill Kim. Kim responded that whether he had given up or not wasn't any of his business. What was important was that there was no benefit to saving him. He asked if he understood. Kim stated that if the warrior opponent wanted him to spare him, Kim demanded that he give him one good reason. Having received nothing, Kim stated that such was life. Before Taehyun Kim could speak, the warrior opponent begged to be spared, promising to be his slave and obey his every command. The warrior opponent quickly amended his statement, saying he would do anything but die. The warrior opponent continued, hoping that Taehyun Kim would at least keep the orders reasonable, but he was demanding a lot for someone begging for his life. Meanwhile, another warrior asked if there was any sign of the warrior opponent, but there was nothing but cliffs. The warrior noted that there were only cliffs, and the warrior opponent had nowhere to run unless he jumped to his death. Another warrior cursed, lamenting that they should have caught him. It was their chance to make him pay for everything they had to put up with. One of the warriors wondered if he would come back for revenge. Another warrior scoffed, saying that if that happened, he would be a dead man walking. One of the warriors declared that the warrior opponent had nothing, so they should keep going. Another warrior pointed out the torches gathered in front of the gates. One of the warriors exclaimed, noting all the fools, each one a walking wad of cash. The warrior suggested that they figure out which party they wanted to sneak into. The warrior opponent is struck by an unseen force. The force continues to reverberate. Nearby, one of the warriors wonders what the sound was, noting that it seemed to come from inside the valley. Another warrior wonders where it is coming from. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure stands before a large, clawed creature. The clawed creature stands on a cliffside. The force continues to reverberate. The force continues to reverberate. The wolf creature is struck by the force. The force continues to reverberate. The force continues to reverberate. A large, winged creature falls from the sky, along with a whale-like creature. The ground trembled as something approached. The announcement rang out. The enemies had broken through the gates. The warning was clear. Very powerful monsters were now on the loose. A horde of shadowy figures poured through the breach, weapons raised and ready. The order was given to chase away the intruders. The player watched the screen. The screen showed the in-game character. Fake streams were popping up. The screen displayed various broadcasts, including one to subdue the Sodic Order, another boasting the fastest arrival at the Valley of Despair and Sorrow, and a third offering strategies against monsters in the valley. The player noted that 6 or 7 parties had already been wiped out. Among those parties were the Acacia and Fighters Guilds, both known for their high attack power. He thought that maybe it was more difficult than he thought. The screen showed that the Horned Demon had crazy AoE damage and even had a stun effect. The player considered that it would be better to go without tanks and just hack it out with DPS. The player noticed that there were ambushing paladins in front. He wondered if they were hiding on the cliffs overlooking the gates. It would be better to be safe and keep an eye on them until they made it into the valley. Even though everyone was playing the waiting game, and no one was venturing forth just yet, the quest would progress without a doubt. The kingdom's reinforcements were expected to arrive soon. The battlefield was swarming with soldiers. The soldiers continued to charge forward. One of the soldiers pointed towards their guild's flag in the distance. The gate had fallen, and all forces were ordered to charge. The soldier raised his fist in the air. One soldier remarked that the Sodic fanatics were just a bunch of pushovers, and that thanks to the kingdom's soldiers being used as meat shields, this was a piece of cake. The soldier looked on with a serious expression. Suddenly, the soldier noticed something in the sky and wondered what it was. A figure clad in white armor stands amidst the chaos. The figure unleashes a devastating attack. The force of the blow sends enemies flying. Amidst the destruction, a desperate cry for help rings out. The order to retreat is given as the situation grows dire. The warrior opponent, overwhelmed by the sheer number of boss-rank mobs, questions the sanity of the situation. The dark armored antagonist lunges forward, striking down another foe. The dark armored antagonist mocks his opponents, declaring that they should despair before the great Sodic. One of the dark armored antagonist minions boasts about defeating a heavily armored warrior with a single shot. Another warrior struggles, declaring that he cannot hold on much longer. The dark armored antagonist continues his assault. The warrior opponent, struck down, recognizes his attacker. The warrior opponent's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the attacker. He realized that the order of Demer's High Paladin had arrived. Meanwhile, the armored warrior protagonist, still standing amidst the chaos, was approached by Taehyun Kim, who asked if he was all right. Elsewhere, the teal-haired female was healing someone, repeating the word heal. Nearby, Seiyun Lee reassured someone that they could rest easy now that they were there. The warrior opponent realized that priests and magicians had also arrived. It was announced that the Continental Alliance forces had arrived, and a skill called Chains, Firestorm Explosion, was activated. The skill manifested as a burst of fiery energy. Another skill, Rising Waves of Stone, was also activated. The Chains, Firestorm Explosion skill continued to rage. The force of the attack sent a figure flying. Amidst the chaos, new character 1 charged forward, letting out a battle cry. New character 1 angrily declared that no one should even think of stealing from them, threatening death to anyone who tried. The onlookers recognized the fighters, one identifying the Viking Orc Johansson as a high-ranking player, and another questioning if he wasn't also a pro gamer. Suddenly, a skill was activated, Erupting Lava Wall. Another onlooker identified the flame mage Crawford. The teal-haired sorceress commanded her skill, Sacred Spears, to activate, ordering her opponent to disappear. The spears rained down. The battle's intensity shocked one observer. He exclaimed that everyone was crazy. The narrator observed that due to the appearance of the high rankers, the situation had escalated beyond expectations. Elsewhere, Taehyun Kim noted that the battle had already begun. He realized he would have to change his plans. His companion asked what seemed to be the matter. The man with the silver hair observed that the quest was progressing faster than he had anticipated. He wondered why the Sodic bastards were leaving their cushy valley for a melee like this. He paused, realizing something. He realized that if everyone was fighting all out in front of the gates of Sodic, the map indicated that the valley should be empty of defenders. Meanwhile, two figures in dark cloaks moved through a canyon. Further ahead, more figures could be seen. The figures continued to advance. One of the figures was revealed to be the dark armored antagonist. Nearby, new_character_1 observed that there were fewer guards than expected, suggesting an easy fight. Someone asked how they should proceed. New_character_1 responded. The other character reminded new_character_1 that he had agreed to do anything he was told. The character seemed hesitant but agreed. Hearing this, the other character decided on a course of action. The figures in the distance were taken by surprise. One of the armored figures questioned the sudden appearance. The other armored figure demanded to know who was approaching. The armored figures questioned why someone would be naked in this place. One of the armored figures suggested they attack. New_character_1, standing in a beam of light, questioned what they thought they were doing. New_character_1 continued to dance. Meanwhile, someone else considered the situation. He realized that if they charged in full armor, the opponents would naturally be on guard. He thought that if some naked guy showed up, they would investigate first. He then wondered if they would just attack him without a second thought. New_character_1 thought to take his own strong advice. Someone told new_character_1 that he just had to do his best to stay alive. They asked what was with the look on his face and if he wanted them to think up something else. New_character_1 remembered to always think twice and not to think twice. New_character_1 insisted that he be allowed to continue. Bathed in a pink glow, new_character_1 seemed to be enjoying himself. Meanwhile, Taehyun Kim wondered if new_character_1 had gone mad. Suddenly, the dark-armored antagonist screamed in agony, begging for it to stop. Cracks appeared in the ground. The dark-armored antagonist was struck by a powerful force. The impact echoed through the chamber. The dark-armored antagonist was sent flying backwards. New_character_1 continued his dance, oblivious to the chaos he had unleashed. The dark-armored antagonist struggled to breathe. He was clearly in immense pain. Despite the pain, the dark-armored antagonist admitted that it wasn't bad. Lying prone on the ground, Taehyun Kim was asked what sort of technique he had just used. The technique was identified as a beginner-ranked dark arrow. It was just some dark magic he had read in that spellbook they got from the Wraith the other day. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Magic. One of the men questioned Lupo, asking if sewing, cooking, and engineering weren't enough, and what in the world was his real job. Lupo responded that it was like they say, you learn something new every day. Lupo thought to himself that he had a very specific reason to learn dark magic, no matter the cost. Someone asked what reason that was. The response was that they were better off not knowing. The man in the green coat told the other that he was the best bait he'd ever seen. Someone urged them to hurry up and move quickly before they were noticed. Another man told the bait that they looked forward to his performance in the future as well, friend. The man in the green coat placed a hand on the bait's shoulder. The man with the green hat assured someone that they had no need to feel embarrassed, adding that their dance skills were truly magnificent. The bald man with the green cloak listened to the words. The bald man remained silent. The scene shifted to a close-up of the man with the green hat. He thought that he should just log out. His fists clenched. The scene changed to a red background. The red background continued. The group found themselves in a large, stone chamber, an ominous skull carving looming above the entrance. One of the men thanked the others, acknowledging that he wouldn't have made it through the valley safely without them. He then instructed them to split up, assigning them to guard the entrance. Taehyun Kim's companion asked if he was sure about the plan. Another member of the group questioned why there were so few of them, suggesting that walking around with so many people would make them an easy target to be caught. A system message appeared, warning that any attempts to log out would result in removal from the dungeon and early withdrawal penalties. The group continued forward, following what they believed to be God's guidance. Suddenly, the path ahead was blocked by a surge of red energy. A system message indicated that they sensed the correct path. Taehyun Kim called out to the others, telling them to come over. Another member of the group asked Taehyun Kim if he was sure they were going the right way. One of the men asked if Taehyun Kim didn't trust him. Taehyun Kim thought to himself that he didn't see where the man was coming from, but God's guidance only made up for randomly guessing paths, and that it would point them in the right direction, but that direction wouldn't always be the fastest route available. Suddenly, a voice shouted that there were intruders and ordered the alarm to be raised, questioning how they had made it all the way there. A system message appeared, indicating a lucky blow. Another system message appeared, stating that Taehyun Kim had flipped a coin. The result was heads, attack power would be doubled for 15 seconds, and skill cooldown had been removed. With the coin flip's power surging through him, Taehyun Kim activated the circle of attack skill. The skill struck the dark armored antagonist, who cried out in pain. The dark armored antagonist, despite the blow, cursed Sadik, proclaiming that Sadik's flames would immolate them all. One of the warriors wondered why the dark armored antagonist was still talking, as the beginner rank dark arrow skill was activated. The warrior opponent prepared to launch the dark arrow. The dark arrow struck the dark armored antagonist. The system registered a critical hit. The system then notified the warrior opponent that the beginner rank dark arrow skill had been mastered, and that the dark magic skill had leveled up. Someone urged the group to hurry up. The group continued to move forward. The warrior opponent was then attacked by the dark armored antagonist. Acasis Nim's work was impressive, eliminating all the followers in the blink of an eye. However, the bald man expressed his desire to fight as well. The man with the gray hair questioned what was happening, and the bald man clarified that he was simply bored of watching. The gray-haired man suggested that the bald man had a death wish and should have said so sooner. He then noticed the potion and asked if it seemed familiar to Nim. Nim dismissed the idea, but the gray-haired man insisted that he had seen a similar bottle in their guild warehouse. Elsewhere, a message prompted someone to take a break. Meanwhile, Taehyun Kim and his group were resting. The teal-haired female noted that I was using up more of her MP than she had thought, and that she needed to recharge. Nim stated that just watching was great, but the gray-haired man was not convinced. The bald man cleared his throat to get their attention. He pointed out that he didn't have any equipment. A voice from above recalled a time when he was the Red Zone's guildmaster, known for his fighting skill and prowess. However, the voice added that if someone were to catch him walking around naked like this, it would be the end of him. The bald man was mocked for his lack of clothing, and he realized that it would be the end of him if he were caught. He thought that rather than drag his name through the mud, he'd be better off sucking up to the gray-haired man. He asked if the gray-haired man could spare something for him to wear. The gray-haired man suggested that he could have just used the equipment from those paladins earlier. The bald man stated that he had tried, but a system message warned that severe penalties would be applied when worn by someone who is not a follower of Sadik. The bald man was now wearing a helmet, but that had happened. The teal-haired female pleaded with the warrior opponent to make something he could wear, adding a pretty please for emphasis. She reminded him that she spared him because he begged so pitifully, and now he wanted her to give him items as well. The warrior opponent questioned what was next, suggesting he should be given some gold and be allowed to round up some followers. He quickly clarified that wasn't what he meant, but the teal-haired female stated that it was an equivalent exchange when asking for something. She told him that he should be willing to provide something as well, asking what useful things he had done besides dancing around a bit, and if he had saved some country's princess or something. The warrior opponent insisted that she didn't let him fight, and that if she gave him a chance, he could show her he was useful. He declared that was right, and that if she just gave him some equipment, he would show her he was no pack mule. Meanwhile, three figures watched the exchange. A contract appeared, instructing him to sign there. The teal-haired female instructed him to write that Kane would return armor, a belt, gloves, and other full-body defense set items in return for receiving them, and that he would pay back a sum appropriate to the items provided. Kane questioned if that was right, wondering if it was too much. He was shocked at the price of 500 gold, questioning where he was expected to get that much money. Another figure told him that he just had to work hard to repay his debt. The teal-haired female asked if he thought she was running a charity or something, stating that the 500 gold included him earning her forgiveness for all the stuff he'd pulled on her until now, and that considering that 500 was too cheap. She reminded Kane that he was Red Zone's guild master, and that 500 gold should be chump change to him. Kane was distraught. The guild was already deep in debt. Still, the terms were laid out, and all that remained was for the contract to be signed. He hoped they would forgive him for signing it. The contract stipulated that Kane would pay back the money properly, along with a 10% interest rate. He knew this was the only way he could get revenge on his guildmates. Kane wondered if this would be the end of him. Still, it was time to get to work. With a flourish, Kane prepared himself. His opponent mocked Kane's physique, telling him to throw on some rubber gloves and run away. The warrior opponent continued to taunt Kane, saying that he would regret the moment he laid eyes on him. Kane told him to stop it, saying that he was the worst of them all. He then told himself that he was happy now and that it was time to get moving. The group ventured deeper into the dungeon. Taehyun Kim was confused. Taehyun Kim noted the location. A system message appeared, indicating that they had entered the heroic dungeon, the underground temple of the Order of Sadik, and that they were the first players to enter this dungeon. Another message indicated that an extra bonus would now be applied, and item drop and experience rates had increased. The system informed them that their fame had increased by 300, and their value had increased greatly. A warning message then appeared, stating that they had reached a state of hatred with the Order of Sadiq, and if they met a member of the Order, they would be attacked without warning. The party questioned the source of sound. Taehyun Kim also heard the sound and wondered what it could be. Elsewhere, two figures reacted to the noise with alarm. A system message warned that the sleeping fire demon had awoken. Taehyun Kim wondered if this was the cause of the earlier sound. One of the party members believed it was probably the boss. Another member pointed out a suspicious-looking structure. One of the party members suggested they should leave, as it seemed like the type of thing they shouldn't mess with. Another member saw the departure of the Order of Sadiq as the perfect chance to loot the place, but was warned that high-level mobs might spawn. Ignoring the warning, one of the party members insisted they loot the whole place, claiming to have a good plan and revealing a red orb. The orb was identified as an unstable crazy firebomb, described as a highly explosive device. With a resounding thud, a hammer strikes a spherical object. The system indicates that the goblin-engineered chain firebomb production is in progress. A sharp tool pierces the surface of the sphere. The system then announces that an intermediate blacksmithing skill bonus has been applied. Shortly after, the system indicates that the engineering skill level has increased. The sphere glows with a fiery red aura. The item is identified as an unstable crazy firebomb. One of the men mutters that this is it. The item description reveals that it's a ridiculous bomb, made of more bombs made of even more bombs, all shoved into one. The man declares that they have enough now and proposes to use these bombs to burn it all down. With a final adjustment, the man in the green hat steps off of the pile of unstable bombs. A system message appeared, warning that an already unstable firebomb had been made even more unstable with the compressed contents of many more bombs, and that it was highly explosive. The man acknowledged the warning, unsurprised. A cloud of smoke billowed nearby. Suddenly, a bell rang out, signaling the presence of intruders. One of the armored figures noted that the intruders had made it all the way to the temple. From above, a voice commanded them to kill all the intruders. The armored figures prepared to engage the intruders. One of the armored figures explained that while they made a scene in the middle of the temple, Pelmouse would find them a safe spot, and Eden would look around for a spot to set the bombs, instructing them to hold out as long as they could. The man in the green hat confirmed that they were ready. Elsewhere, the wolf creature was sent flying. A cloud of smoke appeared where the wolf creature had been. The teal-haired sorceress was caught off guard by the sudden explosion. The scene opens on a blinding flash of light. Suddenly, the teal-haired sorceress realized the shield was better than it looked, because the paladins were actually low-leveled. She considered her options. The explosion sent her flying backwards. The dark armored antagonist stood over her. Meanwhile, the warrior opponent, calling himself the Great Kane, mocked the cultist bastards. The warrior opponent prepared to strike. The warrior unleashed the Storming Gale cut skill. Hyun Kim noticed the warrior opponent's back was open and warned him not to let his guard down. Hyun Kim warned the warrior opponent that his back was open and told him not to let his guard down. The warrior opponent scoffed, declaring that he didn't need some NPC to teach him how to fight. A voice warned to be wary of the shiny, bald-headed one, as he was skilled as well, and to attack him from all sides. An unseen figure's fist clenches, their anger rising at the disrespect shown. Meanwhile, the warrior opponent faces his foes head-on, declaring that he will pluck every hair from their bodies. From the shadows, observers note that the warriors have become even more powerful, questioning if they are berserkers. Elsewhere, a voice wonders where the other intruders are, noting that only the two warriors seem to possess any real strength. An unseen figure declares that there is no way the warriors could have gotten this far into the temple with so little, dismissing them as overconfident fools. They order the head priest to be informed and all entrances to the temple blockaded. A subordinate confirms the order. The sound of something approaching echoes. Suddenly, a figure executes the skill Shadow Dive. The attack lands, eliciting a pain grunt. A man's face contorts in pain and shock. Another man shouts the name Bishop. The attack continues, the force of it visible in the air. An unseen figure demands to know the identity of their opponent. The warrior opponent ignites his blade, preparing for another attack. The warrior opponent unleashes the hand of Sadiq, but the system indicates that the attack was dodged. The system confirms that the warrior opponent's dodge was successful. The system confirms that the warrior opponent's dodge was successful. Again, the system confirms that the warrior opponent's dodge was successful. One of the cloaked figures observes that the warrior opponent is using strange footwork and orders the others to restrain him. The cloaked figures prepare to attack. The system identifies the skill being used as Burning Chains of Sadiq. The warrior opponent continues to evade the attacks. One of the cloaked figures notes that the warrior opponent was able to ignore their attacks. Another cloaked figure deduces that dodge spells and curses must be the warrior opponent's weak point, and orders everyone to cast their curses. The warrior opponent rolled to evade the incoming attack. He narrowly avoided the blast. The warrior opponent scoffed, stating that he dodged the curses because they were annoying, not because he was afraid of them. Meanwhile, one of the cloaked figures called out to Sadiq, offering his body as a sacrifice. The skill Flames of Sacrifice was activated. The warrior opponent looked on in shock. Sadiq's flames of rage had been inflicted. The flames engulfed the warrior opponent. The warrior opponent, now engulfed in flames, exclaimed that his opponents were crazy and asked if they were all suicide bombers. A system message appeared, warning that he had been critically injured and that dodging was disabled. The debuff, Sadiq's flames of rage, had been inflicted. The warrior opponent shouted that he wouldn't be tricked the same way twice. As the flames of rage engulfed him, a skill activated, Circle of Defense. The warrior opponent found himself surrounded by a protective barrier, but the onslaught continued. Meanwhile, Taehyun Kim received a system notification. The current quest merit score for subjugating the cult of Sadiq was 10,100. That score, however, was not enough to take first place. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure wielding a staff declared that they were addressing meaningless mortals. The figure demanded to know how they dared rampage upon the holy grounds of the almighty Sadiq, commanding them to beg for forgiveness with death under the blazing flames of their sins. From a hidden vantage point, the arrival of someone caused a stir. It was the head priest, his arrival now confirmed. The cloaked figure commanded others to gaze upon the brilliant flames. The beloved familiar of the almighty Sadiq was now rising. A system message warned that the infernal familiar of Sadiq had nearly awoken. The familiar's power surged, a chaotic display of raw energy. The flames of rage continued to erupt, consuming everything in their path. The fiery assault intensified, the air thick with heat and destruction. Amidst the chaos, the cloaked figures stood their ground, seemingly unfazed by the inferno raging around them. From within the ranks of the cloaked figures, a command was shouted, the order echoing through the battlefield. Silence fell over the battlefield as the command took hold. New_character_1, with a determined look, raised the staff high, declaring that it was time to end this. The declaration caused one of the cloaked figures to pause, a confused expression on their face. The cloaked figures braced themselves, preparing for what was to come. The battle continued to rage on, the sounds of clashing steel and magical energy filling the air. The intensity of the fighting showed no signs of slowing down. Elsewhere, Taehyun Kim paused to take a drink, his muscles glistening with sweat. A cloud of smoke and energy erupts. The potion's taste was so awful that it made the drinker's eyes water. He recalled his days as a guild master, when he would casually consume potions brought to him by his subordinates. Suddenly realizing the potion was missing, he wondered where it could be. He thought there should still be half left. For some reason, the faint smell of potion seemed to be coming from somewhere nearby. He trembled, realizing the truth. He cursed the penny-pinching bastard who dared to call that faint smell a potion. The group needed to change locations again soon. They prepared to move. Someone asked Taehyun Kim what he would do now and if he had a plan to handle the monster they were trying to summon. Taehyun Kim was questioned. Taehyun Kim responded, asking why he would do that. He stated he was just going to spread a bunch of bombs around and then get out of here. The other person listened to Taehyun Kim. Taehyun Kim's declaration was met with immediate resistance. One of the warriors exclaimed that they couldn't do that, arguing that the entire continent would be in danger if they failed to stop the beast's revival. Another voice chimed in, agreeing with Taehyun Kim. He insisted that they couldn't simply run after coming all this way, thinking to himself that he had sacrificed too much to get here and wanted his rewards. The teal-haired female scoffed at the others' complaints, questioning if they were brain dead. She argued that it would be hard enough to handle all the paladins and priests chasing after them, and wondered how they expected to win. Another man pointed out that they were up against something beyond the recommended encounter level. The first warrior countered that, luckily, the monster hadn't woken up yet. He stated that the best thing they could do was blow this place sky high, which should be enough in terms of merit. The man who had agreed with Taehyun Kim earlier reminded everyone that it was time to pay up for the cost of that potion. The man who had agreed with Taehyun Kim earlier was taken aback by this statement. The teal-haired female asked if he thought she didn't know. The man who had agreed with Taehyun Kim earlier was shocked. The man who had agreed with Taehyun Kim earlier began to power up. The teal-haired female and the man who had agreed with Taehyun Kim earlier were preparing to fight. The teal-haired female glared at the man who had agreed with Taehyun Kim earlier. A disembodied voice echoed, commanding someone to make their way back. Elsewhere, someone was instructed to set the bombs in the designated locations. When asked if these things were supposed to be named Unstable Crazy Firebomb, the response was that they wouldn't explode. The teal-haired female scoffed, saying that if they didn't explode, it was because they were poorly made, like a little kid made them. Meanwhile, another figure declared that they would go. Below, two armored figures discussed the intruder, surprised that they would make it all the way there. One of the figures declared that the intruder would taste their sword, before presenting a glowing orb. The orb was placed on the ground. The orb pulsed with energy. Suddenly, the figure who declared they would go cried out, wondering what was happening and ordering the armored figures not to come near. The order was given to search the area. The cloaked figures moved out to follow the order. Two figures peered over the edge of a wall. One of the figures asked if the plan would work, but the other responded negatively, telling them to just throw the items and run if they were caught. The figure in the green cloak tossed a glowing orb onto the ground. Suddenly, a voice commanded them to stop. One of the figures cried out. A report stated that the afro-wearing figure was dropping strange things in his wake, and groups 2 and 3 would chase after him. A skill called stealth was activated. The figure in the blue coat ran away from the scene. The man with the green hat looked on with a concerned expression. Nearby, Taehyun Kim was astonished by the sheer number of enemies. He realized that this might be the largest group he had ever faced. A surge of golden energy erupted from a central point. A voice boomed, declaring the advent of a beast of flames and commanding everyone to prostrate themselves before the almighty Sadiq, as the beast would soon awaken. The golden energy intensified. The light grew even brighter, obscuring everything. Taehyun Kim activated his Lucky Strike skill multiple times. A system message appeared, indicating that he had flipped heads and that his attack power would be multiplied for 15 seconds. Another system message indicated that skill cooldowns had been removed. Taehyun Kim clenched his fist, ready to fight. The hooded figures were caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. The warrior opponent realized that Taehyun Kim was the intruder everyone had been talking about. From the shadows, a figure demanded to know if it was Taehyun Kim who had dared to intrude. Suddenly, new character 1 appeared, recognizing Taehyun Kim. He remarked on how long it had been since they last met. New character 1 greeted Taehyun Kim, stating that it had been a long time. New character 1 prepared to attack. The warrior opponent watched as new character 1 moved to attack Taehyun Kim, wondering what was happening. New character 1 launched an attack. The attack continued to explode outward. The force of the attack obliterated everything in its path. The warrior opponent yelled for someone to dodge the attack. The attack engulfed the area in flames. The system notified Taehyun Kim that he had gained experience points and leveled up. The system notified Taehyun Kim that he had demolished the armory of the Order of Sadiq and earned merit points. The system notified Taehyun Kim that he had demolished the confessional of the Order of Sadiq, earning him merit points. The area was engulfed in a fiery explosion. The explosion continued to spread. Debris rained down. Again, the system notified Taehyun Kim that he had demolished the confessional of the Order of Sadiq, earning him merit points. New character 1 saw an opportunity amidst the chaos. He yelled that now was their chance. New character 1 shouted to everyone as he leaped into the air, diving toward the explosion. A warning appeared, stating that multiple explosions had occurred and that Taehyun Kim's attempt to dodge had failed, afflicting him with stun. The system then notified Taehyun Kim that debris had fallen on him, but he had successfully dodged the attack. Someone shouted to blow it all up. A hand reached out, seemingly activating something. The hand held a small object as the explosions continued. The small object in new character 1's hand glows brightly. The object explodes. The explosion engulfs new character 1. A system message appears, indicating that the title Mad Bomber has been achieved and that it was achieved server first. The message continues, stating that all attributes have been increased by 7. The system explains that even amongst engineers, not just anyone has the skill to work with volatile explosives, but the few that have utter disregard for their own safety and the safety of others gleefully tinker and toy with these dangerous bombs. Bonuses will be applied when using the engineering skill to create explosives. Damage taken from explosives has been decreased, and large-scale explosive recipes have been learned. The explosion continues to expand. Someone screams as they are caught in the blast. The scream continues. The explosion rages. Someone laments that even after all that, they're still short by 4 points to unlock authority. Points. Amidst the chaos, new_character_1 questioned what was happening, but the dark_armored_antagonist commanded him to ignore it and deal with the intruders first. The dark_armored_antagonist, towering over his opponent, declared that the heretic would die. From above, the dark_armored_antagonist descended, engulfed in a cloud of dark energy. The armored_protagonist, bracing himself, prepared to take the hit. The dark_armored_antagonist's attack slammed into the armored_warrior_protagonist, sending debris flying. The force of the impact rippled outwards. The dark_armored_antagonist stood amidst the destruction, unfazed by the explosion. The armored_warrior_protagonist was sent flying, uttering a garbled cry. New_character_1 looked on in horror. The dark_armored_antagonist taunted, asking if that was all the armored_warrior_protagonist had. The dark_armored_antagonist addressed new_character_1, questioning if he knew what he had just done. New_character_1, confused, told him to quit babbling, realizing that those were explosives. A blinding flash of light erupts. The force of the explosion sends debris flying in all directions. Amidst the chaos, new_character_1 cries out. A system message warns of a powerful explosion and the resulting stun effect. T_Kim coughs, clearly affected by the blast. Another system message confirms that explosive damage has been inflicted, resulting in a critical hit. New_character_1 screams in pain. Fueled by boiling blood, the warrior_opponent prepares to charge. The system announces a temporary increase in HP recovery and movement speed. The explosion continues to rage, with debris and flames filling the air. A voice notes that some have survived the blast. The dust settled, revealing the aftermath of the explosion. Nearby, one of the survivors complained that they almost died, but another retorted that they were all in the same boat and should focus on escaping. The first survivor paused, noticing the state of another. That survivor was heavily injured. He trembled. Suddenly, the first survivor's eyes widened in disbelief. Before them, a fiery beast began to materialize. The Beast of Flames had arisen. The Necromancer Guild master watched as the Beast of Flames arose. The beast roared, demanding that all hail the almighty Sadiq. It continued, furious that simpletons dared to set fire to the holy grounds of the almighty Sadiq. Taehyun-Kim, standing above, remarked that they were still alive and possessed the tenacity of a cockroach. The one-eyed man vowed that they would never forgive their enemies. Meanwhile, the Beast of Flames declared that it would deliver punishment upon them. The flames intensified. The heat grew. A system message warned that the High Priest of the Order of Sadiq had cast Domain of Sadiq, and that the skill would be dispelled upon the caster's death. The High Priest stood atop the temple, staff raised high. Another system message indicated that they were within the area of effect of Domain of Sadiq and had taken damage. Below, the warriors cried out in pain and confusion. The one-eyed man felt the intense heat. The High Priest declared that they were all dead. The flames spread across the floor. The warriors were engulfed in the inferno. The flames continued to rage, consuming everything within the High Priest's domain. The warriors struggled against the inferno, their armor offering little protection. One warrior cried out as the flames intensified, the heat becoming unbearable. The source of the domain, a strange rod, began to crack and shatter under the strain. With a blinding flash, the rod exploded, sending shards of energy in all directions. The High Priest, his face contorted in a mix of shock and anger, felt the connection to his domain weaken. A system message appeared, declaring that the enslavement rod of Sadiq's Beast of Flames had been destroyed. The flames, now unbound, surged with chaotic energy. Another system message warned that the Beast of Flames had begun to run wild. The High Priest, desperate, pleaded with the beast to calm down. His eyes widened with fear as he realized he had lost control. The High Priest declared himself a devout follower of the almighty Sadiq, his chosen High Priest. The Beast of Flames raged, its power unleashed. The flames continued to spread. The inferno intensified, consuming everything in its path. The fiery destruction continued without pause. The ground itself began to crack under the immense heat. A system message appeared, signaling a significant event. The message declared that the High Priest of Sadiq had died, and the domain of Sadiq had been dispelled. Taehyun-Kim was surprised by the announcement. The implications of the High Priest's death began to dawn on him. Taehyun-Kim's expression shifted to one of dawning realization. He began to sweat as the gravity of the situation became clear. Suddenly, a system message appeared, announcing that the Sadiq chief priest had died and that Sadiq's domain had been cleared. Taehyun-Kim, seemingly unaware of the message, simply voiced his confusion. Ignoring the chaos around him, Taehyun-Kim began to walk away, prompting the teal-haired female to question where he was going, noting that he wasn't hurt anymore. As Taehyun-Kim walked away, the teal-haired female continued to call out to him. At that moment, a surge of energy erupted. The energy intensified, filling the area with a blinding light. Another system message appeared, indicating that experience and an achievement had been earned, and that they had overthrown the Sadiq chief priest. The system then announced that the skill, manipulation, had leveled up. Meanwhile, the remaining warriors cried out for Sadiq to save them. Amidst the chaos, one of the warriors questioned why they were being attacked, while another exclaimed that this was great and urged everyone to run. The remaining warriors scattered in panic. The words, "I'm destined for greatness," appeared boldly. The ground trembled as a massive creature fell, its impact sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The warriors observed the fallen beast, realizing that the eastern front had been breached. Amidst the chaos, a cry went out. The gate was under attack. One of the warriors feared that if the assault continued, the boiling wall would collapse. High above, a warrior questioned why they had not received any assistance, while another admitted they were unsure if any messages had been sent. The warriors were instructed to send a magic message, but there was no response. One of the armored warriors realized something had happened. Another warrior wondered how the fire preparation could have gone wrong. Far off in the distance, a figure perched in a tree. The figure, new_character_1, peered through a spyglass, wondering what they were seeing. The warrior wondered when the figures had appeared at the mouth of the valley. The man in the green hat seemed surprised, muttering about adventurers. Below, the knights from the kingdom of Adalai were identified. They were chasing down the bastards of the Sadiq church. Suddenly, a warrior exclaimed in surprise. The warriors were commanded to protect Taehyun Kim. One of the warriors told the others to take care of themselves first, reminding them that they were borrowed from the king and shouldn't die. A system message appeared, indicating that a fatal blow had landed. One of the knights seemed shocked. The fatal blow landed with devastating force. The attack continued, striking the beast. The beast cursed, not expecting them to have that kind of power. The beast was struck again. The warrior opponent swung his weapon, attempting to strike down his foe. Suddenly, a large wolf creature charged into the fray, screeching as it barreled forward. The warrior opponent declared that the wolf creature would be his last achievement. One of the Adalai knights observed that Taehyun Kim was heading straight towards the wolf creature and warned him that it was too dangerous. The wolf creature was struck by a powerful blow. Taehyun Kim prepared to strike. A system message appeared, indicating that overlapping fatal blows had resulted in the acquisition of the skill Critical Buster. Another system message appeared, stating that Taehyun Kim's sword skill had increased, raising his intermediate sword skill from level 3 to level 4. The warrior opponent looked on in shock. Taehyun Kim prepared to use the new skill. Taehyun Kim unleashed the Critical Buster skill. The Critical Buster skill struck the wolf creature. The force of the blow sends the dark mass flying. The warrior opponent is shocked by the sudden turn of events, questioning what just happened. He struggles to comprehend how such a thing is even possible. The force of the attack sends pieces of the wolf creature flying, some of which land on the warrior opponent. He recoils in disgust. Elsewhere, new character 1 realizes that Taehyun Kim's new skill is the same one used by the bandits he faced before, resolving to hide when he uses it. He recalls that the skill, Critical Buster, requires a condition of 100 successful cumulative hits to activate. New character 1 is relieved that Taehyun Kim has an easy skill for when he needs to deal damage. From the front lines, a soldier shouts that Mr. Taehyun Kim and the army are coming to help. The brothers of Sadiq are ordered to retreat. A beam of light pierces the sky. A system message announces that the Church of Sadiq Punitive Force has completed the conquest of the Gate of the Boiling Wall. The soldiers celebrate the victory. The scene was abuzz with hushed whispers, the crowd marveling at the audacity of the recent attack. Unbelieving, the woman questioned how anyone could attack the enemy alone. Another man remarked that it was foolish to attack the defenseless headquarters when it was so close. It was suggested that the attack was to prevent information from leaking to other adventurers, a bold operation only the hero who saved the capital could handle. O homem resmungou, achando o barulho irritante, enquanto alguém mencionava que cavaleiros também estavam envolvidos no sucesso da missão secreta. Elsewhere, a man said he understood and asked for a minute. Someone questioned if it was Kim Tae-san that they had mentioned. The man confirmed it, stating that he was sure Taehyun Kim was the one who took care of the orcs and the red zone at once, questioning if he was a ranker. Another man stated that Taehyun Kim single-handedly destroyed the Caterland pirates and also took care of the church, concluding that he was not a normal guy. The conversation turned to Taehyun Kim's level, with one person suggesting it could be past 110. Someone else lamented how hard it was to level up, even when guild members hunted together. It was observed that all kinds of experts were popping up, leading to speculation about how Taehyun Kim leveled up so much without a guild, wondering if he was eating a special item. The large orc-like creature mused that if the Wasan Cathedral War happened tomorrow, they might finally see Taehyun Kim's true skills. Someone suggested that they pay close attention then. Elsewhere, two figures stood near a burning pyre outside of a tent. One of them remarked that it was finally quiet. A man with short gray hair and a black turtleneck pulled a white cloak around himself. A system message appeared, asking if he would like to use the power of Arceus. He responded with a resounding yes. The system then informed him that he had acquired the power of Arceus. A figure was shown within a green and blue light. The figure appeared to be ascending. The system message indicated that his divinity increased by 150, his eminence increased by 300, and all stats increased by 5. It also stated that his name had been engraved in the temple again. As expected, nothing came easy. A system message appeared, indicating that divine power, God's grace, and new summons had all leveled up. Recovery and growth had also become faster. He wondered how recovery and growth could become faster. Another system message appeared, announcing that he had earned the job skill, Bless of Arceus. The system further explained that the skill, Bless of Arceus, would temporarily share good fortune with the people he led. The incantation would last longer the higher the skill level. He realized this was good fortune, but questioned if it was a buff for everyone. He wondered if he should give it a try. The system then indicated that he was using Bless of Arceus. He wondered what was happening, stating that he didn't think anything had changed. He exclaimed in pain. He realized his mana had been cut in half. The Armored Warrior's buff was about to expire. Only 15 seconds remained of the Bless of Arceus. He realized that it took up so much mana and only lasted for a short time. Knowing this, he knew he'd have to use his head for this. He paused, wondering what was happening. Meanwhile, the ground began to shake. A massive explosion of fire erupted from the valley floor. Elsewhere, the teal-haired sorceress looked on in shock. Nearby, others noticed the disturbance. One of them questioned what that sound was. They wondered what the hell that twister of fire was. The system issued a warning. An explosion of fire had appeared in the valley. It had appeared in the valley of despair and sorrow. The explosion continued to rage. The twister of fire towered over the landscape. The system issued a dire warning. The message was clear. Everyone must flee. The dark, armored figure paused, sensing a disturbance. He wondered what was going on. His subordinates questioned why he wouldn't listen to their orders. One of the subordinates apologized, explaining that they were trying to figure out why this was happening. The dark, armored figure dismissed them as useless. Elsewhere, the teal-haired sorceress observed the unfolding events. The teal-haired sorceress watched as a fiery creature emerged. The teal-haired sorceress believed that the church would grow if this ride succeeded. Elsewhere, the mustached man imagined a future where he would become a famous streamer, date an idol, and have a happy family. The man realized that this couldn't be happening, and that danger was approaching. He feared that if this continued, his perfect future plan would fall apart. His perfect future was falling apart. The man with the mustache, observing the battlefield, barked orders for all soldiers to advance, noting that the Sadiq bastards were in front of their military camp. Elsewhere, a soldier wondered who hired the mercenaries, deducing that the major guilds must have done it to show off their wealth. Amidst the chaos, a commander urged his troops to charge forward, while another soldier noted that they were almost there. Nearby, a soldier looked on in confusion. Suddenly, a soldier exclaimed that the beast had arrived. Amidst the fighting, one soldier urged everyone to follow him and stay close to the holy knights, while another questioned what his ally was doing. Another soldier, being restrained, yelled at his captor to get off him, calling him a damn Taoist bastard. Another soldier nearby remarked that the summoned beast wouldn't hurt the summoner. The beast unleashed a devastating attack. A soldier questioned why the beast attacked them. Another soldier, witnessing the carnage, questioned why the beast of flame was attacking. The soldiers wondered why the beast was attacking its own side. Amidst the chaos, a soldier yelled for his comrades to dodge and duck. The summoned beast of flame continued its assault, its fiery form radiating intense heat and power. The beast unleashed a blinding flash of light, searing the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, one of the warriors urged his comrades not to be afraid, suggesting they counterattack with debuffs. Two warriors prepared to strike, one with an invincible spear and the other with a radiant rush. Below, the warriors attempted to use Shadow Chain Bind to restrain the beast. One of the warriors exclaimed in frustration that nothing seemed to be working against the summoned beast. The beast's fiery aura intensified, further hindering the warriors' efforts. The summoned beast stood tall, a towering figure of fire and destruction. The warriors below scrambled to dodge the beast's attacks, questioning why they were being targeted. The warriors were caught in the blast radius of the beast's attacks. The warriors noted that the beast's attacks mercilessly blew everything up, realizing that the quest's final goal must be to cut off the beast's head. The beast of flame raged, seemingly out of control. One of the warriors wondered if the Sadiq bastards had somehow messed up, causing the beast to run wild. Meanwhile, the dark armored antagonist watched the chaos unfold. He considered whether they needed to intervene if the beast could not be controlled. Elsewhere, two armored figures observed the situation. One remarked that it would benefit them if the others killed each other. They decided to analyze the beast pattern while monitoring the situation. The beast of flame continued its rampage, its vigor seemingly fueled by Sadiq. Two figures in brown cloaks pleaded for help, hoping their prayers would be heard. The beast unleashed a devastating attack. One of the warriors exclaimed that it was impossible, urging Sir Antonio to escape. Sir Antonio questioned where they could escape to, but another warrior insisted that they had to escape, at least for now. Another warrior called out for Burford to protect Sir Antonio. One of the warriors lamented how they had ended up as mere cannon fodder. The beast was praised for killing all of the Sadiq bastards. One of the warriors reacted in shock as the beast approached. The warriors knew it was coming. One of them berated another for speaking too soon. Meanwhile, another warrior called out to the armored_warrior_protagonist, demanding that he buff them. The order was given to seize the beast, and everyone was told to attack. They knew they had to beat it anyway. The teal_haired_sorceress unleashed a high-tier frozen curse, an icy fury that threatened to swallow up the north. The icy attack collided with the beast of flame. The warriors saw that the attack was working and urged the teal_haired_sorceress to continue. One of the warriors wondered if they could catch the beast. Another warrior realized that it was not as powerful as they had thought. Another warrior, annoyed, declared that they had attacked first and told the others not to butt in. He questioned if they thought this was a restaurant. The warrior_opponent asked what the others thought. The warrior_opponent realized that he knew how to beat the beast. The beast of flame roared. Elsewhere, Issy_Lee stood in a strange, dark landscape. Se-Yun Lee stared intently, her expression unreadable. Nearby, the corpses of the fallen littered the ground. It was, as the system stated, the perfect timing to summon the dead. The system then prompted Se-Yun Lee to begin summoning low-class, undead spirits. However, the system warned that the corpse's level was too high compared to her necromancy skill level, making it impossible to summon the undead. The system reiterated that the corpse's level was too high compared to Se-Yun Lee's necromancy skill level, making it impossible to summon the undead. The system informed Se-Yun Lee that a penalty would be applied due to the summoning magic's failure, but the penalty was successfully cancelled due to her high level of luck. Se-Yun Lee's novice necromancy skill advanced to level 5. The system prompted Se-Yun Lee to begin summoning low-class, undead spirits, and the summoning was successful. She was surprised by the result. Se-Yun Lee continued to summon undead. The system informed Se-Yun Lee that the summoning of low-class undead spirits was successful, and her necromancy skill had leveled up. The system then informed her that the summoning of low-class undead spirits was complete, and her necromancy skill had leveled up again. Se-Yun Lee had summoned 8 undead warriors, 1 undead archer, and 1 undead wizard. Se-Yun Lee was starting to get used to summoning, but wondered why they all looked like weaklings. Still, she thought she shouldn't expect too much for her first attempt. The summoned undead, seemingly weightless, flail about as if suspended by invisible strings. They appear to be no match for the challenges ahead. One of the warriors, seemingly aware of their predicament, pleads to be stopped, wondering how they can escape their situation. Another, however, cackles, resigned to the fate that all living things will eventually die. An unseen figure silences the undead. It was reported that the Sadiq order was falling back, and the Beast of Flame was headed toward the gathering players. The call went out that the high rankers and major guilds needed to give it their all. A warning cry went out that an attack was coming, urging everyone to dodge. A desperate shout urged everyone to get back. Amidst the chaos, the battle raged on. One of the warriors asked if they could beat it, and another responded that they were a bit worried, but sure they could. Someone expressed annoyance that the Aiden Guild was looking for an opportunity. It was observed that Aiden wasn't the only problem, as Johansson was also present. Someone lamented the lack of morals, questioning how they could join. The raid was underway, and someone was surprised by something. The question was raised about what was going on and if that was the Royal Knight Order. The armored warriors continued their advance. One of the warriors raised a horn to his lips, preparing to signal the next phase of their assault. The horn was sounded. The armored warrior declared it was for the sake of... He shouted the name of the kingdom. One of the warriors on the opposing side looked on in confusion. He questioned what was happening. The cloaked figure looked on in shock. The Beast of Flame, engulfed in fire, declared that those bastards must have a death wish, wondering if they had gone mad. The armored warriors charged forward, undeterred by the flames. The warriors charged forward, shouting their allegiance. Leading the charge, Taehyun Kim rode atop a gray horse, his knights following close behind. A system message appeared, indicating that Taehyun Kim had used shout on his knights. One of the knights yelled that this was their chance. System messages indicated that the knights' movement and attack power had been temporarily increased by 10%. The knights roared in response to the buffs. The knights charged forward, their weapons glowing with power. The knights unleashed a powerful attack. Taehyun Kim watched with determination. A voice declared the activation of Archaisis' blessing. The blessing manifested as a wave of green energy, washing over Taehyun Kim's forces. One of the armored warriors expressed confusion, noting that they weren't taking any damage from the sea of fire. Another warrior wondered if this was Taehyun Kim's blessing, admitting that it was actually pretty good. An officer, observing his troops standing around, angrily demanded why they were just admiring the scene. Another voice urged someone named Rooney to run like crazy and not stop. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the warriors advanced. The kingdom's flag was raised high. A commander ordered all units to charge. The order to attack was given as the warriors prepared to engage. The sound of a powerful blow reverberated. A system message announced that a fatal blow had occurred. A system message appeared, indicating that a near-impossible charge had caused a transcendental amount of damage, increasing Taehyun Kim's reputation by 100. The warrior exclaimed that it was great, as another system message confirmed that the Beast of Flame had fainted temporarily. Another system message appeared, this time informing Taehyun Kim that he had earned the title Rushing Against the Wind. The system elaborated on the title, explaining that rushing against the wind represented the power and bravery of cavalry, earned by leading knights out of an impossible situation. It further stated that additional bonuses would be granted for using tactical skills on horseback, ensuring the horse wouldn't be frightened, and providing a horseback riding skill bonus with no riding penalty. Taehyun Kim initiated a shadow leap. The attack connected. The force of the blow reverberated. Taehyun Kim zenilid araki success vistum. Fury. He began to cast judgment, but a system message alerted him that he didn't have enough MP. Taehyun Kim realized he didn't have enough MP. He grimaced in frustration. The sound of a neck breaking echoed. The figure lands, shards of the ground flying up around him. Suddenly, a system message appears, indicating that a fatal blow has occurred and the Beast of Flame is in a state of chaos. Facing the Beast of Flame, Taehyun Kim curses. The Beast of Flame responds with a taunt. Taehyun Kim's hand glows with power. The Beast of Flame's severed limbs fall to the ground. The Beast of Flame explodes in a burst of light and energy. The explosion continues to erupt. Someone wonders who is responsible for the attack. They consider if it could be Johan's son, but dismiss the idea, stating that Johan's son doesn't have those kinds of skills. Someone begins to count down. The perspective shifts to a close-up of Taehyun Kim's face as he looks down at the scene below. The man with the helmet warned that the buff was about to disappear. The command was given to attack, to not let the target get away, and to go for the last strike. The military charged. The warrior opponent was ready to attack. The Necromancer Guild Master prepared her Hell's Flame and Holy Palace Exilion. Seiyun Lee unleashed her attack. A surge of energy was released. Taehyun Kim prepared to strike. The equestrian leader roared. The attacks collided. A powerful blast erupted. Someone cried out. An arrow struck, but divine power resisted the blow. The warrior grimaced, realizing his opponents were relentlessly stacking attacks. A system message then appeared, indicating the Beast of Flame had suffered a fatal blow. However, another system message warned that the Beast of Flame was being awakened by the power of Sadiq. The beast roared. Nearby, Taehyun Kim was shocked, realizing there were more phases left. One of the warriors questioned what was happening. The beast roared again. The warriors cried out as the beast's power surged. The beast roared in fury. Its power continued to grow. One of the warriors exclaimed that they couldn't beat it. The warrior opponent cried out, desperate for aid as the Beast of Flame continued its awakening. He couldn't believe they were supposed to defeat something like this. The armored warrior yelled at everyone to protect themselves and get away, realizing the beast had a wide range of attack. A skill activated, God's Gift. The Beast of Flame's power continued to grow. The Beast of Flame's power continued to grow. Suddenly, a weakness was revealed. Taehyun Kim told the beast to stop running wild. Another skill activated, Lux Blow, X20 attack. Taehyun Kim dove towards the beast, determined to make it die already. Taehyun Kim's attack landed. The attack continued to strike the beast. The attack was critical. Taehyun Kim yelled, Buster. The light from Taehyun Kim's attack filled the area. The attack continued to strike the Beast of Flame. The light intensified as the attack reached its peak. Elsewhere, the armored warriors braced themselves against the shockwave. The bald warrior and Seiyun Lee watched with anticipation. The bald warrior grunted. The warrior opponent looked on in disbelief, questioning what had just happened. The armored warriors remained on guard. The teal-haired sorceress's sword fell to the ground. Taehyun Kim thought he would die from the heat. A system message appeared, declaring that the Beast of Flame had been defeated. The Beast of Flame began to dissipate. The system registered the victory. Messages flooded Taehyun Kim's vision, indicating level-ups, acquired fame, contribution points, and items. He was surprised by the sheer volume of rewards. Nearby, the crowd cheered, one of them correcting himself, calling Taehyun Kim Tae-san-nim. The armored warrior and the female mage looked on, the warrior commenting on the strange behavior of the crowd. The crowd lifted Taehyun Kim into the air, celebrating him. The crowd expressed that their faith in Taehyun Kim allowed them to escape the flames. They cheered for him. From the perspective of the dark armored antagonist, the crowd celebrated Taehyun Kim. Elsewhere, the warrior opponent and his ally lamented their loss, calling it a complete disaster. The teal-haired sorceress wondered if they could have helped him, but another character told her not to say that. Another character stated that if Kim Tae-san hadn't landed the decisive blow, they all would have perished in the sea of flames. Someone grabbed the character from panel 10. The character from panel 10 was being carried, and told the person carrying them to let them down, stating that they didn't feel so good. It was believed that he would become famous again because of this incident. The chapter opens with the title, I'm Destined for Greatness. Following the victory, congratulations were offered for defeating the Beast of Flame, Tae-san-nim. The celebration was in full swing, with the warriors cheering. Suddenly, the warriors paused, sensing something amiss. The order was given to cease the celebration and flee. Taehyun Kim, wasting no time, sprinted ahead of the others. He looked back, his expression a mix of anger and determination. He declared that he was going after the one who took his item. The warriors affirmed their agreement to follow Taehyun Kim's lead. One of the warriors wondered what was happening. A desperate plea echoed through the air as someone begged for salvation. The dark armored antagonist advanced, his movements swift and purposeful. The news spread. The Beast of Flame had been defeated. Adding insult to injury, the church was in ruins. The dark armored antagonist continued his pursuit through the forest. The dark armored antagonist wondered aloud why they were being chased, lamenting that not a single one was alive. Buford's name was called out. The warrior in the helmet looked on, concern etched on their face. Someone called out to Chief Cheon, surprised that he was still alive. A chilling sound echoed as someone cried out in pain. A voice questioned if they had been forsaken and accused someone of betraying the Sadic's oath. The warrior, seeing the carnage, demanded to know who had done this to them, realizing it was the undead. The dark armored antagonist continued to flee, swinging his sword wildly to keep his pursuers at bay, demanding they get away. Despite his efforts, the pursuers closed in, undeterred by his attacks. Suddenly, the dark armored antagonist was knocked to the ground by a large, black boot. A figure loomed over him, demanding he return the ring. The dark armored antagonist was shocked by the sudden appearance of this new threat. Meanwhile, the man with the gray hair watched the scene unfold. His face contorted with rage, he repeated his demand for the ring that had been stolen from the royal family. The man with the gray hair seemed to recognize the ring. He insisted that there was no need to waste energy on this. The man in the blue coat offered to spare the thief's life if the ring was returned. His expression was one of sinister anticipation. He threatened to log the thief out without mercy. The situation was deemed a disaster. The man in dark armor declared that his opponent was in no position to negotiate. He insisted that he didn't have the ring, but the other man wasn't buying it. Seeing through the dark armored antagonist's lie, the man with the sword stated that he wasn't good at hiding his expressions. The man with the sword announced that there would be no negotiation, as he intended to kill the dark armored antagonist and take the ring back. The man with the sword gripped his weapon tightly, preparing for a fight. The dark armored antagonist asked if he was done saying his last words, stating that he didn't think the man with the sword would be stronger than the beast of flame. The man with the sword retorted that even if the dark armored antagonist killed him, he wouldn't be able to get the item he wanted. A third man, with a sinister grin, realized that the dropped item was a random one, but he was confident he would get the one he wanted and told the dark armored antagonist to just die. The dark armored antagonist questioned if they thought he would just let them kill him. The dark armored antagonist activated a skill called Sadic's Eyes. Activating Sadic's Eyes, the dark armored antagonist knew that this technique would make his opponent's movements look slow, and that if he blocked his attack and counterattacked. The dark armored antagonist prepared to use his full brain power, striking from the left. The dark armored antagonist landed a powerful kick. A system message appeared, indicating a fatal blow had been struck. The dark armored antagonist's kick landed with devastating force. The man with the sword prepared his next attack, while the armored warrior pleaded for him to wait. The swordsman declared that his next strike would land in the same spot as before, then struck the armored warrior. Another system message appeared, confirming that the opponent's arm had been struck, rendering it temporarily unusable. The dark armored antagonist, fueled by rage, vowed that he would not forgive his attacker, activating the Sadic's skill. The man with the sword asked where the dark armored antagonist was looking. The dark armored antagonist's face was contorted in anger. The man with the sword remarked that the armored warrior should have just given him what he wanted when he asked nicely. The dark armored antagonist wondered why he couldn't hit the man with the sword. The man with the sword declared that the fight was lame and said goodbye. The dark armored antagonist desperately asked the man with the sword to wait and offered to compromise. The player's character has died. The screen displays a stark message. You are dead. Player has died. An item, a ring, lies on the ground. The ring is picked up. It came on the first try. The item is identified as Sadic's Holy Ring, a sacred object of the Sadic order with a durability of 1-to-1 and a holy limit of 5,000. It is said to contain the power of a sealed Sadic, and if the conditions are met, one is able to summon Sadic, but if one doesn't believe in Sadic, then they can be cursed. Taehyun Kim examines the ring closely. Taehyun Kim realizes this isn't the ring he was looking for. Taehyun Kim exclaims that it's really a cursed object. Taehyun Kim wonders why only junk is dropping. Taehyun Kim reasons that it must have dropped because of his luck and that there must be a reason. Taehyun Kim wonders if this is better than what the dwarves made in the contest or not, and that it's going to be annoying if he can't use it. Someone asks Taehyun Kim if they should pursue the remaining ones. He stated that it was fine, since they wasted a lot of time. Taehyun Kim suggested that they just go back, get a prize, and get some rest. The view shifts to a modern city, showcasing a tall building with the logo MBS Linjoyev. The camera pans down, revealing more of the city's skyline, filled with towering skyscrapers. Another skyscraper is shown, its glass facade reflecting the sky and surrounding buildings. The perspective changes to street level, focusing on a restaurant called We Dance. A car drives by. Inside a building, new_character_1 is seen looking at their wrist. New_character_1 thought that he should be here any minute now. Another person asks new_character_1 if he is Mr. Bae Jang-wook. New_character_1 responds with a huh. The person who asked the question is revealed to be a man with red hair and eyes, wearing a black mask. The masked man confirms that's right and asks if new underscore character underscore one is the one who promised. He thinks to himself that new underscore character underscore one looks a bit dangerous. The man with the green hat was approached by a man who introduced himself as Kim Tae-hyun. Interrupting, Bae Jang-wook, the planning team leader of MBS Game Broadcasting, introduced himself. Bae stated that he would get straight to the point. The other man at the table asked Tae-hyun if he knew that someone like him was doing a quest. Tae-hyun thought that the most important thing in a game was not simply following the game system, but developing creative content. Bae explained that they were taking players like Tae-hyun on an exclusive contract for that reason. He continued, stating that as it was an exclusive contract, Tae-hyun would not only get preferential treatment, but he was confident that they could guarantee more than any other broadcasting station. Bae asked how doing it with their broadcasting station sounded, adding that many were upset because they could not partner with them. It was stated that one could raise the price of their contract and draw cash if they broadcast on a well-known channel. It was explained that game broadcasting had become the center of the content market, and since it had become rare to find rankers who did not broadcast games, it was stated that they needed to attract as many players as possible. The masked man thought that when he saw Kim Tae-hyun at Cartelland, he could tell that he was greedy and certainly with them. The masked man's memory continued. A man in a yellow shirt and black mask stood with his mouth open, seemingly in shock. Another man, with blonde hair, apologized for something. The man with blonde hair stated that he had just finished a quest yesterday. The masked man asked if he was finished. The man in the yellow shirt asked if he had said everything he needed to say. The scene shifted to a bright, modern interior. Inside, two men sat in silence at a table, drinks in front of them. One of the men observed that the other seemed uninterested. The second man confirmed that he was, in fact, not interested. The first man then mentioned that one of the players signed with them earned 20 million won a month. The second man responded with indifference, stating that the player must be happy. The first man was visibly frustrated by this lack of reaction, wondering what was wrong with him. The second man then asked what would happen if that wasn't enough. The first man revealed that they also signed Lee Se-yeon, the Season 1 top ranker. The second man's eyes widened in surprise. He seemed to finally be showing some interest. The older man remained silent, observing Tae-hyun Kim. The man with the mustache raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Tae-hyun's reaction. He thought to himself that he was right about there being a reaction to Lee Se-yeon. The man with the mustache declared that he had him, stating that in the end, Tae-hyun was a gamer. Bae Jang-wook asked if Tae-hyun was all right. Tae-hyun wiped his face with a cloth, remarking that it was kind of cold and guessing the air conditioning was working. The man with the mustache chuckled, remarking that it seemed like Tae-hyun was interested in Lee Se-yeon. Bae Jang-wook stated that one couldn't play fantasy online without knowing that name, adding that she was a world champion. Tae-hyun, eating a macaron, said that it was delicious and asked if he could order more. The man with the mustache replied that, of course, Tae-hyun could eat as much as he wanted. It was said that the macarons were made by a French patisserie, so they were very popular. Tae-hyun thought to himself that his mother would like them, and that he should buy about 30 of them when he left. Tae-hyun Kim's companion agrees to the price of the macarons, seemingly without hesitation. The narrator observes that if Tae-hyun Kim knew the actual price of each macaron, he would be shocked, implying that Kim doesn't understand their true value. The companion offers to arrange a meeting with Lee Se-yeon if Tae-hyun Kim is interested. Tae-hyun Kim quickly declines the offer, stating that it's fine. The companion responds, telling him not to be shy and that he won't meet her separately, but on the air. Kim reiterates that it's fine, and that if he has to meet her, then they should forget about the contract. The narrator wonders what is wrong with Tae-hyun Kim. The narrator is surprised that a fantasy online gamer is refusing to meet Lee Se-yeon. The narrator observes that Tae-hyun Kim's immediate refusal and behavior suggest that he is actively avoiding her, not just uninterested. The narrator notes that Tae-hyun Kim is actively avoiding her and wonders if he is a new type of tsundere. Tae-hyun Kim thinks to himself about what would happen if he met her after what he did. Kim believes that she'll kill him, and even thinking about it makes him. The title proclaims, "I'm destined for greatness." The terms of the offer were laid out. The man on the other side of the table asked what he thought. He paused, considering the offer. Everything seemed good, but the contract stipulated an exclusive arrangement, forbidding activities with other companies or double contracts. He thought to himself that he didn't really want to sign an exclusive contract. The man across the table was surprised. He asked if another broadcasting station had contacted him. The man in the pink shirt denied it, stating that it was just his family's motto. The motto was, "You can love, but don't get trapped." Another saying flashed in his mind. If a person only says good things, slap them. There's nothing free in this world. We're depressed, eat meat. He thought to himself that even if they told you they'd give you 1,000,000,000 won, you should walk away. He knew it would always be a bother if he didn't. He sighed, realizing he couldn't do anything since he wouldn't take the bait. Tae-hyun Kim's companion expressed disbelief at his lack of greed, questioning if he was even human. Tae-hyun Kim responded that they were finished if he had to sign an exclusive contract. The other man insisted that the broadcasting group had other things to do and that Taehyun Kim didn't have to sign an exclusive contract. The man proposed that they go with a free contract. Taehyun Kim paused. The man watching them thought that this was better than losing Taehyun Kim. He complimented Taehyun Kim's thinking and offered him something. A pen hovered over a document. The man in the pink shirt asked Taehyun Kim what his job and level were. Taehyun Kim questioned if he had to tell him. The man responded that he was just curious. Taehyun Kim stated that he was Archesis's incarnation, but as for his level, he revealed that his level was a secret. In a brightly lit room, a man inquired about Taehyun Kim's job, noting that Archesis's incarnation didn't sound like a normal job. He wondered if it was a hero's job. The other man responded that it was not a normal job, but a rare one. He declined to elaborate further. Elsewhere, a monstrous figure asked what someone had been doing lately. The figure responded that they had cleared the Sadiq Order Global Quest the previous day. The first figure remarked that it was a popular quest these days and asked how they had cleared it. The second figure responded that they had simply joined and smashed it. The first figure chuckled, saying they understood, and asked if it was okay to air the video. The second figure responded that they didn't really care if they did, and that they had a video to send over. The first figure replied that it was great and to send anything over. The second figure confirmed that they would. Someone sent a message. Elsewhere, a man wished someone a great day, and the other man reciprocated. Someone realized that the man's name was Kim Taehyun. Kim Taehyun walked away. The realization seemed impossible. The door to the editorial office opened with a click. Meanwhile, at the editorial office, the teal-haired female knocked on a door. She asked Produce Bae if she could come in. Inside the office, Bae Jang-wook continued to work at his computer. The teal-haired female wondered what he was so absorbed in. Another woman explained that Bae Jang-wook was editing the new Casted Rookies promotion video. The teal-haired female wondered if this rookie was the person Bae Jang-wook had mentioned last time. Bae Jang-wook was impressed by the rookie. He also mentioned that he saw in the news that she was going to shoot a new movie and asked if she was making a comeback. The teal-haired female considered the question. She noted that it had been 3 years since the actor retired and stated that whether in the past or the present, she thanked him for the kind words, but stated that it had nothing to do with acting. The teal-haired female's eyes widened as she realized something. She exclaimed Kim Taehyun's name in shock. Startled, the teal-haired female recoiled from the screen. The text below the video identified the subject as a pervert who preyed on people regardless of their status. The video's title included the name Kim Taehyun, and the teal-haired female recalled that this was the same person she had desperately tried to recruit. She refused to believe it was the same Kim Taehyun, questioning if it could be someone else entirely. Nearby, Bae Jang-wook expressed his disappointment if it was indeed the same person. The teal-haired female thought to herself that the previous Kim Taehyun would have been easier to convince, but this one was proving to be stubborn. Bae Jang-wook stated that as the representative MC of the broadcasting station, he had to watch the video if they wanted to air it. He clarified that it was about a gaming-obsessed fan who quit his acting career. Suddenly, the teal-haired female asked what Bae Jang-wook was talking about. Bae Jang-wook urged her to be honest and admit that the station's success was due to Se-yeon and himself. The teal-haired female admitted that wasn't what she initially thought when she first casted him, but in the end, she had to admit it. The teal-haired female thought to herself that now was the time to blow the bombs up. Bae Jang-wook announced that he was going to work outside for 10 minutes and offered to buy the teal-haired female a coffee. The teal-haired female asked if he was going to see the producer. The message from Taehyun Kim requested any videos related to the Sadiq Order quest, emphasizing the need for speed. From above, the landscape was dotted with tents. A system message announced the summoning of a beginner undead. The newly summoned undead stood ready. Another undead was summoned. The man in the green hat declared that he could even summon those who had died a little while ago. However, the man in the blue coat told him that he was not allowed to do that there. The man in the green hat questioned why he wasn't allowed to do this after working so hard for the kingdom. The man in the blue coat responded that God was watching him and suggested he do that somewhere else. Someone stated that they would just be quiet, as they were losing MP and needed a blessing. The person begged Goddess Demeter for forgiveness. A system message indicated that MP was being restored. The man in the blue coat called out to the undead, and someone called out to Taehyun Kim. Taehyun Kim is being rushed by someone who calls out to him, but he is unsure of what is happening. Elsewhere, it is announced that the king will soon personally award someone, and that a private event will soon begin. The crowd cheers in anticipation. The crowd cheered. The announcer declared it was the return of the heroes who saved the kingdom. Hands reached out to greet the returning heroes. From a window, Bae Jang-wook watched the celebration. Nearby, a man assured Bae that he would get a reward soon, commenting that it was a good day. Bae asked if he liked that. The man responded that he shouldn't talk to him when he was upset, asking what Bae wanted. Bae apologized, begging the man not to hit him. The man explained that he didn't think people would recognize him after the guild collapsed, but when his hair went back to normal, they noticed him immediately. He realized that he couldn't go anywhere. Bei asked if he was serious and to give him a second, but the man asked what he meant. The masked man raises his hand, perhaps to adjust his mask or simply to gesture. A close-up reveals the helmet in more detail, gleaming under bright light. The helmeted man's face is now visible, his expression unreadable. Another man, standing beside him, remarks that it is a helmet that covers his face, implying it should be worn. The man reminds him to wear it when he goes out. The scene shifts to a distant castle, bathed in sunlight. A title card proclaims, "I'm destined for greatness." The view is now from the top of the castle, looking down at the celebration. A closer view of the castle's decorated tower. A voice declares that the greatest contributors to the global war will be announced. The camera pans over a large crowd gathered in the castle courtyard. The announcement is made. Someone has achieved third place. The armored warrior was surprised to hear his name called out, a command to step forward ringing in the air. Lee Jun-seop was indeed the one being summoned, though he seemed confused by the announcement. The crowd murmured, surprised that the Acacia's guild leader only achieved third place, even after defeating so many beasts. Amidst the confusion, the armored warrior wondered what was happening. Lee Jun-seop was to receive gold coins and the blue Ophelia necklace, a treasure of the kingdom. From the crowd perspective, someone thought they would have taken first or second place. Then, the announcement shifted, calling for Johansson to step forward as the second-place winner. Johansson's second-place victory was unexpected. Johansson would be granted permanent resident status, along with the holy relic, the Horn of Angels' Resonance, and he and his comrades were entrusted with the Adalai Adventurers Guild. It was an honor to receive such a gift. Someone remarked that even though Johansson was a player, he could receive that kind of benefit. It was definitely the kingdom of Adalai. The announcer's voice boomed, ready to declare the first-place winner. Meanwhile, someone wondered if it could be the Fighters Guild Master. Someone else scoffed, saying that there weren't many who could compare to the Acacia Guildmaster's kills. Another person wondered if it was Crawford. The crowd buzzed with excitement, with some saying that he was a ranker and fire user. Someone exclaimed that Kim Tae-hyun had used all of his mana in the Beast of Flame raid. An authoritative voice called for someone to step forward. The crowd continued to murmur, some calling out Kim Tae-hyun's name. The crowd wondered who Kim Tae-hyun was and if he was a ranker. Someone else stated that it was Kim Tae-san. Another person agreed, confirming that it really was Kim Tae-san. They also noted that he didn't even wear a mask, wondering if it was a fake name. Someone else wondered if he was the guy who was with Sayu, the one who fought against the Red Zone Guild. The crowd realized that the person who defeated Cartelan and Red Zone was Kim Tae-hyun. The crowd continued to speculate about Tae-hyun Kim, with one person wondering what his level was and assuming he must be a ranker, since Sayu was also a ranker. Meanwhile, someone else was feeling incredibly embarrassed, admitting to themselves that they barely passed level 50. The discussion about Tae-hyun Kim continued, with one person wondering what his job was, suggesting he might be an inspector or warrior since he used a sword. Elsewhere, a group discussed Tae-hyun Kim, with one person claiming to have heard from the people of Cartelan that he was a blacksmith. Another person dismissed the blacksmith theory, arguing that Tae-hyun Kim was probably a bandit, having heard that he had stealth skills. In the shadows, a figure secured a safe, thinking to themselves that it was now theirs. Nearby, others wondered what they were talking about, with one claiming to have heard that Tae-hyun Kim was a cook. A cook stood over a steaming pot, seemingly pleased with their work. The crowd reacted with surprise and confusion upon hearing all the rumors. Back in the throne room, the king declared that it was Tae-hyun Kim who possessed the qualifications. A figure knelt before the king, stating that it was an honor. The king affirmed that his gut feeling had been correct, emphasizing that only Tae-hyun Kim had the qualifications. The king extended his hand, stating that Tae-hyun Kim had the qualifications to be standing there and that he was able to entrust his people to him, addressing him as the greatest contributor. The king declared that he would now. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun Kim wondered if he would receive something greater, since he had received 2 powerful artifacts before. The king continued. The king declared that he would grant Tae-hyun Kim the title of count, as well as a fief. Tae-hyun Kim was speechless. He was confused. The crowd was shocked by the king's declaration. Many wondered if they had heard correctly. The teal-haired female realized that giving a seat of a lord meant. It meant that Tae-hyun Kim was now a legitimate aristocrat of the Adalai kingdom. The crowd was stunned by this revelation. The crowd thought it was awesome. Tae-hyun Kim thanked his majesty as confetti rained down around him. Nearby, one of Tae-hyun Kim's allies celebrated, declaring that their gamble had been a success. Another member of the group questioned if this was real life, or just fantasy, before stating that it was finally a bright day for their brotherhood. A system message appeared, informing Tae-hyun Kim that he had the highest reputation in the Adalai Palace. Another system message appeared, stating that he was presented with the title of Count of the Adalai Kingdom. The system then informed him that his land was the Valley of Despair and Sadness. Tae-hyun Kim raised his staff into the air. The crowd began to chant his name. Tae-hyun Kim continued to raise his staff. The crowd's chanting grew louder. The crowd continued to chant Tae-hyun Kim's name. Taehyun Kim's eyes narrowed as he heard the crowd chanting his name. The crowd continued to express their gratitude. Nearby, Bae Jang-wook seemed to be in disbelief. Taehyun Kim thought he heard something strange. Meanwhile, a figure declared that the land belonged to Count Kim Taehyun, calling it a lie. The figure stood atop a stone wall, questioning the situation. Back in the palace, the king's face gleamed with satisfaction. He declared that Taehyun Kim had every right to deserve that reward. The king's expression shifted, his smile now laced with malice as he thought of the valley of despair and sadness as a wasteland. The king recalled blowing up the facilities of the only church that was there. He continued, thinking that not only were there mountain ranges and volcanoes full of monsters, but one couldn't even drink from the sulfur-filled rivers. The king laughed, reveling in the misfortune of the land. He expressed his envy for Taehyun Kim's seat as a lord. The masked man's words seemed to echo in the mind of the fallen warrior, who cursed Taehyun Kim's good fortune. He couldn't believe that Taehyun Kim was so close to Sayu. The despair felt by some was real. Meanwhile, elsewhere it was announced that Taehyun Kim had become the first user in the game to gain authority and power. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure wondered how their guild could make use of this fact. Celebrations erupted outside the palace. Inside the palace walls, a guard remarked that the scale of the reward varied, depending on the achievement. He grumbled that the palace office wanted them to take care of everything outside the palace, yet they were being treated like dirt. Nearby, another guard pointed out Taehyun Kim, noting that he was red zones. The guard called out to the guild master, who questioned what was happening. Another person exclaimed that Taehyun Kim's armor was old-fashioned, and they were sure it was Kane. Another person wondered if they had seen it wrong, since red zones was wrecked. Someone else insisted they saw it, explaining that when Taehyun Kim got a reward, it said his nickname was Kane. They realized that it was because of a nickname. The group observed Taehyun Kim, noting that his equipment looked completely different. One of them speculated that Taehyun Kim had changed his equipment and demanded that he remove his helmet. Taehyun Kim, surprised by the sudden demand, questioned why he should comply. One of the observers seemed confused by Taehyun Kim's reaction. Another observer wondered if it was really him, questioning why the Red Zone Guildmaster would be there without any guild members. The group also noted that Taehyun Kim was the one who had been hanging around Kim Taehyun. The observer wondered why Taehyun Kim would be around the guy who ruined his guild. The observer wondered why Taehyun Kim would be around the guy who ruined his guild. One of the observers remarked that only a person without any pride would do that. The group prepared to attack. They declared that they would know for sure after they took off his equipment. A surge of energy crackled through the air. The energy dissipated as quickly as it appeared. Nearby, Taehyun Kim's helmet lay on the ground. Nearby, the rest of Taehyun Kim's body remained motionless. Suddenly, a voice cried out in disbelief. The observer's face contorted in shock as he yelled. His fist clenched, his knuckles white with tension. The air hung heavy with anticipation. Silence descended. The declaration rang out. It was the Red Zone's guildmaster. The crowd affirmed, agreeing that he was right. Damn it, he thought it had come to this. The crowd began to turn on him, some shouting to hang him, others to bury him. The guildmaster, cornered, cursed those bastards. Suddenly, a voice called out, telling them to wait. The voice questioned why they were fighting on such a fine day, identifying the guildmaster as Kim Taehyun. The crowd turned to the speaker, who shamed them. The speaker, addressing someone named Kane, pointed out that Taehyun Kim was their party member. The speaker continued, asking if Taehyun Kim was such a terrible person that they would do this. The speaker asked if they wanted to punish Kim. Then, the man with the green hat seemed taken aback by the suggestion. The silver-haired man insisted that they simply put a flag on it. Taehyun Kim questioned if this was a flag for a one-on-one player kill. The silver-haired man wondered aloud if he was suggesting an actual fight. He continued, asking if they hadn't come here to fight. The man in the green hat asked if they were to fight him simply because they didn't like him. He then stated that Kane was Red Zone's infamous guild master, who chose to do many horrible deeds and should be punished. The man in the green hat wondered why Taehyun Kim was defending Kane. The silver-haired man agreed that it was true they didn't like him, and that was why they should put their flag down. The man in the green hat denied that was the reason, saying he had hoped they would punish Kane instead of him. The silver-haired man retorted, asking why he would punish Kane when he had already settled his grudge, and that he should deal with his own mess. He added that if there was anything he needed to settle, he should do it right there, and he wouldn't stop him. The man in the green hat stated that it sounded as if he defeated Kane, then his next opponent would be the silver-haired man. The man in the green hat admitted he didn't know the reason, but he was sure that Taehyun Kim accepted Kane into his party. The man in the green hat reasoned that otherwise, there was no reason why the silver-haired man would be this confident and make a big scene out of this. The masked man suggested that they stop wasting time with pointless things and leave. The silver-haired man agreed. The two figures stood amidst the ruins, the smaller one clearly confused. He wondered aloud why no one had come after all the shouting. Nearby, the silver-haired man admitted he had hoped to see Kane beaten. The smaller figure, still alive, cursed them. It seemed the silver-haired man had meant what he said. Elsewhere, the man in the green hat told Taehyun Kim that he was touched by his words. The man in the green hat continued, saying that he was willing to embrace such a notorious person, accepting him as a comrade who's gone through sorrow and joy with them on the quest. The masked man questioned what the man in the green hat was talking about. The armored warrior found it admirable. The man in the green hat was surprised to see the armored warrior and Se-Yun Lee. The man in the green hat exclaimed that it was the first time they had met since the Orc War, addressing Taehyun Kim. He then asked if the siblings of the Demer Church had participated in this quest too. The silver-haired man stated that they had things to settle with Cain and were just in time. The masked man asked what they were talking about, warning them not to say no because they must have something. Someone realized who this person was. It happened during the war against the Sadiq order. The speaker and their brother got separated from the party and wandered through the valley. They were told to get away from the speakers. A group of adventurers approached, one of them asking if anyone had seen a man with bomb hair nearby, just as they were surrounded by members of the Red Zone Guild. Their equipment was destroyed. Someone's eyes were struck by a blinding light. The light was so intense that it burned their eyes. Someone wondered why he would attack right now, but they were unharmed. The attack was disgusting. Someone was caught off guard by the sudden attack. Someone didn't know what was going on, but they saw that he ran over there and told the others to follow him. With his help, they were able to escape safely. Someone found it helpful, and they heard that he betrayed his guild and helped Taehyun Kim's quest, wondering what the reason was. Someone said that once an enemy, always an enemy, and they see. Once an enemy, Se-Yun Lee had enlightened him, and he had reflected on his past deeds. This meant that the present him was not the villain of the past. Nearby, Taehyun Kim questioned what they were talking about. The warrior opponent reminded Taehyun Kim that he had told them to put down a flag if they wanted to go against him, and that Taehyun Kim had proudly proclaimed that he was in his party. Taehyun Kim questioned why he would do that. Se-Yun Lee stated that she was moved by his words. Se-Yun Lee expressed her surprise that Taehyun Kim had hidden his level when he was with them and asked if he was trying to help his party members. Taehyun Kim guessed that one could say that, but that there was a mountain of misunderstanding everywhere. The warrior opponent asked if he had repented, while Taehyun Kim thought to himself to help him change the topic. Taehyun Kim stated that he had repented for real and that he really was horrible. The surrounding crowd could not believe that Taehyun Kim had repented and that he had helped other players. They said that one would die if they did something they did not want to do. Someone told Mr. Kane that it was okay, and that he could be good from now on, and that people would understand him. The masked man stated that it was nice to be the boss again, but there was something he needed. From now on, he told the other person to get along. The masked man seemed to be scheming something. He thought that there was a perfect chance to run away after this quest. Someone wondered what was wrong with him. Dano thought that maybe it was because he was happy and that he was a shy person. Someone asked if he was a count, and if he was sure he wasn't a self-proclaimed one. Someone else thought that was crazy, and that they were so jealous. They stated that they didn't need for difficulty or a city, just a village was enough. Someone thought that he should tax passersby like crazy. Someone else told him to get to the point and tell them what they saw and what area. Someone asked who was in charge. Someone else thought that he probably didn't get a city like Genoma. Another person thought that if he did, that would be awesome. Someone wondered why Kim Taehyun used a fake name and called himself Kim Tae-san. Someone else didn't care and stated that it's not like there's only a couple of people who use pseudonyms. Someone wondered if it was because he thought he would get compared with that Kim Taehyun. Someone else thought that was possible. Someone else stated that there's nothing wrong with. The teal-haired female shouted Taehyun Kim's name in disbelief. In the classroom, the teacher paused, looking surprised by the outburst. Confused, the teacher ordered the student to stand out in the hallway, to which she apologized. The student apologized again. The sound of metal striking metal echoed. A blade was being forged. The blacksmith pondered the cold, crying sword and its production method. The blacksmith stated that he passed it on to his first and last student. It had been a while since Bei Jang-wook left for the south. Someone said that if he left immediately, he should be able to catch up. Footsteps echoed. The face of Bei Jang-wook was shown. The armored warrior stood on a rise, the red sky painting the landscape in fiery hues. He declared that he had finally arrived. The warrior stood, a notification ringing out. A screen displayed the word buffering. The teal-haired female realized something. She recalled that it had been a quest reward ceremony. The screen showed a live feed. The teal-haired female exclaimed in shock, seeing Kim Taehyun on the screen. She continued to shout his name. It was revealed that he had gone back to Mora City. She questioned why Kim Taehyun was hiding his identity and making her miss him, even though he was right in front of her. The man seemed pleased with the progress. Very pleased, in fact. Meanwhile, elsewhere it was said that they were doing a good job getting their name out there, and that they had struck gold this time. The speaker believed that if they released a special right now, it would get all sorts of attention. The man seemed to be getting excited. It was announced that the #1 viewer rating was theirs. The order was given to hurry up and edit the video. The man demanded to know how much they had done. The man was informed that there was a problem. He was asked to take a look at something. The man wondered what would happen if the pirates were disappointed by the adventurers. He examined the photograph, a grim satisfaction on his face. It didn't matter to him whether the pirates were satisfied or not, as long as the adventurers suffered. The bald man instructed the other to toss the hostages if they got into a bind. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a quest notification. He exclaimed that he had to save them. The man with the green hat asked if they should edit it out. The man with the green hat gave a thumbs up, stating that it seemed like she had learned a thing or two. Re-editing. Back in the cave, the bald man reiterated that it didn't matter whether the pirates were satisfied or not. Meanwhile, the bald man questioned what was important, asking if it was the players captured by the pirates. The bald man declared that he guessed he had to save them. The woman with the black hair asked how it was. She declared it perfect, eager to proceed. The teal-haired female insisted on removing any dialogue that detracted from the atmosphere. The editing software prompted a warning, deleting the selected sequence. The option to confirm or deny the action remained. Elsewhere, a man in a yellow shirt regretted his words. He couldn't understand why he hadn't been corrected, but he was sure the job was legendary. The man's eyes narrowed, his expression intense as he fixated on something. Meanwhile, the teal-haired female suggested keeping his job a secret for now, leaving it for the viewers to uncover. A building with the letters MBS emblazoned on it loomed in the background. A voice demanded silence. A voice apologized. A declaration appeared. I'm destined for greatness. Elsewhere, someone declared they had decided on how to use the land. Two figures looked on, one in a red hood, as another asked how. The deal was sealed. Across the table, the men discussed how to best utilize the land. One admitted he couldn't think of a way to put it to use. The man with the green hat suggested they just leave it alone for now, but the idea was quickly rejected. The man with the green hat was reminded that the area was a loss, with legions of mobs, no citizens, and all the buildings of the church destroyed. The bald man suggested using their top network to find people who could figure something out. The man with the green hat asked who would be responsible for gathering people, and who would pay to build a barrier and hire mercenaries to defend against the surrounding monsters. He wondered if his boss would even give them the money. The man in the green hat's idea was well received, and they decided to call McCreany right away. The man with the green hat stated that there was no point in building a village, as the maintenance costs would be too high and creating something from scratch wouldn't be easy. He paused, considering something. Taehyun Kim was reminded that the McCreany Guild was where they bought and sold things. As everyone knew, a tariff existed on goods entering and leaving the region. Normally, 15% of the items' prices were added, except for tax-free items as per national law. Each additional tax was charged according to the type and volatility of the item, which could go as high as 30%. Holding taxes would be charged for road use and storage of the equipment. As a result, it was a minus of costs which were close to the production. The man questioned what would happen if they didn't have to pay all those taxes. The man grinned, anticipating the possibilities. Customs clearance to other regions, as well as local, wouldn't that be great? The others remained silent, considering the implications. One of the men exclaimed that they should build a main warehouse and put it there. That way, they wouldn't have to pay taxes, and they could keep suspicious items. The man's face was covered in sweat, his eyes wide with concern. He asked if they were suggesting that they smuggle. The masked man questioned if they were seriously suggesting evading taxes. He then demanded more compliments. Taehyun Kim asked if they were really going to do this, and the man with the green hat confirmed that they would smuggle. The man with the green hat asked why it wasn't a good idea, believing McCreany would be pleased. The masked man questioned if that was what a person who lost his hand to smuggling should be saying. Soo-hyun stated that they would get caught if they did it openly, wondering how to avoid being caught. The man with the green hat thought to trust in Taehyun Kim, while Taehyun Kim worried too much. Soo-hyun thought that if you want to hide a tree, you should hide the whole forest. A banner welcomed visitors to the Valley of Despair and Sorrow. A lone axe stands upright, embedded in the ground. Beyond, a banner proclaims the presence of an extremely difficult dungeon, one that once threatened the world. One of the stalls advertises the sale of intermediate HP recovery potions and strength enhancement pills. Nearby, Taehyun Kim inquired about the cost of the items, curious about how much they would be after learning about them. The vendor, a man with dark hair and glasses, was asked if the price was too expensive. The vendor retorted that if the customer was salty, they could go somewhere else, as he wouldn't make it cheaper. Suddenly, a man shouted for everyone to stop moving. He declared that, from now on, only those who had received the count's permission were allowed to do business. Taehyun Kim questioned what the count was, stating that he had never heard about a count, and wondered how the man dared to ignore his majesty's orders. The man held up a document, a letter addressed to someone named Malik. The document was a permit with the count's seal, stating it was an unforgeable seal from the count that granted the right to do business within the territory, with a durability of 1-to-1. A notice declared that unauthorized businesses were forbidden, and everyone should start packing. The speaker wondered if there was a lord in this place. The order was given to kick out the merchants and start a business with McCreany's name. Someone asked how much they should charge. The question was posed, should the profit be 50% or 100%? The answer came back that it was actually the opposite. The speaker explained that the profit should match the production cost, and that business was a sham. Meanwhile, it was noted that opposite the secret warehouse was the Valley of Winding Maze, and that there was a perfect cave in the valley. Someone observed that the sign had changed, and even the NPC gave a hint. It was said that it was the fief of that Kim Tae-hyun count, and that was why he got rid of the merchants and set up a business of his own. It was obvious that he was trying to take everything for himself, and the prices were very high. The armored warrior pointed in a direction. Someone exclaimed that the price was half of the original price. Someone asked if they were really selling it at that price. The vendor replied that, of course, they were, dear customer, and another person said they would buy it. Someone exclaimed in surprise at how Kim Tae-hyun operated this place after becoming the Lord. It seemed that even without paying taxes, Tae-hyun Kim had managed to get the AI to release the items. The news sparked conversation. Some wondered if Tae-hyun Kim was truly not greedy, while others expressed amazement, wishing other large guilds would learn from him. However, some believed it was all a trick. They suspected that Tae-hyun Kim was only being nice because there weren't many people around, and that he would change his tune and collect taxes when demand increased. Others speculated that he was one of the merchants Tae-hyun Kim had kicked out, and that was why he was complaining. Meanwhile, Kim Sua's lethal attack was making headlines on bulletin boards. Putting that aside, the broadcast announced they would now be talking about Tae-hyun Kim, a new gamer who had appeared like a comet. The mysterious player, hidden in the shadows, had been contacted by MBS, and they had succeeded in signing a broadcasting contract with him. The broadcast then shifted to the commotion on the island of Cartelan, which had caused a lot of talk and frenzy. The presenter announced they would dive a little deeper into what everyone had been wondering about. This exclusive video, featured only on MBS, would return after a commercial break, urging viewers to stay tuned. The broadcast declared that it was amazing and encouraged Koreans to cheer for Tae-hyun Kim, no matter what. The broadcast then showed a social media post, with one user stating that Tae-hyun Kim was a ranker and deserved respect. Another user confessed to falling for Tae-hyun Kim, noting the totally different atmosphere he exuded. Something was about to be revealed. The man's chest appeared to be more defined than usual, as if stretched out. Moments later, he continued his workout routine, performing sit-ups on a weight bench. The student mused that the best part of college life was definitely taking a vacation. He thought that with this, he should concentrate on the game as much as possible. The student paused, wondering who was calling out to him. Meanwhile, another student stood in the hallway. Turning, the first student seemed confused. The second student called out to him, asking if he was Kim Tae-hyun. Tae-hyun responded that he was Kim Tae-hyun, but questioned if he was being called Sunbae. The other student introduced himself as Young Soo-hyuk, a junior in Korean literature, leaving Tae-hyun confused. Tae-hyun Kim's junior, Young Soo-hyuk, seemed displeased with the prospect of physical education. Soo-hyuk then cut to the chase, asking Tae-hyun what business he had with him. Soo-hyuk pleaded with Tae-hyun. He wanted Tae-hyun to join him on his passionate quest to play Fantasy Online 2. Soo-hyuk wanted Tae-hyun to join him on his passionate quest to play Fantasy Online 2. A bird perched nearby seemed to wonder why Soo-hyuk had chosen Tae-hyun. Soo-hyuk explained that he had overheard the other students in his department saying that Tae-hyun was good at playing games. Soo-hyuk admitted that he really sucked at games and was wondering if Tae-hyun could help him. Soo-hyuk explained that he was level 63, but he was rejected by every party. Tae-hyun wondered why Soo-hyuk was even trying to get good at gaming in the first place. Tae-hyun told Soo-hyuk that he wasn't going to die because he sucked at the game. He suggested that if it was that bad, it was better to play casually and enjoy the game, but Soo-hyuk refused. Soo-hyuk raised a finger, declaring he had a reason for his request. That reason, he explained, was that Fantasy Online 2 was currently the most popular game in the world and would likely continue to be. Tae-hyun responded with a simple, "Okay, so?" Soo-hyuk elaborated that there was a high chance that even the game broadcasting channels would mainly focus on Fantasy Online 2. He then wondered what a streamer would need to do to be successful, concluding that they would need to be good at Fantasy Online 2. Soo-hyuk looked at Tae-hyun, awaiting his response. Tae-hyun agreed that Soo-hyuk wasn't wrong, but getting good at the game wasn't enough to be successful. He then asked if Soo-hyuk's childhood dream was to be a broadcaster. Tae-hyun asked if Soo-hyuk wanted to be a caster, but Soo-hyuk denied it. Soo-hyuk declared that if he succeeded in broadcasting, he would become more popular. Soo-hyuk then exclaimed that if he gained popularity, he could get a girlfriend. A voice told him to get a hold of himself and wake up. Someone declared that player Tae-hyun Kim was amazing. The man's brow furrowed, sweat beading on his face. The narrator explained that the height of the flames was low, making it seem easy to attack in the video, but one still had to attack in that situation. Tae-hyun Kim was seen diving through the flames. It was stated that sensitive VR systems needed matching physical ability. The narrator continued, saying that they had been saying this, but didn't think it was enough, marveling at the skill. Someone exclaimed that this Kim Tae-hyun was Kim Tae-hyun Sunbi-nim. The man held the device, flames reflected on its surface. Someone begged Sunbi-nim to teach them. Another person yelled at them to stop clinging to him, complaining that it was hot. The person insisted that they would do anything, knowing that they were terribly lacking. They pleaded to be allowed to follow him around and learn from him. The man stammered, asking them to let go first. Finally, the man relented, telling them that he got it and to let go. Someone else wondered what they were doing. The two continue their conversation. Suddenly, the man with the green hat exclaims that he is a wizard. He raises his staff high above his head, showing it off. The staff is long and golden, with a purple gem at the top. The masked man states that he thought the man with the green hat was a warrior. The man with the green hat wondered why they wouldn't let a wizard into the party, as they are essential. He makes a gesture with his hand. It was definitely because of his personality. The masked man asks if he is level 63, then he shouldn't be too weak, and wonders what his job is. The man with the green hat states that he is an Alance Tower magician. The masked man asks if it is a regular job, and if there are a lot of players in the Kingdom of Alance. Likewise, there must be a lot of tower jobs, and wonders if he hasn't looked for a better job. The man with the green hat says that he likes this job, as it is his first time getting a job, so he is attached to it. And the important thing is, the man with the green hat continued to raise his voice, emphasizing his point. Meanwhile, Kane thought it was nice that the man with the green hat was sincere. Kane was then ordered to come forward, and he questioned why he was being asked to do so. He was instructed to attack the way he would when dealing with a magician, but not to actually hit him. The masked man wondered if Kane knew how a magician would deal with a player killer. He thought to himself that he had to cast defense magic on himself first, after casting a debuff on his opponent. He then decided he had to use quick attacks to widen the distance between them, but thought it was too ordinary. Kane was then told to deal with the masked man. Energy began to emanate from the masked man. Kane readied his sword. The masked man moved quickly. The masked man was fast. Energy continued to emanate from the masked man. The masked man continued to battle Kane, who was relentless in his attacks. Suddenly, a system message appeared, indicating that the warrior opponent had been given an intermediate shield, temporarily increasing his defense. The warrior opponent was confused by this sudden development. A golden glow enveloped him. The warrior opponent wondered why he had been given defense magic, as he was struck by Kane's attack. Kane continued his assault. Bei Jang-wook watched with his arms crossed. Bei Jang-wook realized that he had given the opponent a defense buff and a slipping debuff on himself. The teal-haired female was amazed by the concept and thought it would be great for streaming. Bei Jang-wook wondered what he was thinking, as the warrior opponent begged for another chance. Suddenly, a system message appeared, indicating the skill Sleep had been activated. The warrior opponent was now sleeping. A skill called Illusion is deployed. Nearby, a penguin-like creature dances to music. Another skill is deployed, this one called it Field Deployment. The man with the purple hair looks on with a concerned expression. Someone wonders if that last skill was even magic, while another wonders where they found their ally. One of the characters explains that they picked him up along the way, and that he asked for help, but they can't help him at his level. The warrior opponent is on his knees, muttering that he is so angry. Someone asks how they can help him. The purple-haired man exclaims that he has never seen anyone give intermediate defense magic to an opponent in all the games he has ever played. The gray-haired man says that it is his first time as well. Someone says to wait and mentions intermediate defense magic. Someone asks if they are sure that they used intermediate defense magic, and another responds that they did, asking if it is a problem. The dark-skinned man says that of course it is a problem, and asks how they can use intermediate defense magic so fast. He seemed to be contemplating something. The reason his magic skills were expert class was because of the basic elements: fire, water, air, and earth. He wondered what other skills there were like fire or ice magic. Expert class was considered high class. Even among rankers, there were only a few who had it. A skill called Lucky Blow was activated. Even the mid-tier rankers were only able to do intermediate magic. The warrior opponent was struck. The teal-haired female and Bei Jang-wook observed the warrior opponent. Bei Jang-wook thought they were all beginner level. Bei Jang-wook asked if the teal-haired female was lying. She responded that if you pick a professional element, there was a penalty for using magic from other elements. So, the teal-haired female leveled up the basic. Someone was looking up with a concerned expression. Someone thought that he was as crazy as Kim Tae-hyun. Someone wanted to get this straight. Young Soo-hyuk, lacking skills and talent as a beginner, found himself excluded from other parties despite being a magician. Soo-hyuk practiced basic magic day and night at the tower's practice ground, alone. He didn't choose his attribute based on the type of powers available. Instead, he chose basic. He chose basic magic because it was what he was experienced with and had spent time mastering. And so, that's how he got into the expert class. The man with the green hat confirmed Soo-hyuk's story. The man asked if it wasn't boring. Soo-hyuk admitted that he had just gotten used to practicing every day. The man with the green hat simply said, "Pass." The man grabbed Soo-hyuk by the shoulder. Soo-hyuk was confused. The man with the green hat told Soo-hyuk that he would let him follow him around, adding that there was nothing he could teach him. The man with the green hat declared that young Soo-hyuk should learn on his own. If Soo-hyuk didn't want to do that, the man with the green hat stated that his request was denied. Despite the rejection, Young Soo-hyuk shouted that he would follow him to the end of the game. The man with the green hat continued walking away, unfazed by Soo-hyuk's declaration. Suddenly, a coin appeared, accompanied by a pyuk sound. The coin bounced off the ground. The teal-haired sorceress, panting, watched as someone cheered her on, saying she was the best. Nearby, Bae Jang-wook looked on, sweat dripping down his face. Someone commented that there was another crazy guy. Elsewhere, a group gathered, finally meeting face to face. The teal-haired sorceress seemed nervous. Suddenly, confetti rained down as she was welcomed to the Fied Guild. Another woman watched the scene, commenting on the sorceress's cute appearance. The woman in black was stopped by the sorceress, who asked what was going on. The sorceress thanked someone. She expressed her gratitude for being allowed to join such a great guild, even though she couldn't even play the game. The woman in black asked if she had a hero job, stating that she did not. The woman in black explained that the Fied Guild was growth-oriented and prioritized the user's enjoyment of the game. She added that she would show the sorceress the way forward, given her motivation. The sorceress was told to thank Taehyun Kim, as it was his request. She then wondered if the woman in black was Taehyun's brother. Someone commented that even though Taehyun looked chilly on the outside, he was a person who didn't let his skills fall behind and could be trusted. Someone else told another person that they were going up there to meet. Someone asked if they should do it again, and another enthusiastically agreed. The moment hung in the air. The title of the story appeared, I'm the main character. The teal-haired sorceress focused her gaze, a surge of magical energy emanating from her. The energy coalesced into a concentrated beam. The beam struck its target, a monstrous figure surrounded by adventurers. The attack landed with a resounding boom. The party cheered for Yoo Jisoo and Jisoo Chan, while another begged them to stop, complaining of a stomachache. The adventurers raised their glasses in a toast, celebrating their victory. It seemed their guild was growing fast, and the Tyrum quest was very substantial, with few competing users, allowing them to focus on the raid. They exclaimed that they had never played a game like this before, crediting their success to their lucky one. The party leader declared their intention to break through the third basement level of the dungeon and clear it by the end of the week. The teal-haired sorceress was determined to complete the Forgotten Fortress secret quest. Meanwhile, someone was watching a live stream titled Twins. Suddenly, a voice called out, asking Hyun Kim to wait for them. Elsewhere, two figures discussed the location of the next power source. They noted that there were many rumors about the power of artisans, but determining their authenticity was difficult. One of them wondered if it was the same thing that had come out so far. The other figure explained that the powers Hyun Kim had obtained were relatively close, but they would need to move quite a bit to check if the rumors were true. They considered the kingdoms of Austin, Dungland, and Espa, wondering how far they would need to travel. The pair realized they would have to cross the sea. One of the figures remarked that it would be better if it were a kingdom, as there might be power in places not on the map. They wondered if there was a rumor that the Uruk region, or colony, was also involved, and confirmed that there was. The Orc War chief would be troublesome, and they might have to offer that as a sacrifice. Suddenly, someone wondered what was happening behind them. One of the men exclaimed that Hyun Kim was too much for him, especially compared to the other guys. Hyun Kim was informed that someone had a piece of information for him. Until now, Felmas stood with a masked figure. Felmas was told that he was supposed to take this alone. The masked figure yelled at Felmas, calling him a thief and a gambler, threatening to sever his arm. Elsewhere, Hyun Kim was informed that information obtained near the border suggested that the dungeon in the southern region of the Kingdom of Arance had power. He asked if they were sure, and the informant replied that it was likely. Suddenly, Hyun Kim received a system message asking if he had the Archaisis Incarnation job quest. The message explained that Archaisis was the name of a forgotten god, and that figuring out what was real power versus gossip would make his vessel grow even further. Hyun Kim wondered what kind of quest this was. Felmas told Hyun Kim that he had a suggestion. Hyun Kim asked what the suggestion was. Felmas suggested that Hyun Kim build a temple in his estate. Hyun Kim wondered what kind of temple Felmas was talking about. Felmas asked if Hyun Kim wanted them to be attacked for no reason, especially since other denominations were monitoring them. Felmas suggested that Hyun Kim could make it secretly. Felmas explained that the adventurers there had great respect for Hyun Kim, and that's what he was using it for. The instructions detailed 3 steps: renovate the store, designate the building as the Temple of Archaisis, and set up a statue of Hyun at the entrance to receive prayers. Nearby, another man questioned if they were really using the store building as a temple. Another voice chimed in, stating that it was, in short, a fraud. Someone warned them to be careful with what they said. Felmas wondered if there were merits to people praying to his statue. Hyun considered whether he should build a temple while renovating the building, noting that followers like Felmas wanted a temple as soon as possible. However, Hyun realized it was more important for him to raise his stats faster than to build a temple and gather forces. He then considered that when he received prayers from people, his divinity would increase, prompting Felmas to urge him to build it now. Someone questioned if it was a statue. Another person confirmed that it was indeed a statue. The armored warrior and his companion looked down at the statue. The warrior couldn't help but comment on its poor quality, wondering why they even bothered if they couldn't do it right. Nearby, a shopkeeper greeted them, explaining that before entering the store, they should greet the statue of Youngju. The armored warrior seemed confused by this requirement. Another man declared that this was the land of the Lord. The man continued, questioning if it wasn't all thanks to the Lord that they could do business and eat. He added that, for reference, if they didn't say hello, prayer, then they couldn't enter the store. The armored warrior simply offered a greeting. Elsewhere, someone prayed at the statue. A system message appeared, indicating that 14 people had prayed at the shabby junior statue, and divinity had increased by 1. The armored warrior's stats were also displayed. Another system message indicated that 23 people had prayed at the statue, increasing divinity by 1. The armored warrior thought to himself that it increased as little as an ant's eye, and if he knew it would be like this, he wouldn't have made a statue. The armored warrior asked how many public points he could use. He was informed that the count's achievement points were currently at 5,208 points. Someone inquired if there were any items that promoted growth or sped up the recovery of strength. They were told to follow, and they would be guided to the royal palace warehouse. Finally, a small creature asked its master why they had returned to the royal palace. The armored warrior considered the offer. He stated that restoring his strength would make other things trivial. Meanwhile, the man in the green hat reminded Yong that the nerd was more helpful than he was. Yong simply stated that this was it. A bottle labeled Ragaby's Elixir of Rejuvenation appeared. The item description stated that it was created by the wizard Ragaby to recover his energy, and that it recovers stat and skill reduction due to various curses, requiring 4,900 achievement points. The man in the green hat asked if it was okay, and stated that he would choose this. The other man replied that it was an excellent choice. Yong wondered if he had to drink something. The man in the green hat explained that originally, everything that is good for the body is bad for the mouth, but that it wasn't like that. The man in the green hat asked Yong if he could see the clouds in the sky over there, and Yong confirmed that he could. The man then asked what about behind that cloud. The man in the green hat told Yong to try to take a closer look. Yong stated that there was nothing. Yong made a gagging sound. Yong appeared to be struggling. The man in the green hat stated that this was all for Yong, and that he should go ahead and recover. A system message appeared, stating that Ragaby's rejuvenation elixir was used, and that Yong's condition was restored. The man in the green hat watched as Yong was enveloped in a golden aura. Suddenly, the dragon's form began to shift and grow. Yong paused, surprised by the sudden change. The Necromancer Guild Master questioned why Yong wasn't growing any larger, wondering if this was the end of the transformation. A system message appeared, indicating that the race that used the elixir was a dragon, and a penalty would be applied. Another system message appeared, stating that the consumption was so severe that Ragaby's rejuvenation elixir did not fully recover Yong. Yong's face contorted in pain as the effects of the incomplete recovery took hold. Taehyun Kim called out to Yong, while the armored warrior felt something sinister. A dark, shadowy figure emerged, striking Yong. The figure continued its assault on Yong. A warning message appeared, indicating that Yong had been hit by a strong acid attack. His HP was quickly reduced, and the item was corroded. The armored warrior was left speechless, his helmet damaged, and his expression grim. The armored warrior remained speechless as Yong declared he had discovered a new ability. Yong then stated that he no longer needed to worry. With their destination in sight, the group prepared to move. One of the men asked if everyone was ready, and the order was given to move out, with a reminder to not stand out or slow down the carriage. As they approached their destination, a system message appeared, identifying a newly acquired item, a dark brown cloak with a durability of 15/15. Nearby, Tenderthundersor Kim reminded his companion to keep quiet, as they had been instructed not to stand out. Another member of the group wondered if it wouldn't be better to travel by boat. Someone questioned if they were still considering a boat after the hardships they had already faced. The carriage continued its approach to a large, ancient stone structure. The carriage rumbled along the path, and one of the men in the back of the carriage expressed confusion. Suddenly, another system message appeared. The message indicated that a group of unknowns had been spotted approaching while they were hiding. One of the men wondered if they were remnants of Sadic's forces. The order was given to attack them with bombs. The others questioned what was happening. One of the men exclaimed that they were under attack and questioned if they were targeting their carriage. Another man responded that they wouldn't attack Tenderthundersor Kim in public, but the first man countered that Sadic's men were capable of anything. A voice questioned the importance of the action, but another voice commanded to proceed. Suddenly, a figure noticed the incoming projectile and shouted for them to wait and not to do it. The projectile hurtled towards its target, a horse-drawn carriage. The man who threw the projectile grimaced. A system message appeared, indicating that the skill aim for a vital spot had been acquired. The system message further explained that when throwing, one could specify the exact target. The projectile detonated in a massive explosion, engulfing the carriage. Another system message appeared, indicating that the mechanical engineering skill had increased. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure dismissed their opponents as petty mortals. The cloaked figure ordered their subordinates to go, noting that there were still pagans left. The subordinates charged forward. A system message appeared, indicating that someone had succeeded in evading. The system notified Taehyun Kim that he had successfully evaded the attack. Above, the warrior opponent declared that such attacks could not harm him and ordered an attack. The system identified the skill as Sadic's left hand, as the warrior's subordinates prayed to Lord Sadic for protection. The attack landed, engulfing the area in a burst of blue energy. Nearby, the teal-haired sorceress and her wolf creature were caught in the blast. One of the subordinates screamed for protection, questioning what the other was doing. The blue energy exploded outward. The attack left behind a trail of destruction. Taehyun Kim was struck by the attack. Despite being hit, Taehyun Kim cursed his opponent. The system notified Taehyun Kim that his sword skills had increased and that he had obtained intermediate sword. With his skill level increased, Taehyun Kim could now use Gatakua's swordsmanship, Circle of Evasion. The skill, Circle of Evasion, allowed him to make a circle with a sword to temporarily increase the evasion rate. Taehyun Kim had finally obtained the Circle of Evasion. Someone commented that it was a really good skill, but Taehyun Kim thought to himself that he didn't need evasion. An unknown person told him to shut his explanation and get organized. Nearby, one of his opponents surrendered, but Taehyun Kim noticed that he was still alive. The opponent asked if Taehyun Kim wasn't supposed to say sorry first. Someone asked how Taehyun Kim didn't die, and he explained that the attack didn't damage his HP and MP. A system message appeared, stating that he was hit by Sadic's left hand, a curse that could not be solved in the usual way, and that luck was fixed at 0. Taehyun Kim wondered if luck turned to 0, and if they were trying to block his best ability. He realized that they seemed well prepared and that he would have been in big trouble if he got hit. He considered the fact that they were confident in attacking and wondered if it was because of the ring that they took back then. Taehyun Kim thought it was suspicious for them to find his location right away and wondered if the ring had any tracking functions. He thought to himself that if it got dangerous, he would just have to use him again, and he shivered. Taehyun Kim and his companions stand on a wooden platform, the sky a mix of blue and white. One of them jokes about the situation, but Taehyun Kim denies it. Meanwhile, the warrior opponent scolds someone for using air magic. He reminds them that their hand is too slow to cast defensive spells and demands they only attack, even if it means death. The person being scolded acknowledges the warrior's words, promising to keep it in mind. The warrior opponent questions if they are doubting him, even if they did something wrong. The warrior opponent expresses his satisfaction, telling them to keep doing that in the future. The scene shifts to a camp at night, with several figures gathered around a fire. Elsewhere, Taehyun Kim is seen holding a spear, which is engulfed in flames. A system message appears, indicating that Taehyun Kim has created a throwing explosion window and his mechanical engineering skill has increased. Back at the camp, one of the figures complains about being full, but another insists that they eat everything, leaving not a single drop. The first figure says they will eat later. The figure insists they will make a new one later when they take their break, demanding they eat now. The figure pours a sauce over a bowl of noodles, remarking that it's not that hard to eat, as they made it with stir-fried noodles. The other figure questions if they are telling them to eat this again, to which the first figure replies, of course. The helmeted warrior, having devoured all the noodles, wondered where everyone had gone, as it was their turn to eat. Someone force-fed noodles to Bei Jang Wook, insisting that he was too skinny and needed to eat more. A system message appeared, indicating that someone had learned how to make poison that takes effect after 4 hours. Another system message appeared, this time indicating that someone had learned how to make poison that does not get detected in lower-level detection skills. Someone screamed in terror. 2 figures loomed over Bei Jang Wook, one of them telling him that he would have to get used to it. The system notified that they ingested numerous poisons and survived. Health increased by 1, poison resistance increased by 1%, and they earned the title of Poison Lover. The system further elaborated that the world is wide, and there are many who pick poisonous dishes and put them in their mouths, calling them perverts and amazed that they have someone like him. It also noted a 5% increase in resistance when ingesting poison, allowing interaction with certain chef NPCs. Felma's remarked that it was an honor to see his black magic, but Young Soo-hyuk corrected him, stating that it was not magic but science. Young Soo-hyuk clarified that it was a human experiment with science. Someone shouted for them to shut up. A merchant shouted that he sells it cheaper than the merchant next door. He continued his search for a blacksmith to join, while a merchant advertised goods from Martin's castle. Moments later, a system message appeared, indicating they had arrived at the entrance to Martin Castle. Finally arriving, they approached the castle gates. Soo-hyuk was instructed to find someone and inquire about the available quests. The group spoke in hushed tones, their words unintelligible. The conversation continued, still inaudible to outside ears. Someone questioned the actions of another. The man recounted how a woman had answered him kindly, so he asked if she had a boyfriend. Another man explained that a warrior had been watching her first, and he became angry when he saw him do that. The man responded that he had been playing games for years, so that's about it. Someone asked if he had a girlfriend, while another dismissed the idea, saying he was a liar and not nutritious. The man's face contorted in anger as he declared that they were the same. The teal-haired sorceress reels back, surprised by the sudden departure. Meanwhile, the wolf creature demands to know where they are going, but Taehyun Kim ignores the beast's question, clearly annoyed by the interruption. Ignoring the outburst, Taehyun Lee suggests they leave him be and proceed with the quest. Mr. Kane seems to have been left behind. A system message appears, detailing a request from Count Anon regarding the cursed Martin Castle. The message explains that Count Anon has always hated the ominous place and tried to subdue it, even hiring adventurers. The request is to clear the Martin Castle dungeon before the Count's friend arrives, with a reward of increased intimacy with Count Anon. The sounds of battle echoed through the ancient fortress. The fighting intensified as more enemies appeared. Suddenly, a monstrous roar ripped through the air. A hulking, undead creature emerged, spear in hand, ready to join the fray. Amidst the chaos, Tenderson Kim urgently called out for healing, while another warrior insisted he was also in danger. The sounds of hurried footsteps grew louder as the group of cloaked figures approached. Kim wondered who they were. Elsewhere, a warning was issued. Too many ghosts were chasing Kim. The cloaked figures closed in, one of them declaring their hatred for the living and their allegiance to the Marquis of Martin, while another urged to ignore them and run. A new skill, the Dead's Grip, was activated. Suddenly, a spectral figure emerged, seemingly from the ground, as the Crying Soul skill took effect. The spectral figure attacked, catching its target by surprise. Kim screams as the spectral figure attacks. One of the warriors declares that the undead were caught in the end. Surrounded, the warrior is encircled by shadowy hands and ghostly figures. A message appears, warning to return to camp to resupply or face being slowly surrounded. The warrior opponent is struck, his skull and face visibly damaged. Someone observes that the undead are being destroyed in a single hit. The observer questions what the hammer is. The hammer continues to strike, its power evident. The hammer's energy radiates outward. The hammer makes contact, unleashing a burst of energy. The helmeted warrior cries for help. A skill, Archaisa's Blessing, is activated. The warrior with the axe looks on in confusion as his companion is encased in a green light. He wonders what is happening. The teal-haired female explains that she used a skill, but the warrior is wasting her mana. Enraged, the warrior with the axe yells at his companions to run faster, questioning if they are slugs. He continues to berate them, stating that even slugs are faster. The teal-haired female tells them to run more and ask less questions as they flee. They continue to flee through the stone corridors. Having successfully entered the corridor, the teal-haired female notes that it seems to be a safe area and suggests they act accordingly. One of the hooded figures is told to avoid engagement and scrape any information about the enemies. Another is told to search the upper part. Elsewhere, a man wonders what he can do. The text asks who the Marquis of Martin was, answering that he was a nobleman who overthrew an era. Thanks to strong soldiers, fertile territory, and capable governance, not only foreign powers, but even the border nobles of their own country were revered. It was said that the Marquis of Martin disappeared a few hundred years ago. The rumors surrounding his disappearance were varied. Some said Martin's wife had died, driving him mad. Others claimed he committed suicide, while some whispered that he sought a way to live forever. The sound of clanking armor echoed as a skeletal warrior advanced down the steps. The skeletal warrior declared that no one could pass, as the Marquis was resting and no one was allowed to disturb him. The group whispered amongst themselves, wondering if the Marquis was truly present. As the skeletal warrior attacked, one of the men questioned if they hadn't said he disappeared, before shouting to smash them all. One of the men groaned, realizing something was coming and wondering what skills he should use. He struggled to think of a way to proceed, wondering what to do and how he should act. Another man urged Young Soo-hyuk to kill them first if he didn't want to die, questioning why he wasn't using his magic skills to fix his shortcomings if he had raised them to an advanced level. Someone declared that they should do it. The skill Lightning of Culloden was activated. Lightning crackled as the skill took effect. The skill Lightning of Culloden was activated. Meanwhile, the small dragon insisted that his master let him help. The dragon declared that he could destroy them all at once. The man questioned what the dragon was going to do to help, as the dragon proclaimed that he was the magic ruler. The man asked if the dragon could really use various magic, remembering that he had been weak, but not anymore. The man relented, telling the dragon to help him out because he didn't care anymore. Elsewhere, 3 figures in cloaks walked down a stone path. One of the figures stopped, surprised, and asked if the others were seniors. Another figure warned that there was someone in the corner of the hallway. One of the figures wondered if it was a monster, but another responded that it looked like a player. A woman yelled for someone to come there, telling them not to go that way, but to go the way they were going. The man with the gray hair questioned if the road had been rented, wondering why he was being told to go the other way. The teal-haired female dismissed his question, stating that going the other way would be more beneficial. Elsewhere, Taehyun Kim wondered what was happening, questioning if this was a new way to do things, and wishing he could participate. The teal-haired female asked if they were going to fight or not, warning that she wouldn't feel bad, but approaching her would result in a lot of pain. She stated that she couldn't control what was happening, so they shouldn't rush to approach her and regret it later. The men in brown robes discussed the situation, one of them saying it was a typical symptom of something, while another remarked that the senior knew everything. The teal-haired female thought that this wasn't going to be good, but she couldn't just... She told them to ignore her. The teal-haired female yelled. The man with the gray hair was struck. The man with the gray hair questioned what they were touching him for, telling the woman to stay away and asking someone to hold his hand. The teal-haired female asked if they saw a message. She asked if they saw a message, but the man with the blonde hair said he didn't see anything. Suddenly, a system message appeared, warning that they had been affected by a powerful misfortune and that all future actions would be affected by bad luck. Startled, the dark-skinned man with the helmet exclaimed that something strange had happened, but the gray-haired man told him not to worry, saying it was normal. A woman with blonde hair and an eye patch introduced herself as Evangeline, a powerful magic warrior. Evangeline reflected on her past, recalling that it was before she became a descendant of the ancients. The group reacted with shock and confusion, questioning if they were facing vampires. The question of vampires hung in the air. Elsewhere, someone was selling potions. The vendor noted that there were all kinds of potions available. Nearby, someone mentioned that other equipment was also cost-preferred. One of the armored warriors remarked that there hadn't been a store like this before, right? The man with the dark hair admitted he wanted to get some experience from the dungeon, questioning what he was being made to do. The man requested a potion and inquired if they sold consumable weapons, lamenting that he didn't have enough arrows. In response to the request, a voice assured him that they had everything he could need. Evangeline was known as a powerful magic warrior. Despite not being part of any guild, made a name for herself by leading several parties with her outstanding skills. Then one day, she found a quest for a job change in an unknown cave. That's right. These descendants of ancient vampires made Evangeline happy to change to a class that was as cool as her name. It was an excellent job in every aspect, including stats and skills. However, something was amiss. That is, except for luck. A system message warned that the longsword's durability dropped quickly due to strong bad luck. Another system message warned that the armor was destroyed by strong bad luck. The system warned that the blacksmiths could not repair the equipment due to strong bad luck, and that the equipment was permanently lost. Evangeline realized that her bad luck didn't stop there, but also affected her colleagues. In the end, the only thing Evangeline could do was cry. Evangeline's new job was apparently not as glamorous as it seemed, and Taehyun Kim wondered what was wrong. He commented that her new job looked cool. Evangeline insisted that it wasn't cool at all. She vowed to make that vampire brat pay for making her take the cursed quest. Se-yeon Lee recalled that she broke the quest the other day at the ruins where ancient vampires lived. She also heard stories about fallen vampires from some vampire elders. Se-yeon Lee continued, stating that it had been said that they lived in the old castle of Martin. She then asked if the vampire was the missing Marquis of Martin. Evangeline exclaimed that Taehyun Kim had unlocked the secret of the Marquis. One of the other members of the group stated that they were the best after all, and asked if their brains were just for decoration. Taehyun Kim looked concerned, realizing that there were a lot of hints out there. The group realized that no matter how they killed them, the monsters increased again. Kaladin unleashed a blast of lightning. Evangeline told him to use magic right now. Kaladin walked forward as Evangeline apologized. One of the monsters yelled for the humans to die. Taehyun Kim looked menacing, stating that they should get rid of this trash first. A system message warned of a powerful bad luck aura. Another system message indicated that someone had fallen into a bleeding state and been poisoned by an undead. The warrior opponent was struck, crying out in pain. The system registered that there was no critical hit. The system then announced that the bleeding had stopped before reporting that a critical hit had been applied with a modified probability. The teal-haired sorceress noted that it had been a while since she was unable to evade, while also commenting on how sweet the warrior opponent's blood was. The warrior opponent wondered if it was vampiric blood. The cloaked figures discussed that vampires are a filthy race with no vices and that it's better not to work together. The teal-haired sorceress noticed a baby lizard and wondered what it was doing there, asking if it was a pet. She then complained that it was already hard for her to get fresh blood because of bad luck. One of the cloaked figures suggested that if she just closed her eyes and sucked the blood, there wouldn't be much difference, adding that it's sweet. The teal-haired sorceress wondered how they would know her feelings, before declaring that this unpleasant vampire would disappear first and for everyone to take care. One of the cloaked figures told the teal-haired sorceress that if she wanted, she could be with him. The teal-haired sorceress's expression is unreadable, her face partially obscured by her mask and eye patch. Nearby, the man with the graying hair and scarf around his neck asks if she means to say that she likes him. Suddenly, the man declares that he has a good idea. Elsewhere, a figure is struck with a powerful blow. The figure is struck again, the force of the blow sending out shockwaves. A system message appears, warning that a fatal wound has been suffered. Another message indicates that the person continued to fight despite the wound, increasing their health by 1. The armored warrior declares that there are always bonuses wherever there is danger. The warrior yells for the opponent to hit them harder, while internally wondering if they should try to run away. Nearby, Beijing Wook tells Evangeline that she looks familiar and asks if they have met before. In a darkened space, a voice asks if someone watched the broadcast, then questions why they would work for them. A figure exclaims for their master to not do it, calling the teal-haired female ugly and stating that she is a vampire. Finally, the cloaked figure asks which country Evangeline is from, and she responds that she is from Korea. The man with the gray hair stated that, depending on one's attitude, he could become a North Korean. Evangeline asked him to be a South Korean instead. The man with the gray hair responded that he was from Canada, leading Evangeline to assume he was American. She then stated that if he didn't want to be an American, he should separate North and South Korea. A system message appeared, granting the title of Walking Corpse to someone who keeps fighting with low stamina, receiving an additional stat bonus when their health is below 5%. Evangeline remarked that it was nonsense to have a luck stat over 1,000, but she was grateful to her quest for guiding her on a trap-free path. Suddenly, Evangeline screamed as a swarm of bats descended upon her. The man with the gray hair observed that there was no end to these monsters and told Evangeline to get ready. Tor, the warrior opponent, was seen among the swarm of bats. Evangeline, surprised, asked how he had done that. Taehyun Kim chanted, "Lightning of Culloden." Evangeline yelled at him to turn it off, wondering if Taehyun Kim had just become an electric eel. Someone shouted that there were too many. Evangeline urged them to retreat first, instructing them to turn left at the corner and return to the hallway. A powerful strike reverberated through the stone. Evangeline urged the man with the gray hair to enter a secret door. She assured him that it was safe inside and told him to hurry. Evangeline explained that she knew of the place because it was information obtained from the old castle map, a reward for the preceding quest. She added that they needed to go down to the 5th basement floor to find a count, but they should reorganize here first. Evangeline looked on in shock. The man with the gray hair questioned what was happening as the walls began to shine. Light poured from the doorway. The man with the gray hair wondered if it was a mirror. The light intensified. The light continued to shine. The man with the gray hair questioned what had happened, while Evangeline wondered how this could be. The man with the gray hair looked on in disbelief. A voice echoed, declaring that those who hindered its rest would die. A ding sounded. A system message warned that the Marquis of Martin, the owner of the castle of Martin, had appeared. Suddenly, a system message appeared, issuing a warning. The message stated that after a long time, someone had awakened and was bloodthirsty. Below, the warriors continued their descent. Below them, the dark figure remarked that something smelled unpleasant. Further down, Evangeline and her companions continued forward. The dark figure mused that he was the trash that fed the gods. Elsewhere, Beijing Wook stood ready. A powerful explosion erupted. It was questioned why the Marquis, who was said to be missing, was sleeping on the 5th basement floor. Beijing Wook thought that he woke the Marquis up. He realized that these hideouts hidden throughout the castle must have been the way for the Marquis to travel through the castle quickly. The Marquis unleashes a flurry of attacks, his movements a blinding storm of blades. The Marquis's glowing red eye pierces through the shadows as he continues his assault. The Marquis's relentless attacks continue to fill the area. The Marquis's strikes leave trails of red energy in their wake. The Marquis's assault intensifies, the air crackling with energy. A system message appears, prompting a sense of unease. The system informs them that they have succeeded in evading the attack. The Marquis wonders if his opponent's master is perhaps the thief god Henan, but then dismisses the idea, stating that stealing doesn't suit his taste. The Marquis wonders if his opponent wields a hammer and if he is Pydos, the god of hammer, before asking what he's going to do about it. The system announces the activation of the skill, Shadow Dive. Taehyun Kim is surprised by the sudden activation of the skill. Taehyun Kim's eyes widen in shock as the skill activates. Taehyun Kim, surrounded by a swarm of bats and a surge of red energy, is caught off guard by the Marquis's relentless assault, exclaiming in surprise. The Marquis's shadowy bats continue their assault, the Marquis declaring that it's no use. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Taehyun Kim curses under his breath. Suddenly, a notification appears, indicating the activation of a skill, God's power. The activation of the skill is visually represented by a surge of energy. The Marquis continues his assault, seemingly unaffected by the activation of the skill. The Marquis, bathed in a surge of energy, declares his presence. The Marquis stands imposingly, his power evident. Taehyun Kim remarks that the Marquis is using weird skills. Elsewhere, Evangeline questions why a young vampire is present, noting that a vampire wanders with a dirty god seed and that they surely have fallen. The group wonders who is looking at who has fallen, and it is revealed that they are being ostracized by other vampires. The young vampire retorts that it doesn't matter what they think, as they are a hybrid, and that they are talking like a beggar. The Marquis of Martin declared his fundamental nobility before mentioning that he heard Lupo was an idiot. Apologizing if they felt offended, the Marquis added that he wouldn't know if it was a watermelon if it was together. The Marquis wondered if they could still say that after dying. A system message appeared, announcing a subjugation quest to subdue the Marquis of Martin. The message explained that the Marquis, once a hero, had fallen and become an evil vampire, originally meant to be in a long sleep with nothing. The small dragon, Yong Yong, was surrounded by Saccad vampires, who questioned if they were about to defeat the boss. Yong Yong told them to step back, calling them ugly vampires. Yong Yong unleashed a powerful attack. The man with the gray hair and pink shirt praised Yong Yong's work, adding that it was also worth taking the elixir, now that Alas was defeated. The man told Young Soo-hyuk not to worry about his remaining mana and to pour everything into his magic attack. A system message appeared, announcing the skill, Lightning of Culloden. The Marquis of Martin was struck by the lightning of Culloden, and he demanded that the lightning stop. The others urged Yong Yong to keep going as the Marquis screamed for them not to come. The Marquis of Martin remained still, as if bracing for an attack. Below him, Young Soo-hyuk continued casting, unleashing a barrage of lightning. The Marquis wondered what kind of witchcraft he was witnessing. Suddenly, Yong Yong shouted a warning, telling him to watch his back. The Marquis of Martin turned to see a weapon hurtling towards him. A system message appeared, warning that he was bound by blood and could not avoid the attack. The Marquis wondered what was happening, while the dark-armored antagonist mused that there were many ways to stop one or two weapons. The dark-armored antagonist declared that the Marquis should blame his ignorance. The Marquis of Martin questioned what was happening as a glowing orb appeared beneath him. The weapon pierced through the Marquis. The weapon exploded on impact. The Marquis of Martin screamed in agony. A system message indicated that the enemy had been stunned. The dark-armored antagonist strikes the Marquis of Martin with a powerful blow. The Marquis of Martin activates a skill, Circle of Attack, and becomes enraged. The Marquis of Martin lands consecutive hits on the dark-armored antagonist, triggering a critical explosion. The dark-armored antagonist screams as the Marquis of Martin's attack lands. The Marquis of Martin thinks that it is not over yet. The Marquis of Martin's weapon explodes. The weapon explosion sends a shockwave outward. A system message appears, indicating that a bonus has been granted for the Fortune Blacksmith skill, as well as a bonus from Holy Blacksmith skills. A system message appears, indicating that silver weapons deal additional damage to vampires. The dark-armored antagonist curses. The Marquis of Martin is caught in the explosion. The dark-armored antagonist says that the Marquis of Martin is pretty good. The dark-armored antagonist questioned if that was all it took to make him fall. He stood firm, unfazed by the explosion. Enraged, the dark-armored antagonist cursed his fleeing opponents. He vowed to tear them to pieces and bathe in their blood. The dark-armored antagonist called for a ritual baton to come into his hands. He repeated his command, demanding the baton appear. Elsewhere, someone wondered where the Marquis of Martin had gone. Inside a stone structure, a figure stood behind a table filled with potions and first aid supplies. Someone shouted for everyone to fold the seed and run, to get out of the castle. A group of figures fled, knowing they would weaken if exposed to sunlight. One of them urged the others to stay and deal with the Marquis. A skill was activated. Archaisis' blessing was activated, but someone screamed that the sunlight was burning them. Evangeline wondered what had happened to her. Evangeline, still reeling from the effects of Archaisis' blessing, is alerted by a system message. The message states that due to Archaisis' blessing, the durability of Saccad Vampire's heavy armor of restoration is increased, and performance is restored. Meanwhile, Taehyun Kim reassures Eden that they are safe. Taehyun Kim, with a relieved expression, clutches a staff. Evangeline wonders what is happening. Chapter 67 opens with a declaration, "I'm destined for greatness." Elsewhere, Taehyun Kim is asked if he has seen something. He boasts that he did it again, proclaiming himself much better than Felmus. A system message identifies an item, Marquis Martin Scepter. It notes the equipment status as having a durability of 150/150. The message explains that the scepter was used by Marquis Martin to command his men, and when he walked with it, countless cheers poured out. The reputation limit is 1,000. Someone demands that it be given to them. The system issues a warning, stating that the Spectre is the Marquis treasure, and if it disappears, the user's life will be at risk. Nearby, the armored warrior and Seyun Lee wonder what happened there. A raid quest is announced. The Wrath of the Marquis of Martin. The quest details that the Marquis, who awoke from a long sleep, was furious that his Spectre was missing. He is raising his sleeping men and calling in vampires from elsewhere to gather troops. It urges haste, warning that it will be a disaster for the kingdom of Arance, with compensation to come in the form of public points. The armored warrior asks what is happening and why. Someone wonders if the Marquis is dead, while another notes that it might be better, as they will be rewarded by the Count and by the kingdom of Arance. Elsewhere, new character 1 wonders what the hell is going on. The teal-haired sorceress states that the quest from the vampires said they just had to kill the Marquis of Martin, who had been asleep. She then realizes that she is the reason he awoke. A system message warns of a blood binding, stating that 165 hours remain. Someone notes that it looks like they can't use it for a week. The scene explodes with fiery energy. The Marquis Martin cries out in anguish. His eyes glow with a menacing red light. The Marquis demands his scepter. One of the warriors questions how they will kill the monster. One of the warriors exclaims that he doesn't think the monster will only stop at the castle. The other tells him not to say such things. Elsewhere, the teal-haired female remembers something. She realizes that Taehyun Kim is from Caterland Island and Kane. The teal-haired female wonders what she has done. Taehyun Kim is asked what they're going to do now, and he responds that he's going to count Panin, who gave him the quest. Someone reflects that they wouldn't have thought such a monster was alive until now, and that they will be supported with the army or whatever. Another wonders what if the Count turns a blind eye to it. Someone declares that that won't happen. Another says that if they take the specter, the Marquis will naturally follow them. The teal-haired female wonders what kind of shameless man Taehyun Kim is. She recalls that someone said he was a man of great culture, cold on the outside, but with a warm heart inside, and wonders what kind of kid spread that nonsense about him. Taehyun Kim is asked what happened to Arceus' power. Someone wonders if Eden's information was wrong. Another asks if they just said power. The teal-haired female denies that they said power, claiming that the other person must have misheard them. The other person insists that they are sure they said power. She was about to reveal what she knew about the power, but the teal-haired female was interrupted. The other person demanded she speak now, or they would leave her behind. The teal-haired female recalled that the Marquis had fallen into a deep sleep for some reason. She had once conducted a quest to solve the secret, and it was said that the Marquis' rest was due to fatal wounds from weapons containing the power. The teal-haired female continued, speaking of incarnation. Someone asked what she meant by that. The other person admitted they didn't know about that. They wondered if it was possible to learn the power of incarnation, because it was a weapon of incarnation. Meanwhile, Bei Jang-wook was glad he didn't take a step. Bei Jang-wook observed that it was like a massive quest in the southwestern part of the kingdom of Arance had appeared. He noted that there was the castle of Martin, and he thought he got a quest there. Someone asked what he was talking about. Bei Jang-wook recalled Martin Castle, remembering that he had dragged someone to a party last time and gave up, commenting on how complicated it was. He clarified that it wasn't a dungeon-clear quest, and that the owner of that place woke up. Bei Jang-wook asked if the Marquis of Martin wasn't dead. He then stated that all those who were rumored to have died were alive. He added that the Marquis woke up and he heard he was gathering troops. Bei Jang-wook stated that he looked it up and that the Marquis was a great person when he was alive. He added that it wouldn't end up as a small commotion if he leads an army. Bei Jang-wook wondered if it was Count Anand's castle. He remarked that it was a nice place, and that the faces of people coming and going were also bright, adding that one could see the level of security right away. Bei Jang-wook observed that the walls were thick and the equipment of the soldiers at the guard post looked good. Bei Jang-wook wondered what that was. He thought it looked like an aristocrat, and that was so cool. A procession of soldiers and a horse-drawn carriage made their way down a verdant path. The sight of the aristocratic carriage drew the attention of onlookers. They wondered if the occupant was returning from a hunt. Inside the carriage, a portly man with a powdered wig and elaborate collar inquired as to the cause of the commotion. Outside, a man insisted that the others should see the Count, though another questioned whether his own dignity was high enough to warrant an audience. The Count's eyes widened in surprise. A man shouted a greeting to Count Marcel, while simultaneously ordering the wagon to turn around. The Count's companion demanded to know what was wrong with him. A system message appeared, indicating that Count Marcel was terrified and his fear stat was rising. The man then demanded the reins, calling the Count a son of it could be asterisk, 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 asterisk. The man demanded to know why Marcel looked like he had seen a ghost. The horses galloped away, pulling the carriage. The Count screamed in terror as the carriage sped away. Marcel remained silent, his expression unreadable. A soldier asked the Count if he was all right, while another wondered why the devil was present. Voices echoed, one reminding the other of their shared battle on Caterland Island, while the other was told to return to their rotten estate. Suddenly, a system message appeared, indicating that a threatening skill had been raised, granting a bonus with intermediate speaking skills. Elsewhere, a figure offered someone a ride on their carriage, suggesting they ride together. Meanwhile, a live broadcast showed a video clip with someone questioning if it was Taehyun Kim, the one gifted with an estate from the king. The broadcast continued, with someone urging others to spread information on the forums, believing there was a quest to be found. A caravan moved across a bridge. Elsewhere, a figure was announced to be entering. Count Anand was announced to be entering. Someone exclaimed that he was big. The warrior of the kingdom who defends the border against a rance was mentioned, as was the owner of the great power called the Second Coming of the Founding King. Count Anon was greeted as a distant relative. Count Anon was greeted with someone noting it had been a while since they had seen him and questioning if he was Taehyun Kim. Taehyun's reputation preceded him, reaching even the outskirts of the land. The man before him considered it an honor to meet him in such a manner. The man admitted he was surprised by what had happened so far, given that Taehyun Kim was still young and inexperienced. The man wondered how he could achieve such greatness, expressing his desire to emulate Taehyun. He noted that Taehyun was a count with a different mindset, as well as a distant relative. A voice questioned if he wanted to be a hero. A scream echoed as a figure was struck. The figure was sent flying backwards. The figure's face contorted in pain. A voice declared that it was not yet enough. A monstrous figure loomed. The voice repeated that it was not enough. The chapter opens with a declaration of destiny. Suddenly, a warning flashes as someone falls. A system message warns that Eden has become embroiled in a powerful misfortune and that a beautifully decorated glass bottle is broken. The others at the table react to the broken bottle. One of them asks how everyone's meal is, while another shouts, demanding to know who broke it. Someone else claims it wasn't their fault, and another explains that Eden made a mistake and broke it, asking for understanding. Another system message appears, indicating a slight decline in reputation in the sub-situation, with reputation having decreased by 5. Someone points out that Cain is always lucky, while another disagrees, questioning why he doesn't get penalized when he's with them. The response comes that it's probably because the curse of luck is fixed at 0. Someone asks if there's such a good curse, wondering where to get it, and if they can learn it. A horn sounds. A voice calls out to all the adventurers of Anon Castle, urging them to listen. A system message appears, instructing them to protect Anon Castle against the attacks of Marquis Martin. The message explains that the fallen Marquis of Martin is trying to achieve ambitions he had not achieved in his lifetime, and that he is by no means a small enemy, as he was praised as a masterpiece when he was alive. They are told to defend Anon Castle against the Marquis of Martin and the army led by him. A figure, standing before the castle, declared that a great danger loomed from Martin's castle, and they needed help to solve the crisis. Elsewhere, someone exclaimed that it was worth the wait for a quest, and they wanted to participate. It was just as expected. Taehyun Kim wanted to take the zone. Another person also wanted to participate, noting that adventurers had such a passionate personality. The future of Anon was bright, one man said to another. It seemed that everyone was being fooled by him. The breath of the beast of fire, an item, was described as the moment the beast of fire, with the power of Sadiq, had released the biggest breath in its lifetime. It was a compressed item, and it was warned that it would be a sea of fire. Someone mused that if they had changed their job as a blacksmith, it would have been possible to upgrade meteor or iron wall attributes. Taehyun, someone asked, could he attack the Marquis of Martin with only a small army of castle troops? He responded that he would make him come. He wondered how he was going to make it happen. He wasn't going to. Someone pointed at a figure and declared, "You are." The group stood amidst the desert landscape, their mission about to begin. They were the ones seeking rice cakes from Taehyun's quest. Someone noted that it was finally starting, wondering what kind of mission it would be. They were instructed to follow, as there was a place to go. A system message alerted that a mechanical trap with a silver plate spear blade had been devised and successfully created. Another message confirmed that a trap with a black cast iron bomb attached had also been devised and successfully built. The trap equipment and bombs were prepared for Mercury. The group was instructed to install the traps safely in the designated place. Someone questioned why Mercury wanted them installed on the wall, musing that the sound of the clock might indicate a time bomb. Taehyun Kim was seen walking through an archway. He announced his return from the mission, prompting someone to ask why he was there. He was told that his ragged prosthesis would be repaired as a reward for his hard work. He thanked them, but said it was okay. Someone offered to make some modifications and asked for the item to be given to them. They were warned that it was a very delicate and valuable item and should be handled with care. Someone stated they were going to put in a self-destruct function. An arrogant figure was enraged. A figure stood before a portrait, repeatedly apologizing. The masked man continued to lament, furious that his wife's portrait was being mocked. He vowed to never forgive those responsible. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in darkness appeared, surrounded by a menacing aura. In the name of the nobleman of the night, the figure declared that he would punish these bastards. Elsewhere, a hulking, green-skinned creature roared in defiance. The creature stood alongside other monstrous figures, their loyalty seemingly directed towards someone with greater leadership than their current boss. The Marquis of Martin's march was underway, with a vast army of ogres and other creatures advancing under a dark, star-filled sky. It was said that many volunteers to the mercenary corps were hired by vampires. A voice declared that the situation was better than it looked, and that surrendering from the start would mean forfeiting any chance of decent treatment. One of the ogres declared that he would soon fight with Taehyun Kim. The undead ogre force was described as a war-class event wherever Taehyun Kim went, which was considered fun. Someone was giving an interview because the other party was their friend, and they expected gratitude. They thanked the other party for the information. The figure announced that he was going on a preemptive raid before the Marquis arrived, asking if anyone wanted to join him. Several voices expressed their eagerness to participate, with one adding that they had watched all of the broadcasts. Another voice demanded to know the job, level, and highest stat of the person they were addressing. Someone declared that they belonged to the kingdom of Arance. Another person stated that they were a level 7 shield fighter, but they were turning down the request, explaining that they couldn't take a slow job because the person might die if they fell behind. Someone marveled at the self-made equipment, noting that they had never seen a double sword user before and asking if they were a ranker. A figure was told that they were out. They seemed confused, and another figure lamented that they weren't being remembered. Someone exclaimed that after all that hard work, they had finally gotten back together. In the village of Tyrum, someone called out to a blacksmith, calling him a pushover. Someone asked if they had gotten what they wanted, clarifying that what they wanted was the way that the blacksmith named Girindel owned an item. Someone reflected that he was kind. Someone was told that he had already passed it on to them, and they should go learn it themselves. Someone stated that if they needed the production recipe, they had to help. It was ominously stated that if the Marquis of Marden came with an army, then someone speculated that they would likely come through the road. Another individual responded that they would then ambush them first. The first individual stated that it was similar, but they would set traps all over the forest. He continued, saying that all they had to do was avoid the skirmishes and lure them in. Someone asked about the fight. One of the individuals wondered where they should put it, and another responded that they could put it there when they entered the forest. One of the individuals stated that it was the army of the immortal. He continued, saying that now that they had fewer cleric classes in the army, they had to cut their power with guerrilla warfare. Another individual asked if they should do more, and the first responded that it was enough. The trap was set. A system message appeared, indicating that a strong penetrating iron bomb was installed and that mechanical engineering skills would rise. Another system message appeared, indicating that the level of mechanical engineering skills was raised. One of the individuals wondered if it was finally beginner level and that it would definitely be comfortable to reach the intermediate level now. Someone wondered if mechanical engineering pets were also from the intermediate level. Another individual noticed a rabbit and thought it was cute. Someone thought that people were so gullible with that cute look. One of the individuals stated that it was okay and that the purpose was to annoy them as much as possible. Another wondered what would happen if something went wrong, stating that monsters like Marquis were tough. The first individual responded that they were not worried. One of the individuals stated that they were with the players here. Another thought about what would happen if something went wrong. The first individual stated that they were going to throw them as bait and run. The enemies were approaching. He rode on a skeletal horse, his red eyes glowing menacingly in the dim light of the forest. Suddenly, a large arrow, expertly crafted, flew towards him. The arrow struck its mark, piercing through the air with deadly accuracy. The dark armored antagonist's red eye narrowed, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The force of the impact sent the arrow deeper, its silver citation glinting. The arrow was described as a well-made item, crafted by a blacksmith with an understanding of both technology and mechanical engineering, dealing 55 additional damage. The goblins were caught in the blast radius of the arrow's impact. The system registered a critical hit, increasing the mechanical engineering skills of the attacker and raising the level of the taunt skill. From afar, the dark armored antagonist commanded his servants not to panic and to pursue the attackers. One of the goblins questioned what they should do, while another ordered them to run as they were told. The goblins, running from humans, demanded blood. The dark armored antagonist was surrounded by goblins, their forms blurred in the chaos of the attack. The teal-haired sorceress's red eye glowed intensely as she bared her teeth, a predatory grin spreading across her face. From the shadows, a voice echoed, filled with anticipation. It declared, "I've been waiting." The order was given to fire. The archers rained down a volley of arrows on their foes. The arrows struck true. The barrage continued, the archers maintaining a relentless pace. A silver arrow detonated in a burst of light and energy, obliterating several enemies. One of the creatures cried out, calling the archers humans. The order to retreat was given, the leader urging his forces to fall back into the next trap. A system message appeared, indicating that the pressure skill was successful. The system also indicated that enemy morale was decreasing, fear levels were increasing, and speaking skills were improving. Two of the creatures wondered if there was another trap. One of the creatures screamed. The armored warrior protagonist is struck by an unseen force, sending him hurtling backwards. The force is revealed to be a cold attack. The monster cries out in pain. The monster identifies the attack as a sword. Taehyun Kim raises his sword, preparing for another strike. The monster is struck again. The monster yells for blood to get away, identifying the attack as a cold, crying sword. The monster continues to identify the attack as a cold, crying sword. The monster commands his allies to ignore Taehyun and focus on the archer first. The monster continues to identify the attack as a cold, crying sword. Taehyun exclaims that he has the monster now. The monster found himself ensnared, caught completely off guard by the sudden trap. A system message confirmed the effectiveness of the silver net trap, noting a rise in mechanical engineering skills. The trap worked perfectly as Taehyun Kim expressed his excitement at reaching intermediate mechanical engineering skills. The monster, now completely entangled, desperately tried to break free, realizing the danger he was in. Taehyun, coughing, declared that it was time to get started. Another system message confirmed that the bomb-mounted trap cover was also working. The system then indicated that beginner mechanical engineering skills were increasing to intermediate levels, as the monster wondered how many alternative bombs there were. One of the warrior opponents yelled at someone not to look away from him. Nearby, one of the men remarked that they were taking a detour. Another man dismissed the detour, stating that there was no problem with getting through the siege. Elsewhere, a man wondered if someone had predicted this situation from before. The call to action was made. They should trust Taehyun Kim and fight. A warrior, wielding a large boulder, leaps into the fray, while other warriors engage the goblins below. The goblins, however, were not interested in fighting. They were going to retreat. A swordsman observed the goblins' retreat, noting that they had already selected the agile ones, and the other players would take care of them. Something had blocked their path. A figure on horseback commanded that not a single one of them escape. The figure dared to mock him, and he vowed that they would pay the price. He paused, considering the situation. The figure was surrounded by a procession of horse-drawn carriages. He wondered if this was some kind of unpleasant smell. He questioned if they were another god's rubbish. The procession of horse-drawn carriages continued to advance, the mysterious figure on horseback leading the way. The dark-armored antagonist questioned if they were crazy vampires, commenting on their unpleasant smell. He demanded they step aside, or he would pass with force, calling their actions disrespectful. The figure mused that he had been sleeping for too long and had forgotten that bugs like them existed. He stated that he gave them a chance, but it seemed they wanted to die. The dark-armored antagonist declared that he would kill them, calling them monsters who couldn't even receive the grace of Sadiq God. The figure's sword began to glow. With a burst of speed, the dark-armored antagonist launched an attack. He questioned how they dared to act so feisty, calling them filthy vampires. The dark-armored antagonist chuckled to himself. The figure demanded to know why they didn't keep talking. The dark-armored antagonist vowed to make everyone his blood and flesh. The dark-armored antagonist's sword slashed through the air. The attack landed with devastating force. The goblins cried out, desperately pleading for salvation as the dark-armored antagonist's attack landed. Meanwhile, the dark-armored antagonist laughed maniacally. The dark-armored antagonist expressed his bewilderment at how those who worshipped such miscellaneous things as Sadiq had come so far. He declared that it was 100 years too early to deal with him. Elsewhere, the warrior opponent exclaimed that he couldn't help it and urged the high priest to use what he brought to bring down the devil. The high priest responded that the warrior opponent should come first for now. The high priest began his incantation. A dark portal opened. The high priest continued the summoning. The portal pulsed with dark energy. From the portal emerged a massive serpent and a hulking, armored beast. The high priest acknowledged that the summoned creatures were pretty good and declared that he was calling back ancient monsters. The warrior opponent narrowly avoided being surrounded by monsters. Meanwhile, someone mentioned hearing that __ Kim was ordered to retreat. Someone else wondered if __ Kim had simply abandoned them. Elsewhere, a figure walked away. It seemed they had been expected. The situation was proving difficult on the outside, and the suspicious figures reflected on the events unfolding. They remarked on the fighting prowess of the combatants, noting that watching someone fight was the most fun. Suddenly, a creature appeared, wondering where they came from. The creature lunged forward. The dark-armored antagonist dismissed the creature as a noisy, big puppy. The dark-armored antagonist attacked. The creature was struck. The creature towered over the others. A distant scream echoed through the battlefield. He hadn't expected Sadiq to be so helpful, but the operation had gone awry when the Marquis army was lured away. The plan now was to launch a surprise attack from both sides. One of the warriors questioned the logic of trying to besiege them in the first place, wondering if his comrade's brain was just for decoration. As Kim intended, the Marquis would have come to attack Anon with all his might. The warrior suggested attacking Martin's castle, which had become vulnerable in the defense. Another warrior wondered if Kim could penetrate the remaining defenders in the castle. However, Kim had a huge responsibility to count on, so he might not be able to do it. Despite the risks, the decision was made. They would proceed. A voice warned that the place was Martin, urging the humans to go back. But the warning was dismissed. A foot stomped down on a skeletal figure. The warriors advanced, their weapons drawn, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Time was of the essence, and a division of labor was required. The plan was set in motion to divide the work. Eden was tasked with finding a weapon of authority, and Suhyuk was ordered to keep an eye on him. The helmeted warrior instructed the rest to sweep the castle with him. Kane was warned to be careful not to detonate the bombs. He wondered why it was only him. King continued his task. Eden noted that there wasn't much to be found and wondered if he should look elsewhere. The masked man chuckled, inviting more compliments. He recalled that it was the same when stealing the Marquis Spectre. The masked man continued to reflect. He considered himself a great thief, having noticed that the owner of such a surname would rather show off the item proudly for self-examination. So, he found a scepter that stood proudly in the center of the Marquis audience. The item description detailed the Archisis Church Wizard's broken sacred staff. Its durability was listed as 1/120, with a magic attack of 135. It was capable of using the skill Archisis Trusted Hand, and the skill Call of Archisis could also be used. The staff's mana recovery rate was 12%. The text indicated that the item could increase the level limit by 100 for the Order of Archisis Wizard class. The masked man held the staff, examining it closely. Suddenly, a system message appeared, stating that this was a sacred wand that the Wizard of the Archisis Church himself received as a gift from the incarnation of. The message continued, explaining that the Ark is, the power of incarnation itself, was a powerful weapon for unclean beings, but it was currently unusable because it was broken. The masked man wondered if this could be the item they were looking for. The other man pointed out that it was indeed the staff. The staff began to glow with an intense light. The light intensified, enveloping the masked man. Someone exclaimed in surprise, questioning what was happening. Chapter 70 begins, declaring, "I'm destined for greatness." Amidst a flurry of motion, a figure in dark clothing and a light-colored cloak stands ready for battle. A system message appears, asking if he would like to change to the Archisis Church Wizard. He seems surprised by the notification. A group of undead creatures advances, their skeletal forms and decaying flesh a gruesome sight. An order is given to hide in the castle and deal with him. A system message indicates a bonus for installing bombs with intermediate mechanical engineering skills, granting the passive skill. The last bomb is installed. The character confirms the action. Inside the castle, someone reports that they found a weapon of power and are ordered to get out of there. The bombs are primed and ready to detonate. A massive explosion engulfs the castle. The system announces that he has leveled up, having set up bombs in a series and caused a big explosion, greatly increasing mechanical engineering skills. His beginner bomb crafting skill has also been upgraded to intermediate. With the castle destroyed, a system message appeared, indicating that the intermediate gunpowder crafting skill had been upgraded. The explosive power of basic gunpowder had also increased, and fame and notoriety rose greatly. The system message continued, stating that this was the first title of the server, and each stat increased by 25. Meanwhile, the hooded figures watched the events unfold. A loud burst of laughter echoed through the area. The system message detailed the title of Castle Destroyer, explaining that while destroying a castle with an explosion was uncommon, it would serve as a model for many mechanical engineers. It also increased intimacy when dealing with NPCs, dwarves, and goblins, and granted additional bonuses against neutral NPCs. Elsewhere, a character wondered if the staff was a weapon of authority and questioned if Eden had found it. The system message then indicated that the staff was broken and could not be repaired. Eden, it seemed, was of no use. The hooded figures discussed the broken staff, wondering where the other fragments were. One of them stated that it was over and that the fragment was there. Another character speculated that the other fragments were probably owned by the Marquis. It was said that Marquis couldn't recover easily and fell into a deep sleep because fragments of powerful weapons were embedded in his body. A bat-like creature flew through the sky. The landscape was now visible, revealing a castle in the distance. Everyone focused on reorganization and recovery during the day. Elsewhere, the large gray creature declared that the showdown was tonight, ordering his forces to leave none alive. Meanwhile, one of the subordinates informed the Dark_Armored_ antagonist that a group of incarnations was attacking the castle. The Dark_Armored_ antagonist questioned this. The subordinate continued, stating that even if they temporarily occupied the castle, it wouldn't mean anything. He then called out to his lord. The Dark_Armored_ antagonist thought to himself about Marden Castle, but his voice was broken. One of the green creatures informed the Dark_Armored_ antagonist that they were swooped on with bombs. The Dark_Armored_ antagonist, with a single glowing red eye, thought that those responsible were bastards. The Dark_Armored_ antagonist's teeth were bared in anger. An aerial view showed a large group of creatures moving toward a castle. The large group continued to advance. Two figures on a castle wall noted that the group was coming their way, and ordered everyone to get ready for battle. The large group approached the castle. One of the figures declared that they would take this castle first, never mind the Siddiqs. The castle was under siege, and the enemy was closing in. A system message appeared, declaring that Marden's army was attacking Castle Anon, and that logging out would be restricted until the siege concluded, with penalties for disobedience. A voice boomed, commanding the attackers to strike. Amidst the chaos, skeletal warriors charged forward. Elsewhere, someone remarked that they had moved to a rare job. Overhead, The aerial perspective showed the skeletal warriors advancing rapidly. One of them wondered when this was happening. The skeletal warriors continued their advance. The speaker from before stated that the staff had recommended that they change their job. They wondered what the staff had recommended. The man explained that it was called the Archisis Wizardry, adding that it was an honor to be able to follow the other person. The other person questioned what skill the man had, clarifying what they meant. A system message detailed the skill Resonance with Washin, which brought strength with faith in God, and strong faith in Archisis, which set up a barrier containing the power of the Archisis around the user. The man asked if this was good. Someone wondered why the good skill was given to a follower and not to them. Someone realizes that the skill they received is the magic of the Archisis, which adds a specific effect when using magic and is influenced by the user's divinity and the power of the Archisis Church. The skill, the magic of the Archisis, adds a specific effect when using magic, influenced by the user's divinity and the power of the Archisis Church. Meanwhile, monstrous figures press forward. The siege intensifies as the enemy approaches the castle walls. The monstrous army advances towards the castle. An order is given to open the castle gates. The chains holding the gates are released, and the gates begin to open. The castle gates are now open. The gates are lowered. The order is given to kill. The defenders are told not to let the enemy get close. Elsewhere, Bae Jang-wook is asked if Taehyun Kim is busy. The broadcast was titled, Taehyun Kim Met with Viewers. Someone questioned the title. Bae Jang-wook laughed, stating that he named it. He then asked Taehyun Kim when he would have time. Taehyun Kim, aboard a small boat, responded that he was always busy, so they should just do it now. The other person in the boat questioned if he meant right now. Taehyun Kim stated that it was a simple question and answer session, so it could be done right now. Bae Jang-wook realized that they could start in an hour. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure made their way up a stone wall. The cloaked figure told someone to get out of the way, as another wondered what they were doing. Someone wondered if it was Taehyun Kim. The cloaked figure thought that they could finally see his personality. Suddenly, the cloaked figure was struck down. The figure who was struck down thanked someone. Someone noted that the human was on the top. Taehyun Kim looked up at the sky, impressed by the sight. A weapon was charged with energy. From above, a torrent of blue energy rained down upon the battlefield. The attack struck several of the green-skinned creatures, eliciting cries of pain. The creatures attempted to avoid the onslaught, but the energy blasts were too numerous. The dark-armored antagonist was struck by the energy, but remained standing. The Marquis of Martin, his eyes glowing red, sneered at the display of power. Martin demanded that his opponent come down and face him. From atop the castle wall, Taehyun Kim responded that he couldn't hear him and told him to say it one more time. He mocked Martin's god. Martin, enraged, called Taehyun Kim a bug. A system message appeared, indicating that Taehyun Kim had succeeded in provoking the Marquis of Martin, increasing his speaking skills but worsening his judgment. Taehyun Kim stated that the idiot thought he was the incarnation of Sadiq and that he couldn't do that. Taehyun Kim called Martin a son of a bitch and told him to look at him, as the blue energy continued to rain down. Martin asked if Taehyun Kim wanted those bastards to die. Above, the hooded figure questioned if he was being fooled by lies. Below, the men in brown robes stood silently. Meanwhile, another figure declared that he would never back down, even if his colleagues were killed. He demanded to know who his opponent's companion was, calling him a cursed bastard. The man wiped away tears, declaring that his brothers would be avenged, so they didn't have to cover for him. A voice commanded that they all be executed. The scene was filled with blood and screams. A system message appeared, indicating that Taehyun Kim had succeeded in deceiving and provoking the Marquis of Martin, and that his talking skills had greatly increased. The man vowed to remember their noble sacrifice. High above, a figure leaps from a tower, shouting at Martin. Martin's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Nearby, a group of figures look on, one of them uttering a confused Elsewhere, a group of undead creatures stand silently. Taehyun Kim looks on with a concerned expression. From a high vantage point, someone wonders if they heard correctly. One of the figures apologizes, claiming their tongue is twisted and that they spoke without thinking, while another questions who would call the Marquis an asshole. The figure falling from the tower shouts, "Anyway, asshole," as another voice wonders if this was done on purpose. A scepter is presented, a voice declaring, "Here's your scepter." A wand, taken from their castle, is presented. Meanwhile, the figure falling from the tower taunted his opponents, boasting that he had crushed their castle well and daring them to try their best. From below, the dark-armored antagonist cursed at the falling figure. His rage intensified, his single red eye glowing brighter. Another warrior, with short gray hair, vowed to rip his enemies to shreds. The battle raged on as soldiers climbed ladders to attack. The command was given to not stop the offensive. A soldier was struck down by an unseen force. Elsewhere, the armored warrior protagonist faced off against a hulking green monster. The sun began to set. The sky turned orange and red. As night began to fall, the battle continued. The battlements of the fortress stood tall, a testament to its formidable defenses. Dust and debris rained down as the fortress took damage. Elsewhere, a hulking green monster inquired about the state of the war. The monster was informed that the elite troops were trapped in the forest, unable to reinforce the fortress. The fortress walls, however, remained strong and difficult to breach. Despite the damage to the gate, the attackers believed they could break through with their siege weight. The time to strike had finally arrived. The dark armored antagonist's red eye glowed menacingly. He declared his intention to devour them all. Ogres began their assault on the gate. The ogres' attack intensified. The ogres used a massive log as a battering ram. The gate finally gave way, splintering under the relentless assault. A warrior's voice echoed, declaring the activation of a skill, Cold Crying Sword. Nearby, others questioned the nature of the skill. One noted that the warrior had been muttering the phrase for a while, while another wondered what a Cold Crying Sword even was, speculating if it was a skill name. Another warrior commented that it sounded strangely powerful and declared that they should proceed. The warrior, now fully energized, repeated the name of the skill, Cold Crying Sword. The warrior's skill echoed once more. The blade of the Cold Crying Sword cut through the air. A soldier shouted for his comrades to never back off, declaring that he was behind them. The Cold Crying Sword sliced through the ogres. The blade continued its deadly path. A voice declared that the heir of Sadiq should put their neck in front of them. The soldier was struck down. Taehyun Kim appeared, his cloak billowing behind him. The dark figures continued their assault, their movements swift and deadly. The warrior opponent found the display of power unsettling. The dark armored antagonist, consumed by rage, vowed to end his opponent. The dark armored antagonist's rage intensified. Taehyun Kim clicked his tongue in annoyance. The dark armored antagonist questioned if Taehyun Kim knew how many years he had lived, declaring that he knew how to deal with a coward who relied on God. The dark armored antagonist declared that he would seal the flame of the Sadiq that Taehyun Kim believed in. Taehyun Kim was taken aback by the declaration. The dark armored antagonist unleashed a surge of dark energy. The warrior opponent cried out in anguish. The dark armored antagonist commanded Taehyun Kim to return to the firewood he incarnated, unleashing a fiery attack. Taehyun Kim was confused, noting that it was not hot. Taehyun Kim's ally questioned why her spell was failing, but he admitted he didn't know. The dark armored antagonist taunted them, declaring they were barking up the wrong tree. The dark armored antagonist struck Taehyun Kim with a powerful blow. The force of the blow sent Taehyun Kim flying backwards. As Taehyun Kim was sent reeling, the female mage ally exclaimed the word Sadiq. The dark armored antagonist declared that he was a more powerful god. The dark armored antagonist's sword crackled with energy. The dark armored antagonist was shocked that the spell didn't work, finding it ridiculous. The female mage ally realized that if the gods worshipped were different, it would be a meaningless spell. The dark armored antagonist told Taehyun Kim that he didn't know what kind of trick he was playing, but that he was a tough guy. He warned him to wait and see, as he would be dead before the night was over. Elsewhere, it was reported that the castle's defenses had collapsed. It was said that the immortal army grows stronger at night. The warrior on the ground looked up in horror as a hulking figure loomed over him, ready to strike. A voice echoed, declaring the insignificance and helplessness one feels in the face of bloodshed. The warrior was then struck, the force of the blow sending him crashing to the ground. Elsewhere, a man shouted for everyone to step back from the castle walls. A surge of energy erupted from the castle, bathing the area in light. The man who had shouted earlier watched with concern. Meanwhile, a green-skinned creature reacted with surprise. The dark armored antagonist stared ahead, his single red eye glowing. A dark mass formed, as if something was materializing. Elsewhere, a sign indicated that a broadcast was about to begin in 3 minutes. The broadcast was titled Taehyun Kim Meets Special Viewers for Fantasy Online 3. A woman asked if Channel 5 was ready. A man responded that he would connect them. A voice greeted Taehyun Kim as the broadcast was about to begin. Producer Bae asked if he could do a voice check. Someone on the phone said that they were about to start the broadcast, but they contacted him to ask if it was okay. The voice then said that it was okay and that they were multitasking. The man on the phone confirmed that he could see and that they should get started. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted. A woman looked on in shock. Another person looked at the screen in confusion. The man on the phone realized what was happening. The broadcast began. The screen showed a massive explosion. Someone wondered where that was. A massive explosion erupted, engulfing what appeared to be a castle in a mushroom cloud of fire and smoke. Elsewhere, someone demanded to know where Day was. The fiery scene was viewed on a screen, prompting someone to question if that was their estate. The man with the blonde hair realized that the scene on the screen was Castle Anon. Holding up a photo of the scene, another man declared that they had to catch him live. Mr. Taehyun was told that he needed to start the broadcast. Apologizing, he said he would get started. Taehyun was greeted by Kim Sua, the one question and one answer host. Someone watching Taehyun's video with the viewers noted that the chat room was wondering what had happened at Castle Anon, who broke the wall, and if it was possible by magic. They also wondered if it was a war between North and South, and if he had summoned a dragon again. The viewers watching Taehyun Kim's broadcast wondered why the castle walls were completely destroyed. In response to the question, Taehyun explained that he broke it down, rather than attributing the destruction to an enemy monster or magic. The teal-haired female seemed surprised, questioning how such a feat could be accomplished. Taehyun responded that he had a lot of enemies, so he destroyed them all at once. The chat room was abuzz with comments about mechanical engineering, with some viewers still trying to understand its relevance. Some joked that it was ancient, prehistoric technology, while others dismissed it as a useless skill. The teal-haired female wondered if it was possible to break down the wall with mechanical engineering. Taehyun revealed that he first made a bomb. The broadcast host paused, then stated that they would take a look at the questions that the viewers had asked a lot, asking Taehyun if he did his job behind closed doors. Taehyun stated that he did not intend to disclose his job. The broadcast then showed a phone screen with the introduction and audience questions. One of the questions from the audience was, "Are you a blacksmith?" The teal-haired female was surprised by the question, while also asking if Taehyun could answer the questions properly. She also wondered if it was a rare job or a hero job. The broadcast host asked if Taehyun could answer the question. The teal-haired female was shocked, while Taehyun told her to move on. The interviewer continued, asking about Taehyun Kim's relationship with Fantasy Online. She noted that Taehyun had many fans, impressed by his power and personality. The interviewer wondered how anyone could know if he was handsome when he always wore a helmet. The screen showed Taehyun's character, and someone asked if he was building a territory in the Valley of Despair and Sadness, and if he had any benefit for settling there. Taehyun responded that if they settled down first, he would take care of everything, stating it wasn't that difficult. Someone commented that it was like Taehyun Kim's luck, go to the Valley of Despair, and honey would flow. Another added that there was a saying about it. The screen showed a montage of Taehyun's character in action, with text stating that some famous rankers used him as a long-term asset for other players. It also mentioned that Taehyun's phrase, "I will take care of everyone until the end," had touched the hearts of many players. The interviewer remarked that Taehyun had to be so modest, but he denied that he was. The chat room welcomed Taehyun, with comments calling him a tsundere and the modern version of Kim Kyomji. Someone asked what he was saying and who Kim Kyomji was, while another said he was a freaky engineer like Tony Stark. The interviewer thought she needed to sort things out first. The interviewer thanked Taehyun for his time, but then asked if she could ask one last question. She asked Taehyun what his plans were for the future. Taehyun declared that he would break quests and grow up, adding that his opponent thought he would collapse so easily. The scene shifted to a battle, with someone declaring that if they didn't want to see him die, they should come out now, and that they would decide the winner between them. A desperate plea echoed through the battlefield, someone crying out for Taehyun Kim to save them. The dark-armored antagonist seemed to sense something amiss, pausing as he considered the name. He pointed a menacing finger, the air around him crackling with energy. Suddenly, a message flashed. Taehyun Kim had disconnected. The dark-armored antagonist turned his attention to the teal-haired sorceress, demanding she hand over her bow. Meanwhile, a captive listened intently as the dark-armored antagonist declared that he alone would decide the outcome, and only then could they save their lives. His face contorted in a grimace. An arrow, fired from an unseen location, streaked towards the dark-armored antagonist. The warrior opponent, bow in hand, stood ready for another shot, while the teal-haired sorceress and a small, armored figure looked on. The dark-armored antagonist mocked the warrior opponent, calling him a terrible bowman. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, engulfing the area around the dark-armored antagonist. A nearby figure expressed their gratitude for being saved, while the warrior opponent seemed confused by the turn of events. The warrior opponent, standing amidst the fiery aftermath, resignedly states that he has to do it again. Raising his hand, the bald warrior declares that he doesn't care about the hostages. The dark-armored antagonist, now a shadowy figure, pleads not to be misunderstood, stating that it was like that. Nearby, the helmeted warrior looks on with a stern expression. The teal-haired sorceress realizes that it's Archisis. The helmeted warrior stands silently, observing the scene. The bald warrior questions who Archisis is. The dark-armored antagonist is accused of serving Archisis, the god of mischief, luck, and peculiar avoidance. The bald warrior can't believe he's seeing the servant of the god again who made him bleed. The helmeted warrior declares that he will bury Archisis, the mischief in the shadows of the continent, again, asking if the bald warrior knows what he means. The dark-armored antagonist is told to let's see if he can talk more. Energy surges. The dark-armored antagonist's attack continued, a flurry of strikes aimed at his opponent. The warrior opponent found himself unable to move, ensnared by the dark energy. From within the swirling energy, a voice proclaimed in the name of the mighty Cain. The voice commanded the return of Archisis's good luck and the transformation of the incarnation to human. Mysterious figures emerged from the depths. The warrior opponent was being sealed. It was the Archaisis curse, Taehyun Kim realized. A voice echoed, asking if he liked it. The warrior opponent felt deprived of the power of the god he believed in. A system message warned that luck stats would return to the value just before incarnation. Taehyun Kim prepared to attack. The order to attack was given. The dark armored antagonist laughs, inviting his enemies to attack. The dark armored antagonist declares that his enemy no longer exists. Meanwhile, Taehyun Kim sits on the ground, stating that they will all be his drink now. Elsewhere, the teal-haired sorceress observes that it looks like he's debuffed. Taehyun Kim walks forward, reassuring someone not to worry. The warrior opponent shouts at Taehyun Kim, thanking him and asking how he can repay the favor. The dark armored antagonist asks if he wants a favor. The warrior opponent stands tall, and the dark armored antagonist asks if he lost his mind after turning back into a normal human being. The dark armored antagonist prepares to attack. Taehyun Kim prepares to defend himself. The two clash. The dark armored antagonist asks if Taehyun Kim is going to fight him. The dark armored antagonist declared that now that they were not incarnate, they could no longer be protected by God. The figure remained silent. The dark armored antagonist stated that there was something they could not say. The figure stated that they were lucky even before they became an incarnation, and someone asked what they meant. Suddenly, several bombs appeared. The bombs continued to multiply. The dark armored antagonist asked if they saw the bombs going out. The figure looked confused. The figure wondered if they were a vampire or an unemployed person like them. The figure's expression remained serious. The dark armored antagonist asked who could better avoid these bombs. A massive explosion erupted. Despite the blast, Taehyun Kim and the armored warrior stood their ground. The warrior opponent was sent flying backwards. The warrior opponent cried out in pain. The warrior groaned as a system message appeared, indicating that his attack had been evaded. Another system message confirmed the evasion. The warrior opponent growled in frustration. The warrior opponent thanked someone, relieved to be out of the fight. The warrior opponent expressed his relief. Evangeline wondered what had happened, realizing that the warrior opponent had been debuffed. Evangeline questioned how Taehyun Kim was still standing, noting that his class was listed as none. Evangeline's opponent is surrounded by a golden aura, his eyes glowing red. The warrior opponent wonders why his attacks are not connecting. The warrior opponent continues his assault, but one of the men observes that his attacks should be connecting now that his god's protection is gone. The warrior opponent apologizes. The warrior opponent is surrounded by swords, and one of the men yells that he is crazy, while another states that his spell is useless in the end. The warrior opponent wonders what he should do. One of the men states that it is hard to aim because they are too close to each other, while another yells for them not to hit Taehyun Kim by mistake. One of the men states that if he dies, the production will go up in smoke, while another tells them to just shoot. The warrior opponent is surrounded by swords. Sungwook states that they cannot do that. One of the men asks if they do not want production methods, then tells them to let them shoot, while another states that he does not know. The men shoot. The arrows exploded on impact. Even as the arrows struck him, the warrior opponent cried out in pain. With his state released, he declared that he would take them down with him. Activating his skill, Kane's Red Spear, Taehyun Kim noted that he was far from the opponent. The system registered the use of the skill, Circle of Counterattack. Taehyun Kim was caught in the blast. The warrior opponent grunted in pain. A system message appeared, indicating that Taehyun Kim had successfully hit someone with the skill, and its level had risen to level 5, resulting in a critical explosion. Taehyun Kim cried out. The dark armored antagonist wondered what was happening. The warrior opponent thought that he couldn't fall down like this. The warrior opponent's attack explodes outward. Nearby, the observers remain silent, witnessing the aftermath of the blast. A system message then announces that the fallen ancient vampire, Marquis of Martin, has been defeated. The survivors celebrate their victory, though they still feel the lingering cold. They question if the battle is truly over. Se-Yeon Lee expresses her disbelief, attributing their success to Taehyun Kim. Another system message indicates that fame rises and reputation increases among Sadiq vampires. A warning appears, stating that the hostility of the fallen vampire is at its peak, as the warrior opponent wonders if this is the end. Bae Jang-wook is shocked that the warrior opponent is still alive. The warrior opponent vows that he will not die quietly to the one who humiliated him twice. The system announces that Marquis of Martin destroys the Archaisis sorcerer's wand embedded in his body, and that the power in the cane is destroyed. The warrior opponent's eyes glow with intense resolve. The destruction of the wand unleashed a surge of energy. From the shadows, the dark_armored_antagonist declared that no one would take what he wanted. Nearby, new_character_1 cried out in dismay, realizing his cane was gone. The released power exploded outward. A system message appeared, confirming that the wand containing the power of the Archaisis had been destroyed. Elsewhere, Tander_Hyun Kim lay prone as a senior called out to him. Felma's grimaced, realizing he was in trouble. The system announced that the power left in the cane was being absorbed as an incarnation, leaving Seung-Yun Lee in shock. Another system message indicated that divinity had risen significantly, and good luck had increased greatly. The system then announced that luck had exceeded 3,000, granting the ability to acquire lucky grant skills with a random effect. The system's luck had even recovered the power, much to its surprise. The system paused, realizing the good luck was... A system message chimed, declaring that someone is the incarnation of Archaisis and must accept their destiny. A surge of energy emanated from Central Point, illuminating the surrounding area with an ethereal glow. Meanwhile, Hyun Kim's companions trembled, declaring that he was destined to be their lord. One of them, however, voiced a desire to remain unemployed. Another system message appeared, stating that someone had received the trust. Hyun Kim, overhearing this, seemed confused. The man with the mustache and beard looked on with a surprised expression. Another system message appeared, stating that items with Archaisis powers were scattered across the world, and even if his power was destroyed, the incarnation could always get it back. The message continued, stating that if someone was entitled to incarnation, it didn't matter if they destroyed the items. The system message then directed the individual to go to the kingdom of Espa, stating that there must be something they were looking for in Alvara City. A final system message appeared, this time an Archaisis incarnation job quest that stated Archaisis had lost his power, but it was too early to get frustrated. It directed the individual to go to the city of Avlara in the kingdom of Espa, stating that there must be what they were looking for, with a reward listed as... A booming voice declared that someone must defeat the cursed Lord of the Night. Someone shouted about a production method, their eyes wide with shock. Nearby, Hyun Kim and a masked man stood together, seemingly in agreement. Hyun Kim's companion complimented him on his fighting ability, noting how difficult it was to use the double sword skill and asking how he managed it. The companion then presented Hyun Kim with a crafting guide for the Sword of Cold Crying. Finally, the companion expressed their satisfaction. The teal-haired female observed that the curse that made the man's luck zero was the work of the Sadiq Church, wondering if it was because of Sadiq's spell. She declared that she had to leave and suggested burning down the Sadiqs. The companion stated that a lot had happened, but they enjoyed it anyway, and suggested that they do it together again if they meet next time. The companion asked if Hyun Kim liked it, then suggested they go find the next power. The scene shifted to Alvara, a city in the kingdom of Espa. Someone groaned, declaring that was all they had. The narrator explained that in Alvara, player killing was legal. Someone yelled that they should have been prepared for this much. The warrior declared that newbies were like porridge. The force of the blow sent the warrior staggering. The warrior, now on the defensive, demanded to know who dared to harm his brother. The attacker screamed. The warrior, pinned, demanded that his opponent give him all they had. The hooded figure responded that they would. The hooded figure stated that they didn't need it, and asked why the warrior even asked before telling him to stop. Instead, the hooded figure declared that they wanted someone else. A party invitation from the Power Warrior Guild was presented to Seung-Yun Lee, the strongest guild at the time of joining. Seung-Yun Lee became a guild member.